Chapter 201. The Power of the Young Mistress of the Zhang Family. Everyone knows that the young mistress of the Zhang family is a big mouth, and she loves to talk about the affairs of various families in the capital. Having seen and experienced much, she doesn't care about ordinary secrets. For her to be so excited, she must have learned some incredible news. Xin An didn't need to guess what she was talking about. A slight smile played on her lips. She knew the young mistress of the Zhang family wouldn't disappoint. How could she keep such shocking news to herself? The young mistress of the Zhang family spoke in a low voice, her facial expressions swaying wildly. Soon, many people turned to look at Xin and Lin Yao couldn't sit still any longer. This is strange. I'll go ask what's going on. Before she could get up, the young mistress of the Zhang family approached Xin, winking and beating her. Sister Xin, did the Prince Tang go to the Tao family a couple of days ago? Yes, he did. Xin feigned ignorance. But what happened? He was bullied by the Tao family? The young mistress of the Zhang family smiled, a hint of lewdness in her eyes. You know nothing about it? What happened? I went to Madame Ouyang's crab feast that day, and I didn't hear anything about it when I got back. Madame Zhang sat down beside her anxiously and quickly recounted the events. Xin was shocked, truly shocked, because Madame Zhang's version was much more erotic. She said that Tang Rong went straight to Tao Iran's courtyard after arriving at the Tao family's house, and the two embraced upon meeting, pouring out their hearts to each other. The commotion was so loud that everyone in the courtyard could hear it. I heard that the two of them were extremely thirsty, like dry wood and a raging fire. Xin exclaimed, "Is that impossible? Who gave her this information?" Lin Yao dropped her handkerchief. Madame Zhang, you can't say things like that. Have Tang Rong and Tao Iran become so shameless? Madame Liao, who was serving tea, had her clothes soaked with tea. Is this really true? Such recklessness in a high-class family? Really, you really shouldn't disbelieve me. The young mistress of the Zhang family looked at Xin with pity. And it wasn't just this once. Afterwards, they went to Lord Tao's study for a meeting. After they finished, they went back to the inner courtyard, and the two of them did that again. In broad daylight, even in the morning, they couldn't control themselves. Xin family girl, these two have probably been having an affair for a long time. Otherwise, why would they be so inseparable? This is the Tao family. If they can't control themselves at their father-in-law's house, who knows what they're like at home? No wonder they rarely leave the Tao family's residence. They probably don't have the strength. Their desires are too strong. They can't even avoid a dog. They must be overindulging and unsteady on their feet. These two have most likely been secretly having an affair for a long time. You and the second young master are truly, sigh. Xin didn't know what to say. Was this all just the young mistress of the Zhang family embellishing the story? Madame Zhang, I can't believe you're telling the truth. It's absolutely shocking. Madame Zhang assured her that her information was genuine. Someone in the know told me, don't ask who it is, it's undeniable. She patted Xin on the shoulder to comfort him, then returned to the group of ladies to continue talking. Lin Yao and Madame Liao also looked at each other with complicated expressions, unsure what to say. It was truly incomprehensible. The sky was clear and the air was fresh with the fragrance of chrysanthemums. The guests were all smiles, some chatting in small groups, others the ladies gathering to discuss their children's in-laws. Wang Shi, who had been chatting peacefully, gradually noticed some strange looks directed at her, and her suspicions grew. Since Xin had openly received the information, he couldn't possibly keep it from her. Finding an opportunity, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law whispered for a while. Wang Shi remained silent for a long time, finally taking a deep breath, unable to believe that Tang Rong would be so absurd. No wonder those people looked at me like that. This matter. Madame Wang quickly came up with an idea. Don't tell your grandmother. From now on, don't mention a single word about it. Xin nodded, thinking that the outcome was much better than she and Tang Mo had expected, somewhat exceeding their expectations. Mainly, she hadn't known that Madame Zhang could speak so bluntly. She would definitely ask Tang Mo later, who he had arranged to do the deed. What Xin didn't know was that the scandalous affair between Tang Rong and Tao Iran was spread by the servants of the Tao family. Tao Iran had always considered herself superior and was unwilling to win over the servants. Her stay at her parents' home was already difficult, and now she was causing trouble, even verbally mocking her sister-in-law. How could they possibly let her off the hook? Tao's sister-in-law, Madame Li, had acted even earlier than them, and with the Tao family servants gossiping, even if Tang Mo hadn't done anything, this would have happened anyway. As for why the rumors spread like this, that's the art of communication. Today, Madame Tao and her daughter-in-law were also at the banquet. Madame Tao, completely unaware of the situation, simply forced a smile and exchanged pleasantries. Even when she noticed the unusual glances from others, she attributed them to Tao Iran's continued residence at her parents' home. Of course, she knew about Tang Rong and Tao Iran's affair at the Tao family home. She received the news immediately after Tang Rong left. Although furious, she dared not reveal it and immediately silenced her servants. She believed it wouldn't be leaked. Madame Li walked around, and whenever she encountered someone familiar, she would approach them with a helpless sigh, even tears welling in her eyes, looking utterly resigned and pitiful. When she reached Xin, she forced a smile and greeted her, "Second young madam." Young Madame Tao. Seeing her reminded Xin of something. Madame Li, the wife of the late Tao family, whose father was also a governor, held a rank equivalent to Tao's, and seemed to have always looked down on Tao Iran. Even in her previous life, when Tao Iran was enjoying great success in the Marquis's mansion, Madame Li had never once stepped foot inside the mansion's gates. Would Madame Tao like to sit down and have a chat? Thank you for the invitation, second young madam. Madame Li had deliberately come to approach Xin, anticipating that Xin would resent Tao Iran for stealing Tang Rong. Speaking of which, this is my first time meeting you, second young madam. You seem quite different from the rumors. Xin asked with a smile, "What am I like according to the rumors?" Madame Li replied, "Not at all like the poised and beautiful woman you see here." Almost instantly, Xin understood her purpose. She probably wanted to win her over to deal with Tao Iran. Madame Li must know about what Tao Iran and Tang Rong did in their family home, and she should be the most furious. Did the Zhang family's young mistress get her information from this Tao family's young mistress? Madame Tao, I just heard something, but I don't know if it's true. She leaned closer to Madame Li and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. This is truly shocking, is it true? Madame Tao didn't deny it, but sighed. It's true that good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels fast. I'm sorry to have made you laugh. Xin looked embarrassed. This matter. I don't know how to explain it. Chapter 202. Luckily, you didn't marry Tang Rong. In Xin's view, with something like this happening, the Marquis's residence couldn't escape responsibility either. After all, the instigator was Tang Rong. It was just that, because he was a man, in this male-dominated society, he received more leniency. Madame Tao, the young mistress, had no intention of beating around the bush, nor did she have the time. Second young madam, speaking of it, both you and I are people who have suffered losses and grievances. Be honest with me, when exactly will the Marquis's residence take her back? Xin gave a bitter smile. My status doesn't allow me to be involved in this matter, but in my opinion, she will probably stay at the Tao family for a while longer. Especially now that this matter has spread, who knows how angry my father-in-law and mother-in-law will be. She guessed that Tang Gang would be furious and would scold Tang Rong, but he would never let the Marquis's residence bear responsibility for this matter. Even if it were said that Tang Rong had forced Tao Iran, in the end, the Tao family would suffer even greater losses. Tang Gang would definitely insist that Tao Iran had deliberately seduced him and push all the blame onto the Tao family. After hearing the Marquis residence's stance, Madame Li sighed helplessly. To be honest, I feel extremely stifled inside. Xin lifted her gaze toward the distance. You're not the only one who feels stifled. That third young madam of the Zhu family is as well. Do you know about her situation? Madame Li shook her head, so Xin kindly told her, then added, This isn't exactly a secret. It's said that third young Master Zhu even calls her name in his dreams at night. That third young madam has probably reached the end of her patience. Madame Li looked over, quickly forming a plan in her mind. She wanted the disgrace-covered Tao Iran to return to the Marquis residence, but she forgot that if Xin truly resented Tao Iran, she might not want her to come back either. Her gaze shifted to Huang Wei. After exchanging a few polite words with Xin, she found an excuse to get up, clearly heading toward Huang Wei. Lin Yao, who had been silent all along, smiled and refilled Xin's teacup. How could she not see Madame Tao's intentions? She wanted to use Xin's resentment toward Tao Iran to achieve her goal, but Xin had instead redirected her toward Huang Wei. If the two of them joined forces, Tao Iran would certainly suffer. Xin wouldn't have to do anything and could simply enjoy watching the drama of beating a drowning dog. Who says girls from merchant families lack insight? This one had quite a sharp mind. If you ask me, it's a good thing you married second brother Tang. Although he's not highly learned, he's honest and upright, definitely not someone who would do such a thing. In a way, both you and second brother Tang escaped a disaster. Xin let out a long breath and smiled. Perhaps it's fate, and also my good fortune. Madame Liao agreed. My husband also speaks highly of second young Master Tang. He says that although he comes from the Marquis' residence, he isn't slick or cunning, works diligently, and can endure hardship. He'll surely have a good future. Xin laughed. Hearing you two say that, I feel like I've picked up a treasure. I'm quite pleased with myself. Second brother Tang can indeed be considered a treasure. Lin Yao even joked around, talking first about Tang Mo, then Liao Ji, until Xin finally used Yan Shimiao's name to quiet her down. By the way, Sister Lin, my father has sent a letter. The medicinal herbs he purchased should arrive in the capital in about a month. That's wonderful news. Lin Yao was delighted. Please thank Uncle Xin for me. Xin smiled. My father, after hearing about Qianjin Hall, greatly admires its founders and respects those selfless doctors. He wants to do his small part by donating 5,000 taels of silver to support Qianjin Hall, so more common people can benefit. I wonder if that would be acceptable? Of course. Lin Yao liked Xin even more. Qianjin Hall should thank your father for his kindness. Every winter, illnesses break out everywhere, especially among poor families lacking proper clothing. Even a simple fever can take their lives. With more medicinal supplies, we can save more people. 5,000 taels of silver can accomplish many things. Madame Liao grew curious. She wondered if she could join in on such a good cause. After all, she had money too. Isn't Qianjin Hall just an ordinary pharmacy? What's so special about it? Lin Yao glanced at Xin, who only smiled without speaking. So Lin Yao began explaining it to Madame Liao. In the end, Madame Liao declared that she wouldn't fall behind in doing good deeds. If Qianjin Hall ever needed help, she would gladly assist. For someone wealthy and easygoing like her, Lin Yao welcomed the offer but didn't immediately agree, only saying she would reach out next time if needed. After all, some matters weren't hers alone to decide. Before lunch, Madame Tao finally had a conversation with Huang Wei. Although no one knew what they discussed, judging from how engrossed they were, it seemed likely they would soon reach some agreement for a shared purpose. Madame Wang's composure had improved significantly. She held herself together until the autumn banquet ended, then left with Xin and supporting the old madam. Her expression showed no sign of disturbance. Only after escorting the old madam back to Chuanrong Hall did she call Xin to speak. Will this matter spread? Xin set down her teacup. Yes. Although I haven't been in the capital long, I know that several of the ladies who attended today are very interested in such news. Before I even heard about it, at least 10 people already knew. Madame Wang took a deep breath. What Tang Rong had done was tantamount to ruining his own future. He's not usually so careless. Xin suggested that perhaps he trusted the Tao family too much. In an ordinary household, such matters wouldn't spread easily. In a family like ours, the news would be suppressed immediately. Perhaps elder brother assumed the Tao family would do the same. Of course, it was more likely that he couldn't resist Tao Iran's temptation and was himself morally flawed. Madame Wang raised her eyes. You should go back and rest. After Xin An left, she wondered whether their planned family outing could still happen after this incident. If not, Tang Rong would still need to be properly dealt with. Once Xin An was gone, Madame Wang immediately sent someone to summon Tang Gang, urging him to return home as soon as possible. She was eager to see how he would once again shield his beloved son. Back at Qiushi Courtyard, Xin An removed her elaborate hair ornaments, replaced them with a single velvet flower, and sat leisurely under the eaves watching Rukia play with the ball. Aunt Wang brought over a plate of freshly cut fruit. Fresh autumn pears, good for soothing the throat. Auntie, you go ahead. I'll sit here a while. After Aunt Wang withdrew, Xin An ate the pears while reflecting on the day's events. Since Madame Zhang had been so certain, she suspected that Madame Tao must have done something behind the scenes. Once the banquet guests returned home, rumors would surely spread, and by tomorrow it would be widely known. Next, it would depend on what Tang Gang would do. Thinking about it, she and Tang Mo hadn't actually done much. This time had been a bit rash. Next time, they shouldn't be so hasty. They should wait and see if others would act first. That way, the couple could achieve their desired result without lifting a finger. Wouldn't that be perfect? Wait, a couple? Interesting. Chapter 203. Tang Gang faints from anger. As the sky gradually darkened, Tang Mo hurried back. The first thing he said upon seeing Xin An was, someone else has also taken action. Today, he had heard news from his colleagues, so exaggerated it was almost absurd. They're saying the two even had a secret meeting at midnight, right in the Tao residence. Is the messenger exaggerating, or is my information inaccurate? Even Tang Mo was confused. Xin An shared the version she had heard. If this keeps spreading, their battle will go from morning till night, an all-day affair. Pfft. Tang Mo spat out his tea, staring at Xin An in disbelief. Do you even hear what you're saying? What a bold woman. Xin An raised an eyebrow. She might be timid in action, but couldn't she at least be bold with her words? Such a sheltered reaction. That look of disdain made Tang Mo roll his eyes. He quickly steered the conversation back. Those rumors out there weren't spread by me like this. I didn't exaggerate anything. Xin An said, before you came back, I was thinking, using such underhanded methods, I actually feel a bit ashamed. It makes us seem somewhat dishonorable. But then I thought about what I went through before, so what if their reputations are ruined? What kind of reputation did I have before? Her expression turned serious. Sharp-tongued, cruel, vulgar, and shallow. Compared to Tao Iran, I wasn't even worthy to touch her knees. With that kind of reputation, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make connections. At banquets, I was always looked down upon and endured countless cold stares. At home, I was ignored and mocked. Outside, I was ridiculed. Thinking about it now, what those two are experiencing doesn't even count as suffering. Tang Mo was more open-minded. After all, he had been cuckolded. How could he endure that? Do you think in our past lives we were some kind of green-shelled ghosts? How were we able to endure so much? I got off easy, I died early. But you endured it for so many years. It sounded a bit strange, but it was true. Xin An sneered. We were just asking for it. Otherwise, how could their lives have turned out like that? As if they had been bewitched by Tang Rong. Tang Mo fell silent. After thinking it over, he decided not to dwell on the past. It would only embarrass his present self. He simply warned Xin An, don't be soft-hearted. If they were the ones targeting us, they wouldn't show mercy. I know. Tang Mo suggested going out for dinner, but Xin An immediately objected. Father might come back furious. If he finds out we went out to eat, he'll overthink it. Let's have someone buy good food instead. How about we have a couple of drinks tonight? Tang Mo smiled. That's worth celebrating. Second young master, second young madam. Nan Feng rushed in, not even bothering with formalities. The Marquis has fainted. What did you say? Tang Mo shot to his feet. How did he faint? When? Where? He fainted while speaking with Madam. The house physician has already gone. Xin An's heart skipped a beat. Let's go take a look. What if he couldn't take the shock and died? Tang Mo hurried off. When they arrived, the physician was performing acupuncture, saying it was due to extreme anger blocking his vital energy. Madame Wang felt deeply guilty. She hadn't expected Tang Gang to be so overwhelmed. She hadn't even finished speaking before he collapsed. If anything serious happened. After all, they had been husband and wife for over 20 years. She wasn't cold-hearted enough to wish for his death. Besides, if he died now, what would happen to her son? How's the Marquis? The physician said Tang Gang was in good health overall, but this time he had been too enraged. At his age, he must avoid excessive anger. After the physician left to prepare medicine, Madame Wang finally relaxed. She turned to Tang Mo. He'll wake soon. Wait here. Tang Mo nodded, helping Madame Wang to sit outside while asking about what had caused the fainting. She explained slowly. I expected him to be angry, but I didn't expect such overwhelming fury. Tang Mo thought that if such a small matter made him this angry, what would happen if something even more outrageous occurred later? Wouldn't he die on the spot? Having calmed down, Madame Wang saw this as an opportunity. She told Tang Mo to act accordingly when the time came and make sure to appear as a dutiful son in front of Tang Gang. Tang Mo wasn't very willing. No matter how well he performed, his father's favoritism toward Tang Rong would never change. He didn't want to waste effort on this. The words of refusal were already on his lips when a maid reported that Tang Gang had woken up. Tang Mo immediately rushed inside, quickly kneeling by the bed and grabbing Tang Gang's hand, his face full of concern. Father, you're awake? Tang Gang had just opened his eyes and hadn't fully regained his senses when Tang Mo started speaking rapidly. Father, what elder brother did isn't that serious. Please don't be angry. It was very dangerous just now. I'm still shaken. Tang Gang gradually came to his senses, anger gathering in his eyes. Tang Mo looked even more anxious. Father, you mustn't get angry again. Your health is what matters most. Tang Gang took a deep breath. Has that scoundrel of a brother of yours come back yet? Not yet. Tang Mo continued persuading him. Elder brother hasn't been to the Ministry of Rights for some time, and it's the busiest period now. Perhaps he's tied up with official duties. I've also heard the rumors outside. Hearsay is the least reliable. Things may not be as they say. Father, don't worry. We'll know the truth once he returns. Seeing this son so concerned for him, Tang Gang couldn't help but feel moved. But thinking of Tang Rong going to the Tao residence and committing such a ridiculous act, his suppressed anger surged again. Madame Wang also stepped forward to comfort him. Tang Gang finally improved somewhat, even getting up to drink a bowl of porridge. Just after he set the bowl down, Tang Rong returned. He had rushed back in a hurry. When Xin An told him about the rumors outside, he had been stunned, resenting the Tao family for not even being able to control their servants' tongues. Father. He had intended to kneel immediately and beg forgiveness, but when he saw Tang Mo present, he felt a bit awkward. Second brother is here as well? Tang Mo ignored him and said to Tang Gang, Elder brother has returned. Father, please speak calmly, don't get angry. I'll take my leave. Tang Gang nodded. After Tang Mo and Madame Wang left, he looked at Tang Rong. How do you intend to explain this? Tang Rong immediately knelt. Father, I was foolish. After discussing matters with my father-in-law, I was about to leave when Earth's maid came to invite me. I thought, as husband and wife, I should see her. But after entering the room, I don't know what happened. I became muddled and committed a foolish act. By the time I regained my senses, it was too late for regret. Every fault lies with me. Please punish me, Father. His words were deliberately vague, leaving room for interpretation. Naturally, Tang Gang concluded that Tao Iran must have used some underhanded trick on him. His suppressed anger erupted once more. Utter nonsense. This matter has already spread outside. Do you know how ugly the rumors are? You've always been cautious. Why have you been making mistakes repeatedly lately? The accumulation of disappointments made Tang Gang begin to doubt Tang Rong's abilities. Tang Rong kowtowed. Father, ever since my marriage until now, my circumstances have only worsened. Nothing I do goes smoothly. I suspect someone is deliberately targeting me behind the scenes. It must be Tang Mo. Chapter 204, Confronting Tang Rong and Winning Completely, Bonus Chapter. Tang Rong had suspected Tang Mo for more than a day or two. Ever since his marriage, nothing had gone smoothly for him. Either he was ambushed and beaten or bitten by dogs. No ordinary person could be this unlucky. It had to be deliberate. He had investigated everyone who might possibly be targeting him, and Tang Mo was the most suspicious. Bang! Seeing that even at this point Tang Rong was still trying to drag Tang Mo down with him, Tang Gang slammed the table. Even if your younger brother bears resentment toward you, could he force you to go to the Tao residence? Could he force you to do something so foolish? Just now, your younger brother was even pleading on your behalf. Tang Rong felt a surge of blood rush to his head, making his scalp tingle. But if he didn't drag Tang Mo down, his father wouldn't go easy on him. Yes, I made a mistake, but why did the news spread so quickly? Then you should ask the Tao family. At the thought of Tang Rong doing such a thing in broad daylight at the Tao residence, Tang Gang's anger flared again. Tang Rong hurried to defend himself. Ever since my marriage, I've had nothing but bad luck. I don't believe in nonsense like bringing misfortune to one's spouse. I believe someone is plotting against me behind the scenes. Father, think carefully. Over the years I've never made enemies or had any accidents. Yet recently, incidents have happened one after another, and rumors keep emerging. Other than second brother, I can't think of anyone who would hate me to this extent. Tang Gang frowned, somewhat persuaded. Seeing this, Tang Rong intensified his argument, laying out point after point with convincing reasoning. Tang Gang was completely swayed and immediately ordered someone to summon Tang Mo. Since you suspect him, then confront him face to face. Tang Rong clenched his fists, cursing Tang Gang's cunning. Shouldn't he have used the household's power to investigate quietly instead? Tang Mo arrived quickly. I wonder why father has called me? Tang Gang scrutinized him. Your elder brother says that your recent misfortunes were all orchestrated by you. What do you have to say? Tang Mo raised an eyebrow, sneering inwardly. As expected, no matter how much he tried to please his father, a few words from the favored son could undo everything. Tang Rong glared at him, unwilling to back down. Tang Mo let out a cold laugh. Do you have any evidence, elder brother? Tang Rong laid out his suspicions. If it's not you, who else could it be? Tang Mo turned to face him, thinking Tang Rong was indeed perceptive to have reasoned this far. Unfortunately for him, this scenario had already been anticipated by Xin An and himself. If it were me, when I first had you beaten, wouldn't it have been easier to just kill you? There are only 2 brothers in this household. If you died, regardless of my abilities, I would inherit the title, wouldn't I? And if I failed the first time, when I set dogs on you the second time, wouldn't they have killed you? If I truly wanted to harm you, would you still be standing here talking? As long as Tang Rong was alive, even if he found witnesses, Tang Mo could simply deny everything. Elder brother, I know you've been unlucky lately. If you're unlucky, go pray at a temple instead of making me take the blame. He looked calm, savoring the rare chance to humiliate Tang Rong openly. Did I make you go to the Tao residence? Did I force you to take off your clothes? You lack virtue, can't resist a woman, commit disgraceful acts, and fail to deal with the aftermath. Now that trouble has come, you blame me. The rumors say the news came from the Tao family. What, did I bribe their servants to spread your scandalous stories? Between the 2 of us, who is actually their son-in-law? He was practically pointing at Tang Rong's nose while scolding him. Tang Mo felt immensely satisfied, already planning to recount his heroic performance to Xin An later. Tang Rong's eyes burned with fury, but he was rendered speechless. Tang Mo snorted again. So you do know I resent you. That means you also know how shameless you were on your wedding day, taking advantage and humiliating me. Now something happens and you come blaming me? Where do you get the nerve? Do I owe you something? That's enough. Seeing his favored son being cornered, Tang Gang felt uncomfortable. Your elder brother is anxious and spoke out of line. Now that things are clear, you may leave. Tang Mo had made one valid point. If he truly wanted Tang Rong dead, he would have killed him outright. Tang Mo cupped his hands in salute and left with a sour expression. Tang Rong was unwilling to accept it. Father. Perhaps second brother never intended to kill me. He just wanted to disgrace me to make me. Enough. No matter how much Tang Gang favored him, he was now dissatisfied. The Marquis residence's reputation has been damaged because of you. You must find a way to resolve this matter, no matter the method. Go kneel before your grandfather's spirit tablet and reflect on your actions these past days. Tang Rong withdrew unwillingly, his resentment toward Tang Mo growing stronger. Unfortunately, after days of searching, he still couldn't find any evidence against him. Back in Qiushi courtyard, Tang Mo proudly recounted his victory to Xin An. I thought he'd keep pressing, so I was ready to retreat first and then advance. But he shut up, it wasn't satisfying at all. Xin An smiled as she watched him, animated one moment and sighing the next. As long as there's no fatal evidence, he can accuse all he wants. Tang Mo said he never left evidence when giving orders, often adding multiple layers so nothing could be traced back to him. Even if they find something, I'm not afraid. Xin An warned him to be extra cautious lately. He will definitely make a move. Got it. After a tiring day, both were exhausted. As they were washing up, they heard the wind outside. The wind is strong. It's going to rain. Crack. As soon as the words fell, lightning lit up the room like daylight, followed by thunder rumbling in the distance. Another deafening crack made everyone instinctively flinch, and soon heavy rain poured down in torrents. Everyone can leave, no need to keep watch tonight. Xin An told Chunyang and Chumlf to rest, feeling the storm unusually frightening. Crack. Boom. Lightning split the sky, thunder shook the ground. Xin An tossed aside her handkerchief, jumped into bed, and pulled the blanket over her head. After closing the doors and windows, Tang Mo came over with a smile. Are you afraid of thunder? Xin An pulled the blanket down and shook her head. With thunder like this tonight, aren't you afraid? I feel like the ground is shaking. That's an exaggeration. Before he finished speaking, another thunderclap struck. Tang Mo flinched, quickly dropped the bed curtains, climbed in, and pulled the blanket over himself. You're pulling my blanket. The weather had turned cooler, and Aunt Wang had replaced their bedding with thicker quilts, but she had only prepared one. Tang Mo sat up, stunned. There's no quilt for me? Chapter 205, The quilt isn't coming back anytime soon. Tang Mo had been living in the main room for quite some time. There had always been 2 quilts on the bed. Although the 2 of them slept in the same bed, they each used their own quilt. Xin An glanced up, there really wasn't another one. She looked down at the only quilt left. Why don't you check the cabinets? Oh. Tang Mo didn't think much of it and obediently went to look. After lighting a lamp and searching around, he found nothing. There isn't any. That's impossible. Xin An insisted there were plenty of quilts in the cabinets. How could there be none? Really, there aren't any. The cabinets are empty. Tang Mo gave Xin An a meaningful look. You didn't do this on purpose, did you? Have you been coveting my beauty for a long time? Xin An rolled her eyes and got out of bed to check for herself. Seeing the completely empty chest, she was also stunned. Just then, lightning lit up the room again, and she hurried back to bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt and covering her ears. Only after the thunder passed did she sit up again. Why don't you check next door? With one hand on his hip, Tang Mo refused. With this wind and rain outside, I'm not going out. He climbed straight onto the bed. This quilt is big enough, you can't use all of it anyway. What's wrong with me taking half? As he spoke, he grabbed the quilt. The 2 engaged in a tug-of-war, and, before the next thunderclap, they both lay down and pulled the quilt over themselves. Xin An clutched a corner tightly. You're too close to me. Tang Mo pressed down on his side of the quilt and refused to move. You came close to me first. Move over a bit. Don't kick me. The quilt is only this big. If I move, I won't be covered. You should be grateful a handsome man like me is willing to share a quilt with an old lady like you. You're the old one, don't think about taking advantage of me. Who's taking advantage of whom? Over a single quilt, the 2 used up the last bit of energy they had left from the day. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang looked at the pile of quilts stacked high in her room and smiled to herself. Not only had she taken all the quilts from the main room, she had also taken the ones from Tang Mo's quarters. After all, the young couple had been sharing a bed for quite some time without any progress. she had to put in a little extra effort. Perhaps the struggle over the quilt had exhausted them, or perhaps both were simply thick-skinned. As the thunder gradually faded, the two ended up falling asleep side by side. After all, one person sleeping alone might behave properly, but two people sharing a quilt was another matter. There had been some distance between them at first, but unknowingly, they ended up pressed close together. As the thunder subsided and the rain continued, the two in the warm bed slept comfortably. Meanwhile, Tang Rong could only kneel in the ancestral hall, letting the damp cold seep into his body. It did, however, help him calm down. Qing Emo had wanted to bring him a quilt, but Tang Rong refused, having his own plans in mind. In the end, the pitiful one was Qing Emo, standing under the eaves holding the quilt in the wind. After a good night's sleep, Tang Emo woke first and discovered someone pressed tightly against his back, with an arm draped over his waist. After a brief moment of confusion, a smile slowly appeared on his lips. He knew it, this woman must have been trying to take advantage of him. He gently moved the arm away and lay flat on his back. Yet, even in her sleep, Xin An stayed close to him, which made him even more pleased. Caught between getting up and going back to sleep, he hesitated. After estimating the time and deciding to skip breakfast, he closed his eyes again and went back to sleep contentedly. When Xin An woke up, he was already gone. The warmth of the quilt made it hard to get up. Tang Emo, who had waited for her to wake, finally gave up and got up himself. Chunyang said with a smile. Master woke up late today. From getting up to leaving took only the time of half a stick of incense. He drank a cup of warm water, stuffed a piece of cake into his mouth, and rushed off. Why had he woken up late? Chumov smiled knowingly, clearly. Aunt Wang had done well. Xin An saw through it, but said nothing. As soon as Aunt Wang entered, she smiled. Last night I noticed one quilt had loose threads, so I thought I'd check all of them. But these old eyes of mine, it might take a few days to finish checking everything. If there are issues, they'll need mending. It may take even longer. Luckily, there's still one good quilt left. Xin An felt helpless. The excuse didn't even make sense. Chunyang chimed in with a grin. After last night's rain, it's much colder this morning. Sleeping alone does feel chilly. Two people sleeping together is warmer. Xin An smiled. Should I arrange a husband for you soon? No need, I can sleep with Chumov. Chumov nodded. Exactly, we're warm enough together. Auntie, let me help you check the quilts. We must be thorough, can't be careless. Xin An sighed. Looks like my quilt won't be coming back anytime soon. The others giggled as they quickly helped her dress and wash. Before she could even have breakfast, Nan Feng came to report that Tang Rong had been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall the previous day. Ganlu, unable to keep her mouth shut, had told the old madam. The old madam summoned Tang Gang and Madame Wang for questioning. Unable to deceive her, they had to tell the truth, and the old madam fainted on the spot, her condition even worse than Tang Gang's the day before. Xin An no longer cared about breakfast and rushed to Chuanrong Hall. By the time she arrived, the physician had already left. The servants there were kneeling all over the ground, while Ganlu knelt in the main hall. Tang Gang and Madame Wang sat above. Tang Gang's face was livid. Madame Wang looked furious as she spoke to Ganlu. You've served the old madam for many years. You should know her health condition. Last night I already sent word to all the courtyards not to speak carelessly, and even had Pingqiu personally come here. It was precisely because we feared the old madam would become anxious and harm her health. Yet you insisted on telling her, causing her to nearly become paralyzed. You've always been steady. How could you be so foolish this time? Paralysis was something neither Madame Wang nor Tang Gang could accept. With the old madam collapsing, Ganlu was already overwhelmed with guilt and panic. Hearing Madame Wang's words, she could only cry and admit her fault. Tang Gang lifted his eyelids slightly. The old madam is used to your service. That is your fortune. But you must remember who you are. Don't forget your status. At these words, even Xin An could see Ganlu stiffen. Tang Gang truly knew how to wound someone. Ganlu had served the old madam since she was a young girl. Later, under the old madam's arrangement, she married, but her husband died early and she had no children. She returned to serve the old madam and had even helped raise Tang Gang himself. Even if she still kept the proper boundaries of a servant, in her heart she had long considered herself part of the Marquis household. The person Ganlu cared for most was Tang Gang, followed by Tang Rong. After Tang Rong's mother died, he was raised by the old madam, and Ganlu took care of him. In Xin An's previous life, after she had a child, Ganlu often came to help. She would talk about how Tang Gang was as a child, how Tang Rong was as a child, clearly treating them as her own family. And now, the person she loved most was telling her not to forget her place. Chapter 206. Tang Rong finally falls ill as he wished. Father, mother. Xin An stepped forward to greet them. I heard grandmother is ill. How serious is it? Madame Wang replied. Your grandmother is still asleep. The physician treated her in time, so she's not in danger, but she will need plenty of rest going forward. Xin An nodded, then glanced at Ganlu before saying, Aunt Ganlu acted out of concern and must already regret it deeply. Father, mother, please don't blame her. If grandmother wakes and learns of this, she'll only feel worse. Madame Wang hadn't intended to punish Ganlu anyway. After all, she was someone close to the old madam, and they usually treated her politely. It was only because the situation had been so dangerous that she had scolded her. Hearing Xin An's words, she relaxed. Get up. Clean yourself up this afternoon. When the old madam wakes, she'll still need your care. Xin An helped Ganlu up. Auntie, go wash your face and tidy up. Otherwise, grandmother will worry when she sees you. Thank you, second young madam. Ganlu withdrew, looking as if she had aged several years in an instant. Madame Wang turned to Tang Gang. I'll stay here. You should go to Chunhua courtyard and check on him. After a night of violent wind and rain, Tang Rong had indeed fallen ill as he wished. That morning, when Xin An brought him water, his lips were already feverish and purplish. It was clear he had pushed himself hard. Tang Gang took a deep breath. Now he was truly overwhelmed. The rumors outside had yet to be dealt with, and the household was in chaos. Troubles both internal and external made even breathing feel difficult. Xin An watched his departing figure and quickly adjusted her plans. The planned outing on the rest day was no longer possible. Instead, she might as well set that day as the opening of the medicinal cuisine restaurant. With Tang Rong bedridden and Tang Gang unable to manage everything at once, this was an opportunity for her and Tang Mo. After doing so much behind the scenes, it was time to show themselves properly in public. Mother, the household staff should be warned again. Although this matter started with elder brother's own misconduct, if the Tao family servants hadn't been loose-tongued, it wouldn't have spread. And father and grandmother fainting, this mustn't be known outside. Madame Wang nodded. You're right. Even though the Marquis residence is stable, we can't be careless. Xin An continued. Handling matters within the household is simple, but the rumors outside must be addressed quickly. With elder brother and grandmother both ill, and father not in good condition either, he likely can't handle everything. I'm afraid my husband will have to step in. This matter shouldn't be delayed. I'll send someone to the northern garrison to ask him to return at once. Madame Wang immediately understood her intention. After a brief thought, she nodded. Before Tang Mo returned, the old madam woke up, staring blankly at the canopy above her bed. Ganlu brought water and urged her to drink, but she remained unresponsive. Madame Wang stepped forward. As soon as she approached, Ganlu stepped aside. Madame Wang sat by the bed and gently persuaded her, but the old madam still didn't react. Madame Wang sighed inwardly. She knew both Tang Gang and the old madam well. They would never accept that Tang Rong's character was the problem. They would surely push the blame onto Tao Iran. At that moment, Tang Gang entered. Madame Wang gave up her seat. Mother, don't worry. You know your eldest son's character and upbringing. This must be a trap set by the Tao family. He said himself that once he entered the room, he felt muddled. He's still young and inexperienced. As expected, the old madam reacted immediately. She tightly grasped Tang Gang's hand. That Tao girl cannot be kept. If she could shamelessly drag him into such acts while still at her natal home, what will happen if she returns? My eldest was such a good child. Who in the capital didn't praise the heir of our marquis residence? So many families envied us. She spoke of Tang Rong's former excellence, the glory of the household back then, and Tao Iran's wrongdoing. Tang Gang agreed with everything. In those years when Tang Rong excelled, he had felt proud wherever he went, but these past few months. Your eldest is soft-hearted and kind. I already told him to deal with that Tao woman, but he couldn't bear to. Now this scandal has happened, and I was overcome with anger when I punished him. Thinking of Tang Rong lying unconscious in bed earlier, Tang Gang felt both regret and guilt and anger at the servants in Chunhua courtyard for failing to care for their master properly. How is he now? The old madam asked. Tang Gang didn't dare hide it, but he also didn't mention the severity of the fever, only saying it was a chill. The old madam wept and reproached him. He's already injured, how could you still punish him? Hasn't he suffered enough these days? People outside scheme against him, and now even his own father treats him like this. How must he feel? She tried to get up to see Tang Rong, but Tang Gang persuaded her to lie back down. She truly doted on him. That Tao girl cannot be kept. You must find a way to deal with this quickly. Tang Gang nodded. Seeing that the mother and son were about to discuss further, Madame Wang glanced at Xin An and gave her a look. Xin An nodded slightly and quietly withdrew, standing among the chrysanthemums with a heavy heart. What's going on? Why was I called back in such a hurry? Tang Mo strode in. After asking, he noticed Xin An's expression and leaned closer, lowering his voice. Were you wronged? No. Xin An took a deep breath and briefly explained the situation. Go in and take a look. Tang Mo went straight to the old madam's room. Grandmother, are you feeling better? When I heard you fainted, I was terribly frightened. He knelt by the bed, holding her hand. What did the physician say? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Have you taken medicine? The old madam forced a smile. It's nothing serious. Why did you come back? You're delaying your duties. You are far more important than my duties. If I didn't come back to see you, I wouldn't be at ease even while working. She felt comforted. I'm fine. Just then, the medicine was brought in. Tang Mo took it and carefully fed it to her. After she fell asleep again, he stood up and said to Tang Gang, Father, your health hasn't been great. You shouldn't overexert yourself. I've heard elder brother is also ill and may not recover in a few days. The rumors outside cannot be left unchecked. Although I bear some resentment toward elder brother, this concerns the reputation of the marquis residence. If father trusts me, I will think of a way to quell the rumors as soon as possible. Tang Gang looked at him and gestured for him to speak outside. What's your plan? Deny everything. Tang Mo explained that rumors were just hearsay, with no eyewitness proof. Even if someone claims they saw something, as long as elder brother and sister-in-law deny it, there's room to maneuver. Given elder brother's reputation, many will believe he's being slandered. As long as father announces an investigation, those spreading rumors will quiet down. Then we can send people to tea houses and taverns. Whenever they hear someone discussing it, they should strongly refute it. That shouldn't be too difficult. It's impossible to make everyone believe it's false, but we should salvage as much as we can. Tang Gang had hoped for a way to completely suppress the matter and felt somewhat disappointed. Still, he knew it was impossible to fully clear Tang Rong's name. Minimizing the damage was the best option. We must find those spreading the rumors and punish them severely. Tang Mo sneered inwardly. If elder brother did nothing wrong, then of course we should investigate. Father, we only need to intimidate those spreading rumors and make them understand the marquis residence's stance. There's no need to dig too deeply. Digging too deep might only make things worse, and the result could backfire. Chapter 207, Wanting to obtain this title. To Tang Mo, Tang Rong falling ill came at just the right time. If Tang Rong had handled the matter himself, he would surely have cleared himself completely, pushing all the blame onto the Tao family. He might even have played the victim and gained sympathy from some people. After all, he was someone who always knew how to secure benefits for himself. Father, I believe it's unwise to completely fall out with the Tao family. Uncle Tao is still a fourth-rank official with a good reputation. He hasn't committed any real offense, so the court won't act against him. Moreover, he has been in officialdom for many years and surely has several allies with shared interests. He's only been stuck in the capital recently due to years of being posted elsewhere, so he hasn't had the chance to cultivate connections here. But given time, he could rebuild those relationships. I don't mean to diminish our own strength, but in terms of political influence, the Marquis residence is not necessarily stronger than the Tao family. If the Tao family fights back with full force, both sides will suffer. Trying to discard the Tao family and then find Tang Rong a more powerful in-law family was wishful thinking. Tang Gang had indeed wanted to abandon the Tao family and believed that with Tang Rong's excellence, it wouldn't be hard to find another strong marriage alliance. But Tang Mo's reasoning made sense. If the Tao family retaliated, how much could the Marquis residence withstand? Thinking of this, he grew even more dissatisfied with Tang Rong over the earlier marriage swap. If not for that, Tao Iran would have married Tang Mo instead. Even if something like this had happened, the Marquis residence wouldn't be in such a passive position. I need to think about this. Go back to your duties. Tang Mo cupped his hands. Yes. He had said what needed to be said, there was no reason to stay. Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he ran into Madame Wang, who had clearly been waiting for him. Come back earlier this afternoon. I have something to discuss with you. Tang Mo stepped forward. Mother, you can tell me now. I've already taken leave. Madame Wang led him out of Chuanrong Hall and into a side chamber before speaking. You're already married now. There are some things you must learn to accept. Don't dwell on things that were never yours to begin with. Do you understand? You mean father and grandmother's attitude toward me? Tang Mo smiled faintly. I've already come to terms with it. Father is wary of me. No matter how hard I try, his attitude toward me is inconsistent, hot and cold depending on his mood. I know I can never compare to Tang Rong. As for grandmother, I understand too. No matter what Tang Rong is like inside, the image he presents is that of an excellent son. He's also the eldest grandson, of course she dotes on him. I have nothing to resent. The more clearly he spoke, the more it pained Madame Wang. It's my fault for being useless. Please don't say that. Tang Mo helped her sit down. It's already difficult for you to maintain your position in the household. I understand everything. There's no need for formalities between us. Madame Wang felt discouraged about the situation. After what Tang Rong did, your father and grandmother may have fainted from anger, but they still care for him the most. Now that he's ill, your father won't pursue the matter further, and your grandmother will only pity him for meeting the wrong woman. I thought this would finally make them disappointed in him and punish him severely. But just because he fell ill, all the blame was shifted onto the Tao family, as if Tang Rong bore no responsibility at all. Excuses about his kind nature and inexperience were thrown around. The biased mother and son had chosen to turn a blind eye. She even suspected Tang Rong had deliberately used a self-inflicted injury tactic, and very successfully. Tang Mo wasn't particularly disappointed. He had never had high expectations to begin with. No matter what father and grandmother think, his reputation outside is already damaged. No matter how much they explain or deny it afterward, he can't come out clean. The Ministry of Rights isn't a place that tolerates such scandals, and those censors are even less forgiving. I don't think he'll be able to return there. Madame Wang sighed. If not the Ministry of Rights, there are other posts. Your father is willing to spend for him. Tang Mo lowered his voice and finally voiced his true intention. Mother, I want the Marquis title. I want to obtain it. He didn't explain why, only that he wanted it. Madame Wang was stunned for a moment, then smiled. If my son has such ambition, I will support you with everything I have. Even if Tang Rong inherited the title, she would still become the old madam of the household. But how could that compare to the joy of her own son inheriting it? There was no need for further discussion. After a few simple words, Madame Wang changed the topic. I called you here not only to comfort you, but also to ask you to comfort your wife when you have the chance. What's wrong with Xin An? Tang Mo didn't even realize how much he now cared about her affairs. Madame Wang sighed. Since Tao Iran has proven unreliable, your grandmother has turned her attention to Xin An. For her, that's actually a good thing. But she overheard what your father and grandmother said today. I'm worried she might overthink it. In Madame Wang's eyes, no matter how clever Xin An was, she was still a merchant's daughter. She might not fully understand the coldness of a noble household and might see things too harshly. Tang Mo, however, felt relieved. Mother, there's no need to worry. She grew up helping her father in business. She's not naive. Father and grandmother are simply putting the family's interests first. She won't overthink it. I'll talk to her when I get the chance. Madame Wang then remembered the words Xin An had spoken to her at Nandu Temple. I had forgotten. That's good then. You're just worried out of care. Madame Wang's expression relaxed. She glanced at the sky outside. With things like this at home, you should go back to your duties. Staying might only irritate Tang Gang further. Tang Mo smiled. Since I have time, I'll visit my uncle and second uncle. Xin An is opening a medicinal cuisine restaurant. I'll invite them to show support. And I'll invite Shi Mao and the others as well. Madame Wang only knew about the grocery shop and hadn't asked further. Is everything going smoothly? It is. Tang Mo smiled. The steward my father-in-law sent is very capable, so she doesn't have to worry much. You know her temperament. She doesn't like to show off. A steady temperament is a good thing. Go make the arrangements. The opening day should be lively. If you need my help, just ask. Tang Mo nodded and returned briskly to Chioshi Courtyard, where he discussed the guest list with Xin An. Xin An counted on her fingers. We should reserve one private room for our own family, one for Uncle Fong, and then we'll calculate the rest. Tang Mo took up a brush and began writing names. After calculating, even inviting everyone they could think of only filled 6 or 7 tables, while the restaurant had 15 private rooms. After a moment's thought, Xin An came up with a plan. Reserve 2 tables for second uncle, one for him to host his friends, and one for Tang Yaoming to invite his teachers and classmates. Do the same for uncle, 1 table for him, one for Wang Shi. That way, we'll have scholars attending. Mother can sit with second aunt and aunt as well. It'll be convenient. Tang Mo grinned, thinking that Xin An opening a restaurant was benefiting his side of the family. Xin An laughed. Why not say I'm relying on your relatives to do business? At the very least, your uncle and second uncle will make this restaurant their first choice for hosting guests in the future. Chapter 208, Qingma's Inner Despair. Both Tang Mo and Xin An felt they had gained something from the situation, so naturally they exchanged compliments. When Aunt Wang came in with tea, she smiled with satisfaction, thinking she should have removed the extra quilt earlier. Just look at how quickly their relationship was progressing. Good things were surely coming soon. Tang Mo took the list they had drafted and headed out. At the gate, he ran into Tang Gang and Wang Shi, who were also leaving. Father, mother, going out? Wang Shi didn't hide it. We're going to the Tao residence. Tang Gang glanced at him. Why are you still at home? Tang Mo replied, I planned to wait until grandmother woke up to confirm she was all right before returning to work, but it seems she'll sleep a while longer, so I'll head back first. Tang Gang didn't say much more. Go on. Then I'll take my leave. Tang Mo exited, mounted his horse smoothly, and rode off quickly. Tang Gang frowned slightly. Why doesn't he use his guards? Wang Shi said, he works in the Northern Guard already, handling patrol and security matters. If he brought personal guards to work, wouldn't people laugh at him? He's also diligent in practicing martial arts. No need to worry. Tang Gang watched Tang Mo's departing figure, lost in thought. At Chunhua Courtyard, thanks to the physician's skill, Tang Rong's fever had temporarily subsided and his breathing stabilized. Everyone in the courtyard breathed a sigh of relief. Nanfeng found a chance to meet Qingma and handed him a small bottle of medicine. This is excellent wound medicine, made by physician Qin himself. It'll help you heal faster. Tang Rong's illness had brought disaster upon Qingma. Tang Gang refused to admit that Tang Rong fell ill due to his punishment, so he vented his anger on Qingma instead, accusing him of poor service. In his view, Qingma should have risked punishment to deliver a quilt to Tang Rong. As a result, Qingma was beaten with 20 strokes. Concubine Yu, crying endlessly over Tang Rong's condition, also complained that Tang Rong's wounds reopened due to Qingma's rough driving, causing Qingma to receive another 10 strokes. Qingma's eyes were swollen, his breathing heavy. He didn't know how to release his grievances. The truth was, he had secretly brought a quilt to the ancestral hall as soon as the wind picked up, but the heir insisted on refusing it. When the rain came, he tried again to persuade him, but Tang Rong firmly ordered him to take it away. Qingma had spent the entire night outside the ancestral hall, exposed to wind and damp air. Before dawn, he checked again. Tang Rong was already burning with fever, yet still refused the quilt and ordered him to leave so as not to ruin his plan. By morning, Tang Rong fell ill. The Marquis was heartbroken. The physician treated him carefully, and Qingma became the one blamed for negligence, left here to await punishment. Nan Feng. Seeing his hesitation, Nan Feng immediately grew alert. What do you want to say? This was all intentional by the heir. 2 incense sticks later, Nan Feng reported to Xin An. Qingma tried multiple times to deliver a quilt, but the heir refused, deliberately letting himself fall ill. Qingma himself endured wind and damp all night, caught a cold, and was beaten in the morning. Fortunately, the punishment wasn't severe enough to damage his bones, but combined with his condition, he's in bad shape. We gave him one of Xiaoxiao's pills, and Lu Cheng treated his wounds. Now, we've become his lifesavers. Nan Feng was quite satisfied. She had been wondering how to win Qingma over completely. This opportunity came on its own. Xin An's lips curved slightly. Yesterday, Tang Gang was furious to the point of fainting. Today, with Tang Rong falling ill, he became a loving father again. It was unlikely he would continue punishing him. This matter had passed easily. So he even resorted to a self-inflicted injury strategy. If it had been Tang Emo instead, he might have been beaten to death outright. Madam, the old lady has awakened. Xin An responded with a soft instructed Nan Feng to keep an eye on Qingma, and then went to Chuanrong Hall. At the entrance, she saw Ganlu carrying a bowl of medicine. Second madam, you're here? Madam Ganlu, how is grandmother? Ganlu shook her head. Seeing her red eyes, Xin An stepped forward. Is something wrong? Ganlu said, the physician says the old lady suffered from extreme anger, and with her age, it has harmed her vitality. She needs quiet rest now. But she's worried about the Marquis and the heir. How can she calm down? Second madam, the old lady favors you most. Please try to persuade her. Xin An nodded. Seeing Ganlu's guilt, she comforted her. Grandmother still needs your care. Don't let yourself fall ill too, and don't blame yourself. You were only worried about father and elder brother. Ganlu's tears nearly fell. I understand. Please go in. Xin An entered the room. Seeing the old lady, she was slightly startled. Grandmother, are you still feeling unwell? After just an hour of sleep, she looked much more frail, visibly aged. Leaning against soft cushions, the old lady said, the physician has seen me. It's nothing serious. I am old, after all. Xin An guessed the fainting had weakened her vitality. Father is already troubled, and elder brother has just recovered from his fever. If they knew you were so affected because of this, they would feel deeply distressed. If news of her fainting spread, outsiders might connect the dots, and Tang Rong would gain a reputation for unfilial conduct. The old lady, who cared deeply for both Tang Gang and Tang Rong, would never allow that. She patted Xin An's hand. It's rare that you still speak for your elder brother. I judged you correctly. You are kind and broad-minded. Xin An smiled faintly. What happened between me and elder brother is personal. I've long let it go. His matter concerns the reputation and future of the entire household. If one falls, all suffer. The old lady nodded, then asked about Tang Rong. Xin An said his fever had subsided, but she didn't know the details. With sister-in-law absent and my husband still at work, it wouldn't be proper for me to visit him alone, so I only sent someone to inquire. Father has visited him twice, the physician is there, and attendants are present. He will be fine, please don't worry. As for outside matters, Father will handle them. There are so many people in the household. Grandmother should focus on recovery. Once you're well, everyone will feel at ease, and father can deal with external affairs without distraction. The old lady's expression softened. She then asked about Tangang. Xin An replied, with mother around, you need not worry. Though she had a small disagreement with father earlier, she still cares deeply for him. The old lady thought about it and agreed. After years of marriage, how could they truly become distant? Chapter 209. Madame Tao's Breakdown. Before Tangang and Wang Shi even arrived at the Tao residence, chaos had already erupted within. The previous night, Tao Jiawei had returned late and, acting suspiciously, once again reached into Li Shi's dowry chest. Just as he grabbed the banknotes, Li Shi woke up. Early that morning, she went crying to Madame Tao. Madame Tao had already been anxious over Tao Iran's situation and hadn't slept all night. Her mind was still muddled when she learned that her son had been frequenting gambling houses. He had not only lost his private savings, but also the properties under his name, and had even repeatedly taken from Li Shi's dowry. She nearly fainted on the spot. Before she could recover and suppress the matter, Lord Tao rushed in after hearing the news. What followed was his explosive fury. Unlike Tang Gang, who couldn't bring himself to be harsh with Tang Rong, Lord Tao immediately ordered family punishment. Tao Jiawei was beaten until he screamed like a dying man. Even Madame Tao, who tried to shield him, was struck once. Seeing that he might beat Tao Jiawei to death, Madame Tao sent someone to fetch the old matriarch. But the old lady didn't come. Instead, she sent word, as long as he wasn't beaten to death or had his hands chopped off, there was no need to involve her. Though she came from a humble background, she understood well, once someone became addicted to gambling, their life was ruined. To break such an addiction, harsh measures were necessary. Tao Iran hid herself and refused to appear. She had once hoped her brother would succeed and provide her support, but now that he had taken up gambling, even she knew it was a path with no good outcome. In the end, Tao Jiawei was beaten until barely breathing. Lord Tao threw aside the rod and had his servant brought in for questioning. The servant confessed everything. Someone had invited Tao Jiawei out for entertainment. They took him twice, then advised him not to come anymore, said it should just be for fun, not something to indulge in. After that, the young master went on his own and didn't bring them along. Lord Tao, experienced as he was, immediately realized this had been a setup. Do you know who those two men were? The servant knew only a little. They hadn't appeared again afterward. Perhaps from the gambling house? It was common for gambling dens to lure people in for profit. Lord Tao didn't have time to investigate further. He ordered Tao Jiawei locked in the ancestral hall. No one was to release him without permission. Madame Tao clutched her chest in anguish. This year is truly cursed. Why so many disasters? Li Shi did not relent despite her distress. Yesterday my younger sister sent someone to borrow a jade ornament. I couldn't find it then and thought I misplaced it, but now it's gone. I must give her an answer. This matter cannot be made public, but I can't refuse her without reason. Does the household have something similar to substitute for now? As she described the missing jade, Madame Tao said they had something similar. Li Shi then handed over a list of lost items. There are several more. Please take a look. The list included not only items but also money. Madame Tao immediately understood. This was a demand for compensation. Already furious over her son's beating, she finally lost her restraint. That is your husband. I haven't even questioned you. Your own husband has been gambling for days, and you didn't notice at all? What kind of wife are you? Li Shi bowed. Mother is right. I will be more attentive in the future. But I also have my difficulties. Please forgive me. Bang. Madame Tao slammed the table, about to speak, when Lord Tao cut in. Compensate everything on that list from that useless wretch. Check what properties he still has. Hand them all over to his wife to manage. After this incident, he had already decided to arrange a transfer out of the capital as soon as possible and take Tao Jiawei with him. Madame Tao didn't dare object. After settling this matter, the couple went to the old matriarch's courtyard. As soon as they entered, a teacup shattered at Madame Tao's feet, startling her. Then came a torrent of scolding. The old lady berated her for poor household management, for letting internal matters leak outside and become public scandal. She scolded her for indulging Tao Jiawei, failing to notice his repeated requests for money, allowing him to sink deeper and deeper. Madame Tao swallowed all her grievances and knelt to endure the lecture. Only after the old lady finished did she ask about the next steps. Upon learning Tao Jiawei would be confined and that arrangements were being made for an external post, the old lady nodded. In a new place under strict supervision, his gambling habit could still be broken. Then she asked, "What about Iran?" The situation had gone far beyond her expectations. Lord Tao took a deep breath and gave his decision. She must request a divorce herself. "You've lost your mind?" Both Madame Tao and the old matriarch were shocked. The Marquis household will not admit fault. Neither can the Tao family bear this blame. Apart from outright denial, the only way to preserve any reputation is for Iran to request separation herself. No matter who initiated it, the Tao family will always be the one to suffer. "I've made my decision. It will not change." Marrying into the Marquis household had been his greatest mistake. Losing one daughter now was better than dragging the entire family down in prolonged conflict. "Master." "No more." It was Tao Iran who had invited Tang Rong that day. Though Tang Rong's attitude suggested reluctance, Lord Tao could not convince himself she was innocent. Tang Rong was self-serving. If he had intended to protect his wife, he would have done so already. A servant entered. "Master, the Marquis of Wei Yuan and his wife have arrived. They are in the front hall." "Good." Lord Tao turned and left without giving the two women a chance to speak. Madame Tao finally broke down. Her son had nearly ruined his future through gambling. Her daughter was now to divorce herself. She couldn't even imagine what lay ahead. "Mother, didn't you say everything was under control? Didn't you say it was just a small matter? Why has it become like this?" She could no longer suppress her anger. The old matriarch slammed the table. "You should be asking yourself, how did this get out? How do you manage this household? If not for you, none of this would have happened." After a sleepless night and a morning of shock, Madame Tao completely lost control. "All these years I held back, but no more. If not for you, would Iran have learned such tricks?" A proper wife turned into something like a concubine, thinking only of using her looks to please men. "What exactly have you taught her?" "Impudence." The old matriarch roared. "Who gave you the right to defy your elders?" "Kneel." Madame Tao laughed wildly. "What right do you have to make me kneel? You've ruined my daughter. How many more in this household will you destroy before you're satisfied? If not for you, how would I have become a laughingstock? How would my husband be mocked behind his back? You think you raised Iran well? Why don't you go outside and hear what people say about her? They say she perfectly inherited your ways, that her conduct is a family tradition. Do you think that's praise?" Chapter 210. A sudden turn. Tao Iran is pregnant. Madame Tao had completely lost control, yet she felt an overwhelming sense of release. In all her life, she had never felt this unrestrained. She no longer cared about consequences. She said whatever came to mind. The old matriarch's chest heaved violently with anger. "You failed to manage the household and refused to reflect, yet you dare shift all blame onto your mother-in-law? Is this the discipline of your Wang family? If that's the case, from today onward, household management will be handed over to Jiawei's wife. You will reflect on yourself." Losing control of household authority meant nothing to Madame Tao now. She continued arguing loudly, even invoking her family background. In the end, the old matriarch couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted. But after venting her anger, Madame Tao herself couldn't catch her breath and collapsed as well. The inner courtyard descended into chaos. It was only when Li Shi arrived that things stabilized. She immediately issued a strict order. Anyone caught spreading gossip would be severely punished, women sold to brothels regardless of age, men sent to the mines. Under such pressure, no one dared utter a word. In her own courtyard, Tao Iran soon received the news and panicked completely. Originally, she hadn't been worried about her affair with Tang Rong being exposed. The Marquis household would naturally handle it, just like at the Yaya banquet, When wasn't the crown princess the one who ultimately took the blame? But she never imagined her own father would abandon her. A voluntary divorce sounded nice, but what came after? Would she spend the rest of her life in a temple, accompanied only by dim lamps and Buddhist chants? Where is father? I want to see father. Miss, the master has ordered you are not to leave the courtyard. The servants had already been replaced. No matter what, they refused to let her out. Overcome with agitation, Tao Iran fainted as well. In the Tao residence's front hall, Lord Tao could tell from Tang Gang's expression that he had come to hold him accountable. This only made him despise Tang Rong even more. Even if Iran had taken the initiative, if Tang Rong had truly been unwilling, could she have forced him? Yet when trouble came, he hid and refused to show himself, lacking even the most basic responsibility of a man. Such a son-in-law was not worth keeping. So before Tang Gang could even speak, Lord Tao announced his decision first. Tang Gang thought he had misheard. A voluntary divorce? Brother Tao, what do you mean? He was stunned. He hadn't even begun his accusations, and the other side had already withdrawn completely. Lord Tao said calmly, "Since the marriage, your son has encountered misfortune repeatedly, and the Tao family has also faced constant turmoil." Thinking back, the two children never even had their horoscopes matched before marriage. It seems they are simply incompatible by fate. Rather than continue harming each other, it is better to separate early. This way, neither side delays future marriages. Wang Shi hadn't expected such decisiveness either, but she still tried to persuade him. It's said better to demolish a temple than break a marriage. Though the rumors outside are unpleasant, they also show the two children are quite close. Lord Tao sighed. This all began from a mistake. If we hadn't insisted on continuing back then, neither family's reputation would be suffering now. My decision is final. Please do not try to persuade me further. Tang Gang's expression darkened. He didn't want Tao Iran back, but if the Tao family spoke first, it made the Marquis household seem like the one at fault. Brother Tao, please reconsider. No need. Lord Tao remained firm. We serve in the same court. I do not wish for such matters to damage our relationship. Let's settle it this way. Your son is outstanding. He will surely find a better match. Tang Gang wavered internally. Brother Tao, this situation is not beyond saving. Let us think of another solution. You're acting in haste, perhaps we should discuss it another day. But Lord Tao refused to budge. Wang Shi tried again. They are just rumors, nothing truly serious. Why go to such extremes? Lord Tao sighed deeply. It is merely a doomed match. Though I regret losing such an excellent son-in-law, I cannot bear to delay his future. My daughter is unfortunate. She is not worthy of a man like him. In the future, she will remain in the family temple and pray for his well-being. Tang Gang understood. These polite words were filled with resentment. Since Brother Tao insists, I won't force the matter. It's a pity the two children were destined to meet, but not to stay together. Lord Tao nodded outwardly, though he sneered inwardly. Just as they were about to discuss the details, a maid rushed in. Master, the young lady fainted just now. The physician has checked, she is with child. The three people in the hall froze. Pregnant. At this moment, Wang Shi was the first to react. She clasped her hands in prayer. Amitabha, this is wonderful news. Brother Tao, the child coming at this time, it must be heaven's will. Of all times, it was discovered now. Wang Shi breathed a huge sigh of relief. She had thought things would go exactly as Tang Gang wished, but fate had intervened. Tang Gang and Lord Tao both looked stunned. Tang Gang forced a stiff smile. Since it is heaven's will, Brother Tao, there is no need to dwell on what we just said. Let us pretend it was never mentioned. The disappointment in his heart was almost visible. Lord Tao remained seated, still processing the shock. He had already made his stance clear, yet everything had suddenly reversed. Wang Shi, however, looked delighted. Since our daughter-in-law is pregnant, it is no longer appropriate for her to remain at her parents' home. Marquis, what do you think? Tang Gang could barely maintain his smile. Handle it as you see fit. Wang Shi nodded happily. I'll go to the inner courtyard. As a mother-in-law, she couldn't ignore such news. Tang Gang wanted to leave immediately, but remembering his purpose for coming, he stayed. Brother Tao, there are still matters we must discuss. With a child involved, the two families were now even more tightly bound. No matter their dissatisfaction, they had to swallow it and work toward a common goal. In the inner courtyard, Madame Tao, having just regained consciousness, heard the news and burst into tears of joy. Ignoring her dizziness, she hurried to Tao Iran's room, smiling through tears. This is wonderful news. This child is a blessing. Once it arrives, all problems will disappear. Children were everything. No matter how dissatisfied the Marquis household was, they would show leniency for the sake of the child. From now on, don't worry about anything. Just focus on nurturing the pregnancy. In a couple of days, the Marquis household will send someone to bring you back. She initially wanted to put on airs, to regain some dignity after being suppressed by the Marquis household, but fearing further complications, she gave up. You should just go back with them. Tao Iran smiled faintly, gently stroking her abdomen. I understand. With the child in her womb, all dissatisfaction toward her would vanish. If she gave birth to a son, her position in the Marquis household would be unshakable. Not even Xin An could compete with that. Chapter 211, Wang Shi suppresses Madame Tao. Compared with Madame Tao and Tao Iran's overwhelming joy, Li Shi, who had accompanied Madame Tao, didn't utter a single unnecessary word. Regarding Tao Iran's pregnancy, she only thought the girl had luck on her side and secretly hoped that the Marquis household would remove this trouble today, so she wouldn't have to witness any more heartache. Madam, the Marquis wife has arrived. A maid led Wang Shi into the room. Wang Shi forced a polite smile but didn't greet Madame Tao, instead going straight to Tao Iran. How's your body? Any discomfort anywhere? Tao Iran leaned gently against the soft pillows, her voice calm and polite. Thank you for your concern, mother. The doctor says everything is fine, I just need to rest more. You are indeed blessed. Wang Shi glanced around the room at the furnishings. You've just found out you are with child, so you must take special care. It's not suitable to move immediately. I'll send someone to Spring Blossom Courtyard to prepare things properly before bringing you back. If you need anything, just have someone notify the mansion. I'll have it sent over. Tao Iran smiled in thanks. Wang Shi then turned toward Madame Tao. Mother-in-law, you'll need to take care of her these few days. Madame Tao's lips twitched faintly. My own daughter will, of course, look after her properly. It's just a pity the girl has suffered so much, her heart restless and nearly crying herself blind. I do hope it hasn't harmed the baby. Yes, such matters are truly unsettling, Wang Shi said. She understood what Madame Tao implied, that she wanted to use the pregnancy to flaunt her power, to pressure the Marquis household, and to demand a grand reception for Tao Iran. She wanted to elevate the standing of Tao Iran and the Tao family. It was an ambitious plan, but Wang Shi would see if it worked. She then turned to Tao Iran. Don't take those rumors to heart. Just focus on your pregnancy. Tao Iran nodded obediently. Madame Tao, however, wasn't ready to let things go. Such a big matter, mother-in-law doesn't intend to say anything. The Marquis household doesn't offer even a word of explanation. If Tang Rong hadn't lost control, the Tao family wouldn't have been laughed at. Now the young men and women in the Tao household who hadn't married yet were dragged into the scandal, while the Marquis household emerged unscathed. Do you wish to investigate this further? Wang Shi asked. Previously, in the Marquis household, the two families had already torn off their masks. Wang Shi's attitude was not exactly humble. Of course, Madame Tao said coldly. The courts may settle disputes with considerations of right and wrong, but such a matter cannot simply be dismissed lightly, can it? Wang Shi smirked inwardly. She knew she wasn't a masterful matriarch compared to others in the capital, but in front of Madame Tao, she felt like a strategist. The two children haven't done anything that enrages heaven or man. If outsiders take pleasure from it, that's one thing, but why should their own family hold a grudge? Madame Tao had come here forcing herself, but Wang Shi's words made her dizzy again. Li Shi quickly went to support her, yet Madame Tao glared at Wang Shi. If not for Tang Rong. Mother-in-law. Wang Shi interrupted. This matter should not be investigated further. Prolonged investigation would only hurt the children's reputation and dignity. What happens between young couples in intimacy is natural, consensual. They hold no resentment toward each other. It was only that a small matter inside high walls spread so easily outside, causing waves. Mother-in-law need not press the issue. How did the news spread so quickly? Even I am shocked. Mother-in-law, what do you think? Li Shi's eyes flickered. She realized her mother-in-law had met her match. The other day, Lady Tang, with just a few words, had extracted Tang Rong and Tao Iran, showing herself as a reasonable and caring mother. By contrast, the Tao family could not so easily undo the leak. Previously, the matriarch had scolded the steward. Now, the mother-in-law's questioning left her with no room to maneuver. Unexpectedly, her impulsive move had brought such benefit. It was a lucky strike. Madame Tao was indeed speechless. The rumor had originated from her own household, yet Wang Shi didn't hold back, aiming her words directly at her. Wang Shi, seemingly oblivious to Madame Tao's bad face, said, "The matter has reached this point. There's no benefit in saying more. I came in a hurry today, and I still need to send over some useful things, so I won't stay longer." Li Shi accompanied Wang Shi to the door. Wang Shi asked, "I didn't inquire earlier, but mother-in-law's complexion looked bad. Is she ill?" Li Shi replied, "There have been endless rumors outside, and Madame Tao is worried. The doctor has already seen her, no need to be concerned. To be honest, before you and the Marquis entered, mother-in-law fainted once. The doctor had to use acupuncture to revive her. If she said anything unpleasant, don't take it to heart." Wang Shi feigned surprise. "Such a thing?" Then she sighed. "I only saw her pale face and thought she was sick. Earlier, I may have spoken too quickly, just thinking the children would be the most upset. Intimate matters between husband and wife becoming public ridicule, how could anyone feel good about it? As elders, we must be considerate, not repeatedly mention it in front of the children, damaging their dignity. The matter has happened. No one wants conflict. Fortunately, it is not an insurmountable hurdle. Over time it will pass. Thankfully, Iran is strong-minded, otherwise, I can't imagine how this would affect the child in her womb." Li Shi almost laughed at the last remark, strong-minded. She didn't know if Wang Shi was sincere or merely trying to sound comforting. Tao Iran, after all, was naturally carefree, waiting for the Marquis household to handle matters while she enjoyed her days quietly. They say the Marquis wife is the most benevolent, and indeed the rumors are not false. Li Shi quickly hid her amusement. "If all mothers in the world were like you, what a blessing it would be. To be loved by you is a great fortune." "It's simply empathy," Wang Shi said lightly. She walked a few steps and noticed the Tao household servants were different from before, more disciplined. "Have the household staff been changed?" "No," Li Shi replied. Wang Shi smiled. "I just think your mansion staff is very capable and disciplined." Li Shi immediately understood and smiled lightly. "My mother-in-law hasn't been well these past 2 days. This morning, my steward scolded the staff over the earlier incident. They must have remembered the lesson." Wang Shi paused, smiling sideways. "It seems the young lady's steward is even more skilled than your mother-in-law. Had he been in charge earlier, perhaps such trouble wouldn't have arisen." Li Shi smiled faintly, proud but polite. "You flatter me. It's my first time handling things. There's much I don't know. I hope to receive your guidance when possible." "You are too polite. Don't call me madam so formally, call me aunt instead, to be closer." Chapter 212, Wang Shi's Masterstroke. The Tao family had replaced their steward, and surely other matters had occurred behind the scenes. Wang Shi only glanced briefly, showing no curiosity, then smiled and continued walking. Li Shi followed suit, respectfully addressing her as aunt, which immediately made the two seem much closer as they talked along the way. "Take care, aunt," Li Shi said. After seeing them to the door, she watched Tang Gang and Wang Shi board the carriage before returning to the mansion. Back in her chamber, the nanny serving her brought over some tea with a smile. "Starting today, the management of the Tao family's internal affairs officially falls under the young lady's hand." Li Shi sipped the tea and said, "Don't celebrate too soon. The mansion may still be in turmoil. If the Marquis leaves the capital, I'll have to go with him. The matriarch had still not woken up. Who knew what trouble she might cause once she did? The conflicts between the two generations of mothers-in-law naturally benefited Li Shi, but the Tao family's situation was now uncertain. The nanny, optimistic, said, "As long as we can make the young master quit gambling and get the elder to find him a position in the capital, then there will be a reason to stay here." I noticed the way Madame Tang spoke to the young lady today. I think she's quite displeased with our mistress, but that may not be bad for the young lady. In the future, they can interact more. Li Shi sneered. How much true care could a stepmother have for her stepson? Especially one who, on her wedding night, had taken her stepson's bride. If she still held no resentment, then Madame Tang must be made of tofu. Li Shi guessed that Wang Shi was not as superficially kind and generous as she appeared. To be the matriarch of the Marquis household, managing its internal affairs for years, such a person could not be simple. She's not only displeased with the mother-in-law, but probably even more so with that girl. If she truly valued the child in her womb, she wouldn't have behaved the way she did today. Only the mother-in-law fails to see this and thinks having a child gives her the upper hand. What about that other pregnant girl in the Marquis household? Wasn't she sent off to the estate as well? From what I see, the Marquis household doesn't need to flatter her. Just watch and wait. The nanny nodded and returned to discussing household management. Once in power, she would be busy for several days. At that moment, another maid entered, holding a letter, her expression as if she had found some great matter. "Young lady, we just caught a sneaky servant. From him, we found this letter. It was sent by third young master Zhu of Xianghua to give to you." The crucial point. This isn't the first time. Li Shi took the letter, examined it twice without opening it, and lifted one corner of her lips in disgust. "Take this letter to mother, and tell her exactly what you just told me." This was striking while her mother-in-law was still recovering. She wondered if Madame Tao could withstand such a thing in her current state. Once the maid left, the nanny lowered her voice. "The young lady's steward really is too lax. A letter like this could move freely in the mansion. If the elder and matriarch see it, the young lady will truly have control of her steward's authority." Li Shi smiled silently. The maid had already undermined herself. She only needed to spark the flame, and the advantage would be hers. Tang Gang returned to the mansion with a stern face. Wang Shi followed closely, taking a sip of tea before speaking. It was really unexpected. The Tao family almost opened the way, letting the Marquis household shake off the Tao family's pressure, but then she got pregnant. It was as if heaven itself were helping her son. Tang Gang's chest tightened. "You want to see her? How is she?" "How could she be otherwise?" Wang Shi sighed. She was beaming. The moment she knew she was with child, she thought all was well. She disregarded everything else and waited for the Marquis household to clean up the mess. Tang Gang snorted coldly. "In a few days, bring back the girl at the estate. She should be close to giving birth, right?" He referred to Tang Rong's child, Xueyu, who Wang Shi had calculated would be born around the end of the year. "Kaigu has been taking care of her. I hear the baby is healthy." Tang Gang added. "She's the Marquis blood. Better to raise her in our sight. We'll find an appropriate day to bring her back." Xueyu's birth circumstances were poor, but Tao Iran's background wasn't much better. With a mother of questionable reputation, her child would likely be criticized growing up. Better to keep Xueyu, who had a minor birth defect but otherwise proper upbringing, nearby. Thinking of Tang Rong's 2 children, Tang Gang felt even more irritated. Delay bringing her back from the Tao family by a few days. Wang Shi agreed. Waiting a couple of days is fine. If too long, more gossip may arise. Today, seeing the Tao family matron, it's clear she thought her unborn child gave her leverage over the Marquis household and expected an explanation. "How did you handle her?" Tang Gang asked. Wang Shi smiled. "They're newlyweds, young and emotional. It's nothing serious." The Tao household's lack of discipline allowed the matter to spread. If anyone must be blamed, it's the Tao family. Wang Shi's judgment was far wiser than Tang Mo's. Tang Mo suggested denying everything and going to great lengths to mitigate any impact on the Marquis household. Wang Shi saw no need, confirming the incident saved time and effort. This move not only cemented Tang Rong's lack of virtue, but also highlighted Madame Tao's poor management. Moreover, Wang Shi, the stepmother, gained a reputation for leniency. Why not do it? Tang Gang was greatly pleased, finding it easier to forgive Tang Rong. It was a pity Wang Shi hadn't shared this idea earlier, leaving him passive during his conversation with Tao Da. Wang Shi then brought the conversation back to Tao Iran. Tang Gang snorted again. She thinks the Marquis household is like the Tao family, treating anything related to offspring as if it were a delicacy. Once she is brought back, don't let her leave again. She can stay quietly in Spring Blossom Courtyard. This was exactly what Wang Shi wanted. Tang Rong had no chance to connect with a stronger in-law, nor would a competent daughter-in-law enter to share power with Xin An, and Tang Rong was completely cut off. Nothing could be more perfect. I understand. Rest assured, Marquis. Until the child reaches 100 days old, I won't let her meet anyone. Tang Gang visibly relaxed and invited Wang Shi to see Tang Rong and share the news. Stepping outside, the sky seemed bluer, the air fresher, and his mood much improved. Today's weather is good. Wang Shi looked up at the sky. Yes, it is. Too bad the previously planned outing on the day off won't happen. Tang Gang nodded, a hint of regret on his face. Chapter 213, Has Tang Gang lost his mind? Though plans for the family outing were postponed, Tang Rong could not be embarrassed in front of everyone. Since the strategy was already set, it was just a matter of executing it elsewhere. For Tang Mo and Xin, this posed no real problem. From a distance, Xin saw Tang Gang and Wang Shi leaving Chuanrong Hall and approached to greet them. Wang Shi smiled and asked, "Has your grandmother recovered a bit?" "Much better," Xin replied. "She's just not as energetic as before." The household doctor checked on her again and said she needs another month to fully recover. Otherwise, there's nothing wrong. Just now, she even had a bowl of millet porridge. That's good to hear. Xin asked, "Father and mother are going to see elder brother?" "Yes." Knowing Tang Gang would discuss matters with Tang Rong shortly, Wang Shi decided it was inappropriate for Xin to stay, so she spoke first. "You've been busy all day. Go back early and rest." Xin understood and went straight into Qiushi Courtyard, acting as if she had no curiosity about the neighboring events. This suited her position perfectly. After all, she had already gone through the wedding ceremony, and even a single extra word could cause misunderstanding. Inside Chunhua Courtyard, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Kai Gugu, upon seeing Tang Gang, hurriedly came out, anxious. She explained that Tang Rong had initially recovered from his fever, but within 2 hours it had returned. He just broke a sweat, and now he's feeling a bit better. Naturally, Tang Gang was worried. He strode into the bedroom, where Tang Rong lay weakly. He had lost some weight, regaining his previous appearance, but his pale face after the fever made Tang Gang's heart ache. Seeing Tang Rong trying to get up, Tang Gang quickly said, "Don't move. Do you feel better?" Tang Rong nodded weakly. "Sorry to make father and mother worry. Better is better." Kai Gugu brought over a stool, and Tang Gang sat down. "Today, your mother and I went to the Tao family. Don't concern yourself with external matters. Just focus on recovering." Tang Gang felt frustrated that ever since his marriage, it had been either accidents or illness, and he knew the Ministry of Rights would surely have objections. Once Tang Rong recovered, he would need to prepare proper gifts to go handle the situation. Tang Rong had deliberately made himself sick to force Tang Gang to intervene. Now that the matter was settled, he was curious how it had been handled. "I caused such trouble and made father and mother worry. But it spread outside because of certain people. If any cost was incurred, I'll bear it myself. I don't want to trouble the household." Tang Gang did not hide anything, recounting exactly what happened at the Tao family that day, adding, "This was all thanks to your mother." To fully suppress the matter, Wang Shi needed to go out and take action. Tang Rong struggled to sit up to thank her, but Wang Shi urged him not to move. "We are mother and son. You come first. Handling this matter isn't difficult, but in the future, be more vigilant and cautious of outside intentions." Tang Rong did not wish to return to the Tao family. He also could not understand why Wang Shi had not secretly sent someone to ruin him completely, clearing the way for Tang Mo. This was my fault. Yet mother had to work hard on my behalf. I feel guilty. You and I are mother and son. Let's not talk about that. The priority now is to recover. Once you're better, we'll go to the Tao family to bring your wife back. Tang Rong asked in confusion. Father and mother don't blame Iran anymore? Wang Shi smiled. There's also good news to tell you today. Your wife discovered she's pregnant, just over a month along. This is a great joy. Tang Rong froze, unable to show emotion at first. After a moment, he spoke. Iran is pregnant? Yes, Wang Shi confirmed, smiling warmly. Your father also said to send someone to bring Xueyu back. By the end of the year, she should give birth. Once she returns, your wife can have tea with her concubine's child. Soon, your courtyard will have 2 little ones. It will be lively indeed. Kai Gugu, Wang Shi turned and instructed. Tomorrow, have the courtyard thoroughly cleaned. You've been through this before and know a pregnant woman's needs. Anything required, consult Ping Qiu and be meticulous. Kai Gugu bowed and obeyed, secretly glancing at Tang Rong. Tang Rong was unsure whether to laugh. Seeing Tang Gang's expression, he guessed his father's thoughts, but still forced a smile. Mother has to worry again. Offspring is the marquee household matter. Mother is glad to care for it. Even if Tao Iran gave birth to a son, under these circumstances, the child would not be especially valuable. For Tang Rong, Wang Shi had found a reason to firmly establish that he had indiscretions with his wife and the Yu family, all while presenting a perfectly reasoned explanation. Yet, it was only self-deception. With everything said, Tang Gang and Wang Shi left together. Outside the courtyard gate, Tang Gang suddenly stopped, turning to observe the gates of Chunhua Courtyard and Xiushi Courtyard. Wang Shi followed his gaze. What are you looking at, Marquis? Tang Gang said nothing, instead turning and entering Xiushi Courtyard. Compared with Chunhua Courtyard, Xiushi was larger, more open, and immediately felt different. While Chunhua was somber and lifeless, Xiushi was full of vitality. In the courtyard, a few red carps swam in a large water tank. Flowers were flourishing, and a small dog tilted its head, watching him. Mynas under the eaves chattered. The servants, dressed identically to Chunhua's, simply seemed livelier. Father, mother? Xin An emerged smiling. Have you seen elder brother? Is he feeling better? The courtyard seemed even more vibrant with Xin in there. Wang Shi sensed something amiss, but smiled. He's much better. Your father said he hasn't looked closely at your courtyard, so we came by. Fish and dogs everywhere, it's lively. Xin An quickly glanced at Tang Gang's face, then cheerfully explained the courtyard's arrangement. These flowers and mynas were brought back from the flower and bird market when I went with grandmother. Autumn is bleak everywhere, so placing flowers here makes it cheerful. These fish have been raised for a while, they've grown. The fat one was a gift from my husband. When idle, it's fun to watch. Her gaze swept the courtyard. I plan to buy some pretty lanterns in a few days to hang them up, it'll be more charming. Wang Shi nodded with a smile. You know how to live well. Just entering this courtyard, one feels vitality and comfort. Tang Gang withdrew his gaze, then turned and walked without a word. Wang Shi followed. Xin An saw them off, puzzled, unsure what strange whim had taken hold of Tang Gang today. Chapter 214, Wang Shi lays the foothold. Tang Gang was acting strangely. Wang Shi quickly guessed the reason, and a cold smile curved her lips. As expected of a doted-on son, just a brief illness erased all the shameful things he had done, and the very person who had been enraged by the news now felt concern for him. All the fuss was really just because he felt sorry that his eldest son lived in a less lively courtyard and had suffered some grievances. Once they reached the front courtyard and had tea, Tang Gang brought up the 2 courtyards. The younger one's place looks so open and bright. Wang Shi calmly put down her teacup. Marquis, you forget. Originally, Xiushi Courtyard was prepared for the eldest. It was meant to be spacious and bright. The second son was supposed to live in Chunhua Courtyard. Being the younger brother, it didn't matter if it was smaller. The master said that while Qiushi courtyard appears open and bright, it cannot gather and retain energy. Chunhua, though smaller, benefits the descendants more. That's why the brothers' courtyards were swapped. Now the eldest already has 2 children. The master was right. It truly benefits descendants. Hearing her, Tang Gang recalled this reasoning but still commented, "The eldest son's courtyard feels dead and lifeless. The second son's courtyard is lively and comfortable." Wang Shi rolled her eyes inwardly. The construction of the Marquis mansion was approved by the Imperial Observatory. Its feng shui was good. The early difference between the 2 courtyards was just size. The current disparity largely came from the people living in them. Understanding Tang Gang thoroughly, Wang Shi explained in a way that made him accept it. The younger son's wife likes liveliness. Look at how she dresses, red and green, gold and jade, all luxurious. Her courtyard naturally matches her style, and the flowers are replaced every month. The eldest son's wife prefers simplicity. If not for ritual restrictions, she would wear white from head to toe. Her daily jewelry is mostly white jade. It seems plain. The servants follow their mistress, so Chunhua courtyard has fewer decorations, simple and dull. That's probably why she wants to play the Qin. Tang Gang realized it was indeed so. Tao Iran's dress looked unlucky, making it seem as if the Marquis house was doomed, unlike Xin An, who exuded festivity and prosperity. Wang Shi thoughtfully suggested, "If the Marquis feels the courtyard is unsuitable, there are other courtyards in the mansion. Should we move them?" Tang Gang shook his head. Perhaps it was just overthinking. It wasn't the courtyard, it was Tao Iran's unlucky fate. Wang Shi raised her teacup and smiled faintly, lowering her gaze. "Marquis, the eldest son's child is indeed somewhat ill-fated. We can only hope the child in the eldest son's wife's womb is blessed, bringing smooth fortune to him," she casually mentioned. Madame Chow said her son also had a rough time, encountering consecutive accidents. But after her daughter-in-law became pregnant, the son's luck turned. The child was born a lovely little girl. On her full month, grandfather Chow was promoted. 3 months later, the son also advanced. They say the girl brought fortune with her. Having her, the household is filled with laughter. Tang Gang was aware of this. When grandfather Chow spoke of his little granddaughter, he could hardly stop smiling. At first, Tang Gang had been indifferent. It was just a girl. What was there to brag about? Now, hearing this, he envied slightly and grew more hopeful for the child in Tao Iran's womb, hoping it would bring fortune to the Marquis household. Wang Shi smiled faintly, eating her tea. Tang Gang went to the study. Once he left, Wang Shi set down her cup, thinking she had to inform Tang Mo. She also intended to create some bad luck for Tang Rong, letting him believe that having a child would turn things around. What a dream. "Don't worry. I'll get there early and won't let you be overwhelmed." At the Marquis gate, Yen Shimao smiled at Tang Mo. "This is also an opportunity for me. How could I miss it?" On the day the medicinal cuisine restaurant opened, there would be no shortage of guests. Tang Mo, busy as he was, specially invited Yen Shimao to help entertain, which was indeed an opportunity for Yen Shimao, who was striving to rise. Tang Mo said, "No need for formalities between brothers. Once the day is over, I'll hold a banquet to invite you and your wife." "Understood." He swiftly mounted his horse and rode off. Back at the mansion, Tang Mo didn't return straight to Qiushi courtyard, but first sought out Wang Shi. Since their heartfelt conversation last time, mother and son had been working toward the same goal. Naturally, Wang Shi wanted to share the news immediately for full preparation. Knowing that Wang Shi had already laid the foothold, Tang Mo smiled. "I'll take care of what comes next. Mother, just watch. There will be a big scene in a few days." Wang Shi reminded him to be cautious. Tang Mo nodded. After talking for a while, he went to Chunrong Hall to pay respects to grandmother. "Grandmother, are you feeling better?" Before he could finish, concern already showed in his voice. The grandmother smiled upon seeing him. "I'm fine. Hearing your voice makes me even better. Just returned." "Yes." Tang Mo sat beside the grandmother. "I worried about you, so I wanted to come back early. But other matters today delayed me." Your complexion isn't as good as yesterday. You must take good care of yourself. The grandmother already knew about Tao Iran's pregnancy. While a new child was always joyous, the happiness was slightly tempered. She held Tang Mo's hand. Today your mother went to the Tao family. Your eldest brother's wife is pregnant. Tang Mo feigned surprise, smiling. Congratulations to my eldest brother. He had been unlucky the past few months. Now, with this good news, things should go smoothly. The grandmother wasn't referring to that. I'm thinking, your eldest brother already has 2 children. When will you give grandmother such good news? Tang Mo smiled sheepishly. That, surely one day. The grandmother wasn't going to let him off that easily. You've been married some time now. Though things were unfamiliar at first, and some incidents happened, after a few months, you and your wife get along harmoniously. It should be natural now. A real man shouldn't be timid. Grandmother is waiting for your good news. Her thoughts were complex. Tang Rong, the heir of the Marquis house, had noble children, though born from Tao Iran. Tang Mo, the second son, had lower expectations, but his wife Xin An was far superior to Tao Iran, not slightly, but significantly. In such circumstances, it was hard for the Marquis house to maintain smooth fortune. Truly, one misstep leads to mistakes at every step. Chapter 215. The outcome of the struggle between the sisters-in-law. Grandmother's health is declining more and more. We don't know how many years she has left. You can't let her meet your grandfather with regrets, the elderly lady said earnestly. Now that you've established yourself and your career, and are standing firm in the Northern Bureau's army, you must pay extra attention when it comes to offspring. What are you saying, grandmother? Tang Mo replied, grandson understands. I'm already on the right path. You just focus on taking care of yourself. In the future, when great-grandchildren are mischievous in front of you, and when you feel tired, I'll be there to help. Thinking of such a scene, the elderly lady finally smiled freely. Tang Mo continued joking and teasing her, which lifted her spirits considerably, dispersing much of her lingering gloom. In the end, she politely declined Tang Mo's suggestion to have dinner with her and sent him back. When Tang Mo returned to Chiosher courtyard, Xin An was instructing someone to bring the dishes to the table. Tang Mo teased, what a coincidence. Did you know I was coming? Chun Yang smiled. Since you passed through the mansion gate, Madam has known you're back, and that you just returned from Chuanrong Hall. Oh, I didn't know our madam was so well informed about happenings in the mansion, Tang Mo said cheekily, grinning at Xin An. All that silver you spent wasn't wasted. Xin An gave him a glare. You're incorrigible. Turning to enter the house, Tang Mo followed in with a smile. Xin An asked, weren't you supposed to go out to entertain guests? And now it's this late. Well, I had a task and got dragged back. Tang Mo explained that every year at this time, 2 vassal states come to pay tribute. This year, the Ministry of Works and Ministry of Revenue are also holding a large fair for the common people to buy New Year goods, and the Northern Bureau soldiers are indispensable for maintaining order. We'll be busy for a while. Being busy is good, Xin An said. You're an ambitious young man, not just wasting time. Of course, Tang Mo said proudly, after these 2 months, I've firmly established myself in the Northern Bureau and gained the trust of the commander. Of course, and we mustn't forget the support of the beautiful Xin An, Tang Mo replied, savoring the feeling of having someone help him. I'm sure I'll get promoted soon. When that happens, we'll set up 2 tables to celebrate. He added shyly, could you save me 3 extra tables on opening day? Your colleagues from the Northern Bureau want to come? Xin An asked. Tang Mo explained that he invited people today, and Zhuang Shi, knowing about it, helped him boast a little. Some said they've never had proper medicinal cuisine and wanted to try it, while a few others want to bring their families. They're all people I'm close to, so I couldn't refuse. That's fine. There are still a few tables unarranged. Decide for yourself. Tang Mo continued, when I came back, I asked Mother. She also wants to invite a few familiar ladies, 2 tables. I plan to see Father later and reserve a table for him. That should be enough. Xin An nodded. It should be reserved for Father, otherwise it would be impolite. After they finished dinner together, Tang Emo dismissed the attendants and shared with Xin An the news he got from Madame Wang. He said regretfully, "I'm afraid there won't be any news from the Tao family for a while." Xin An said it's better to stop well ahead. A new person has taken over the household. New officials always have 3 fires to start. Besides, someone is about to return. Keeping an eye on the Tao family isn't worth it. Moreover, Xin An pondered and continued, if the Tao family suddenly replaced their housekeeper, something must have happened. For the matriarch, there's no way she'd give up control, especially someone like Madame Tao, still young and healthy. Yet suddenly, the household power has fallen into Tao young Madame's hands. Something major must have happened, and it concerns Madame Tao. Tang Emo instinctively said, "Something in the Tao family has been discovered?" "Definitely." Xin An said that at the Autumn Day banquet, she saw Lady Li, not someone easily intimidated. The matter between the 2 neighbors spreading so widely, I think it wasn't just your people. Tao young Madame must have been involved. At the Autumn Day banquet, I deliberately mentioned the matter to her. She wasn't surprised at all, which shows she already knew. Earlier, your news said Tao Iran was restless at her maternal home. Now it seems this is the result of the sisters-in-law vying for power. Tang Mo's expression was complicated. I realized that women fighting each other is utterly unpredictable. If not for Xin An's analysis, who could have guessed there was such a person? Xin An rolled her eyes at him. Looking at your naive face, since ancient times, men conquer the world, women conquer men. Men dealing with enemies want to kill them quickly, but women dealing with enemies will ruin them utterly. There are 108 ways to torment them to death. Of course, it's not absolute. Some twisted men also like to torture people. Tang Mo's mouth twitched. Where did you learn all this? From books, Xin An said. She had been reading a lot during boring days. The ones you brought back, official history, unofficial history, military strategy, I've read quite a bit. A while ago, Tang Emo wanted to read strategy books to improve himself. He eagerly brought many relevant books from the mansion library, but ended up leaving early and returning late every day, with little chance to read. Xin An used them to pass the time. You're getting smarter and smarter. I can't even catch up with you if I run. Seeing him sigh, Xin An comforted him with a smile. Don't worry. If I learn it and tell you, that means you know it too. Their conversation circled back to the Tao family. Xin An said there's no need to check on them anymore. They've earned enough and should stop well ahead. The neighbor being pregnant means she won't be going out for a long time, and Mother won't allow it. That gives us over a year's advantage. As for Mother, the excuse she gave just sounds pleasant. It's self-deception. Tang Rong's reputation will be heavily damaged, but Father's favoritism hides it in the mansion. Even if she sets some fire, it can't just be let go. Tang Emo nodded. That night the wind rose. They had planned to go out for a walk but gave up, sitting indoors talking. In bed, they started fighting over the blanket. I think you're doing it on purpose. Adding an extra blanket is so hard. Are you coveting my fiery body? Xin An wanted to kick him. Stop showing off. The blanket is damaged and still being mended. How unlucky, Tang Emo said, grinning. Could Xin An believe such a flimsy excuse? Lying contentedly, he said, since that's the case, I'll just take a little loss. Don't touch me in the middle of the night. Xin An lay down with a huff, suddenly remembering, you still stand by what you said before, right? Which sentence? Xin An said Tao Iran is pregnant, and grandmother would definitely focus on her. You said you'd stop it. Tang Emo replied, grandmother already brought it up today. Don't worry, I keep my word. But... Tang Emo scooted a little closer. Do you have any thoughts on our matter? Chapter 216, Opening of the Medicinal Cuisine Shop. The elderly lady had started urging them along, and she was very impatient. Tang Emo also felt that their relationship needed to be clarified. How could they just lie together in such ambiguity? Although he asked casually, his heart was tense. There was something he had never told Xin An. In his previous life, when he had been nearly driven to death by Tao Iran's anger, he had often fantasized about what it would have been like if he had married Xin An instead. Back then, the two of them often competed with each other and understood each other well. He thought that someone like him, a schemer, should marry a fierce woman like Xin An. Together, they could be partners in mischief, a life full of intrigue and excitement, rather than constantly being scolded for not being upright, graceful, or magnanimous. Now that his dream had come true, he had spent the past few months striving to improve himself, practicing martial arts whenever he had free time. He considered himself better in both body and appearance than before, though he wasn't sure whether this woman had taken a liking to him. In any case, he quite liked her. He liked her in every way. Xin An did not avoid the question. "Do you think I would let you sleep in my bed if I had no feelings?" "But you know," Tang Mo said, "for people in our situation, we need more time to adjust ourselves." "Isn't it slowly getting better now?" This reassured Tang Mo. Indeed, not only did they share a bed, but now they even slept under the same blanket. If she hadn't accepted him, how could it be like this? Then, on that day, shall we formally hold a wedding ceremony? He couldn't help but voice his thought. We could invite my parents, your parents, relatives, and friends, properly perform the ritual of bowing to heaven and earth. What do you think? Xin An didn't answer immediately. If they really did that, Tang Mo would have significant influence in the mansion. Wouldn't it be too showy? Not showy at all. It's reasonable. I just don't want our lives to be muddled and vague forever, Tang Mo said. Thinking about it, one wedding with Tang Rong and another with Tao Iran was unsettling. Xin An smiled. We'll see then. Actually, we could hold it right here in the courtyard. No need for a grand affair. Secretly? Tang Mo said a wedding should be lively, with everyone knowing and witnessing it. Otherwise, what kind of ceremony is it? It's not some shameless tryst. Although Xin An said it politely, she was actually quite happy and even looked forward to it. If you don't mind being showy, then I'm willing. Tang Mo smiled contentedly, feeling that life had become quite interesting. Time flew by until the 15th day of the 10th month, the day off. Xin An's medicinal cuisine shop, Tang Jiyun's medicinal cuisine shop, officially opened. The chefs had been preparing since yesterday. Early in the morning, Fong De and Xin Bai arrived at the shop in new clothes. One went to inspect each private room with his men, while the other went straight to the kitchen. All the medicinal ingredients used were top quality, and Xin Bai personally controlled how much was used. The kitchen was large, with 15 stoves, each holding a clay pot. Each pot contained a different soup, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. On the big stove, a tall steamer held neatly arranged porcelain soup bowls, each brewing a soup with a different effect. The chefs worked busily and in order. The shop wasn't a big business venture for Xin An, but it had a different significance. It gave them a place to network and build relationships, a territory of their own. When the time came, guests arrived one after another. The first were the merchants Fong De had invited, who came to greet Xin An and Tang Mo. Tang Mo had to uphold Xin An's presence, giving Fong De proper face. Xin An also returned their courtesy. After some polite conversation, she said, "Today, you are all honored guests of our medicinal cuisine shop. No need to be too formal. Make yourselves comfortable." Fong De was about to lead the guests to private rooms, but just a few steps away, Tang Yong led another group in. "The decor is interesting," he said. "Second uncle is here." Tang Yong cheerfully introduced his friends, including his in-laws, 2 merchants, and 2 minor officials. After greetings, Tang Yong spoke with Fong De's group. Within a short while, the guests were discussing business, as those who came to this place naturally seemed more trustworthy, easing mutual suspicion. By the end of the conversation, some could become future business partners. Yan Shimao and Lin Yao, who had helped with the shop, also arrived early. Yan Shimao looked around and said, "This is much better than that half-dead tea house we opened. It seems we're not really merchants. When our second sister-in-law acts, it's extraordinary." It showed wealth and prestige. Thinking of their old tea house, it was such a headache. Lin Yao joked, "I only heard you wanted to open a restaurant, not such an interesting medicinal cuisine shop. Next time, if you want to open something, count me in for the fun." Xin An smiled. "This shop was opened out of leisure. If something more interesting comes up, I'll be sure to invite you, Sister Lin." Soon, the elderly lady and Madame Wang arrived. The elderly lady looked much healthier, smiling as she entered, immediately liking the display at the entrance. "How is this made? The water keeps flowing," Fangda explained, and the elderly lady smiled, walking past the screen to see a wild mountain and river scene, with stones and flowing water, and a faint fragrance of herbs. "Beautiful. Interesting," Xin said. "Grandmother, if you like it, you can come often." The elderly lady nodded happily. Madame Wang also looked around. "I don't often go to restaurants in the capital, but I've never seen such decor. But having the scene in the main hall, won't it reduce the number of tables?" "Mother, don't worry. There's a plan for the back." Xin led them to the backyard. "Mother, look, there are several private rooms here." Madame Wang realized, much more dignified than just placing tables in the hall. And more profitable. The elderly lady instantly liked it, especially the flowers and plants. "These are peonies? The roots are strong. If they bloom, it will be beautiful." Xin explained the origin of the peonies and roses. "A lucky find. Even if they just serve as scenery, it's fine." The elderly lady nodded, then went to inspect the private rooms. Meanwhile, the attendants outside grew excited. "Madam, the heir's consort of the Prince Cheng's mansion and the young madam of Han's household have arrived. Madam Liao of Commander Liao's mansion and Madam Shuang of Tang Yong's mansion have arrived." Once the guests arrived, the medicinal cuisine shop became lively. Xin and Madame Wang went out to greet them. Many brought children or young ladies from their households, all praising the scenery of the main hall and the interesting nature of the shop. Xin counted heads while smiling, inviting people in, though feeling a little anxious. The crowd was larger than expected. Chapter 217, The Splendor on Opening Day. Xin had overlooked one thing. While these noble ladies looked perfectly elegant and well provided for, they actually all had the desire to go out for fresh air or socialize. Normally, they had no reason to leave home, so when the couple said they would invite guests, these women came along with their families to join the excitement. The food itself was secondary. Before the banquet officially began, everyone chatted in the small courtyard. The medicinal cuisine shop was only briefly mentioned. After that, the conversation turned to anecdotes and amusing stories from their households. Unfortunately, the courtyard wasn't large enough for them to spread out. Inside the shop, laughter rang out. Outside, Tang Gang and Tang Rong arrived together, father and son. Tang Rong hadn't wanted to come today. He was still full of resentment toward Tang Gang. Knowing that many people outside were waiting to mock him, he still had to endure, dragged along to help Tang Mo hold the scene. Was Tang Mo really such a distinguished, important person? They said they wanted to showcase the family happiness of the marquis residence, but they didn't consider his feelings at all. He came, but his mood was far from good. Seeing Tang Mo at the entrance laughing with Yan Shimao, Wei Yi, and Xia Changyu, his youthful, confident demeanor made Tang Rong feel even more like a minor official who had finally gained power, and it hurt his eyes even more. Upon entering, the exquisite decor of the medicinal cuisine shop and the fact that the guests were all either rich or noble made him even more stifled. Tang Mo had taken advantage of his chance to marry Xin, and now he was even bolder, puffed up by his wealth and growing skill in scheming. "Marquis, congratulations on your opening. Best wishes." Several high-ranking officials who had good relations with Tang Gang arrived. Qin Ho and Yang Shuangbua, among others, also came in smiling. Tang Mo, Yan Shimao, and the others busily went forward to greet them. The lively scene might have made anyone unaware of the context think there was some grand event happening. So this is the second young madam's enterprise. The Marquis is lucky. I heard the Xin family of Huaijiang are also outstanding merchants. Never expected the ladies from the Xin family to be extraordinary as well. Second young Master Tang is truly fortunate, enviable indeed. Originally, Xin had intended to leave all the business to Fangda and remain in the background, but the capital had no secrets. She could only step forward herself. She offered formal greetings. "Today we are honored by the presence of so many esteemed uncles. If we fall short in any way, please forgive us." The officials were gracious. "Second young madam, you are too polite. Today you are hosting this feast at your own expense. We should be the ones thanking you. Marquis, your daughter-in-law is truly remarkable. The medicinal cuisine shop was not only in a prime location, but also decorated splendidly. The guests were all distinguished, which made Tang Gang feel proud. In his polite but slightly boastful manner, he said, "We young ones are just starting. We'll need everyone's guidance in the future." The officials responded politely, "Marquis, you are too modest. This medicinal cuisine shop, in terms of location and decor, is first class. With the Marquis present, it's bound to prosper." Tang Emo stepped forward, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. "It is our honor to welcome all of you esteemed uncles today. We look forward to your continued support in the future." Everyone praised either Tang Gang or Tang Emo. Tang Rong, who was usually the center of attention, was completely ignored and could only stand there awkwardly. When it was time, Tang Emo invited the officials to the largest private room to be seated. Fong De took charge of arranging his own friends, along with the guests brought by Tang Yong and Wang Mian. They squeezed together to free up another private room. Only when Liao Ji, Tang Yaoming, and Wang Shi brought their guests, so long as the numbers weren't excessive, would there be no problem. The women were all on the second floor. Xin An and Lin Yao were in charge of seating them. Madame Liao also volunteered to help. Madame Gu, though not invited to assist, saw Xin An busy and stepped forward. Xin An expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Why are you being so polite?" "There's no need to stand on ceremony," said Madame Gu, good-natured and sweet. The guests recognized many of the people present. With Xin An smiling and moving about with her, calling her sister-in-law, several ladies complimented them, and Madame Gu, arriving with Madame Yu, was grinning so much that her eyes nearly disappeared. Madame Wang publicly praised Madame Gu's competence, giving her plenty of face. The elderly lady sat with old friends, smiling outwardly but sighing inwardly. She thought to herself that it would have been wonderful if Tao Iran could have confidently helped coordinate the event as well. Unfortunately, Tao Iran was unsuitable for public appearances. Even if she had come, she would probably have only thought about playing the zither for everyone. Wang Shi and Tang Yaoming arrived late with their husbands and school friends. These were all scholars, and Wang Shi's husband was a highly respected figure in the capital, even known before the emperor. Several of the officials Tang Gang had invited politely greeted these distinguished gentlemen. Learning that Wang Shi was Tang Gang's niece's husband, they praised him even more. Tang Gang had no idea that his niece's husband held such a position and was delighted, feeling particularly honored. Tang Yaoming was even more extravagant, nearly inviting everyone from the censorate to attend. Tang Gang's smile never left his face. He actively introduced him as his nephew, speaking warmly. Tang Gang turned to see Tang Rong still ignored and couldn't help but feel a touch of resentment. Today was meant to show the unity of the Marquis household. Tang Rong, as the eldest brother, should have demonstrated leadership. Even if Tang Emo hadn't formally invited him, he should have greeted the guests proactively, making up for previous misfortune. Instead, he stood by while Yan Shimao and Tang Yaoming assisted, leaving them to enjoy the opportunity. Commander Liao has arrived. Along with Liao Ji came a few members of the North Bureau Army, as well as Wang Langjiang. The military presence immediately drew attention. As new nobles in the capital, the officials present had to give Liao Ji face. Some even flattered Tang Gang. "I heard Commander Liao is difficult to deal with. His presence today must be in deference to the Marquis." Tang Gang laughed. "My second son now serves under Commander Liao. If he invited them, it has nothing to do with me. Second young master is silent until he makes a stunning impression. The Marquis is truly fortunate." Seeing Tang Gang genuinely pleased, Tang Rong clenched his fists, scrutinized Tang Emo more closely, and even looked at Xin An with a hint of regret that she had not been fully under his observation. By noon, everyone was seated. The number of guests exceeded expectations, but with some squeezing, they all managed to sit, still polite enough. Firecrackers sounded. Fong De and his attendants sprinkled money outside, asking neighbors for goodwill, and then the dishes officially began to be served. 15 attendants each carried a clay pot into the private rooms. In the largest room in the backyard, the officials smelled the aroma of Angelica Dong Kei. The attendants placed the clay pots on the table, stepped back, and said, "Honored guests, this is today's main dish, Angelica and ginger lamb soup. It dispels cold, warms the body, and supplements qi and blood." A sign hung in the most prominent spot, detailing the ingredients and effects of the soup. Soon, small soup bowls were served to each official. The attendant explained, "This is Huaishan ginkgo lily soup, made from lily, Huaishan, dried lotus seed meat, ginkgo nuts, radish, goji berries, and sugar, slowly stewed together. It nourishes without being overheated, warms without being dry, strengthens the spleen, and benefits the stomach. Please enjoy, esteemed guests." Chapter 218, How Guests Viewed Tang Rong. Most of the high-ranking households already had prescriptions for health-preserving soups, so they didn't find it particularly novel. Yet, when the attendant introduced it this way, everyone felt that the soup was special. Cheerfully lifting the lids, they saw the clear, sweet broth, smelled its refreshing aroma, took a sip, and nodded in approval. "Good soup. This soup bowl is fine too, but is it specially made?" The attendant smiled and explained that all the tableware was custom-made, designed to complement the dishes. Everyone nodded in satisfaction. Soon, all sorts of dishes arrived in sequence, paired with goji berry wine. Tang Gang invited everyone to begin, and naturally, the guests were full of praise. Half of the private rooms on the second floor were occupied by women, and the dishes served to them were also carefully selected. Stewed old chicken with radix glenii, jade bamboo, and fresh Huaishan, nourishing yin, regulating qi, relieving dryness, and calming the mind. Stewed black chicken with astragalus and codonopsis, strengthening the spleen and qi, fortifying the body. For herbs, pork rib soup, enriching blood, activating circulation, moisturizing the skin, and nourishing hair. Every dish targeted different guests. Even the sweet soups varied. The elderly were served chuanbei ginkgo stewed pear, newlywed young ladies received stewed pear, goji, and bird's nest, and there were other options like autumn pear drink, for herb soup, and urchin soup. Madame Wang ordered a bowl of bird's nest soup and drank happily. Even among the noble families in the capital, such delicacies were not often enjoyed. She couldn't help but wonder how much money it would cost to host such a feast herself. "Boss, this soup is excellent, warm all over when you drink it," said one of the soldiers seated with Liaoji. He slurped down the soup in one gulp and let out a satisfied sound. Zhuangshi teased, "Didn't you hear? This is Sabodium and Eucamia stewed oxtail. Not only does it warm the body and heart, but it also strengthens the muscles and kidneys. General Liu, this is exactly what you need, drink up." "Ha ha." The teasing echoed through the room. General Liu didn't mind, stretching his neck to look, only to notice the half-empty pot. "You all have drunk plenty. Only half remains. I wonder if there's more to serve. Honored guest, all our soups must be reserved a day in advance. Today, this is the only pot prepared. But later, there will be 2 more dishes featuring lamb, equally beneficial." General Liu was curious. "They must be reserved in advance?" The attendant explained, "The herbs must be soaked the night before. The next morning, ingredients are put in the pot and slowly stewed over low heat to preserve efficacy. Instant orders aren't possible." General Liu clicked his tongue. Rich people are really particular. Even a soup has to be this complicated. Soon, goji berry lamb pot, still bubbling, and the intensely flavored lamb spine hot pot were brought to the table, adding to the lively scene. The meal lasted over an hour. By the latter half, some guests were no longer content staying in their private rooms. Carrying wine jugs and cups, they visited each room to toast. Tang Yong approached Tang Gang, saying he wanted to lead the merchants to toast the officials. In such a setting, Tang Gang naturally had to give him face. Fong De also entrusted his friends to Tang Yong, so they were brought along. Merchants didn't hold particularly high rank, but there were many of them. A group of walking wallets made Tang Gang's heart burn with pride, as if all these merchants were at his command. At the same time, he realized for the first time just how wealthy Tang Yong was. His attitude toward Tang Yong shifted rapidly. Tang Yong, seeing this, didn't reveal he had noticed. Instead, he flattered Tang Gang at every opportunity, acting as if Tang Gang were the highest authority. Tang Gang thoroughly enjoyed it. Tang Mo, Yan Shimao, Wei Yi, Tang Yaoming, and Lu Mingyuan also circulated among the older officials. Except for Tang Yaoming, who spoke less, the rest were articulate, humble, and courteous. The officials praised them highly. Xin Ho, your second son carries your bearing perfectly. Ha ha ha, this boy is usually so undisciplined. Now he's finally restrained, don't praise him too much. They said it lightly, but which parent would not be happy hearing their child praised? Looking at Xin Ho's beaming face, it was obvious. Bureau official Liu Xiao must be one of the most outstanding young talents in the capital. I hear he's performed exceptionally well in the Ministry of Personnel, and his promotion is recent. Handsome, steady, and impressive. One official's praise drew attention to Lu Mingyuan. Many nodded in agreement. Some eyes inevitably glanced at Tang Rong, shaking their heads silently. Previously, whenever the best young talents in the capital were discussed, Tang Rong's name always came up. Now, compared to Lu Mingyuan, Tang Rong lagged far behind. The two were similar in age, but Lu Mingyuan had firmly established himself in the Ministry of Personnel and won the favor of his superiors. He was well known even before the emperor. In contrast, Tang Rong, what had he accomplished in his ceremonial post? Setting aside talent, his lack of virtue was already enough to make people shake their heads. Add to that his frequent absences and mishaps, and whoever took over his duties must have been frustrated. If not for his father being a generous marquis, he might have already been expelled from the ministry. Today, regardless of whether the younger officials knew Tang Mo well, they all smiled and helped him manage the event. Tang Rong, as the elder brother, remained indifferent, exuding a cloud of bad luck. Where was the charming young master he once was? Uncle Yen, allow me to top your cup. Today the wine at second young master Tang's feast is rare. I'm just borrowing the flowers to present the Buddha. Please keep me in mind for any future opportunities. I'm willing to serve you diligently. This was Han Feng from Han University's household. He hadn't been invited, but hearing the news from Yan Shimao, he came on his own. Xin Ho laughed, knowing this young man was eager to enter the military. His father wouldn't approve, but he couldn't resist his persistence. Xin Ho said he wouldn't help him, but if he found an opportunity himself, no one would stop him. Today was clearly for this purpose. I hear your riding and archery skills are first class. With Commander Liao here, go up to him for a drink and request to join the North Bureau Army. This is your chance to demonstrate your ambition. Han Feng beamed. Exactly what I was thinking. Uncle Yen, would you kindly take me along? The crowd began teasing again. Xin Ho laughed. Go, go. Today is the Tang family's second son's feast. I'm here to drink. He knows Commander Liao better than you do. Go to him. Uncle Yen, I'll take your guidance to heart. Han Feng cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for your instruction. He raised his head, smiling broadly, then turned to Tang Mo, second brother Tang, I beg you. Tang Mo smiled helplessly. Can't stand you. Come on, I'll take you. If one was shameless yet obedient, securing a position wasn't so difficult. Tang Gang had been laughing with everyone. Please Tang Mo could now arrange such matters. Suddenly, he thought of Tang Rong. His smile froze for a moment as he glanced at the evidently nervous Tang Rong, a faint anger rising in his heart. Such a good opportunity had been wasted. Chapter 219, You Were Just Too Tired. Tang Mo took Han Feng to meet Liao Ji. Liao Ji was gracious and said Han Feng could join the North Bureau Army the next day. If he passed the assessment, he would be accepted. Overjoyed, Han Feng jumped onto Tang Mo's back, clutching him in excitement. Tang Mo stepped back a few paces, utterly speechless. His own wife hadn't hugged him yet, and this brat had jumped on first. Second brother Tang, from today on, you're my real brother. Everyone in the room burst into laughter and poured several cups of wine for Han Feng. Though the boy was small and not very strong, his capacity for alcohol was impressive. He drank each cup heartily. After the meal, some guests had to leave early. Xin An rose to help arrange things. All the guests who attended today received small gifts, a portion of the soup ingredients, along with 4 fresh autumn pears and 4 pomegranates, all arranged in delicately woven bamboo baskets. Inside, the baskets were lined with floral cloth, quite a charming touch. All the women, regardless of age, received an extra bowl of bird's nest. To these guests, the gifts weren't overly expensive, but receiving them still mattered. It made a difference between having them and not. Why go to so much trouble? The banquet itself is already grand enough. Madame Wang received her bird's nest with a beaming smile. Xin An laughed and said, "I'm just happy you could come and support us. Besides, you even helped me find such pretty little baskets. Thank me, I should be thanking you." These delicate baskets had been made by retired soldiers at Madame Wang's suggestion. They cost less than wooden boxes and were more practical. Xin An liked them and decided to place regular orders so she could present them to guests on future holidays or special occasions. "You're too polite." By now, Madame Wang genuinely liked Xin An, appreciating how thorough she was, and stayed behind to help see off the guests. "Second sister-in-law, greetings to you," Han Feng said, beaming as he approached Xin An. At that moment, Xiao Wenyuan, who was leaving, saw him. As Han Feng's elder sister-in-law, she understood immediately. "Second brother Tang took you to meet Commander Liao, right?" Han Waner, wife of Wei Yi and Han Feng's sister, also appeared. "So you finally got your wish." Han Feng smiled gleefully. Then, when another person came looking for him, he bowed politely and ran off. Han Waner said to Xin An, "Sorry for troubling you and your husband." "What kind of relationship do we have?" "Why say that?" Xin An asked. "I heard Zhao Jia has been ill." "Xia Changyu came alone today, his complexion not the best." Xin An sighed quietly, thinking of the previous life, how second Madame Xia had passed early. Han Waner pulled her aside to speak softly. "Zhao Jia's health has never been good. She's always been on medication, but recently an unusual cold worsened her condition. She's seen many doctors, 2 imperial physicians from the palace even checked her, but no cause was determined." "Sigh. I didn't know at all," Xin An said, feeling guilty. Though she knew Zhao Jia didn't have long to live, hearing it for real still hurt, especially now that Zhao Jia had accepted Tang Mo, his friends, and built friendships with Lin Yao and others. The Wei family matriarch hasn't been well recently either. The Wei family deliberately kept it quiet. "It's normal that you didn't know." Han Waner also felt uneasy. Xin An said she could visit the Wei household later. "I have doctors at home with decent skills. If I brought one, would it be suitable?" Han Waner suggested she discuss it with Wei Yi. Some matters were best left to the family. Yan Shimao and others had become tipsy and fell asleep on the arhut beds in the private rooms. Since the helpers had been busy entertaining the guests, they probably hadn't eaten well. Xin An decided to host a separate dinner later that evening to thank them. "Lin Jia, you can go rest. By evening, they'll surely wake up." Lin Yao smiled. "Your health food shop is thorough. Even if someone gets drunk, there's a place to lie down, and even blankets are prepared. This business can't help but thrive." Every private room had a small arhut bed, comfortable for sitting or lying down, and even a chessboard, proving very practical. All thanks to Manager Fong's arrangement. He aimed for convenience. "Today, I was lucky to have Lin Jia and Su Jia help me. Otherwise, I'd have been a mess." Several older brothers drank all afternoon and their stomachs must be upset. "I've prepared a nourishing dinner tonight. You must come." Madame Liao smiled. "Of course we'll come. The soups here taste really good. My husband often doesn't eat on time, so his stomach aches. I also wanted to ask you for a recipe to nourish his stomach. Is that possible?" "Absolutely." Xin An thoughtfully suggested having Xin Bai take Liaoji's pulse and prescribe a medicinal meal suited to his condition. Soldiers often have hidden ailments or injuries. Commander Liao, having served in battle, likely sustained injuries as well. Now that the nation is peaceful, it's a good time to recuperate. "That's right. He needs proper care. Please arrange for Dr. Qin to take his pulse later today." Given their relationship, Madame Liao immediately instructed her stewards. From now on, Any banquet invitations would come here. After all, relationships must be reciprocal. Lin Yao suggested going to her former Yaoyuan garden to have tea and enjoy the flowers. Since we're out, why go back? Xin An was pulled along. Yan Wenhui and others had already planned to attend the opera. Gu Shi was also persuaded to join them, promising to come by after the show. Yan Wenhui told Xin An, Xian Yaoyuan is a lovely place. You could rest there, you must be exhausted. We'll go watch the opera together later. Sending Xin An to the opera naturally required her to arrange things, but among familiar friends, such consideration was mutual. Yan Wenhui and the other ladies smiled as they got into the carriage. Xin An gave Fang De a few instructions before leaving with Lin Yao. At Qian Yaoyuan, after tea, Xin An exhaled deeply in relief. Once guests leave, the host can rest, she felt utterly relaxed. Madame Liao set down her tea. In recent days, she had been going out more often, and her spirit and complexion had improved greatly. Yesterday, the Dr. Zhao visited to treat her skin, and today she looked rosy and healthy. I suddenly remembered, I should ask Dr. Qin to take my pulse and help regulate my qi and blood. Lately, I've been feeling constantly tired, unable to get energy. You were just too tired before, Lin Yao said bluntly. Ever since you married into the Liao family, you've been endlessly busy, wearing yourself down. Your good complexion now is thanks to your solid constitution. I see that you and Xin may get along well. You should learn from her, look how carefree her life is. Xin smiled. I'm not like Sister Su. She manages the household. How many things must happen daily in the Liao family? I have nothing to manage. If I weren't so idle, I wouldn't even have thought of opening a medicinal food shop to pass the time. Lin Yao studied her expression thoughtfully. Has Tao Iran returned to the residence yet? The situation was becoming more interesting. Even without mentioning Tang Rong's previous status and fame before marriage, Tao Iran had a reputation as a talented woman. Seeing her interact with Xin, they should be getting along increasingly well. Even if they couldn't form a strong alliance, the current state, both husbands entangled in bad luck, was unusual. Tang Mo, whose reputation had once been poor, was steadily improving, becoming more generous and open-hearted. Xin didn't believe such change could happen without a reason. Chapter 220. Xin growing more skilled at playing dumb. With Madame Li in charge, the news from the Tao family was completely cut off. Tao Iran's pregnancy had not leaked out. She's pregnant. She's been resting these past few days to nurture the child. She should go for the checkup tomorrow or the day after. Xin set down her ginseng teacup and yawned, lazily leaning back in her chair. Pregnant. Lin Yao was surprised at first, then immediately understood why the Ho residents had taken no action. Many families had been waiting to see the Ho family fall out with the Tao family, but it turned out Tao Iran had her protective charm. She's quite lucky. It seems the Tao family has suddenly changed. Xin explained that the Tao family now had Madame Li at the helm. In a big household, it's normal for some shady matters to happen, but if they get out, it causes problems. I heard Madame Tao even got sick from anger, which is why they replaced the head of the household. What about Tang Rong and Tao Iran? What else can be said? Xin smiled meaningfully. Young couples can't always control their impulses. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Punishing a few gossipy servants settled the matter. Besides, the autumn banquet rumors only reached the household later. My father-in-law fainted on the spot. My eldest brother was punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, and that night there was a storm. By morning, he was nearly burned alive and was sick for several days. Madame Liao clicked her tongue. Your father-in-law must have been heartbroken. Everyone in the North Bureau Army knew Marquis Wei Yuan was a biased man. He cherished the eldest son like a treasure, but treated the second son like nothing. When Liaoji spoke of the incident, everyone shook their heads in sympathy. Of course, it was just sympathy. They also thought Tang Mo was a bit too indecisive. After all, he personally escorted his father-in-law and father on that dangerous path. Such ruthlessness to safeguard the family's future was rare indeed. Xin smiled without saying a word, radiating the sense that everything was under control. Lin Yao pondered for a while, increasingly convinced that Tang Mo and Xin An had done something together behind the scenes. She had no resentment, on the contrary, it seemed logical and reasonable. Did you know Huang Wei is demanding a divorce? Xin An and Madame Liao shook their heads. Xin An was a little surprised. She had expected Huang Wei to conspire with the Tao family's young mistress, but it seemed she was simply exiting the stage. Lin Yao said, Huang Wei said her relationship with Zhiyu was a curse. She doesn't want to delay Zhiyu's pursuit of happiness. It's better for both to find joy separately. The Huang family has already gone to the Xiangguogong residence. Xiangguogong promised that Zhi wouldn't do anything reckless, but Huang Wei seems determined. The family has taken her back, probably out of anger, deliberately letting the news of both families leak. The divorce seems set in stone. Xin An was impressed by Huang Wei's decisiveness. In that case, Miss Huang really is a carefree woman. Madame Liao added that it was also because the Huang family was strong enough. If her natal family lacked influence, she would have had no choice but to swallow her pride. Lin Yao sighed. In aristocratic marriages, no one cares about the couple's feelings, they seek family benefits. Many couples became resentful partners, living together only out of necessity. The Huang family dared to confront the Xiangguogong household because they had power. The key is the family's care. Without it, all would be in vain. It was not easy being a woman. The in-laws you can't integrate with, the natal family you can't return to freely. Xin An pondered, if Yu regained his freedom, wouldn't he pursue Tao Iran even more aggressively? Tang Rong's coming days would surely be eventful. The crown princess was punished. Tao Iran probably won't go out for a year or more. You should be extra careful. Lin Yao kindly warned her. Xin An raised an eyebrow. Could the crown princess even implicate me? Why not? Lin Yao explained that the day after the matriarch of the Wei Yuanhou residence entered the palace, an edict rebuking the crown princess was issued. The reason was not hard to guess. She prides herself on her high status and can't bear being defied. Now that she's lost face, she will surely hold a grudge against the Wei Yuanhou residence. And you are close to the second princess consort. Unfair. Xin An looked helpless. What status do I have to be close to the second princess consort? I was only called over to answer a few questions. What I was asked is obvious, right? What does my good sister-in-law's trouble have to do with me? Her indignation was heartfelt, appearing completely innocent. Xin An's acting was so convincing that Lin Yao, who had initially had doubts, was completely reassured. She then explained why she asked the question. Outside, there are rumors that the Ho family tried to get involved with the crown prince, then turned to curry favor with the second prince. Xin An laughed. What a joke. My husband and I have neither achievement nor real power. You know how my father-in-law treats us. How could they let me get involved in such matters? Not only that, people wouldn't trust you even if you could. Lin Yao said this as a test, but Xin An was even more exasperated and expressive than she expected, looking as though she had been struck at a sore spot. Who do you think I am? Besides you few, the noble families in the capital aren't people I can meet at will. I can't just refuse to meet them. Madame Liao empathized. You're speaking the truth. In such serious matters, only the most important people in the residence would be allowed to know. If the news leaked, it would be disastrous. Exactly. Xin An said those spreading the rumors didn't think things through. Then she laughed and said to the two, I've heard that the smartest women can turn clouds into rain at will, commanding everything perfectly. If only I had that ability. Madame Liao chuckled. Your temperament is so amusing. You were excited a moment ago, now suddenly you're charming. Lin Yao agreed, seeing her so animated. I regret asking the question. I was thinking about comforting her, but she laughed first. Xin An teased, then quickly comfort me, Lin Jia. Tell me I'm amazing, that I have great ability. Her expression, expecting praise, successfully amused everyone present, prompting a round of gentle laughter. Then Xin An deliberately lowered her voice. Did the Ho residents really try to get involved with the crown prince? You really didn't know? Xin An sighed. How would I know? I only know my eldest brother often goes to father-in-law's study. Tang Mo has only gone a couple of times recently, every time they get scolded. I didn't even dare to go. You two really are. Lin Yao felt a bit sorry for her. Xin An was just a daughter-in-law, a woman, but Tang Mo is the actual son. He didn't even have the right to enter the study? Too biased. Not knowing is also a blessing, it saves worry. Xin An sighed. I'm just a lowly commoner seeking a peaceful life. If someone else's mistakes implicated me, how unfair would that be? Lin Yao said solemnly, then you just have to accept it. Enjoy the family's protection and naturally bear the family's responsibility. Xin An leaned back. Don't scare me. How long have I been enjoying it? Lin Yao snickered. Just teasing. The Marquis Wei Yuan is famously cautious. He won't go that far. Cautious in words, but really timid. Otherwise, with the old Marquis military achievements, Tang Mo would not be stuck with idle duties. Xin An feigned fright, breathing a sigh of relief. I'm timid. I can't handle scares. Lin Yao laughed even harder and told Xin An a couple of amusing things from the capital. Xin An finally relaxed and smiled again, impressed with herself. She was getting better at playing dumb. Chapter 221, a big scene at the Tao family gate. As the sun slanted toward the west, Tang Mo and Yen Shimao gradually woke. Xin Bai, accompanied by an apprentice carrying a medicine box, went from person to check their pulses. When they learned he was preparing medicinal recipes for them, each of them obediently complied. At the end, Xin Bai rolled his eyes. Relying on youth to ignore your body, sooner or later you'll pay the price. Oomph. Tang Mo laughed and stepped forward. Master Xin, am I all right? You're deficient. Xin Bai spoke bluntly. This level of deficiency is not a sign of longevity. Tang Mo could hardly take it. That can't be. I practice diligently to strengthen myself. How am I still deficient? Would you care to check again? Xin Bai rolled his eyes. Did you take a cold bath after training? Tang Mo laughed awkwardly. His gaze swept to Liao Ji. Xin Bai snorted again. Don't look at him, he won't live as long as you will. Tang Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Liao Ji's expression darkened. He had just woken up, still not fully alert, and now he was being told he wouldn't live long. He had already restrained himself from acting. Tang Mo forced a laugh. Then will you kindly prescribe something to help? Even the best medicinal recipes require you to care for your body. After training, your qi rises, yang energy escapes. Do you think a cold bath will do any good? Xin Bai had no fear of Liao Ji. Compared to Liao Ji's power, he found it far worse when young men recklessly harmed their own bodies and stubbornly refused advice. Damp cold enters the body over the years. You rely on youth to suppress it, but once it bursts out, it could cost your life. Do you think drinking hot water or taking a warm bath is harming you? Today, I'll prescribe the recipes. A month later, I'll recheck you. If you're still not better, don't come to me again. Even doctors dislike patients who won't listen. Next were Yen Shimao and the others. Once Xin Bai left, Yen Shimao approached Tang Mo. Second brother, this Master Xin is well known? Tang Mo replied, he's my father-in-law's physician, renowned as a divine doctor in the Huai River region. Very skilled. Then he cupped his hands toward Liao Ji. Commander, Master Xin is a bit hot-tempered, but his medicine is excellent. Please forgive him. No matter. Compared to those eccentric divine doctors, Master Xin is approachable. Liao Ji could still distinguish right from wrong. Skilled doctors were hard to get. The fact he personally came to check pulses today meant it was arranged by the second young mistress of the Tang family, or perhaps at his wife's request. He could not fail to appreciate that. As the sun leaned west, some people preparing the meal grew bored. At that moment, a young servant ran in, breathless. Second young master, there's a huge scene at the Tao family gate. The third young master of the Xiangguogong residence and the heir of the Wei Yuanhou residence have come face to face you. Cough. Yen Shimao interrupted. Though dying to know, he pretended to be serious. Can you speak properly? What's going on? Take your time. The servant bowed and began dramatically recounting what had just happened. Tang Rong had to return to the Ministry of Rites the next day. He deliberately chose the time as the sun began to set to pick up Tao Iran, intending to keep everything low profile, avoiding gossip. The The journey to the Tao family's home was smooth. Upon stepping out of the carriage, he saw Yu entangled with the Tao family servants. He was arguing something about just seeing her once, but the servants refused to let him enter under any circumstance. Tang Rong felt a bad premonition. Coldly, he asked what Ji was doing here. The already anxious Jiyu, seeing him, struck without a word. They were 2 steps apart, one on the staircase, the other below, which made it convenient for Juyu's fist. Tang Rong's guards couldn't react in time. The result, Tang Rong's right eye socket was hit hard. He stumbled back, clutching his eye in pain. Your Highness. This was disastrous. The 2 guards were distraught. Who could have expected the 3rd young Master Zhu would strike personally? With his status, it seemed impossible. They must have been cursed to get such an unlucky heir. They stepped in front of Tang Rong. Enraged, Tang Rong pushed them aside. Jusan, are you insane? Yes. I'm insane, driven mad by you. Jiyu's eyes were bloodshot. No one could understand what he had endured these past few days. Huang Wei, that fierce woman, insisted on divorce. His family scolded him without reason, blamed him, and caused him unbearable pain. He never wished to marry Huang Wei. What wrong was there in wanting to be with someone he truly liked? Now, as they divorced and Miss Tao had been rejected by her in-laws and sent back to her family, it was the perfect chance for them to be together. Tang Rong rubbed his eye in anger. If this fist left a mark, how would he face the Ministry of Rights tomorrow? Jusan, you madman. What nonsense are you spouting? I am insane, driven mad by you. Why did you marry Miss Tao if you wouldn't treat her well? Why did you occupy her but not care for her, making her endure so much suffering? If you can't give her a good life, then let go. Why ruin her? Thinking of Miss Tao, rejected by her in-laws and now pursued by Tang Rong, Juyu's heart bled. Tang Rong's mind felt like it had been struck, buzzing, unable to think for a moment, then roared in anger. Jusan, what nonsense are you speaking? She's my wife. What right do you have to speak here? You, a married scoundrel, coveting another woman's wife, are shameless. Tang Rong's blood boiled. Make him shut up. Beat him. The 2 guards immediately moved. How could anyone tolerate such insults? Jiu had come alone, with no one to help. He crouched, covering his head, shouting, Tang Rong, you shameless man. On your wedding day, you occupied your sister-in-law, forcing her. Others fear your residence, but I don't. You hypocritical gentleman. You only wanted Miss Tao's beauty. You occupied her yet did not treat her well. You let a woman endure endless rumors, unable to take responsibility. You're a sinister villain. Why don't we confront each other before Miss Tao? Let her choose between us. The onlooker's eyes widened. Occupied his sister-in-law? Even on the wedding day, the big families were such chaos? Everyone listened intently, pointing and whispering. Tang Rong's face darkened. He wanted to tear Jiu apart. At that moment, Zhao Wen and Ma Qi arrived, rushing forward. Stop! Stop! They shouted, Tang Rong, Jiu is from the Xiangguogong residence. Do you want to kill him? Your blows are too severe. Chapter 222, Tang Mo's Fortunate Event. Zhao Wen and Ma Qi weren't exactly good people, they simply loved watching chaos unfold. When they learned that Jiu had confronted Tang Rong, they hurried to ride over, afraid to miss the spectacle. Jiu, seeing reinforcements arrive, became even more emboldened. His mind couldn't think clearly at all. Even though Tao Iran was in his thoughts, he barely considered her situation. All he wanted was to pin Tang Rong down and humiliate him. Tang Rong. I dare you, do you have the guts to enter the house and confront me, you scheming villain, he shouted. Tang Rong, utterly enraged, snapped Jiu. Even if you go mad, there's a limit. How dare you slander my wife out of nowhere? What are you really after? Stop adding crimes to me. I've said nothing wrong. It's obvious that Miss Tao clearly likes me. Zhao Wen and Ma Qi suddenly played peacemakers. Tang Rong, I suggest you just hear Jiu out. If it's a misunderstanding, he'll apologize, Zhao Wen said. Yes, if you came to the Tao family, there must be a reason. Misunderstandings are better cleared up on the spot, Ma Qi added. Tang Rong could never agree. Just as he was about to retort, the Tao family gate opened. Seeing trouble brewing, a Tao family servant rushed to summon Li Shi. Li Shi appeared at the doorway, her face cold as she glared at Zhu Yu. Third young master Zhu, why do you keep harassing us? I've already made it clear. No Miss Tao here is acquainted with you. Your presumptuous visits have already severely harmed the reputation of the young ladies of our house. Are you trying to force the entire household to prove their innocence with their lives? Today, the Tao family will seek justice from the Xiangguogong residents. Even the Guo residents cannot arbitrarily drag unrelated people into this. Zhu Yu's whole body ached, but he still tried to defend himself. Miss Tao and I have mutual feelings. Silence. Li Shi's gaze was icy. If you keep slandering, I will immediately take you to the authorities. Do you think the Tao family is easy to bully? You only met Miss Tao once at a banquet. Out of courtesy, she greeted you. Did that somehow mean she intended anything for you? Third young master Zhu, you are a married man. Have you considered your wife before acting? Have you considered the dignity of your Guo residence? Li Shi knew exactly that these troubles stemmed from Tao Iran's own wayward charm. She had a habit of attracting men wherever she went, and now it had caused this mess. But at this moment, Li Shi's priority was protecting the reputation of the Tao family's young lady. Bring the young master inside. Go fetch the physician. Wait. Ma Qi laughed, stepping forward. Sister-in-law, you can't be so harsh and break the couple apart. I advise you to speak less, Li Shi said firmly. She continued, asserting her position clearly. I will say it once more. All our Tao girls are proper and virtuous. None have ever acted improperly. Do not recklessly involve them here. It's not the young lady, it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Wen and Ma Qi could not let this spectacle go. It's the young lady who married out of the household. Shameless. Li Shi raised her voice. There is only one young lady who married from our household. She is now the wife of the Wei Yuan Ho heir, with a harmonious marital relationship. She came back to care for the old lady of the household due to illness, a filial act, but your few words have made it look shameful. What is your intention? Do you even respect the law? Help the young master inside. Li Shi's firm, organized stance minimized the negative impact of this incident. The servants helped Tang Rong inside, paying no attention to the staggering Zhu Yu. Zhao Wen and Ma Qi hadn't expected Li Shi to be so unyielding. They could only whisper into Zhu Yu's ear, stoking his anger. Eventually, someone from the Xiangguogong residence came and took him back. Whether from anger or emotional shock, he fainted halfway, eyes rolling back. That's how it happened. There were a lot of onlookers, the servant recounted in vivid detail. Everyone reacted differently but instinctively looked at Tang Mo. Liaoji remarked, truly a fortunate event. Yan Shimao immediately caught the meaning and nodded in agreement, indeed, very fortunate. If Tao Iran were to marry Tang Mo, one could only imagine how good life would be for Tang Mo. With someone like Tang Rong, full of schemes, causing such trouble, Tang Mo's future looked far brighter. Tang Mo forced a bitter smile, feeling regret. Ji struck just one punch. If he had landed one on each eye socket, it would have been fairer. Meanwhile, Xin An arrived with the ladies again. Seeing new faces among the guests, she smiled and asked Fangda, "Already have diners?" Fangda smiled, eyes barely visible. "All the evening rooms are booked." Xin An was surprised. "So soon?" "Some are merchants who came today, some heard about the commotion and wanted to see, and some just for curiosity. Luckily, Master Qin had anticipated this and sent some herbs earlier, so it won't affect tonight's soup. Tomorrow 5 more rooms are already booked," Fangda added. At first, Fangda worried about long-term profitability, but seeing today's crowd, earning back the costs was only a matter of time. Xin An smiled, satisfied. "Tell the staff, the first few days are going to be busy. Once this rush is over, reward them generously." Visitors always brought joy. Fangda happily instructed the staff to prepare small baskets. Today, each guest would receive soup ingredients, autumn pears, and pomegranates, a gesture of celebration. That evening, the guests gathered in the largest room. 2 tables were set. The men were whispering, but quieted when Xin An and the others entered. Curious, Lin Yao asked. What were you talking about? Nothing once you arrived. Were you plotting behind our backs? Yan Shimao, understanding Lin Yao's curiosity, explained briefly. Everyone shook their heads. The incident seemed neither surprising nor extraordinary. Jiu was notorious in the capital for his reckless behavior, always acting on impulse. Although Jiu is unreliable, he wouldn't randomly barge in without some hint or provocation, someone remarked. Let's not discuss that. My stomach's full of soup and wine from lunch. I'm starving now. Everyone quickly changed the topic, sparing Tang Mo and Xin An any embarrassment. At the same time, Yan Wenhui and others returned from watching the scene. The group joked for a bit before taking their seats. The staff served the dishes in orderly lines. The ladies were content, while the men, sipping soup, expressed utter satisfaction. This soup is amazing. Looks like I'll be a regular here, someone said. Tang your appetite is clearly not small. Next time you come, call me along. I won't eat much, just a couple bowls, another laughed. Ha ha, and here you are pretending to be frugal. Chapter 223, Tang Rong just won't go down. Night fell and the lights glittered brightly. After dinner, the guests didn't linger long. Laughing and chatting, they stepped out of the medicinal cuisine shop. Each household's coachman had already brought their carriage to the entrance, lining up in order. Tang Mo and Xin An personally saw each guest off one by one, offering endless words of thanks. The Wei family's carriage was last. Xin An stopped Wei Yi before he boarded and asked about his wife's condition. Tang Mo, who hadn't heard anything about it, was shocked. Is it serious? Why didn't you tell your brothers anything? Wei Yi sighed. We've invited every doctor we could, but no one can diagnose it. The medicine doesn't help either. Everyone has their own burdens. Why make you all worry too? What kind of talk is that? Are we not brothers anymore? Something this serious, and you didn't say a word. No wonder you looked off today. You were forcing yourself, weren't you? Tang Mo said that before, they might have been helpless, but now they had a divine physician. Dr. Qin is very skilled. Why not invite him to take a look? Maybe it'll help. Wei Yi nodded. Then I'll trouble you. What trouble? Don't worry, we'll figure something out together. After seeing Wei Yi off, Tang Mo let out a long sigh. I've been so busy lately, I've neglected a lot of things. I shouldn't have. Xin An asked Feng De where Qin Bai had gone. Why didn't we see him tonight? He said an old friend came to the capital, so he went to visit, Feng De replied, smiling. He also mentioned that several private rooms had been booked again for the evening. Business is even better than expected under a big tree. It's easy to enjoy the shade. Xin An smiled and asked him to pass along a message for Qin Bai to come to the Marquis residence the next day. Tang Mo helped her into the carriage and brought up Tang Rong again. Things went smoothly today, but it's probably not over yet. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. You're tired today, don't worry about outside matters. Pretend you know nothing. Go home, wash up, and sleep. Xin An nodded, yawning as she leaned against his shoulder. I really am tired today. I need to rest well tomorrow. Tang Mo adjusted her position so she could lie more comfortably. Rest for a bit. I'll wake you when we arrive. Okay. That night, the Marquis residence felt quieter than usual. Tao Iran was brought back with red, swollen eyes. Although Li Shi had said her piece earlier, Tang Rong wouldn't let the matter go, especially since he himself had been injured. One side of his eye socket was already bruised purple. Tang Gang flew into another rage. Tang Rong had been supposed to return to work the next day, but now something had happened again. This time, Tang Gang personally visited Vice Minister Wang of the Ministry of Rights. Even as he spoke, he felt guilty. Vice Minister Wang could only respond helplessly, tactfully suggesting that Tang Rong should go make offerings, perhaps even change to a different position. What superior could tolerate a subordinate constantly running into accidents? Especially in the Ministry of Rights, Tang Rong's character was already questionable. Out of 30 days, he was absent for 28. Who would dare entrust him with work? What could Tang Gang say? For the sake of his beloved son, he smiled endlessly and gave generous gifts. Only then did Vice Minister Wang reluctantly agree, but also made it clear that Tang Rong would be reassigned upon returning. The implication was obvious. keep him out of the spotlight until rumors died down and he rebuilt his reputation. Tang Gang was nearly driven mad with anger and decided to go to the Xianghua Duke's residence the next day to demand an explanation. Madame Wang, of course, fully supported him. She even thoughtfully suggested going out to pray for Tang Rong. How can someone be this unlucky? When misfortune strikes, even drinking water can choke you. Something as simple as picking someone up could turn into trouble. Early the next morning, Tang Mo left early for work. He was doing fairly well in the northern garrison now, getting along with his colleagues and working with enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, he ran into Tang Rong, who was also heading to work. The bruising around his eye had been treated overnight and looked much better, at least not too severe. Oh, elder brother, that's quite an injury. Why not rest a few more days? Tang Rong remained calm, showing no trace of embarrassment. It's just a minor injury. Nothing serious. Tang Mo smiled and nodded. Noticing that Tang Rong's outfit was similar to one he had worn before, he found it amusing. So, even elder brother has started imitating me. That outfit looks nice. And that jade pendant too. Tang Rong glanced down casually. A gift from grandmother. Naturally, it's no ordinary piece. Do you like it, second brother? Tang Mo grinned. If I said I did, would you give it to me? Tang Rong forced a smile. If you like it, I'd gladly offer it, but since it was bestowed by grandmother, giving it away would disrespect her intentions. Tang Mo burst out laughing. I'm a rough man, I prefer gold. Only someone as refined as elder brother deserves such fine jade. Jade brings protection, elder brother probably needs it more than I do. Then he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Come to think of it, doesn't your position in the Ministry of Rights seem unlucky for you? Ever since you joined, things haven't gone smoothly. Why not ask father to transfer you to the northern garrison instead? Tang Rong stayed composed. Thank you for your concern, but the Ministry of Rights suits me better. Then take good care of yourself. Tang Mo smiled, mounted his horse and rode off. I'll head out first, see you. As he rode away, he thought to himself, Tang Rong really is impossible to knock down. Even after everything, he could still remain so steady. That kind of resilience couldn't be underestimated. Tang Rong's smile disappeared. His face darkened as he got into his carriage. The two brothers headed in opposite directions. Xin An slept in and woke up naturally, feeling relaxed and lazy. Chunyang and Chuanlu attended to her while chatting about the latest gossip. Before dawn today, the eldest young madam went to pay respects to the old madam and sat in Chuanrong Hall for quite a while. Then she went to greet madam. Very diligent. Xin An smiled faintly. It's easy to storm back to your maiden home in anger. Much harder to return. Better that she came back, no need to keep watching the Tao family anymore. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, even startling Rukio into running out. Soon, Nan Feng returned with news. Madam has sent many items to Chunhua Courtyard, all things suitable for pregnancy. Since the second day after the wedding, Xiosher Courtyard had always overshadowed Chunhua Courtyard. While Tao Iran was away, Chunhua Courtyard had remained low-key. Now that their mistress had returned pregnant, everyone there was energized again, ready to resume their silent rivalry. Hearing the commotion next door, the maids in Xin An's room all put on expressions of indifference. Xin An laughed. Drop those looks, jealousy is practically written on your foreheads. We also want a young master or young miss. The young master and young madam are perfect, so why haven't they figured things out yet? They're both so good-looking, sharing the same bed, and still nothing? Could it be the second young master has some hidden problem? Chapter 224, Courtesies Between Mother-in-Law and Daughter-in-Law. Once the thought appeared, it became impossible to suppress. Chunyang frowned immediately. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her young madam was beautiful, gentle, with fair, delicate skin and a naturally pleasant fragrance. And yet the second young master showed no interest at all? If not a hidden illness, what else could it be? She decided she would quietly ask Lilai later. If it was true, they absolutely must not avoid treatment out of embarrassment. Xin An, of course, had no idea her maid's thoughts had gone completely astray. She simply smiled and reassured them. There will be children. Sooner or later. Then she stood up. Go to the storeroom and pick out 2 decorative items to bring. You're still going to give her a gift? What else would I do? Madame Wang's attendant quickly went to prepare things. Besides the 2 ornaments, she also picked out 2 pieces of fine cloth. Outwardly, she said they would be suitable for making baby clothes, but inwardly she thought those fabrics had been sitting unused for ages, better to put them to use. Chanhua courtyard was filled with joy, as if after months of suppression, they had finally seen daylight. After greeting Xin, the servants all cast sideways glances at Chunyang and Chuanlu, making the 2 maids roll their eyes in annoyance. Inside, Tao Iran tried to stand up to greet her. After all, she had only just returned and could no longer afford to act aloof like before. Xin quickly stopped her. Elder sister-in-law, please sit. You're carrying a child now, you mustn't overexert yourself. Looking at her closely, she added, you seem to have lost some weight? Tao Iran forced a smile. My appetite hasn't been good. It'll improve with time. I've heard pregnancy is quite difficult. You'll have to endure a lot in the coming months. As soon as she said this, Wang Shi smiled and chimed in. It is indeed hard. The child your sister-in-law is carrying is the Marquis household's legitimate eldest grandson, very precious. Putting on the air of a loving mother, she patted Tao Iran's hand. From now on, whatever you want to eat or drink, just have someone prepare it. If you need anything, come to me, I'll arrange it. You mustn't neglect yourself. You don't need to worry about outside matters. With me and your younger sister-in-law here, all you need to do is focus on nurturing the pregnancy. If you're bored, take walks in the garden, or go chat with your grandmother. You could even play the zither, your music is excellent. Let the child hear it early, it might be beneficial. In the coming months, you must be extremely careful. There are many events toward the end of the year, don't attend any banquets. Crowds are dangerous. And there's no need for daily formal greetings. Those formalities can wait, nothing is more important than the child in your womb. After such a speech, who could say she wasn't a good mother-in-law? Tao Iran nodded obediently. Thank you, mother. I'm not done yet, Wang Shi added. Xueyu would definitely be brought back. Whether Tao Iran liked it or not, she would have to drink the concubine tea. Don't worry, even if she gives birth before you, she won't surpass you. Our Marquis household is not chaotic. There's a proper order between legitimate and concubine-born. Tao Iran had already expected this and did not refuse, mainly because refusal would be useless. After offering a few more comforting words, Wang Shi stood and left with Xin. Back at Qiushi courtyard, Wang Shi sat down for tea. Then she removed a bracelet from her wrist, a rare purple jade piece. I found this in the storeroom today. They say it's violet jade. It's for you. I have one too. The bracelet was a soft purple with faint green mixed in. Rather than detracting, it enhanced its beauty. Even Xin, accustomed to luxury, had never seen such a piece. Most jade on the market was white or slightly yellow. Even green jade was rare. Truly fine pieces usually went to the palace, so this must have come from there. Wang Shi smiled. You're my daughter-in-law. If others have something, you should too, and yours must be the best. Xin happily put it on. It's beautiful. Thank you, mother. Her hands were already well cared for, her skin like jade. The bracelet made them look even more delicate. It suits you perfectly. Seems mother has good taste. Yesterday was tiring for you. Rest well today. I've declined 2 invitations, but there are 2 we cannot refuse, you'll need to attend those. Wang Shi began discussing future plans. Next month, I'll take you through the household's year-end arrangements. You'll need to learn them. Xin thanked her. Wang Shi then mentioned Tang Rong's incident from the previous night. You and your husband should stay out of it. Pretend you don't know anything. Just greet him if you see him, and don't mention anything in front of the old madam. Let her recover in peace. Don't worry, mother. I may not like elder brother and sister-in-law, but I won't give anyone something to talk about. I won't neglect appearances. She found herself liking this mother-in-law more and more. Turning slightly, she asked Madame Wang's attendant to bring in her prepared gift. I'm fortunate. Though I had some troubles after entering the household, I've received mother's care. You treat me like your own daughter. I'm truly grateful and always want to show my filial respect. Earlier, I acquired a small box of gemstones from foreign merchants. I originally planned to make jewelry, but couldn't decide on a design. Recently, I finalized it with a jeweler. Please take a look. Gemstones, of course, had to be set in gold. The entire set was crafted from pure gold. The master craftsman's work was exquisite. Various hairpins set with over 30 gemstones of different colors, dazzling and luxurious. Wang Shi's gaze lingered, unable to look away. Truly magnificent. Xin An smiled. When they were just sitting in the box, they didn't look nearly this brilliant, some even looked dull. But once set, it's like they've been reborn. Wang Shi finally looked away. Fine gemstones need gold to complement them. A set like this could be passed down as a family heirloom. You should keep it. She clearly liked it, but it was too valuable. Her instinct was to refuse. Xin An spoke up. This was specially made for you. If anyone is to keep it, it should be you. When winter comes and you wear new clothes with this set, you'll look stunning. You mustn't refuse. This design doesn't suit my age. It requires someone with your elegance and maturity. Her words were sincere and flattering. Wang Shi beamed. If she kept refusing, it would seem distant. Besides, she thought, she would only keep it for now and return it to Xin An in the future. I'll accept it. For this set, I must have a proper outfit made this winter. I'll even wear it during the new year, let other ladies envy me. This is my daughter-in-law's gift, after all. Xin An laughed along. The two chatted happily for a while before Wang Shi left with the jewelry. Madame Wang's attendant looked thoroughly satisfied. They had all seen how well Wang Shi treated their young madam. It was only right for Xin An to spend so much on such a gift. Between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, there should always be give and take. Chapter 225. Fighting with the elderly is deadly. A gust of wind blew, sending the few remaining withered leaves on the branches spinning down to the ground. Facing the wind head-on, Xin An felt her face grow a little dry. The winter in the capital was truly bleak. And I'll have a bowl of bird's nest soup to soothe my throat. All right, there's some warming in the pot. After finishing the bird's nest soup, she went to Chuanrong Hall, then returned to Qiushi Courtyard. After instructing someone to invite Dr. Qin, she nestled under the eaves on a rocking chair, teasing the myna bird to talk while watching Rukyu frolic in the courtyard. Nearby, Chunyang and the others had already prepared tea and snacks. The high walls blocked the biting wind, making everything feel pleasantly comfortable. At the Xianghua Duke's residence, Tang Gang, who had originally come to demand an explanation, was now feeling somewhat uneasy. The old Duke of Xianghua, nearly 70 years old, wore a grim expression, and the entire residence was shrouded in a sense of sorrow. After Zhiyu had been carried back the previous day, something had seemed off. In the middle of the night, his whole body burned with fever, and he rambled deliriously for a long time. Several times he came close to death, frightening his mother, Madame Zhu, into kneeling before the Buddha and burning incense all night. Finally, by dawn, his condition stabilized. But before anyone in the residence could breathe a sigh of relief, barely an hour later, the fever returned. The old Duke of Xianghua resented this grandson for being disappointing, but no matter how disappointing he was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing his grandson repeatedly hover at death's door, how could he feel at ease? Before he could go find Tang Gang to demand an explanation, the man actually dared to come to his door to seek justice. Duke, since this isn't a good time to talk, Tang, will come again another day. Given the situation, Tang Gang naturally wanted to leave, but they gave him no such chance. Marquis, you might as well sit a while longer and have some tea. Though my Duke's residence may not have the wealthy in-laws your Marquis residence has, we still have several good teas. Do have a taste. Tang Gang looked embarrassed. The tea of the Duke's residence is naturally of fine quality. It's just that I have duties to attend to and cannot stay long. I'll come again another day to accompany the Duke for tea. The old Duke lifted his eyelids and snorted coldly. I haven't yet given the Marquis justice. Why the hurry? What, feeling guilty? Tang Gang smiled faintly and sat back down. It seems now the Duke wishes to demand an explanation from me. Tang Gang was already full of anger. The rumors outside had only just begun to settle, and he had already smoothed things over at the Ministry of Rights. As long as Tang Rong kept a low profile for a while after returning, he could naturally emerge from the shadows. Everything had been planned, yet that scoundrel Zhu had caused such a scene, pushing Tang Rong back into the eye of the storm. At today's morning court, Tang Rong had once again been impeached by the censors. If not for Vice Minister Wang from the Ministry of Rights speaking up, Tang Rong would likely have already been sent home by now. If he could no longer go to the Ministry of Rights, who knew how much ridicule he would face then? And now this old man in front of him was speaking in a mocking, insinuating tone. Did he really think Tang Gang was a soft target? No matter what the third young Master Zhu has done, no matter how absurd, excessive, or lacking in propriety, he is ill. And since he is ill, he is in the right. It is the Marquis residence that should bring generous gifts to visit him. Ideally, I should bring my son along to apologize at your door. He should stand there and accept the third young master's humiliation. Why did he have to lose his temper and resort to violence? The young masters of the Duke's residence are so precious. What does it matter if he insults him a few times? What does it matter if he covets his wife? Status and rank are like an insurmountable gulf. It is my son who failed to recognize his place. He picked up the teacup beside him, took a light sip, and then said with admiration, I have now tasted the Duke's tea. It is indeed excellent. I shall return and submit a memorial of apology. I will not shirk responsibility for my failure in disciplining my son, and I will certainly give the Duke a satisfactory answer. After speaking, he stood up, ignoring the old Duke's furious gaze, cupped his hands in farewell, and said goodbye. After leaving, he returned straight to his residence. No sooner had the memorial of apology been sent out than news spread that the old Duke had fainted from anger. There were also faint rumors circulating about Tang Gang's arrogance and domineering behavior. Tang Mo was the first to learn of it. He immediately took leave and returned home, heading straight to Qiushi courtyard. At that moment, Xin An was feeding fish in the courtyard. You're back so early today? Come inside. I have something to tell you. Xin An did not delay and went inside with him. Tang Mo quickly recounted everything. The information he had received was only that Ji was gravely ill, Tang Gang had acted arrogantly, and the old Duke had fainted. The exact situation is still unclear, but did the old man directly clash with the Duke? Xin An poured him a cup of water. Father must have gone to seek justice for the neighbor. Juyu's outburst, although his words were refuted by the Tao family's young madam, there are still people who believe them. At this time, it really should be someone from the Duke's residence stepping forward to take responsibility and apologize, restoring Tao Iran's innocence so that Tang Rong won't be mocked. But Jiu is seriously ill, and it happened after Tang Rong struck him. That weakens the argument, even if they are in the right. No matter how despicable Jiu is, he's still a member of the Duke's residence. How could the old Duke not feel heartache? Father may be good at avoiding harm and seeking advantage, but he's not a pushover. He can't back down from this matter. The warm water calmed the agitation in Tang Mo's heart. He raised an eyebrow. Was the old Duke really angered into fainting by Father? Whether he truly fainted or not, only those involved know. But since he did faint, and at his age, Father goes from being in the right to being in the wrong. Xin An sighed. So whoever you offend, don't offend the elderly. The moment they lie down on the ground, you've already lost in terms of momentum. Later, people will say that while his grandson's life was hanging by a thread, the Marquis of Wei Yuan came to show off his power and forced an old man to faint. TSK, Father won't be able to defend himself at all. Fighting with the elderly is truly deadly. Tang Mo took a deep breath, feeling he could not stand by idly. Everyone understood that when one prospers, all prosper. If the Marquis residence was well, he would be well too. We need to make sure the old man is prepared. And we also have to help Tang Rong along the way. It doesn't feel great. Xin An smiled. Helping him benefits you as well. One rises as the other falls. Like a hidden thread stretching far beneath the surface. No need to rush. The couple exchanged smiles. Just as Tang Mo was about to speak, Nan Feng interrupted. Young madam, Dr. Xin has arrived. We've been waiting for him forever. He's finally here. Xin An stood up and went with Tang Mo to the front courtyard. Dr. Xin was drinking tea, with a faint smell of alcohol about him. Xin An felt helpless. Ever since Dr. Xin started helping at the medicinal cuisine workshop, tasting dishes all day, he had completely fallen in love with eating. In such a short time, he had already put on quite a bit of weight. It seemed his passion for food had surpassed his passion for medicine. You've gained weight. Nonsense. Xin Bai firmly denied it. I looked like this before I came. I lost weight on the road, now I've just gained it back. What could Xin An say? Whatever you say. Uncle Xin, I have something to tell you. She recounted the matter of Madame Zhao II. Before she could express her opinion, Xin Bai spoke first. She's seen countless doctors? Even imperial physicians? And they couldn't find the cause. Then I won't be able to treat it either. But you haven't even examined her yet. Xin Bai said he was familiar with the skills of the imperial physicians in the palace. If it's not some rare and difficult illness, then it's something that can't be spoken of. Cases like that are troublesome. I'm not going. The capital runs deep. I don't want to bring trouble upon you. Chapter 226. Having us is his good fortune. Xin Bai was not the type of person who only knew how to study medicine and nothing else. Although he had some reputation in Huaijiang, the capital was a place where hidden talents abounded, and the biggest taboo was to stand out rashly. So many doctors had been consulted without identifying the cause. This clearly meant there was something more going on. Tang Mo didn't fully understand Xin Bai, but he could guess some of his concerns. She's the Zhao family's eldest daughter. The Zhao family has only this one daughter. Lord Zhao doesn't even have concubines, and his temperament is good. The Wei family is also clean. How about you go take a look? That way we can also be at ease. Xin Bai thought for a moment. How about this? I'll take you to invite a divine physician. A real divine physician. Who? Hua Zhang, divine Dr. Hua. Speaking of this person, Xin Bai looked quite proud. He's back. I know where he is. Divine Dr. Hua had long been famous for his meritorious treatment of the Empress Dowager. It would be better for him to go than for me. Tang Mo stepped forward, cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks, Dr. Xin. Dr. Xin waved his hand, saying his stomach felt uncomfortable and that he would go to the medicinal cuisine workshop to drink some soup. Just come find me at the workshop later. At this moment, Tang Gang was still pondering how he should explain things when he met the emperor. At today's morning court, censors had already impeached Jiyu and Tang Rong. If he didn't quickly secure innocence for Tang Rong, he truly wouldn't be able to remain in the Ministry of Rights. No amount of gifts would help. If he were sent back by the ministry, that would be the real humiliation. When he saw Tang Mo arrive, his brows furrowed slightly. He was just about to question why he had returned instead of attending to his duties, but Tang Mo stepped forward, cupped his hands, and relayed the information he had obtained. Your son does not know what exactly happened, but the old Duke's fainting is very suspicious. With a household like the Duke's, how could they let news spread so chaotically outside and speak so ambiguously? First they say father came angrily to the door, then they say it was just anger harming the heart and unrelated to others. Isn't that meant to make people suspect father? Upon hearing this, your son dared not delay and returned to inform you. If the Duke's residence truly harbors ill intent, father should prepare early. Tang Gang's face turned ashen. Just as he was about to speak, Steward Zhang hurried in, reporting the same matter. My lord, is the Duke's residence trying to turn the tables? This is simply too much. Compared to the old Duke's possibly fake fainting, Tang Gang now truly felt his anger surge to his heart. His face began to pale, and a wave of dizziness nearly made him collapse. Tang Mo quickly supported him to sit down. Father, please calm yourself. Your health is most important. On the way back, your son also thought about this matter. Though I am not as clever as elder brother, I can offer a thought for father's consideration. Tang Gang took a deep breath. In his eyes, it was already quite good that Tang Mo had brought back the news. He did not expect much more. Tang Mo said, I believe the first thing is to confirm why Jiu fell ill and what illness it is. If his illness has nothing to do with elder brother, then the Duke's residents won't dare to keep using Jiu as an excuse. Steward Zhang chimed in. Second young master means to invite Divine Dr. Qin to take a look, but Divine Dr. Qin's reputation hasn't spread in the capital, I'm afraid. Tang Emo shook his head. Father may not know, but the Divine Dr. Hua who treated the Empress Dowager in the palace last year has already returned to the capital. Coincidentally, Dr. Qin has some acquaintance with him. When Divine Dr. Hua once traveled to Huijiang, he even stayed for a few days at my father-in-law's residence. If Dr. Qin goes to invite him, he should be able to. Divine Dr. Hua? Tang Gang knew of this person. Last year, when the Empress Dowager suddenly fell gravely ill, the imperial physicians were helpless. Prince Jing recommended the Divine Dr. Huazhang, and only then was she saved. The emperor wanted to reward him, but Huazhang only accepted 100 taels of silver before leaving the palace and later departing the capital to travel. Steward Zhang looked delighted. If we can invite Divine Dr. Hua, we can surely find out why third young master Zhu fell ill. But what if? His expression turned tense again. What if he really had been injured by the heir's guards? Wouldn't that be lifting a rock only to drop it on their own feet? Tang Gang had thought of this as well. Bring in the two men who acted last night. Steward Zhang personally went to fetch them. Tang Mo's view was that no matter the situation, Divine Dr. Hua should still be invited to examine Juyu. If we ignore it, won't we just let them say whatever they want? Besides, those two guards have served the household for many years. They understand propriety and know the limits. With Juyu's status, they wouldn't dare strike lethally. Tang Gang agreed with this. The two guards arrived quickly and, without even being asked, recounted everything that had happened the previous night in detail. That Ji spoke extremely offensively. Let alone the heir, there isn't a man in this world who wouldn't be angered hearing it. But we brothers know our limits and feared causing trouble for the heir, so we held back our strength and avoided vital areas. There is absolutely no possibility of internal injury. One could say there aren't even external injuries, at most a few bruises. With that, Tang Gang felt reassured. Tang Emo suggested, Father might as well enter the palace now and explain everything clearly to the emperor. I will go invite Divine Dr. Hua to examine Jiyu. We must act before the Duke's residence. If the old Duke's condition worsens, Father will have even less chance to explain himself. Tang Gang nodded. You're right. He immediately instructed Steward Zhang, prepare the carriage. I will go to the palace at once. Steward Zhang hurried to make arrangements. Tang Gang's gaze fell on Tang Mo, carrying a trace of approval. Leave the matter of Divine Dr. Hua to you. Personally escort him to the Duke's residence and oversee everything. Yes, your son will handle it at once. However, Tang Mo smiled. When you see the Emperor, remember to plead injustice, like last time. After the previous incident, Tang Gang had learned something. In the past, when appearing before the Emperor, he always focused on demonstrating his talent and competence, fearing the slightest mistake. Now he realized he had been somewhat inflexible. Go on. Tang Mo turned and returned to Qiushi courtyard. Xin An was playing with the dog. Seeing him return, she stepped forward. How did it go? Tang Mo took her hand and led her inside. I'm going to find Dr. Qin now, then directly invite Divine Dr. Hua. The rest can be handled by Luo Qiwen. Of course, he would handle things properly, but once something was done, people should know about it. I think Tang Rong won't be able to stay in the Ministry of Rites anymore. I just wonder where the old man will arrange for him next. I heard the old man sent quite a lot of good things to Vice Minister Wang's residence. For his precious favorite, he's truly willing to spend. From childhood until now, how much money has the old man ever spent on me? He let out a long sigh. For someone not favored, even spending a single copper coin feels like a waste. Xin An burst into laughter. Maybe nothing on the surface, but what about in secret? Tang Mo said, that's what I deserve. If the old man doesn't take me seriously, I can't afford not to take myself seriously. If I don't secure some benefits, how can I comfort myself? So don't dwell on it. Xin An bent slightly and winked at him. No matter where he ends up, with lucky stars like you and me behind him, are you really afraid he'll turn his fortunes around? Tang Mo laughed. That's true, having us is his good fortune. Chapter 227. Tang Gang's Complicated Thoughts. Aunt Wang brought over the prepared visiting gifts. Tang Mo took them and headed straight out toward the medicinal cuisine workshop. At this moment, Tang Gang was already waiting outside the imperial study. After waiting for the time it takes 2 sticks of incense to burn, he was finally granted an audience with the emperor. The moment he knelt, he began to cry out, "Your Majesty, please uphold justice for this humble subject. I am about to be wronged to death." The emperor was quite surprised. What has happened? In just a few sentences, Tang Gang explained the matter, sounding deeply aggrieved. My eldest daughter-in-law has rarely gone out since marrying into the family. She is now with child. Wait, how did he forget this? If the old duke could faint, Tao Iran could also have been angered into disturbing her pregnancy. How had he not thought of this earlier? Though regretful in his heart, his words did not falter at all. She was falsely implicated by that boy from the Zhu family, which caused her to disturb her pregnancy. She is now bedridden trying to preserve it, and the doctor says the outlook is not optimistic. I was truly angered and went to their residence today, but who would have thought that right after I left? Word spread that the old duke had fainted and that it was I who angered him, calling me domineering. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I already feel deeply ashamed that I do not live up to my father's bearing. I have always been cautious and careful, fearing any mistake that might tarnish my late father's reputation. How could I possibly act arrogantly in front of the old duke? With the old duke fainting like this, I am truly terrified and unable to defend myself. The emperor did not respond. He slowly sipped his tea. The imperial study was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Tang Gang felt uneasy but dared not speak further. After quite some time, the emperor finally spoke. You are somewhat different from before. In the past, he had been stiff and formal, someone who wanted to curry favor, but hesitated awkwardly. Now, he seemed able to throw caution to the wind. Tang Gang did not understand what the emperor meant and stammered, "This subject has been disrespectful. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." How is the old duke? Tang Gang quickly replied that Tang Mo had already gone to invite Divine Dr. Hua. Judging by the time, Divine Dr. Hua should already have arrived at the duke's residence. No matter how the old duke fainted, I dare not ignore it. Fortunately, my in-laws have some acquaintance with Divine Dr. Hua, otherwise we could not have invited him. The Tao family? The Xin family. Tang Gang repeated Tang Mo's explanation word for word. The emperor said the old marquis had sharp judgment. The family he chose would naturally not be wrong. Unfortunately, Tang Rong was short-sighted. Someone come. The emperor ordered someone to go to the duke's residence to check on the situation. Take an imperial physician along as well. The emperor's gaze returned to Tang Gang, this time with a hint of displeasure. Did I not previously instruct you to manage your inner household well? That it must not fall into disorder? You clearly did not take my words to heart. Tang Gang could only admit fault. The emperor continued, there have been quite a few memorials impeaching your son. How long has he been married? And already so many incidents. What is your view? It is this subject's failure in disciplining my son. Tang Gang was truly afraid now. The emperor snorted coldly. Your household already caused a scandal by switching brides on the wedding night. You barely salvaged your reputation through great effort. You should have been all the more cautious afterward, yet troubles continue one after another. You cannot even restrain the women in your inner quarters. How can I trust you to handle official duties? Cold sweat soaked Tang Gang's back. He prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Fortunately, the emperor only intended to admonish him, not to deal harshly with him. The old marquis was upright and unyielding, and your household once held great prestige. Yet only a few years after his passing, it has become the subject of idle gossip among the people. I order you to return home and kneel before your father's memorial tablet to reflect on your faults. As for the matter of the old duke, I will determine right and wrong myself. You may withdraw. This subject never dares forget my father's teachings. I am aware that I have tarnished his reputation. I will return at once to reflect on my faults. Tang Gang cowed out again. This subject takes his leave. Tang Gang left the imperial study drenched in sweat. Only after walking more than 100 steps did he quietly let out a breath of relief. A palace eunuch hurried after him from behind. Marquis, please wait. Marquis, please wait. This was a eunuch close to the emperor. Tang Gang treated him with due courtesy. Eunuch Zhao, does His Majesty have further instructions? Eunuch Zhao smiled broadly. As one of the emperor's confidants, it was their role to speak what the emperor might not say directly. His Majesty respects the old marquis. Hearing that your household's prestige has been damaged, it is only natural he would say a few words. He lowered his voice. His Majesty has been holding back this anger for some time. I hope the marquis will be more cautious in the future. There must not be any more mishaps with the heir. Today, several senior officials proposed that the Ministry of Rights send the heir back home. Although His Majesty did not agree, the situation is not favorable for him. Tang Gang had expected this. Those old officials in court valued propriety and rules more than life itself. They constantly watched every household and would impeach at the slightest issue. With Tang Rong's repeated incidents, it was inevitable he would fall into their sights. Eunuch Zhao then smiled again. However, Marquis, do not worry too much. Just a few days ago, His Majesty even praised you for your good fortune. Tang Gang perked up. What did he say? Eunuch Zhao explained that a few days earlier, Liaoji had spoken with the emperor and mentioned Tang Mo. He said that although the second young master was born into a noble family, he lacked none of the usual slickness. He can endure hardship, has a good mind, and handles duties earnestly. His Majesty was very pleased, saying that the grandson of the old marquis could not be lacking. He even instructed Commander Liao to train him well, so he may take on great responsibilities in the future. The heir was originally outstanding, it is only that his recent fortune has been poor. If he keeps a low profile, he will surely turn things around. And with the second young master being promoted by Commander Liao, bringing glory to the family is just a matter of time. With two outstanding sons in one family, is that not good fortune for you? Tang Gang smiled faintly and let out a breath. If that is truly the case, then that would be good. He understood Tang Rong's abilities well. In his view, Tang Rong was merely suffering from bad luck lately. At worst, after the new year, things should turn around. Tang Mo's rise, however, was something he had not expected. That he could gain Liaoji's appreciation, he subconsciously thought of the 10,000 taels Xin An had lent out, guessing that favor had played a role. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complicated. He should have been pleased by Tang Mo's emerging excellence. But he had never invested any effort into him. When Tang Mo was 6 years old, he had already decided he would amount to nothing. Over the years, he had neglected him and poured all his attention into Tang Rong. Tang Mo's success only proved that his judgment had been wrong. It would be a slap to his own face. How could he feel happy? He could only regret that Tang Rong had not received Xin An's support. Even after leaving the palace, these complicated thoughts lingered in his mind as he kept recalling Tang Mo's recent changes. Meanwhile, Tang Mo, whose ears were slightly warm, had already successfully brought Divine Dr. Hua to the Duke's residence. At first, he had not even been allowed inside, but Divine Dr. Hua's reputation opened the doors. Lying in bed, the old Duke did not look well and was indeed unconscious. After taking his pulse, Divine Dr. Hua immediately understood the cause. The old Duke has been overly worried, and combined with sudden anger affecting the heart, it led to this fainting spell. Fortunately, it is not serious. Once he wakes, a few days of rest should suffice. The good news was that the primary cause of the fainting was excessive worry. The bad news was that this episode of fainting really was related to Tang Gang. Chapter 228. Tang Rong is roasted over the fire. As long as the old Duke is unharmed, this junior can rest at ease. Tang Mo stepped forward and cupped his hands toward the current Duke, the father of Zhu Yu. I have some fine medicinal ingredients that nourish vitality and health. I will have someone deliver them later. I hope the old Duke recovers soon. Divine Dr. Hua was not someone easily invited. The fact that Tang Mo had managed to bring him already eased much of the Duke residents' anger. Seeing his respectful attitude, they did not vent their anger on him, but neither did they speak to him. Tang Mo then asked Divine Dr. Hua to examine Juyu. Since he had come, Hua did not put on airs. Lead the way. Juyu's condition was far more serious than the old Duke's. Fortunately, after examination, his illness was not strongly related to his injuries. At such a young age, to be so burdened with worries that it harms the mind, could it be lovesickness? It had to be said, this was the skill of a true divine physician, well-traveled and insightful. The Duke of Xianghua hurried forward. Is it serious? Hua shook his head and sighed. Your son's emotions are unsettled, causing stagnation of qi and blood, compounded by excessive worry. The high fever is only a surface symptom. This illness cannot be cured by medicine alone. As the saying goes, a heart illness requires a heart remedy. The one who tied the knot must untie it. If his mental knot is not resolved, even divine medicine will be useless. Indeed, Jiu had been having a terrible time recently. The more he could not obtain something, the more obsessed he became. Huang Wei's relentless pressure, her family's strong stance, their sharp words that showed him no mercy, and his own family's disappointment, all of it was unbearable. At this point, the only thing he could cling to was Tao Iran. But Madame Li's words at the Tao family's gate had left him without hope. All of this led to his current unconscious state. Heart illnesses are the hardest to treat. For now, we can only use medicine to wake him. If, after waking, his emotions remain unresolved, his end would be to waste away in depression. Juyu's mother covered her mouth, crying silently. The Duke of Xianghua seemed to age instantly, his face full of desolation. Tang Mo thought that the only one who could resolve Juyu's condition was Tao Iran. If so, the Marquis residents would once again gain the upper hand. He was almost certain the Duke would secretly go to his father to ask for help, though whether his father would agree was another matter. Second young master, how is Tang Shitzi? After Hua finished examining Juyu, the imperial physician also took his pulse and reached the same conclusion. Now that the root of the illness was known, the method of treatment was clear. Only then did the Duke of Xianghua properly acknowledge Tang Mo. Tang Mo cupped his hands. My elder brother is unharmed. There is only some bruising at the corner of his eye. He went to the Ministry of Rites this morning as usual. The Duke's fist, hidden behind his back, clenched tightly, though his expression remained unchanged. Divine Dr. Hua is not easy to invite. Many thanks to second young master for this gesture. Tang Mo remained humble and composed. This junior is not entirely clear what happened after my father's visit today. Hearing the rumors unsettled me, so I thought that no matter what, saving the person must come first. If there is a misunderstanding, it can be clarified. If there has been any impropriety, I hope your grace will be magnanimous. I only wish for the old Duke and third young master to be safe. The Duke gave him another look. Second young master is filial. The Marquis of Wei Yuan will surely be pleased to know. It had long been said that the heir of the Marquis residence was gentle, modest, and magnanimous, while the second son was competitive, scheming, and petty. It seemed those rumors were not even half true. After leaving the Duke's residence, Tang Mo went to the medicinal cuisine workshop to pick up Dr. Qin, and then the two of them went together to the Wei residence. Having received the news, Wei Yu was already waiting at the entrance. He came down the steps to greet them. Tang Mo stepped forward. I've brought the doctor. I still have matters at home to attend to, so I won't come in today. Once sister-in-law improves, Xin An and I will come visit. Go handle your business. Bringing them here is already a great favor. Wei Yu had thought Tang Mo's earlier words about inviting Divine Dr. Hua were just meant to comfort him. He hadn't expected it to be true. How could he mind Tang Mo's haste? Tang Mo nodded and cupped his hands toward the two doctors. Dr. Qin, Divine Dr. Hua, thank you for your efforts. I'll take my leave. Go on. Qin Bai watched him ride off with a cheerful expression, then turned to Hua with a grin. What do you think of our family's son-in-law? Passable. Hua stroked his beard and laughed. You praise your eldest daughter to the heavens, how could her husband be lacking? Even if he were a bit lacking, in your daughter's hands, he'd be trained properly. Of course. Xin Bai looked smug as he followed Wei Yi inside. After the time it takes 2 sticks of incense to burn, Tang Mo delivered the news to Tang Gang. Tang Gang paced with his hands behind his back. A heart illness needs a heart remedy. The one who tied the knot must untie it? That's what Divine Dr. Hua said. Tang Mo nodded. Your son originally couldn't even enter the Duke's residence today. It was entirely thanks to Divine Dr. Hua's reputation that I got in. After he treated the old Duke, the Zhu family still didn't speak to me. Only after Zhu's condition became clear did they show me a bit more courtesy. I believe the Zhu family will certainly make a request, and soon, within these next 2 days. As for what they would ask, Tang Gang naturally understood. He snorted coldly. Wishful thinking. Tang Mo said nothing further. If father has no other instructions, your son will take his leave. Tang Gang looked at him. Go. This matter must not be publicized, you understand that? Yes, your son understands. After leaving the study, Tang Mo quickly returned to Qiushi courtyard. The moment he entered his room, his earlier composure vanished. He leaned close to Xin An and whispered excitedly, clearly gloating. What do you think, will the old man agree? Zhu's condition was not optimistic. Tao Iran was now his only remedy. For the sake of his son's life, the Duke would surely come to request that she go and comfort him. The real question was whether she would go. If she goes, Tang Rong will lose all face. His pregnant wife going to comfort a man who desires her, could he endure that? If she doesn't go and Zhu dies, the Duke will definitely resent them. After all, it's a human life. Tang Rong was now being roasted over the fire, sizzling. Xin An took a sip of freshly brewed flower tea. I think father will agree. He'll take the opportunity to make demands. Profit comes first. He'll also harbor a bit of wishful thinking, secretly sending Tao Iran over and bringing her back quietly, thinking no one will know. Little would he know that just beyond the wall, there were already 2 pairs of watchful eyes. But Tang Rong probably won't agree. He can't afford to lose that face. Tao Iran won't agree either. Zhu is of no use to her now. Going would bring her nothing but harm, and the Duke's family wouldn't be grateful to her for it. Besides, she's pregnant. Tang Mo felt that for Tang Rong, this was a deadlock unless Zhu suddenly came to his senses on his own. I'll secretly have people watch and see what they choose. When the time comes, we'll quietly pass the news to the Huang family. Didn't the 2 families talk about divorce? It's not finalized yet. This could give the Huang family another reason, maybe even help Huang Wei gain more benefits. Xin An gave him a thumbs up and sighed again. For that couple to run into us, it's their good fortune. The 2 couldn't help but laugh. Now, all that remained was to wait and watch the show unfold. Chapter 229. Tang Rong's agitated emotions. Tang Rong's situation did not occupy much of Xin An's thoughts, at most. She was just watching the drama unfold from the sidelines. What she was truly worried about was the condition of the young madam of the Wei family. I wonder how things are with Sister Zhao? Tang Mo had originally wanted to personally escort the doctors into the Wei residence to see the situation for himself, but everything had piled up at once, and the illness could not be delayed. It was also rushed. Should we go ask about it? I think the Wei family doesn't want to make it public. How about you wait at the medicinal cuisine workshop and ask privately? That works. Don't think too much about it. We'll just do what we can. Judging by the timeline from our previous life, even if it can't be cured, it wouldn't happen this soon. I'm still alive and well after all. Xin An raised her eyes at him, and Tang Mo hurriedly slapped his own mouth. I shouldn't have cursed myself. In their previous life, she had died after him, so in that sense, she had been more fortunate. After drinking a cup of tea and eating a piece of pastry, he got up and left. He arrived at the medicinal cuisine workshop almost at the same time as the 2 doctors. When Xin Bai saw him, he simply shook his head. Tang Mo stepped closer. Is it very serious? Xin Bai still shook his head. Divine Dr. Hua turned his head. Since when did you learn to act mysterious? Xin Bai replied, it's your patient. I won't interfere. I thought your mouth had been sewn shut. Hua said to Tang Mo, what needed to be said has already been told to those who should know. You're an outsider, don't inquire further. Go back. Tang Mo pressed for answers, but neither of them paid him any attention. He could only leave in frustration. As soon as he left, Xin Bai sighed. What a pity, so young. It was poison carried from the womb. The toxin had long fused with the body. If forcibly removed, the person would die even faster. Medication could only prolong life for a few more years. Both were doctors and had seen life and death countless times. After a moment of lament, it passed. Soon enough, Xin Bai began boasting about the medicinal cuisine workshop again. Well, not bad, right? I'm telling you, every dish here was set by me. The taste is excellent. You'll know once you try it. In the future, just mention my name when you come. Hua raised an eyebrow. Can I eat for free? I can get you a private room. Let me tell you, this place is in high demand. You can't even book a table without connections. Although it had only just opened, the workshop was already booked 7 days in advance. One could say rooms were extremely hard to come by. People were like this. The harder something was to get, the more they wanted it. Driven by the thought of, if others have tried it, why haven't I? The workshop quickly gained fame. Both lunch and dinner private rooms were fully booked. Tang Mo returned and told Xin An the result. She was not surprised. I remember in our previous life, it was only said that she died of illness. No one knew exactly how. I also heard that members of the Zhao family had similar conditions. Tang Mo frowned. So it's a hereditary illness? Xin An didn't know. She only instructed Aunt Wang to prepare some fine tonics and have Tang Mo deliver them the next day. It wouldn't be right not to ask at all. But since they're not saying anything, there must be a reason. No need to pry, just showing our concern is enough. Tang Mo nodded. From now on, we should also be more careful. We should have routine health checks every month and not skimp on food. When a person dies, everything is truly over. Xin An agreed. Only with a healthy body can there be a future. We should indeed be more cautious. Having lived a second life, both of them feared death even more. The Duke of Xianghua was even more anxious than Tang Mo had expected. Before nightfall, he sent word to Tang Gang that he would come that evening and that it must remain secret. There was no choice. That afternoon, Jiu's fever had risen again, and he kept calling out Tao Iran's name. Even knowing it violated propriety, for the sake of his son, the Duke had to make this trip. Moreover, he had questioned Zhao Wen and Ma Qi. Both insisted that it was Tao Iran who had first enticed Jiu. They spoke convincingly, detailing when, where, and what had been said. This enraged the Duke's wife, who cursed Tao Iran as a seductress and demanded she take full responsibility, or else be completely ruined. As soon as the letter arrived, Tang Gang understood the situation. But he would not meet the Duke at this time. Using the Emperor's order for self-reflection as an excuse, he declined, and then, once Tang Rong returned, he had him summoned to the study. Soon, Tang Rong, who had already been mocked at the Ministry of Rites earlier that day, had no time to catch his breath before hearing this news. His face turned ashen, and he was speechless for a long while. Tang Gang looked at him. How did things go at the ministry today? Tang Rong shook his head. Tang Gang took a deep breath. It's as expected. Since you joined the ministry, you haven't even worked a full month in total. Either incidents occur or you fall ill. There are also memorials impeaching you. Naturally, your situation isn't good. Change positions. Tang Rong had been so unlucky either the courtyard's feng shui was bad, or he was simply incompatible with the Ministry of Rites. Every time he went to work, something happened. Tang Gang felt a transfer might not be a bad idea. A position in the Ministry of Revenue's warehouse division opened a few days ago. It oversees storage, minting, tea tax, and salt tax collection. It's a good post. Tang Rong knew it was a good position. But they had no connections in the Ministry of Revenue. Currently, the second prince oversaw it, and since they had previously aligned themselves somewhat with the crown prince, there might be lingering resentment. Tang Gang said, "We don't, but the Duke of Xianghua does." Father. Tang Rong immediately understood his plan and rejected it outright. Father wants me to compromise in exchange for a position in the Ministry of Revenue? Your son can go without an official post. He was the heir of the Marquis residence, he didn't have to serve. There were many other positions that could be arranged. But to trade his dignity for it, absolutely impossible. If word spreads, how will I live in the capital? People will say my position was obtained by trading my wife. I'll become a lifelong joke. He grew increasingly agitated, unable to believe such words had come from the father who favored him. Juyu's illness has nothing to do with me. If he dies, then he dies. Can the Duke make me pay with my life? Tang Gang looked at him coldly. Do you think that just because Divine Dr. Hua said it has little to do with you, the Duke will believe it has nothing to do with you at all? If Yu dies, do you think the Duke will let you off? He won't make you pay with your life, but he can continue to retaliate against you, against our household. Tang Rong gave a bitter smile. So in father's eyes, my dignity is worth less than the interests of the Marquis residence? Tang Rong had always believed he was different. Since childhood, he had enjoyed his father's favor. He thought he would always remain his father's most beloved son. But then there was Tang Mo. At that time, Tang Mo had been young, cute, chubby, always running toward their father with open arms, smiling brightly. Their father would gently pat his head. Tang Rong could see it back then. His father truly liked Tang Mo. But someone who had always been favored would never allow that favor to be taken away. So he did everything he could to attract his father's attention. He used small tricks to make his father dislike Tang Mo. As he himself became more outstanding and Tang Mo more frivolous, Tang Mo was completely cast aside by their father. He had thought he would always be the victor, that in his father's eyes, there would only ever be him. But how had his father treated him lately? Father, do you know what kind of humiliation this would be if I agreed? Chapter 230, Kneeling at the Ancestral Hall Late at Night. Facing Tang Rong's questioning, Tang Gang's anger flared. He would not allow his authority to be challenged, not even by his most beloved son. This matter from the Duke's residence could never be made public. In the residence, only you and I know. How could it possibly spread? Don't think you've suffered some great humiliation. Everything today was brought on by your own mistakes. One misstep leads to another. Even if there's a gain at the end, the one benefiting is still you. What more could you be dissatisfied with? Since your marriage, when has there been peace in this residence? I have not pursued you for your missteps out of favoritism. No one can harm the interests of the Marquis residence, not even you. Thinking of the Emperor's admonishment, he finally hardened his gaze. Tonight, you will kneel with me at the ancestral hall and reflect properly. At that, Tang Rong did not utter another word. With a cold face, he returned to Chunhua Courtyard. Inside the room, Tao Iran was tidying up the small clothes she had just finished making. Seeing Tang Rong return, she got up, smiling. Rong Lang, you're back? Everyone else leave. Tang Rong dismissed the servants. Aunt Lu closed the door behind them. Tao Iran tensed slightly and cautiously asked, Rong Lang, is something troubling you? You and Jiuyu, what's going on? Tang Rong hadn't wanted to investigate these matters. Leaving them unexamined would allow him to pretend ignorance. But the situation had already slipped beyond his control. Tao Iran smiled bitterly and sat down slowly. Rong Lang, you still don't trust me. I have no private dealings with the third young Master Zhu, nor have we ever met in private. We've only met a couple of times at banquets. As for why he came to speak nonsense, I have no idea. She pressed her finger firmly to wipe away tears that had not yet fallen and looked up at Tang Rong. If you don't believe me, have someone investigate. I am innocent and clear in conscience, nothing to fear. She truly had no fear of investigation. Jiu had only flirted lightly with her for his amusement once. Once bored, he never thought of her again. The last time he secretly delivered a letter, she had burned it after reading without replying. What was there to fear? Tang Rong sat across from her, eyes fixed on her face. Jiu is gravely ill. They say it's a matter of the heart. They want your heart medicine to heal him. The Duke of Xianggu wishes to ask you to comfort Jiu and help him recover. Tao Iran froze slightly. Then her eyes quickly filled with tears, a mix of shock and shame. She rose hurriedly, unable to speak before letting out a small cry, bending over and pressing her hands to her belly, brow furrowed. Tang Rong rose to support her. What's wrong? Tears streaming, Tao Iran gripped Tang Rong's hand tightly. Rong Lang, did you agree? Don't get worked up, careful with the child. Tang Rong helped her sit down and called out to the door. Aunt Lu quickly arranged for the house physician. I won't go. How's this fair? What does she use madness have to do with me? If I go, what will I become? Tao Iran sobbed. I never provoked him. Why should his delusions implicate me? My one and only husband is Rong Lang. I could never get close to another man. I could never endure such humiliation. If Rong Lang forces me to go, let me die instead. Tang Rong gently patted her back. I never said you must go. I only said there's this matter I have already refused. Really? Tang Rong nodded. Tao Iran embraced his waist and cried out. The house physician sighed silently once more upon seeing the Chunhua courtyard. Since the heir's marriage, he had been coming here far too often. He felt less like a physician for the marquis residence and more like the resident doctor of Chunhua courtyard. Sigh. Tao Iran's emotions stirred the child in her womb, yet Tang Rong breathed a sigh of relief. He truly feared that if she insisted on going, it would make him a laughingstock. Tao Iran lay on the bed, gently caressing her belly. She had absolutely no intention of going to comfort Jiyu. Even if she did, would anyone in the Duke of Xianggua's household be grateful? Would Tang Rong feel relieved even if he outwardly agreed? For her, this matter held 100 harms and no benefit. Why would she go? After dinner, Tang Emo accompanied Xin An for a walk through the garden to aid digestion when Steward Zhang hurriedly approached. Second young master, the Marquis requests your presence at the ancestral hall. To the ancestral hall? At this hour. Steward Zhang briefly explained the reason. Tang Emo didn't know what to say. The emperor punished father to reflect before our grandfather's spirit tablet and father wants me to go with him? Is it because he fears Tang Mo's bed is too warm? Steward Zhang forced a dry laugh. He felt Tang Gang's action carried a hint of revenge. The Marquis said the household has been unsettled lately. Reflection must be done properly, so if there are faults, they must be corrected. Tang Emo was speechless but still asked. Second madam doesn't need to go, right? Xin replied, what status do I have? Am I qualified to kneel at the ancestral hall? She wouldn't even be allowed to enter, right? Steward Zhang smiled, tacitly agreeing. Tang Emo sighed and prepared to leave. Xin stopped him. It's cold at night. Second young master, go add a layer of clothing, okay? All right. Tang Emo was pulled back and had Chun Yong fetch Xin An's winter sleeves. Thick ones, wrap them over your knees to protect them. Go to the chest and get your coat from last year. Wear it underneath. Tang Emo thought it was overkill. Xin glared at him. Not overkill? Did you forget how thin Tang Rong has become? I figured you'd be kneeling all night. Father and elder brother will only kneel an hour or so. Tang Emo raised an eyebrow. Why? Xin said, your father is old and can't endure it. Your elder brother has just recovered from illness. How could he withstand further torment? You're strong and healthy. Can't you honor your father and show care for your brother? Tang Emo began to get annoyed. Favoritism should have limits. Xin said, perhaps I'm overthinking. Either way, it's better to be prepared. I'll watch the situation. If things go badly, I'll act. Once they leave, I'll bring you a thick quilt. You can sleep on the floor for a night, then pack it away by dawn. Pretend to be miserable tomorrow. The effect will be better. Tang Mo's eyes lit up. Not bad. But what if someone notices? There's a saying, money talks. As long as you spend, who can find out? Satisfied, Tang Emo prepared in full winter gear and went to the ancestral hall. Tang Gang and Tang Rong were already kneeling. The hall was silent, the atmosphere strange. He knelt quietly to the side. Looking at the ancestral tablets, his mind drifted. Xin recalled that in the previous life, the Marquis residence was ransacked. She didn't know what ultimately happened to the ancestral tablets. It seemed tragic. Thinking of their grandfather, such a formidable man, and how he ended up with this bunch of useless descendants, she was thankful he had passed early, or else how troublesome it would have been. Bored, she reviewed the military strategies she had crammed over the past 2 days. When she returned to reality, night had fully fallen. She felt neither cold nor discomfort, but a bit warm. There was a faint smell of charcoal in the air. Looking back, she realized the two charcoal braziers were burning fiercely. Xin An had misjudged. The old man had come prepared, but he had dressed too warmly and was sweating. Chapter 231. Carbon monoxide poisoning. The night wind blew cold, and the leaves that could not withstand it slowly drifted to the ground in silence. In the Marquis residence's ancestral hall, lamps were lit, and the three kneeling family members did not speak, lost in their own thoughts. After nearly half an hour, Tang Gang's legs went numb from kneeling, and his head began to feel dizzy. As he shifted, he noticed Tang Mo's face was flushed, sweat pouring from his forehead, and casually asked, "Not feeling well?" Tang Mo looked up, not daring to say it was because he wore too many layers, and instead replied that the room felt a bit warm. Seeing him so unusually hot, Tang Gang glanced at Tang Rong, who appeared fine, and said nothing further. The three continued kneeling, the candle flames flickering, occasional sparks popping with a faint crack, then returning to stillness. As time passed, Tang Mo grew increasingly hot. Sweat soaked through his vest. He was closest to the charcoal brazier, feeling its strongest heat. His mouth was dry, breathing difficult. He wondered if the ancestors were punishing him for kneeling insincerely. Why else did it feel like his back was burning? Tang Gang's complexion also looked unwell. His breathing was no longer calm. Tang Rong, though slightly short of breath, had not sweated, having worn fewer layers. Tang Gang glanced again at Tang Mo, seeing how miserable he looked, and thought he had done his duty today. "If you're uncomfortable, you should go back. Your grandfather won't blame you." Tang Mo didn't expect such an opportunity. He feigned weakness, saying, "I do feel a bit short of breath. Father and elder brother should go back and rest too. They have duties tomorrow." Elder brother just recovered from illness, and the house physician said father should rest as well. If kneeling harms the grandfather, he would regret it. Your brother and I will kneel a little longer. You may go." "Yes, son will go first." He kowtowed and rose, pretending to breathe heavily, then slowly left the ancestral hall, quickly returning to Chiosher courtyard. Entering, he startled Xin An, who was removing her clothing. "You're back already?" "Not yet midnight." "Don't mention it. You misjudged." The old man came prepared. He set up 2 large charcoal braziers, so the hall wasn't cold at all. "I wore so many layers that I was drenched in sweat." The old man thought I was sick. "Is there hot water?" "I'll wash up." He grabbed a half pot of water at the table, drinking it before feeling somewhat relieved. After all the fuss, Tang Mo finally lay down on the bed, sighing in relief. The old man thinks of one thing after another. He wants to kneel at the ancestral hall but fears the cold. He's not sincere at all. The braziers were burning hot. Being closest to the fire, I felt dizzy on top of the heat. Only after going outside for some fresh air did I feel better. Ugh, I still feel a bit nauseous. Xin An turned her head. "They burned 2 braziers without opening the windows?" "Which windows would the ancestral hall open?" As soon as he said it, Tang Mo froze, then exclaimed in shock. Could it be carbon monoxide poisoning? In winter, many people burn charcoal. For ordinary households, the slight ventilation usually prevented accidents. But for grand residences, carbon monoxide poisoning wasn't uncommon. 2 years ago, palace concubines suffered it, and even a young prince died. The Marquis residence's ancestral hall wasn't particularly spacious. Its windows were rarely opened, and tonight, the doors were closed when the father and sons entered. "This is bad." Tang Mo grabbed his clothes and quickly dressed. "I thought I was just hot from wearing too much and dry-mouthed from heat, but these are signs of carbon monoxide poisoning." Half an hour has already passed. The old man can't be too badly off, right? What a day, what was all this fuss for? When Tang Mo arrived, Tang Gang was about to leave, but staggered and fell dramatically. Tang Rong went to help him, but after a wave of dizziness, he lost consciousness. "Father." Tang Mo opened the doors, letting the cold night wind rush in. Lalai brought a small stone mortar containing a white radish, squatting to make fresh radish juice on the spot. At that moment, Chief Lu and the house physician arrived. Smelling the strong odor of burning charcoal, They immediately knew it was carbon monoxide poisoning. They first gave the two water to drink, then radish juice with grated radish pulp. The pungent liquid finally eased Tang Gang's discomfort. Tang Rong also woke, feeling silently exasperated. He had no words. Have the Marquis and heir take deep breaths, refreshing the lungs. Luckily, second young master noticed in time. After a nap, it will be fine. Tang Gang followed the advice, feeling much clearer, though a lingering fear remained. Seeing Tang Mo's timely intervention, admiration appeared in his eyes. Thanks to your alertness. Father and elder brother are fine, that's what matters. On the way there, Tang Mo had lingered a little, not out of malice, but debating whether to pretend ignorance. If both of them had succumbed, the titles would have fallen to him. Such a godsend opportunity would never come twice. But in the end, conscience won. He could not be cold-blooded and heartless, he came. Xin An helped Tang Rong back to Chunhua courtyard. Taoyi ran, sound asleep, remained oblivious to everything. Tang Rong sat on the edge of the bed, intending to ponder his next move, but perhaps due to lingering effects of poisoning, his mind felt fuzzy and chaotic. He could only lie down to sleep. Thinking back on what happened, his brows furrowed. Being pulled to kneel at the ancestral hall, inexplicably poisoned by charcoal, and ultimately indebted to Tang Mo, this was a life-saving favor. From now on, anything Tang Mo did could be contested with this reason. Thinking of that, his chest felt tight, unable to sleep. Tang Mo personally escorted Tang Gang. Lady Wang, having received news, prepared warm water. Buddha be praised. Luckily, the younger son noticed quickly, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. The ancestral hall never opens windows. With incense and charcoal fire, even without poisoning, breathing is uncomfortable. Tang Gang drew a deep breath, feeling grateful for his ancestors' protection. Looking at Tang Mo, he said, "You should rest as well." "Yes," son takes his leave. Tang Mo left. The night wind was chilly, and he felt conflicted inside. Only when he lay down did he reflect on his inner contradictions. Xin An yawned. If we seek revenge, if we only want the others to suffer, yet in the process become cold, ruthless, and without conscience, how are we different from them? Taoyi Ran is pregnant. I considered quietly removing the child. Just the thought made me shiver. I realized I couldn't commit such a deed. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. So, what did you finally decide? Let her give birth. Why not? Xin An opened her eyes. I really want to see if this child is the same as in the previous life. If it really is. That wretched thing, if it dared to live, she could make him regret coming into this world once more. Let it be born and then kill it? Xin An rolled her eyes. How could someone with my Buddha-like heart think such a thing? The child's biological father is already skilled at sending children to the other side. Why should I interfere? Tang Mo raised his eyebrows, expecting her to have let go of past grievances and become saintly, but her methods were far more ruthless. Chapter 232, One cannot conceal illness or avoid treatment. Just thinking about Tang Rong personally sending a child to the other side made a chill cross Tang Mo's lips. He was not a good man. On the contrary, he held grudges and sought revenge. At that moment, several cunning schemes appeared in his mind. Xin An saw his expression and immediately understood what he was thinking. Focus on your duties and find opportunities to shine. As for the neighbors, just follow the plan we discussed at the beginning. Don't act on anything else for now. In the future, we should try to intervene as little as possible ourselves, better to guide others to take action. She closed her eyes to sleep after speaking. Tang Mo helped her pull the blanket over her, then happily shifted closer to her, murmuring, I understand. Habit was a strange and powerful thing. At first, they had competed for the blanket. Now, their legs touched under the covers. Xin An even rested her foot on Tang Mo's calf for warmth. Even before consummation, it felt like an old married couple. After a restful night, Tang Mo woke in the morning feeling refreshed. The trace of poison from last night had completely dissipated. He drew in the crisp morning air and slowly exhaled, clearing the stagnant air from his body, feeling invigorated. Lai approached him mysteriously. Master, you must be acquainted with Dr. Hua by now, right? Tang Mo tossed the handkerchief he was holding at him. Speak properly. Lai hesitated, then stepped closer, biting his lip. Master, if you feel unwell anywhere, why not have Dr. Hua take a look? The doctor's lips are tight. A divine healer's lips will be even tighter. He won't speak carelessly. Last night, Chunyang had secretly described Tang Mo's situation, suggesting there might be a problem. At his age, he should already be experienced with men and women. When his mother sent Nanfeng to attend him, who was quite attractive, Tang Mo didn't even look at her and scolded her away. Now, he spent every night in bed with the young mistress, still showing no interest. If that isn't a problem, what is? Master, you absolutely cannot conceal illness or avoid treatment. Tang Mo hadn't processed this yet. What nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? Why would he see a healer just because he was weak? I am strong and vigorous. Why see a healer? Lai's eyes seemed to say, I knew you wouldn't admit it. He lowered his voice. Master, some problems have nothing to do with strength. If treatment is needed, it must be done. Tang Mo followed Lai's gaze down to his crotch and instantly understood. Embarrassed and angry, he kicked Lai's calf. I'm perfectly fine. Lai laughed and dodged back, still teasing. Not my words, master. You lie with the young mistress every night with no thoughts, really? The young mistress is so beautiful. If master claimed to have no thoughts, who would believe it? There's no other explanation than a problem. Shut up. Tang Mo looked around guiltily, as if he truly had a problem, unable to explain himself. Lai laughed from afar. Tonight, go see Dr. Hua. I'll shut your mouth first. After all this commotion, Tang Mo felt uneasy even during breakfast. Everyone in the courtyard seemed to be looking at him differently. He truly felt like crying but couldn't. He had no idea what he had done to deserve this. Xin An hadn't woken yet. Before leaving, Tang Mo deliberately shook back the bed curtain. I'm leaving. Xin An turned over and continued sleeping. Tang Mo kicked the foot of the bed in frustration. Xin An looked up, frowning. So early in the morning, already unsatisfied? This comment was overheard by Chunyang, who had come in to check the noise. Tang Mo glared at Chunyang. Chunyang looked innocent, then slunk over to Lady Wang. What's wrong with master? What unsatisfied? Lady Wang was momentarily confused. Could it be that master really had a problem? Weakness or impotence? Chunyang, go see Dr. Qin today and ask him to prepare a medicinal diet prescription. Chunyang hesitated. I wouldn't explain it properly. Lady Wang nodded. I'll go, I can explain more clearly. They didn't waste time. She finished her task and left the residence, aiming for a quick cure. Where did Lady Wang go? Xin An, having already eaten breakfast, asked Chunyang. She went out on an errand, should be back later. Xin An assumed it was to her family residence, so she said nothing more. Ping Qiu brought several invitations. Some invited Xin An to feasts, others required the whole family. Xin An had Chunyang invite Aunt Suiping to help analyze them. Aunt Suiping arrived quickly. Her life at the Marquis residence was extremely carefree. She had a small private courtyard with 2 maids, little work, and no one managing her freer than in the palace. Now her complexion was rosy, and the long-cultivated tension on her face had softened. Her smile was much more relaxed. Because of such favorable treatment, she cared deeply about Xin and receiving the invitations. She began a detailed analysis. The youngest daughter of old Madame Zhang entered the palace 8 years ago. She holds a concubine rank but has produced nothing. 3 months ago, the Zhang family sent another daughter. The Zhang men only hold minor positions in court. For these, sending a congratulatory gift is enough, no need to attend personally. The young general of the Wu family is marrying, you must attend. General Wu is stationed on the frontier and highly trusted by the emperor. Besides attending, prepare an extra gift. Recently, Suiping had been organizing information on various families in the capital. Everything was reasonable and evidence-based. Before she could finish, Chuanlu ran in. Young mistress, master sent crabs for us. Just now, Uncle Wang said Master sent crabs from the Huai River 500 Jin. This morning, Uncle Wang picked up the shipment at the dock. Large and plump, already delivered to the house. The house was Xin An's family residence. She became excited. She guessed her father might send them, but seeing them in person exceeded her expectations. After informing Lady Wang's household, they headed out, soon reaching the Xin residence gate. Wang Jin and Wang Fu were waiting with smiles. At departure, it was 500 Jin. Master instructed that during transport, the crabs should be dipped in water every other day to feed them fish paste. They arrived with about 300 Jin left, in 5 large buckets, still very lively. Not tied. No. Tying could kill them on the way, but Master also prepared binding ropes to send along. Xin Quan had gone to great lengths for his daughter. Inside, before approaching the storage, they heard the crabs bubbling. The pungent aroma hit them. Xin An, unfazed by the claws, picked one up. Truly large and fat, they're already golden just by looking at them. These were incomparable to the ones eaten before. This time, that rotten Tang Rong wouldn't get a single crab. Chapter 233, Crabs Sent from the Huai River. The large crabs immediately piqued the curiosity of anyone who had never seen them. Aunt Suiping leaned in for a closer look and said, "Autumn crabs have itchy legs. Many crabs are sent to the palace, but crabs of this quality are rare. Considering they came from such a distant place, it must have taken great effort. Master Xin has a kind and benevolent heart," Xin said. Beyond the price of these crabs, the effort to send them from so far away was considerable, but more importantly, it was the thought behind it. Moreover, sending them directly to her residence instead of the Marquis's house made the intention obvious. Xin happily admired the crabs, then estimated the number and began giving instructions. "Uncle Wang, have your men tie up all these crabs and check each one to make sure it's alive. Namfeng, go to the medicinal diet shop and gather all the small baskets there. If there aren't enough, ask Lady Wang. Also, bring extra white cloths. Aunt Suiping, you'll need to go back to the mansion to see grandmother. These crabs are delicate, even a little delay could kill them. I want to select the best to send to the Empress Dowager. Please tell grandmother and, with her permit, personally deliver them to the palace." Aunt Suiping immediately nodded. She thought, the second young mistress was clever. That was exactly what she meant. If the second young mistress hadn't met the Empress Dowager before, it would be one thing, but having met and even been served a meal by her, it was proper to reciprocate. "Prepare 3 baskets, 20 crabs per basket. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor are kind and filial. If given crabs, she will surely share them with the Emperor. And you're thorough." Aunt Suiping left. Wang Jin went to the Northern Bureau to fetch Tang Mo. Tang Mo arrived quickly, followed by Zhuang Shi. Both were astonished at the sight of 5 large buckets of crabs. Tang Mo picked up a tied crab and clicked his tongue in admiration. "Crabs this big are rare. The Huai River truly is a good place. No wonder you find the crabs in the capital small and thin." Zhuang Shi also leaned in, amazed. "Are all the crabs in the Huai River this big?" Wang Jin laughed. "The Huai River has abundant, clean water, so the crabs are better than elsewhere. But crabs of this quality are uncommon even in the market. Most are pre-ordered by families early on." Zhuang Shi understood. These crabs were not only rare in the capital, but also top tier even in the Huai River. He silently admired the Xin family's wealth. The crabs were expensive, and the cost to transport them to the capital likely exceeded the value of the crabs themselves. Most importantly, it was the thought behind it. Sniffing, he detected the faint aroma of crabs. "That's strange, I smell something delicious." Xin smiled. "I had a few steamed first so we could try them." Mainly, she wanted to eat them herself. It had been years since she last tasted crabs from her hometown. Soon, Chunyang brought out a pot of crabs. "Everyone, come try them." Those who had come with Xin into the capital also missed the Huai River. The smell prompted them to praise them. Xin, unafraid of the heat, picked up a crab, blowing on it while untying it. Tang Mo copied her. The 2 masters took action. Others stopped their work and happily joined in. Each took one, wincing at the heat but refusing to let go. There's ginger vinegar sauce, dip it for extra flavor. Everyone stood around a square table to eat. Tang Emo said, "The roe smells wonderful. Xin and preferred female crabs. The yellow roe is the most fragrant," she said, picking some up with chopsticks and feeding it to Tang Emo. He naturally tasted it. Delicious. Better than any I've eaten before. Zhuangshi quickly cleaned the gills, removed the inedible parts, then sucked up the crab roe. After declaring it delicious twice, he stuffed half a crab into his mouth, leaving nothing but the shell. He ate it clean. Xin An teased, "Brother Zhuang is truly an expert at eating crabs." Zhuangshi laughed. "I've liked crabs with shells since I was little. They taste freshest that way." Xin An said, "Pack 20 more for Brother Zhuang. He'll need to take them away later. I don't need to send them myself." No, that's too much trouble," he protested, embarrassed. Tang Emo smiled. "Why be polite? Brother Zhuang has always taken care of me. I never held back." So Zhuangshi laughed and accepted them. Tang Emo even handed him another crab. "Eat one more so you don't spend the whole afternoon thinking about it." Zhuangshi gladly accepted. Wang Jin remarked, "They really are delicious. The master surely selected the best crabs. The roe and meat are both excellent. We all benefit from the eldest young mistress's favor." Everyone happily ate, still wanting more when finished, but it didn't slow down their work. As time passed, they moved more efficiently. The crabs were placed in bamboo baskets covered with water-absorbing white cloths. Once ready, the delivery people left one by one. Several young mistresses friendly with Xin and received a portion. The Tang Yong and Wang Mian households each got 3 portions. Tang Mo's friends received 1. Lady Wang requested 5 portions for gifting. Each portion contained 20 crabs, half male, half female. The second prince's residence will also get a portion. Pregnant women can't eat them, but the second prince can. Madam Si will get one too, since we now have business dealings with her. Once all deliveries were arranged, seeing there was still a bucket and a half left, Xin and remembered Tang Gang, and asked Lady Wang if any should be reserved for him. "No need, it's too much trouble," Lady Wang said. She knew Tang Gang would give them to Tang Rong as a favor. She didn't want to be taken advantage of. Their things had been sent from far away. Its purpose was to be used. Anything extra could be enjoyed by their family. "I know whom your father is close to. I'll handle it. Besides, your father won't return from the palace until afternoon." The emperor was settling the case between the Marquis and the Xianggui Duke's residences, so Tang Gang wouldn't be back soon. After all deliveries, 5 to 6 dozen crabs remained. One batch stayed at the Xin residence. The rest were returned to the Marquis residence for gradual consumption. "Tonight, we'll have crab roe noodles. Chuan Lu is especially skilled at making them." Xiar, Tang Mo's cousin from Erhan, had started service at the Xin residence. Seeing the remaining crabs already dead, she felt sorry and wanted to cook them. Luckily, Wang Jin stopped her. "It's a pity they're dead, but they really can't be eaten. They're so perfect it seems they just died." Xiar couldn't bear it. "Dead crabs can't be eaten. Later, burn them into ashes on the stove. If you're craving meat tonight, we'll have that instead." The eldest young mistress was generous, never holding back on food. Wang Jin carried the basket away to prevent Xiar from sneaking any dead crabs. Chapter 234, Xin and Gets Drunk. "These crabs are really good." At Tang Yong's residence, Lady Yu looked at the baskets of crabs with rare interest. Sent from so far away and still so fresh. "I wonder how much effort it took." Tang Yong smiled, watching the crabs still bubbling in the baskets. "We'll keep 10 for ourselves. Pick 10 for the eldest daughter-in-law to send to her father-in-law, 10 for Uncle Yao Ming, and the rest for Yao Ming's teachers. He can deliver them personally when he returns. This is just for the taste. It's the thought that counts." Lady Yu naturally had no objection. Lady Gu was pleased too. Lady Yu praised Xin without restraint. "Ever since she arrived at the Marquis's residence, our relationship with them has improved considerably. When we dined at the medicinal diet shop, she even spoke a few kind words to me, something that never happened before. The most important thing is that Tang Mo is increasingly motivated. It shows she brings prosperity to the family. Some people look down on merchants. They really have short-sighted judgment, Lady Yu added. Tang Yong smiled quietly. The day after the medicinal diet shop opened, his elder brother, who usually looked down on him, even personally visited. He spoke about family matters, mutual support, and at first Tang Yong didn't understand. Only later did he realize his brother valued his wealth. He must have discovered that this illegitimate younger brother, who wasn't fit for public office, actually had considerable means. Back when their father was alive, the elder brother pursued an official career to maintain the Marquis house's honor while he went into business. Father said that even though Xin the shop owner was honest, having money in someone else's hands is never the same. If someone in the family could manage it, they must fully support him. But his elder brother didn't respect him. He had some misplaced confidence, thinking the Xin family would always be loyal to the Marquis house, and even staged a marriage swap. Now he probably realized that the Xins wouldn't even send a single crab to the Marquis house. TSK. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Wang Mian happily explained how to enjoy the crabs. You see, establishing a household makes a difference. Look at Shunhun. After marrying, it's different. Isn't that because he married a good wife? Mrs. Wang laughed. Now whenever there's something good, you think of your role as the uncle. It's only right that you feel proud. And also, don't keep calling him Shunzan at your age, you might annoy him. Ha ha. The Wang family wasn't extremely wealthy, but had enough to live comfortably. Wang Mian's joy wasn't about a few crabs, it was that her sister's life at the Marquis residence was becoming increasingly pleasant. Only women living well would send gifts to their natal families from time to time. At the same time, families who received crabs from Xin and either carefully preserved them to eat later, or had already cooked some, eagerly waiting to taste them. Conversations inevitably mentioned Xin, expressing admiration and gratitude. Xin's carriage returned to the Marquis residence. Chunyang and Chuanlu took over the crabs, worried that more would die if left until the next morning. They decided to cook all of them that night. Leftovers could be made into sauces to mix with noodles or use in buns. Xin went to Chuanrong Hall. When Suiping came to see the grandmother gladly lent her the palace permit, allowing Suiping to enter smoothly. Xin expressed her thanks. The crabs are excellent, but they can't be overindulged. Many died on the journey from the dock to Xin residence. If delayed further, more would die. So we must arrange everything quickly. The grandmother, having not seen the crabs, naturally didn't know their exact number. She smiled. Your father truly has a kind heart. You handle things so carefully, even planning to send a portion to the palace. If it weren't for grandmother, I wouldn't have been able to send them. I notice you seem a little tired. This afternoon, how about taking a walk in the garden? The grandmother waved her hand. I don't know why, but I feel a bit weary lately. I'd like a nap this afternoon. Xin didn't know that Tao Iran had arrived too early. The grandmother, used to sleeping in the morning, couldn't make the pregnant Xin and wait too long. Rising early and then accompanying the oblivious Tao Iran had left her mentally exhausted. Xin still suggested, I'll ask Dr. Qin to prepare a medicinal diet suitable for grandmother, hoping she stays healthy and strong. I see some fatigue in her face. She should rest a bit. I've also got crab sent on me. We'll go change first, then take my leave. After leaving Chuanrong Hall, Xin found Lady Wang. The two had lunch together and discussed the upcoming banquet. Xin returned to Qiushi courtyard, changed clothes, and took an afternoon nap. Chunyang and Chuanlu continued busying themselves in the small kitchen with the large crabs. Xin was awakened by the fragrance. The two maidservants each carried a tray, one with crabs, the other with ginger vinegar sauce and warm wine. Young mistress, get up to eat crabs. Xin glanced outside. Evening already? No, mid-afternoon. We saw two were about to die, so we cooked them quickly. Come eat. Xin happily sat down, sipping warm water, then quickly downed some wine. She picked up a crab and urged the two maidservants. Steam a few more so we can all eat together. We don't need to, the stove is still busy. they said with a smile, heading to leave. Xin An called after them, "Wipe your mouths." Caught sneaking bites, they quickly cleaned themselves and ran back to the kitchen. Xin An savored the fragrant crabs in her bedroom, recalling the Huai River scenery, sipping wine. Slowly, the effects of alcohol took hold. When Tang Emo returned, he found the courtyard atmosphere strange. Chunyang and Chuanlu looked guilty. Entering the room, he smelled the alcohol. On the beautiful couch, Xin An was curled up, quivering with her eyes closed. "My dear lady, what on earth happened?" He gently lifted her face. The smell of wine hit him. "How much did you drink? Why are you only back now?" Sob, sob, sob. The drunken Xin An collapsed into his arms, crying loudly. Chunyang and Chuanlu watched from the doorway. Tang Emo called them in and learned that she had been drinking alone all afternoon. He couldn't help but laugh and scold. "Don't you know warmed wine hits harder?" They knew, but never expected the young mistress to drink so much. "Go downstairs and close the door." They hurried out. Xin An cried joyfully, muttering, "That bastard stole my crabs, I'll poison you." Sob, sob, shameless. "My crabs. Who stole your crabs?" "My dear lady, wanna sleep a bit?" She cried and talked, threatening to burn the neighbor's house. Tang Emo coaxed and tricked her. "Burn it? I'll do it later." "Stop fussing, my dear lady. Sleep now quickly." Only after sweating and coaxing her did he manage to lay her on the bed, cover her with blankets, and shake his head with a smile. Recalling that Xin An had drawn him drunk before, he glanced at the world around him, happily took out paper and brush, and started painting. Laughing as he painted, he finally compared the finished work to Xin An, chuckling. "The face is a little ugly. I hope she doesn't tear me apart when she wakes up." Chapter 235, Who Dares Speak Against My Daughter-in-Law? At dusk, Tang Gang walked out of the palace with a group of court officials, chatting and laughing along the way. Outside the palace gates, carriages from various households awaited them. A young servant from the Yangshuangbo residence approached cheerfully. "Lord, Madam said that once you leave the palace, you should return home first." "Something urgent?" The servant explained. Today the residents received large crabs from the Huai River, big and plump. Madam said if you return late, the young master might eat them all. Everyone around laughed. Some teased, "Lord, how fortunate you are. After so many years, your wife always thinks of you first whenever she gets something good." The Lord of Yangshuangbo beamed. His wife indeed treated him very well. He smiled and asked the servant if the crabs were purchased and how many, thinking if many were bought, he could invite colleagues back to eat together. The servant replied they were sent by the second young madam of the Weiyuan Marquis residence, arriving at the dock this morning. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Tangang. Yangshuangbo cheerfully cupped his hands to Tangang. "Marquis, many thanks." Tangang had no knowledge of the matter, but politely replied. Once he returned home, he asked manager Zhang, who said, "They sent 500 jin of crabs to the capital." By the time they arrived, about 300 remained. The Xin household steward picked up the cargo from the dock and brought it straight to the Xin residence. The second young madam managed everything. "Our household still had some. They plan to cook all tonight, it can't be kept." "How much is left?" Tangang first thought of holding back some to distribute to others. Manager Zhang recalled, "I estimate there are a few dozen jin left." The girls at Chunhua Courtyard spent the afternoon preparing them. They planned to make crab yolk buns and crab yolk noodles tonight. Tangang stopped in his tracks. "They've all been cooked?" "Not quite," Zhang said. Tangang still hadn't relaxed when Zhang added, "A few will be steamed before dinner, just to serve fresh while still hot. If it cools, it can get a bit fishy." Tangang still didn't realize that Zhang had already taken 20 crabs home. The Marquis's mother was probably already enjoying them. Tangang felt annoyed. He walked on silently. As he entered the courtyard, Lady Wang greeted him. Without him saying a word, she spoke of the crabs. "Your father-in-law thought of you, fearing you'd miss the taste of home, and had them sent for you to enjoy a bit of your hometown flavor. They went to a lot of trouble to send them to the capital." Soon after arrival, a large pot had already died, but the second young madam acted quickly, and most were distributed. She even asked if some could be reserved for you to give to others. Truly filial-hearted. I thought if we waited for you to return, more would die. What a pity, so I decided to send them to households close to you. Tang Gang asked who received them. After Lady Wang's reply, his heart sank. The 2 households he most wanted to send to hadn't received any. And the crabs went over a dozen other households. What would the 2 households think? What about Tang Rong's official career? And they'd all already been delivered in the morning. Sending more now would look improper. Could he scold Lady Wang? Or Xin An? All he could do was curse Xin Quan in his heart, sending crabs with so much thought. One might think they were delivering gold. Young people often miss details. You must keep an eye on them. Don't let them act recklessly, said Lady Wang. She pretended not to know whom he referred to, and continued thoughtfully. Since the eldest daughter-in-law returned, she's been diligent, waiting before the elder lady's door to pay respects every morning. Older people have trouble sleeping, so they need extra rest. Her arrival has disturbed the elder lady's sleep these past 2 days, leaving her fatigued. Indeed, it's filial, but not as careful as the second young madam. She used to accompany the elder lady for breakfast daily at Chuanrong Hall. After it got colder, she stopped going, eating breakfast at Qiushi Courtyard before paying respects, avoiding disturbing the elder lady. Who dares speak against my daughter-in-law? Don't even look at her, there's no comparison. Tang Gang was frustrated. Lady Wang still had a slight smile, clearly in a good mood. Manager Zhang bowed to him at the door, and Lady Wang left, understanding the cue. Duke Xianghua sent another letter, insisting that Tang Gang meet tonight. This time, Tang Gang did not refuse. A late-night time was arranged, and Manager Zhang went to reply. He also sent for Tang Rong to discuss. Have you considered it carefully? I've already consulted Ear. She almost had a miscarriage when she heard about it. Her attitude was extremely firm. Tang Rong did not want to argue further. He cupped his hands and said, Father, decline it. I don't need such an opportunity. Without giving Tang Gang a chance to speak, he turned and left, completely ignoring Tang Gang's dark, grim expression. Your Highness. Before returning to Chunhua Courtyard, Xing Mo ran up from behind. Following Tang Rong's instructions, he went to the accounts office to withdraw 2,000 taels of silver, but returned empty-handed. The accounts office said that at year-end, every department needs silver. There's a shortage in the account. All expenses must go through Madam. If the heir wants to use silver, he must first obtain Madam's approval and take her token to withdraw. Tang Rong frowned. When was this new rule issued? 3 days ago. Xing Mo cautiously asked if he should find Lady Wang. Tang Rong said nothing, turning away. Xing Mo had no choice but to follow. Wake up. As dinner time approached, Tang Mo forcibly woke Xin. She was dizzy, unable to rise. Tang Mo said. Chunyang prepared a crab feast. It only happens once a year. The next time will be next year. If you don't eat it, your father-in-law went all that way to send them, yet you wouldn't get any. Such a pity. Come on, get up. Opening her eyes, Xin replied, You're right. If it doesn't go into my mouth, what a waste. Quick, let me help you up. Tang Mo supported her and instructed Chunyang to bring hangover soup and a small bowl of warm millet porridge. Once she had eaten, she felt much better. Rubbing her still-aching head, she muttered, How did I drink so much? Ask yourself. 2 crabs and a little wine, and you got drunk like a madwoman, crying hysterically. Xin recalled the incident. I didn't say anything nonsensical while drunk, did I? You cried pitifully, kept repeating about the crabs, and even asked me to set the neighbor's house on fire. Before she could relax, Tang Mo pulled out a sheet of paper from the drawer, smiling, and approached her. Wanna see? Xin barely glanced before lunging to snatch it. Tang Mo stepped back 2 paces. No grabbing. I didn't snatch it when you drew me like that. You drew me horribly. You even gave me a snot bubble. Your drawing is worse than mine. Give it here. Tang Mo's drawing skills were poor. He drew her like a spinning top with huge nostrils, one dripping a snot bubble, simply unbearable. Barefoot, she lunged to snatch it. Tang Emo refused, teasing her. When you're 70 or 80, I'll show this to your descendants. Ha ha. Seeing his arrogant expression, Xin An tried to kick him, but accidentally hit the table leg. Chapter 236. Clearly possessed by the god of misfortune. Ugh. A piercing pain shot through Xin An, nearly making her fall to the ground. Tang Emo threw aside his drawing and rushed over. Look at you, let me see. He helped her sit back on the edge of the bed, crouched down and carefully examined her foot. The nail itself was fine, but a drop of blood seeped out from beneath it. I'll go get some medicine. He found some medicinal wine and applied it to her foot, then looked up and said, It's nothing. Just hurts for a moment. It's not serious. Xin An glanced at it. After the blood was wiped away, no more came out. Aside from the pain, it didn't seem too bad, so she didn't call for Feng Xiao. Instead, she glared at Tang Emo. It's all your fault for drawing me so ugly. Tang Emo put away the medicine. You didn't draw me very well either, and I didn't cry about it. Xin An refused to concede. But I drew you better, more vivid, more interesting. All right, it's my fault for not drawing well. I'll do better next time, okay? There's a next time? Tang Emo stood up, leaned in, and casually rubbed her face. You're really impossible to deal with. Tang Emo. Xin An was on the verge of breaking down. This scoundrel had touched her foot and now was rubbing her face. Never mind that the foot was her own, it was still unacceptable. After about the time it takes for 2 sticks of incense to burn, Chunyang smiled as she helped Xin An with her makeup. Young madam, don't be angry. Second young master definitely didn't mean it. Xin An felt helpless. Thinking back, she wasn't the type to act like a pampered young girl. As the eldest daughter, she had learned early not to act spoiled or openly display her emotions. Besides, she had experienced many things. Her earlier behavior had indeed been a bit unsteady. In the end, she turned her head and glared at Tang Emo again. It was all his fault. Tang Emo stacked the ugly portrait he drew of Xin and together with the ugly one she drew of him and put them in a drawer. Turning back to meet her gaze, he added, I washed my hands twice. What a fierce woman. He had only touched her foot. If it had been his foot, would she have beaten him to death? Chunyang suppressed a smile and quickly finished dressing Xin An before retreating. Xin An stood up, pretending her throat felt uncomfortable. Tang Emo handed her some warm water. My lady, my beautiful Xin, I was wrong. Will you forgive me this once? After drinking, Xin An handed the cup back to him. Did I really cry with snot bubbles? How could she possibly have cried that ugly? Tang Emo laughed and said she hadn't originally, but he added it while drawing to make it more vivid. Come on, let's go eat. Seeing that Xin An didn't move, Tang Emo clasped his hands in a mock bow. My lady, please go eat. I was wrong. Next time I'll draw you like a celestial fairy. As if you have the skill for that. Xin An huffed. Tang Emo smiled and stepped forward to support her. Does your foot still hurt? Of course it hurts. My nail nearly flipped off. It's all your fault. Yes, all my fault. Next time I won't dodge. The two chatted and laughed as they walked toward the dining hall. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, Tang Rong, whose expression wasn't very good, saw Tang Emo fawning over Xin An like a lackey and thought to himself that for a bit of benefit, he'd even throw away his dignity. He hadn't intended to greet them, but they were too close to ignore. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Oh, it's elder brother. They stopped. Tang Emo turned around, still smiling. Elder brother, you look well. Clearly possessed by the god of misfortune. Tang Rong gave a light laugh. I used to think second brother had no interest in women, so I was a bit worried. But now, seeing how well you take care of your wife, I'm relieved. The remark made Tang Emo want to kick him in the face, but he forced a smile. Elder brother jests. With your outstanding talent and handsome looks, wherever you go, you're admired by ladies. Though not exactly surrounded by wives and concubines, you at least have beauty attending you every night. Many in the capital envy you. As for me, I lack elder brother's great talent and broad-minded generosity. I'm narrow-minded, can only hold one wife in my heart, so of course I must take good care of her. With that, He turned and continued supporting Xin An. Let's go. Watch your step. Xin An held back her laughter and let him support her. When they reached the dining hall, Wang Shi thought she was unwell, but upon learning she had only slightly twisted her foot, she relaxed and smiled. Sit down quickly. Tonight we all benefit from you. We're having a crab feast for once. Tang Gang looked at the table full of crab dishes but couldn't feel happy. Though the crabs were small, they symbolized Xin Quan slipping out of his control. As long as Xin An remained in the household, the Xin family's goods would no longer be sent to him. Xin An had quickly established herself in the capital thanks to those rare Huai River region specialties. If those goods were in his hands, they'd be far more useful than being given to the women of the inner quarters. With the year's end approaching, in previous years Xin Quan would send New Year gifts in the 11th month, along with an extra 20,000 taels for the marquee household's social expenses. Whether he would send them this year remained to be seen. If not, or if they went to Xin An again, Tang Gang would have to teach Xin Quan a lesson and remind him who the master was. Tang Rong also felt conflicted. Both had in-laws, yet the Tao family not causing trouble was already a blessing. If his in-laws were still the Xin family, then now. In a bad mood, Tang Rong had little appetite and only ate a few bites before claiming he was full. Tang Gang couldn't eat either. Once the two men left, the atmosphere in the dining hall immediately relaxed. The old madam wasn't present due to feeling unwell, leaving only Wang Shi and her sons and daughters-in-law. Without strict rules, the three of them ate more freely, chatting and laughing. The crab roe buns last time were good, this batch is even fresher. The meat is tender too, sweet and flavorful. With vinegar, it has a whole different taste. Wang Shi felt extremely content, almost wishing only the three of them lived in the household. The father and son seemed completely unnecessary. As night fell, the Duke of Xiang arrived with great expectations, offering many benefits. Tang Gang was tempted, but with Tang Rong's firm stance and Tao Iran bedridden to preserve her pregnancy, what could he do? Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. I shouldn't have refused your Grace's request. Yesterday, after my son brought Physician Hua back from your residence, he truthfully reported your son's condition. I already guessed then that you would come today, so I made preparations. The Duke of Xiang had thought Tang Gang would name his price and was ready to be taken advantage of. And the result? Tang Gang shook his head and sighed. As soon as the matter was brought up, my daughter-in-law became so agitated that it affected her pregnancy. She said if we forced her, she would rather die. She's still confined to bed, preserving the child. An heir is most important. As her father-in-law, I cannot force her. I cannot help your Grace with this matter. However, if needed, I can invite Physician Hua again to visit. Surely there will be a solution. He shifted the blame onto Tao Iran and subtly reminded the Duke that Physician Hua had been invited by the Marquis household. The Duke's eyes flashed with anger. If it had been one-sided infatuation from Juyu, it would be one thing, but if Tao Iran had deliberately enticed him, how could things have come to this? And now she pretended to be chaste and virtuous. In that case, it seems our household has troubled the young madam. I take my leave. Tang Gang stood to see him off. Once the man left, Tang Gang's expression darkened. He had wanted to speak with Wang Shi, but fearing she might tell Xin An and Tang Mo, he could only swallow his frustration. Chapter 237, That Blind, Ill-Timed Drop of Blood. It seems the talks failed. They say the Duke of Xiang left in a fury. After hearing the news, Tang Mo sighed with regret. In that case, our first step won't work. Now we can only wait and see if Ji recovers. Xin An yawned. She had napped after getting drunk in the afternoon and now couldn't sleep at night. Even if Ji recovers, it's not like we gained nothing. The Duke of Xiang will surely hold a grudge against father and Tang Rong. With that rift in place, Tang Rong won't have an easy time going forward. It's hard to win someone over, but offending someone? That's easy. Later, you should take the initiative to check on Juyu's condition. Send some medicinal herbs and, if necessary, bring Physician Hua to see him again. We can't let him die, nor can we kill him, so we might as well use this chance to earn the Duke's favor. From now on, when you speak or act outside, you should make it clear you're separate from father and the others next door. Tang Mo nodded. After lying down, he was about to say something but suddenly felt a bit awkward. You should rein in your maids. What did they do? Xin An was curious. Chunyang and Chuanlu hadn't been talking nonsense lately. Tang Mo looked aggrieved and lowered his voice. They've been secretly saying we just lie under the covers chatting. They're saying it must be my problem, spreading rumors that I have some condition. They even suggested I go see a divine doctor to get treated. This concerns my dignity as a man. Tomorrow, you must order them not to talk nonsense. Xin An almost burst out laughing but held it in. And how exactly should I say it? Should I say, you've all misunderstood second young master, he's actually very capable? She pulled the blanket over her head, shaking with suppressed laughter. Tang Mo was helpless, gritting his teeth. Just seriously reprimand them. Tell them not to gossip about their masters. All right. She pulled the blanket down, her eyes full of laughter, lips curled upward. I'll tell them tomorrow not to gossip in private. If they do it again, I'll punish them severely. But won't that make it seem like we're covering something up, or that we're embarrassed and angry? Tang Mo felt like even if he had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. Seeing Xin An still laughing gleefully, he lost his patience. Acting on impulse, he leaned over and pressed her down beneath him. You have no conscience at all. Don't you know what I'm like? The alcohol from the afternoon hadn't fully worn off, and he'd had a couple more drinks at dinner. Emboldened by alcohol, Xin An wasn't frightened at all. Instead, she casually placed her hand on his waist and gave it a squeeze, smiling. Don't wrong me, I wouldn't know what you're like. I can't explain that kind of thing. If you can't explain it, then don't. This sort of thing doesn't need explaining with words. Before Xin An could react, he had already kissed her. She stiffened, momentarily forgetting to respond. Tang Mo was a bit eager. He had restrained himself for too long, and now that he let go, he found it hard to hold back. What are you doing? Xin An tried to push him away, but he didn't budge. Tang Mo smiled. Doing what should be done, so you won't have to explain anything. You said we'd properly marry first. We will. That doesn't affect this. Tang Mo didn't waste any more words. It had taken a lot of courage for him to act. Who knew when he'd find such boldness again? He had planned to seal things tonight, but just as he moved his foot, he accidentally kicked Xin An's injured toe. It hurts. Why does it hurt? Tang Mo laughed helplessly. We haven't even gotten to that part yet, and you're already crying out? You stepped on my toe, it hurts. Your toe. Only then did Tang Mo remember her injury. He lifted the blanket to check and immediately deflated. Another tiny bead of blood had appeared. What a completely clueless, ill-timed drop of blood. Resigned, he got up to fetch medicine, applied it again, and even wrapped her big toe with cloth, muttering, "This toe really knows how to ruin things. Ruining my good moment." Xin An smiled. Why not just cut it off then? Tang Mo turned to look at her, seeing how pleased she was. Be quiet. Stop laughing or I'll ignore your condition, believe it or not. Xin An laughed even more smugly. Second young master is so fierce, I'm terrified. Tang Mo grabbed her foot and tickled her. Xin An laughed as she shrank back. Ha ha, let go of me, ha ha. Ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. Their laughter was loud. Wearing outer garments, Chunyang and Chuanlu quietly opened the door and peeked toward the main room, then glanced at the sky before exchanging looks. Just as they were about to sneak closer to listen, Aunt Wang coughed from the neighboring doorway. The two hurriedly retreated, while Aunt Wang listened to the laughter inside with a satisfied expression. Early the next morning, as Chunyang helped Xin An with her hair, she noticed a mark on her neck. Smiling knowingly, she didn't say a word, but later found a chance to whisper to Chuanlu. Chuanlu, who had been making the bed, said everything seemed normal. Chunyang stroked her chin. Could that mark on Madame's neck be a mosquito bite? Chuanlu nodded. Possible. Even in early winter there are mosquitoes, and fierce ones at that. Then we should burn some medicinal herbs to drive them away. Aunt Wang overheard their conversation and smiled meaningfully. A young man and woman sharing a bed being unable to resist is only natural. A good thing, a very good thing. She decided to prepare more nourishing soup for the young master that night. Wouldn't do for him to lack strength when it mattered. That night, Tang Mo felt even more restless in the middle of the night. Looking at the person beside him, he silently sighed. Courage like that didn't come often. He had missed his chance, and now regret was useless. Several days passed without Tao Iran secretly going out. Tang Mo found time to visit the Duke of Xiang's residence again. Jiu had awakened, but he was still dazed, deeply obsessed with Tao Iran. Whenever he saw anyone connected to her, even Tang Mo, he wanted to ask more. Is she well? Tang Mo was speechless. She's long since married and is about to become a mother. Why cling to this? Even if there was something before, it should be let go by now. Jiu's eyes were dull, devoid of will to live. Tang Mo wasn't close to him and had no interest in persuading him. Seeing that he wouldn't die anytime soon, he left. Outside, he encountered the Duke of Xiang. In just a few days, the Duke's hair had turned noticeably grayer. To vent his anger, he had already obstructed Lord Tao's reassignment and caused trouble for Tang Rong, yet he still felt stifled. A perfectly good son had been ruined by a woman. Your Grace, according to physician Hua, the third young master's illness is of the heart. His body is fine. But lying there like that, absent-minded all day, if you ask me, he's simply too idle. After several interactions, the Duke of Xiang had developed a favorable impression of Tang Mo and was willing to listen. What do you mean? Tang Mo said, he lies there all day, never getting out of bed. The moment he wakes, someone washes his face and hands for him. Before he's even hungry, someone feeds him spoon by spoon. Even the ginseng soup to keep him alive is forced into his mouth. How is that any different from caring for a bedridden old man? He's so idle he has nothing to do but half live and pine after a woman. The Duke of Xiang fell into thought, finding Tang Mo's words reasonable. It was indeed time to find something for that useless boy to do. I'm afraid even if I give him something to do, he won't be willing. Tang Mo smiled. That depends on how you say it. My sister-in-law chose my elder brother for a reason. My elder brother is the heir of the Marquis household, well-built, handsome, and talented. Anyone who sees him would say he's among the finest of the younger generation in the capital. Compared to him, Jiu's third young master is indeed lacking. Chapter 238, People really shouldn't be too idle. There was no need to say the rest. The Duke of Xiang already understood what Tang Mo meant. If you wanted to win the beauty's heart, he had to become someone who surpassed Tang Rong. Using that as motivation would certainly be effective. Tang Mo added, it's only a temporary measure, just something for your grace to consider. The Duke of Xiang found Tang Mo rather interesting. For second young master to put in such effort for Jiu is quite unexpected. As long as the third young master is safe, that's enough. Tang Mo didn't hide his intentions. To be honest, I rarely get the chance to handle matters on behalf of the Marquis household. Naturally, I want to do my best and see things through from beginning to end. The Duke of Xiang smiled. Serving in the same court, he knew exactly what kind of person Tang Gang was: arrogant, relying on his father's legacy, and not particularly courteous. He had also learned that physician Hua had been invited through the Xin family's connections. It seemed this second young master of the Marquis household was trying to establish himself. If he found an opportunity to show him some favor and make Tang Gang uncomfortable, that would be quite satisfying. Come to think of it, I haven't properly thanked you for helping invite physician Hua. Once Ji recovers, I'll have him host a banquet to thank you personally. Tang Mo cupped his hands. I'll look forward to that day. I still have duties to attend to, so I won't disturb your grace further. See the second young master out. After watching Tang Mo leave, the Duke of Xiang turned and went to the old Duke's courtyard. Early the next morning, Tang Mo received news. Jiu had been sent to a rural estate 100 li away to do labor. He wasn't allowed to bring a single servant. Aside from a chest of books and writing materials, he only had a few clothes and shoes. They say he has to farm the land every day, eat what the tenant farmers eat, wash his own clothes, and still study, with someone specifically watching over him. Tang Mo sighed. That's harsh. But this way, if Yu is exhausted every day, How would he have time to wallow in sorrow? Xin An set down her book. People really shouldn't be too idle. Idleness breeds illness. Tang Mo sighed again. Recently, the people next door never go out without a full escort. There's no chance to make a move anymore. A drowning dog should be beaten while it's down. Xin An said they couldn't rely on the same method every time. Just because you can't strike doesn't mean others can't. You need to know how to use others' strength to your advantage. Find a few people and beat up that Zhao Wen and Ma Qi. That should be easy, right? What? Tang Mo thought he'd misheard. You don't like those two? Why beat them for no reason? Xin An wagged her finger. Who said I'm the one beating them? Why can't it be the neighbor next door? Tang Mo thought it over and a smile slowly spread across his face. That's a good idea. Those two were on Zhu Yu's side and had previously confronted Tang Rong outside the Tao residence. If Tang Rong sent people to teach them a lesson afterward to vent his anger, that would seem perfectly natural. They both have some status, and they're shameless. If they're beaten by the people next door, how could they not retaliate? At that thought, Tang Mo laughed. Sitting down, he picked up the book Xin An had just set aside. Looks like reading more really does have its benefits. One scheme after another, just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. And what about the pregnant one? Are we just leaving her be? What's the rush? Tao Iran had shut herself away, living behind closed doors, thinking that by not seeing or hearing anything, the past would disappear. Little did she know she was like a frog being slowly boiled in warm water. Didn't you say the Duke of Xiang ruined Lord Tao's reassignment? She can't return to her family. Ju has been sent away, but how could the Duke's wife not hate her? As a mother, she would never blame her own son. To restore Zhu Yu's reputation, she'll inevitably push all the blame onto the people next door. Tao Iran's reputation is completely ruined. Mother intends to keep her confined in the household to raise the child. For a year or more, she won't be able to step outside the Marquis residence. I'm just waiting for her to give birth. All the effort should be spent on Tang Rong. Let him personally make things difficult for her, target her. Xin An looked up at Tang Mo with a smile. Husband and wife turning into enemies, father and son at odds, each wishing they could devour the other alive. How wonderful. Tang Mo shuddered. What a vicious woman. If you don't find it troublesome, watching the show isn't bad either. Of course not. Xin An smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. I'll live my good life and in my spare time, watch the drama. What's there to be upset about? Tang Mo didn't respond further. He felt a faint worry about her state, afraid that while she appeared open-minded on the surface, she might still be unable to let go deep down. Between the two of them, Xin An had clearly suffered more from what the people next door had done. Thinking about it, his early death in the past life might have been a blessing. TCH. Xin An turned her head. What's that for? Nothing. Just thought of something unpleasant. Tang Mo leaned closer. I've been keeping an eye on Prince Jin's situation lately, but there's still no news. I remember it should be around this time. It is around now. After so many years, neither of them remembered the exact date. Xin An mentioned that in a few days, Steward Yang from the estate would come to collect the monthly funds. Winters in the capital are harsh, not just cold, but even getting fresh vegetables is difficult. I'm planning to have Steward Yang build heated greenhouses to grow vegetables and have Uncle Wang set up a conservatory at the Xin residence. At the mention of winter vegetables, Tang Mo sighed about the prices. I remember cucumbers only 2 inches long costing 1,000 coins, almost like ginseng. Are you planning to eat them yourself or sell them? Of course, sell them. Xin An had no intention of letting the people next door benefit for free. Keeping a greenhouse running requires constant fire, manpower, and money. If the prices are high, it's because the costs are high. We need to recover that. The general goods shop on Ingui Road is about to open. We'll sell them there, and send some to the medicinal cuisine shop as well. It'll serve as a signature offering. Of course, making money isn't the main goal. Rare things are valuable. She planned to use fresh winter vegetables to build connections with various households, spending small sums for greater gains. Consider it my contribution of winter vegetables to Prince Jin's residence. She was determined to get close to Prince Jin's household. Why are you so focused on Prince Jin's residence? Tang Mo was curious. Given Xin An's current standing, she had already secured her place among the noble women of the capital. Why go to such lengths to curry favor? Because Prince Jin is considered a fair and upright man, without excessive ambition or desire. Even after the second prince ascended the throne, Prince Jin's residence remained stable and influential in court. To her, such a backing was more reliable than the second prince. Besides, who would complain about having too many powerful allies? Liao Ji is on the military path. If you follow him, that's the path you'll take as well, but that goes against grandfather's teachings. Training is fine, but going further, who knows how much Liao Ji can help. If Prince Jin also supports you, and you apply yourself, surpassing Tang Rong won't be difficult. A sedan chair needs people to carry it, the more, the better. Tang Mo felt genuinely moved. So all this is for my sake. How can someone be this good? Xin An looked at him. Isn't it because only if you do well, I'll do well, and so will the Xin family? You're my hope, and the hope of the Xin family. Chapter 239, Ankai's family has struck it rich. I'm your hope. Tang Mo automatically filtered out the "and the Xin family" part, hearing only that Xin An said he was her hope. He felt secretly delighted. Of course. Xin An rested her arm on his shoulder, holding back a smile as she spoke seriously. Second young Master Tang, whether my life turns out well depends entirely on you. Don't disappoint me. Tang Mo felt extremely pleased, suddenly sensing himself as tall and heroic. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Why did his nose suddenly feel a little sore? How could she be so endearing? Young madam. Nanfeng stood at the doorway holding a box. The young madam from the Ouyang family sent someone with some milk curds. She said they're from the grasslands and wanted you to try them. Bring them in and let's take a look. Nanfeng entered and set the box down. The moment the lid opened, a strong milky aroma spread out. Tang Mo said it was good stuff. I've heard that when cavalry from the grasslands go on campaigns, they carry a lot of this. It's very filling. Those people are strong and robust. They say they've eaten this since childhood. Xin An had tried it before in Huai River region and found it hard to accept. It smells nice, but when you eat it, there's a strong milky tang, even a bit sour. The first time I tried it, I thought it had gone bad. Tang Mo picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. It's not bad. The moment he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. After quite a while, he opened them again, blinking several times. This thing. Seeing his expression, Xin An leaned back slightly. Even she felt her teeth ache at the thought. Tang Mo forced a smile. Actually, if you chew it carefully, you can taste a rich, mellow milk flavor. Then you eat more. Xin An generously pushed the entire box toward him. If you eat more, you won't get sick so easily. You're weak, you should supplement yourself. Tang Mo smacked his lips. In truth, he also found it hard to accept, but if it could strengthen his body, he was willing to try. He picked up another piece and forced himself to adapt, even going against his own feelings. The more you chew, the better it tastes. Seems like I'm quite suited for this. It's all yours. Tang Mo didn't stand on ceremony. He had Nanfeng wrap a few pieces in oiled paper so he could eat them while on duty. Maybe he'd get used to it over time. If not, he could always pass them to Zhuang Shi and the others. Someone would finish them eventually. Seeing that he seemed to genuinely like it a bit, Xin An said, if you really can get used to it, I'll ask Madame Ouyang where to buy more. This kind of thing is probably only available in winter. I'll finish these first, then we'll see. Xin An didn't press further. After a while, Tang Mo found that only the milky flavor remained in his mouth. The tanginess was still there, but tea could suppress it. That evening, Tang Gang and Tang Rong returned to the residence together, both looking displeased. Likely due to the Duke of Xiang's retaliation, officials in court had been repeatedly submitting accusations against them these past days. Even trivial matters were being brought up. Tang Rong in particular was accused of moral misconduct, unfit to serve in the Ministry of Rights. If this continued, he might truly lose his position. Neither father nor son had the appetite to eat. After a few bites, they went straight to the study. With a glance from Wang Shi, a servant waiting outside silently slipped away. If Wang Shi wanted to know what was said in the study, nothing could be kept from her. Tang Mo and Xin An pretended not to care. After dinner, they returned hand in hand to Qiushi courtyard. No sooner had they arrived than Nanfeng reported that Lu Cheng had come. He's been waiting for a while. Young master, would you like to see him? Tang Mo nodded. Bring him in. Lu Cheng brought news. Aunt Kai's family next door had suddenly prospered. Not only did they repay their debts on time, they've even bought several servants and are spending lavishly. My father heard they've been secretly inquiring about shops today. It looks like they're planning to acquire property. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. Did you find out where their money came from? Kai Quan went to the pawn shop twice, but the shopkeeper kept tight-lipped. We couldn't find out what he pawned. Servants going in and out of pawn shops frequently either meant they were pawning things for their master or stealing. He suspected the Kai family belonged to the latter. Tang Mo's lips curled slightly. He casually tossed Lu Cheng a piece of silver. Well done. Keep watching them. Find out what exactly they pawned if possible, and don't make a fuss about it. Lu Cheng caught it. Thank you, second young master. Xin An soon heard the news, her face full of mockery. They were always crafty, it's no surprise. Let them be for now. They'll be useful later. Tang Mo agreed. I have a feeling the people next door won't just sit and wait. They'll definitely do something. It's just a matter of whether they'll act openly or resort to underhanded tricks. Xin An told Nanfeng to instruct Xin Mo to keep an even closer eye on Tang Rong. That night, Tang Rong returned to Chunhua courtyard. Passing by Qiushi courtyard, he paused, staring at its tightly closed gates. While he was sinking deeper into trouble, Tang Mo was steadily rising. Could this be fate? He couldn't allow things to go so smoothly for him. Young master has returned? Aunt Kai greeted him at the door. It's cold at night. You're dressed too lightly, don't stand outside. There's pear soup warming on the stove. Have a bowl to warm yourself. Tang Rong entered. Aunt Kai attended to him attentively as usual. Holding the pear soup, Tang Rong took a couple of sips, then suddenly asked, Aunt Kai, what has Kai Quan been busy with lately? He's still working as usual. Aunt Kai glanced at his expression. Just the usual duties. Tang Rong set the bowl down. It's almost the end of the year. The managers of several shops should be coming to report accounts. I had planned to acquire more properties and let Kai Quan and his father manage them. After a year of hard work, they deserved some reward. But times are different now. As the heir, I can't even withdraw 2,000 taels from the accounts. Aunt Kai was shocked. The household funds have always been at your disposal. In the past, you only needed to send Xin Mo to withdraw money. How can it not be possible now? Tang Rong gave a bitter smile and didn't answer. Instead, he sighed. Aunt Kai, why does my life seem to be getting more and more difficult? Aunt Kai frowned deeply. The rise and fall of her entire family depended on Tang Rong. If he fell, her family would be the first to be driven out of the marquis residence by Wang Shi. Originally, she had hoped that after Tao Iran became pregnant, her status in the household would rise as well, bringing more prestige and convenience. Who would have thought Tao Iran would now shut herself away, focusing only on preserving the pregnancy, ignoring everything else? Even those serving her had to come up with excuses just to step outside. As for Tang Rong, it was as if misfortune clung to him. If things continued this way, everyone in Chunhua courtyard would suffer. Young master, there are some things I shouldn't say, but think about it. Haven't things been going poorly since you moved into Chunhua courtyard? Aunt Kai had been pondering this for a long time, convinced that Tang Rong's current misfortune was the work of Wang Shi and Tang Mo otherwise. How could someone's fortunes decline so rapidly? Tang Rong raised his eyes. What do you mean, Aunt? Chapter 240, Not afraid they won't make a move. Some things Tang Rong wanted said through Aunt Kai, and she did not disappoint. With a sigh, she said, These are not really words this old servant should speak, but from the very beginning, the heir should have lived in the neighboring Qiushi courtyard. That courtyard is far more open and well-lit than Chunhua courtyard. Whether it's the scenery or the layout, it's superior, upright, and proper. Even without understanding feng shui, one can tell it's a good place. Moreover, it was renovated and furnished according to your status, at considerable expense. Yet once everything was ready, Madame invited a Taoist priest, claiming the courtyard was too large to gather qi properly, and forcibly switched it, giving you this much smaller Chunhua courtyard. While the second young master moved into the spacious and elegant Qiushi courtyard. Tang Rong frowned slightly. Mother likely didn't mean anything by it. Aunt Kai knew Tang Rong well. Given his position, there were things he couldn't say outright, so as his wet nurse, she had to say them for him today. The heir is kind-hearted and has always treated Madame as his own mother, even entrusting her with managing the late Madame's dowry. But hearts are separated by bellies, who knows if she harbors other intentions. In the end, the second young master is her biological son. Look at him now after moving into Qiushi courtyard, compare that to how he used to be in the residence. Does the heir still remember? Anyone with eyes could see the difference. Aunt Kai was certain Wang Shi was behind it. Madame and the second young master must have done something behind the scenes. I fear even your misfortunes are connected to them. After all, in the second young master's eyes, you're the one who took his wife. The second young madam may have some money, but can she compare to the first young madam's family? The second young master must resent you. There might even be something on the second young madam's side. Anyone can see who's stronger between you and the second young master. The Xin An family married their daughter and expecting her to become the Marchioness, but now she's only the wife of the second son. How could she not feel resentment? Tang Rong slowly stirred the pear soup with his spoon. I've thought about these things too. But mother has treated me well and second brother is respectful on the surface. I can't just blame my misfortune on them without reason. Father would be angry if he knew. Aunt, please don't say such things again, it wouldn't sound good if it spread. Young master. Aunt Kai tried her best to persuade him. You are the heir of the Marquis household, the future Marquis, the head of the family. You cannot let Madame and the second young master bully you like this. What can I do? Tang Rong looked helpless. Should I go to father and accuse mother of harming me? Or say second brother harmed me? With no evidence, just guesses? How can something like feng shui stand as proof? He sighed again and set down the spoon. Aunt, go burn incense before the bodhisattva for me tomorrow. These past few months, I've been plagued by misfortune, nothing goes right. He slowly stood. It's late. You should rest. Watching his lonely figure, Aunt Kai frowned deeply. She turned to glance toward the neighboring Qiushi courtyard. Xin An, who had remained silent, stepped forward and lowered his voice. And you must think of a way to help the heir. If things keep going like this, none of us will fare well. You don't know how difficult things have been for him outside. His duties aren't going well, and even the Marquis's attitude toward him has worsened. We must come up with something. Aunt Kai nodded and reminded Xin An to be diligent in his duties and, above all, not to relax surveillance on the neighboring courtyard. Xin An readily agreed. His next step was to figure out what approach Aunt Kai would take and pass the information to Nan Feng. If not for Nan Feng secretly providing him medicine before, he might already be dead. The next day, Nan Feng reported to Xin An that the people next door might soon make a move. Xin An curved her lips into a faint smile. Tell Xin An to urge Aunt Kai to come up with a plan quickly. They weren't afraid of the neighbors making a move, only that they would keep hiding. Nan Feng immediately went to Aunt Wang to request 10 taels of silver to carry out the task. Aunt Wang didn't ask questions and gave it to her right away. After Nan Feng left, she smiled at Xin An. That girl is becoming more and more efficient. But she's Madame's person. Is it really all right to let her handle these matters? Xin An replied, even if she reports everything in detail to mother-in-law, what would mother-in-law do? At most, she would refrain from interfering. That alone would already be restraint. Although we've never openly discussed certain matters, we have an understanding. Aunt Wang thought it over and agreed. Madame wasn't foolish, Xin An was helping the second young master, her own son. I was overthinking it. Young Madame, do you still not plan to let Aunt Suaping come serve in the courtyard? Does she have something going on? Only after asking did Xin An remember Aunt Wang would be welcoming a daughter-in-law next spring and needed to return home to prepare. I almost forgot you'll be arranging your son's marriage. How about this? You go find Aunt Suaping and brief her on what needs to be done. Let her come serve during the day, but she doesn't need to stay overnight. Also inform Chunyang and Chunlu clearly. For now, the storeroom keys will stay in my room. Afterward, you can just come by every few days. Aunt Wang smiled and nodded. I shouldn't really leave at a time like this, but with the new year approaching, I might not be of much help. Aunt Suaping would be more useful at this time. Don't say that. Xin smiled and took her hand. In my eyes, only my own mother outranks you. I've always treated you as an elder. So don't stand on ceremony with me, just tell me if you need anything. After you return, have the eastern courtyard with the plum trees renovated for Wang Fu's wedding. Your whole family can live there, it's spacious. When you have grandchildren, they'll have room to run around. Our new residence should be lively for the new year as well. I'll have to trouble you to help manage things. Aunt Wang quickly expressed her thanks. Many thanks for young madam's generosity. Xin also gave her 100 taels to handle arrangements. Later, pick a few items from the storeroom as well. Consider it my contribution to Wang Fu's betrothal gifts. Aunt Wang felt deeply satisfied. Having received such favor, she resolved to instruct her husband and son to serve even more diligently. In just a single day, rumors began spreading throughout the household that Wang Shi favored her biological son and had schemed to take the Qiushi courtyard meant for the heir and give it to Tang Emo. If not for her manipulation, the bride wouldn't have entered the wrong courtyard, and Tang Rong wouldn't be suffering such misfortune now. The words all pointed fingers at Wang Shi, accusing her of not being a kind mother, placing all blame squarely on her. Xin quickly heard the news and ordered Steward Zhang to control the servants' tongues. Anyone who dared show disrespect to the mistress of the house, regardless of whose servant they were, would be sold off immediately, no mercy. No sooner had Steward Zhang left than Tao Iran, who had been staying quietly next door to preserve her pregnancy, suddenly complained of stomach discomfort. The household physician examined her thoroughly, but found nothing wrong. Tao Iran then claimed she felt uneasy and restless. Aunt Lu and Aunt Kai began chanting Amitabha, worrying that she might have offended something unseen. Xin let out a cold laugh. So this is their plan? To say that courtyard is bad for pregnancy, or that my husband and I are bringing them misfortune. Chapter 241, Tang Gang, the Freeloader. Aunt Kai had made her move, first stirring up public opinion within the household, then using Tao Iran's pregnancy as leverage. Aside from suppressing the servants' gossip, Xin did nothing further. If you want someone destroyed, first let them go mad. Wang Shi also heard the rumors, but aside from sending people to keep watch, she said nothing more. The end of the year was busy. She was occupied taking Xin to banquets. Thanks to Tang Mo's changes and Xin's generosity, Wang Shi's experience at social gatherings had improved significantly. After all, when people receive gifts and enjoy food, they naturally soften, sip some tea, eat a few small crabs, and relationships grow closer. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you laughing. Being a stepmother is difficult. I send her good things like flowing water and try not to appear in front of her too often. At the Wu family's young general's wedding in the capital, the hall was full of guests. Sitting among familiar ladies, Wang Shi dropped her usual reserve and began to speak candidly. The moment I hear that her stomach feels unwell, my heart tightens. Over the years, Wang Shi hadn't had many close friends in the capital. She cared too much about appearances to reveal her struggles and rarely engaged in casual gossip. Others found her aloof and unapproachable, so they didn't include her in their circles or share information with her. Now that she was suddenly complaining, everyone was intrigued. One lady couldn't help asking, after all that's happened, has there really been no punishment at all? Tang Rong was still going about his duties and even hosting banquets. His thick skin was truly remarkable. Wang Shi gave a bitter smile. Right and wrong in these matters are hard to untangle. If pursued too deeply, no one would come out looking good. A few scoldings and letting it pass is enough. And now she's pregnant. If we speak too harshly, We worry about the child. If you ask me, you're too lenient. But with your position, it's indeed difficult. A child not born of your own womb is never the same. Wang Shi lifted her teacup. I only seek to have a clear conscience, not repayment. As long as the two of them live well, that's enough. This year has been full of misfortune. I only hope that after the new year, everything will improve. Everyone present understood the difficulty of being a stepmother. From Wang Shi's tone, they also picked up on Tang Gang's favoritism. Naturally, hearing that someone else's life wasn't going well stirred a bit of sympathy and made them more inclined to speak kindly. Your second son seems quite capable. I've heard he's favored by Commander Liao. Oh, as long as that boy doesn't cause trouble, I'd already be grateful. I don't dare hope for anything else. But I heard your son was recently promoted. How do you raise children so well? You must share your secrets. The lady being addressed beamed with pride. She had been waiting for congratulations. Wang Shi had achieved her goal. Xin An's progress was just as smooth. At first, she sat listening to Lin Yao and the others chatting. With the year-end approaching, the streets had grown less safe, 2 young women and several children had gone missing. Though such incidents happened every year and weren't unusual, they still expressed sympathy for the affected families. Soon, the topic shifted to Tao Iran. After laying some groundwork, Xin An began complaining to Lin Yao and the others. Ever since she got pregnant, I've even tied up the dogs, and I wish I could tie up people's mouths too, just in case they say hearing barking frightens her. Even the people in my courtyard can't speak loudly anymore. Yesterday she had stomach pains, and the servants said she must have offended something. Then they claimed the courtyard is too cramped and oppressive. Tell me, will I even lose my courtyard next? Lin Yao and the others sympathized. Those two, one always stirring trouble, the other putting on a righteous front. Living next to them, of course you'll suffer. This is probably just the beginning, who knows what else is coming. Xin An sighed dramatically. Why is my life so difficult? Not far away, the Duchess of Xiang was fiercely criticizing Tao Iran and Tang Rong. One had ruined her son, the other had harmed him. How could she let them off? My son may have been foolish, but he's not stupid. If that woman hadn't said something to him, would he have become obsessed with her? It must run in her blood, seeing a man and immediately trying to seduce him. Shameless hussy. Did she think everyone was as shameless as that one indulging in indecency in broad daylight? Those who relied on the Duke's household quickly chimed in, speaking with great enthusiasm. Xin An glanced over from afar, then turned away with a faint smile. After the banquet, Tang Rong and Tao Iran's reputations had worsened further. Wang Shi and Xin An returned home satisfied, resuming their usual management of household affairs while coldly watching Aunt Kai and Aunt Lu put on their performance. The weather grew colder quickly. Mornings now chilled the hands, and the wind became increasingly biting. With the cold came booming business for the medicinal cuisine shop. Aside from repeat customers from opening day, many merchants had begun choosing it as their top venue for hosting banquets. After all, the establishment offered both prestige and opportunities to encounter powerful figures. Word spread quickly, hosting guests there became a mark of status. Now, reserving a private room required booking at least 3 days in advance. The medicinal cuisine here truly lives up to its reputation. Thank you, Marquis, for your generous hospitality today. This must have cost quite a bit. As evening fell, the door of one private room opened. Several officials, faces flushed with satisfaction, stepped out. Tang Gang walked among them, smiling. Winter is cold. This medicinal cuisine warms the body. If you find it agreeable, do come often. One official laughed. Marquis, you jest. The food is excellent, but the prices are steep. We're not as wealthy as you. How could we come often? Indeed, another added. We scholars live modestly. Without your invitation, we wouldn't dare step into such a place. Tang Gang felt quite pleased. The establishment gave him great face. It's just a meal. If you like it, come again. Put it on my tab. Nearby, Fong De nearly rolled his eyes. Even before opening, he had anticipated freeloaders. Though the capital seemed full of nobility, many were merely hollow shells of former glory. Those wanting to maintain appearances often relied on their ancestral reputation to dine without paying. He had prepared for this, but never expected the first freeloader to be Tang Gang himself. How many times had he brought people here already? Not once had he paid. "Marquis, are you heading out?" No matter how much he disdained it internally, Fong De still approached with a smile. Tang Gang gave a casual, remember these officials. Treat them well in the future. Put their expenses on my account. Fong De forced a smile and agreed. The officials showered Tang Gang with praise again, and he basked in it. Then he added, reserve a private room for me permanently. Don't assign it to anyone else. Fong De nearly lost his composure, but managed to hold it together, escorting them out. The attendants bowed and saw them off. Once inside, one of them grimaced. Manager, should we inform the second young madam? Fong De shot him a glare. Dear work. She already knows. The attendant said no more and hurried back to serve guests. Fong De sighed. At the counter, he still recorded Tang Gang's expenses. Whether the money would ever be collected was one matter, but keeping the account was another. Chapter 242, Madam Wang, why shouldn't we charge for it? The weather grew colder, and a faint sense of the new year filled the air. Xin An no longer spent every day secluded in Qiushi courtyard, living a quiet life. Madame Wang took her along each day to handle various matters for the festival. Just deciding on New Year gifts alone took the two of them 2 or 3 days of discussion. On top of that, there were all kinds of purchases and silver to arrange. Large sums of money were being spent every day. Madame Wang sighed, remarking that earning money was difficult, but spending it was far too easy. Xin An was flipping through the account books from previous years. The old Marquis had fought in many campaigns and received countless rewards from the Emperor. Apart from gold, silver, and jade, which were collected by the matriarch, the estate had some decent assets, over 30 shops, 3 manors, and 2 villas, bringing in a respectable income. I see the estate shops are doing fairly well. These past 2 years' harvests have been good, and the manors produce enough for the estate's consumption. Father's salary isn't small either. So why does it feel like we're still struggling a bit? If it weren't for her father covering 100,000 taels every year, the Marquis's estate really wouldn't be all that wealthy. Madame Wang felt a little embarrassed to discuss the extravagance of Tang Gang and Tang Rong in front of Xin An. She simply said, besides taking care of the old soldiers, your grandfather left behind some troops that need to be maintained. And your father often entertains guests, so the expenses are naturally higher. Those father and son enjoyed entertaining and dining so much that the money spent on food alone each year was substantial, not to mention gifts, which added even more to the expenses. If she brought it up a few more times, people would accuse her of being a woman with no understanding of the hardships of the outside world. Xin An actually knew this quite well. Tang Gang aside, Tang Rong's spending on entertaining alone was huge. To maintain his image as a young noble of a prominent family, every aspect of his life, from food to clothing, was top quality. He also liked jade, which was even more expensive than gold. Since my elder brother has joined the Ministry of Rights, it's surprising he hasn't spent much of his salary. Has your husband spent much at the Northern Bureau? The previous Tang Mo liked to compare himself with Tang Rong, matching his spending in food, clothing, and daily life. In truth, he was imitating Tang Rong a little. But now he had returned fully to his original self. He no longer cared much about food and drink, wore no jade, lived a simple life, and naturally spent far less. Madame Wang said, I've discussed with your father. Starting next year, in addition to your regular monthly allowance, the estate will allocate a sum of silver each year, 5,000 taels for your elder brother, 2,000 for you and your sibling. Once you receive this silver, you cannot ask the accounting office for additional personal expenses. Whatever you don't use is yours. If it's not enough, the estate won't cover it. Also, each of you will be given 2 shops to manage independently. Profits and losses are your responsibility. This would prevent Tang Rong from endlessly drawing from the estate's accounts. Xin An thought this was reasonable. She didn't care about losing 3,000 taels, as long as Tang Rong couldn't overconsume. If he ran out of money, he could go to Tao Iran, then it would be a case of dog eats dog, she thought with a smirk. Second young madam, Steward Fong is here. Xin An acknowledged with a nod, telling Madame Wang before heading to her small side hall. Fong De had come to report on the opening of the grocery shop. Yesterday, the Su family's cargo ship arrived in the capital, bringing half a shipload of goods. It can open for business in 3 days. Xin An said she would visit on the opening day. Unlike the medicinal cuisine shop, the grocery store didn't require inviting guests, saving much trouble. Fong De continued, the grocery shop will naturally be busy at first. Since the medicinal cuisine shop is stable, I thought it would be good to have a reliable steward stationed there. Second young madam, what do you think? In the future, our business won't be limited to these 2 locations. We should have someone to help. Xin An mentioned that Wang Jin and his son weren't skilled at these matters. Are you planning to bring someone from Huijiang, or do you already have someone in mind? I have someone. Fong De said he had an old friend surnamed Qian. He is a smooth and capable person. He once worked in an official's household. Later, when his employer fell into disgrace, he had nowhere to go. For the past 2 years, he's been doing small trades and managing reasonably well. Xin An was willing to give Fong De the space. As long as the person is upright, loyal, and competent, it's fine. Fong Shu, you can bring him to the second young master to meet him. If he approves, he can stay. The paperwork must be signed, but the rest can be managed by Fong Shu himself. Fong De nodded with a smile. After sipping his tea, he brought up a troubling issue, Tang Gang expecting free meals. Since the opening, the Marquis often brings guests to dine, sometimes 3 to 5 people, sometimes 7 or 8. The heir occasionally joins. The dishes must be the best, but he says to just record the cost in the accounts. Now he even wants a private room in the medicinal cuisine shop for himself, so he can entertain guests at any time. I'm unsure what to do, so I came to consult second young madam. This wasn't unusual. Many merchants reserve private rooms at familiar restaurants for convenience. Tang Gang's need was understandable, but he didn't say he would pay. That meant a room would be reserved for him for free, whether he came or not, a loss for business. Xin An knew Tang Gang wasn't picky, but she hadn't expected him to be this shameless. Did he think her medicinal cuisine shop was part of the Marquis' estate? You can reserve a room and not take outside reservations. The second young master may occasionally need it. When important matters arise, it will also be useful. For now, I can't give you a definite answer. Once there's a policy, someone will inform you. Fong De said, second young madam, I hadn't thought of it either. Indeed, reserving a private room is proper. It allows flexibility. After a few more words, Fong De left. Xin An returned to Madame Wang to continue examining the accounts. Madame Wang said, if you have something to do, go ahead. It's fine here. Xin An shook her head. It's not a big matter. Steward Fong just came to ask my opinion on something he was unsure about. Madame Wang noticed her hesitation. What is it? Xin An felt a little embarrassed, but explained. She said, we're happy for father and elder brother to entertain at the medicinal cuisine shop. It brings guests to us. But there's no need to charge them. I originally reserved a room for my husband. If we also reserve one for father, that's 2 rooms. Mother knows. At the end of the year, business is good. The private rooms are always full. We invested a lot of silver to open the shop, counting on cold weather to recoup costs. I thought, since one room is already reserved, my husband and father can share it. My husband is usually busy and rarely hosts guests anyway. Madame Wang understood. She despised Tang Gang even more now, taking advantage of his daughter-in-law's business, eating without paying. How could he even have the face to do that? Moreover, why should Tang Rong's business matters be handled in his daughter-in-law's shop, and why shouldn't he pay for it? The estate's rules aren't fully clear to you yet. When your father eats out, he has the steward recorded in the accounts. On the 1st of each month, he brings the books to the estate to settle with the accounting office. Xin An looked even more embarrassed. It's just a few meals for father. Does he really need to pay? Madame Wang said, if you're running a business, you need to act like it. Your father isn't the type to take advantage. You don't even need to mention it to him. If he eats, record it. When the time comes, he'll settle it. Chapter 243, Revenge Must Be Taken. With Madame Wang's words, Xin An finally felt at ease. As far as she was concerned, it didn't matter if Tang Gang went out to eat on his own, it could even serve as free publicity for the medicinal cuisine shop. The small amount spent on meals was trivial. But Tang Gang using her shop to build connections and benefit Tang Rong? She would not allow it. Since Mother has spoken, I'll instruct the steward to follow the rules. But we're family. We don't handle matters with outsiders' formality. Just giving half as a token will suffice. Madame Wang smiled. Don't worry about anything else. I'll speak to your father. The losses would naturally be reimbursed to Xin and by the estate. Thank you, Mother. With your protection, I feel completely reassured. The two women continued attending to the household's minor affairs. The following days were increasingly busy, especially since Tang Gang and Tang Rong rarely returned home for dinner at night. During this period, Tang Gang once had Madame Wang open the warehouse to retrieve a pair of porcelain vases. What he planned to do with them remained unknown. Tang Rong was starting to show signs of a comeback. Recently, the Ministry of Rights assigned him duties. Tang Gang, worried that something might go wrong, secretly arranged for help. The result was impressive. Tang Rong even received praise from the Minister of Rights, which gave him a sense of triumph. People were already saying that the heir of the Marquis' estate was well taught. Though sometimes foolish, whenever he regained clarity, he remained one of the best among the younger generation in the capital. Rumors also began circulating outside. They claimed Madame Wang was unkind, that she and a fake Taoist staged a scheme to seize Tang Rong's large mansion, and that Tang Rong's misfortunes were all orchestrated by Tang Mo. These whispers spread quietly. Xin and Tang Mo merely smiled and didn't rush to refute them, curious to see what the neighbors would do next. That night, Zhao Wen and Ma Qi were strolling out of a brothel, laughing lewdly, arms around each other. They turned into an alley when suddenly a group of masked men in black stepped out from the shadows. Without a word, they attacked Zhao Wen, Ma Qi, and even their attendants, leaving them beaten and bruised in moments. The master asked us to deliver this message. Mind your own business. Offend our young master again, and we'll send you straight to meet King Yama. Then they left. Zhao Wen and Ma Qi, their eyes swollen from the beating, regained enough composure to send men to trace the attackers. After hours of searching, they learned that the black-clad men had disappeared near the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. The Marquis of Wei Yuan? Zhao Wen, wincing in pain, asked Ma Qi, I think I heard them say, young master? I didn't catch it clearly. Ma Qi, battered like a pig, had a little attendant clarify. They did say it. If you offend our young master again, they'll send you to King Yama. Offend? Ma Qi noted that they hadn't really offended anyone. Of course, they knew whom they could and couldn't provoke. Usually, if no one came after them afterward, they weren't a threat. It was Tang Rong. Zhao Wen confirmed. Remember what happened at the Tao family gate? At that time, he had his guards beat Brother Zhu. If we hadn't arrived quickly, Brother Zhu would have been killed. This must be his revenge. Ma Qi gradually realized it was indeed so, grinding his teeth in anger. What a sly, vicious bastard. He dares attack in secret. We can't let this slide. Yes, we must retaliate. He suggested sending men to beat them in return. Zhao Wen ground his teeth. Beat them, and beat them hard. If he sends 5 men, I'll send 10. Perhaps his expression was too fierce, aggravating his injuries. He gasped in pain, eyes filled with malice. The next day, Tang Mo returned to the estate with good news for Xin. At this morning's court session, the emperor pardoned Prince Jin. The edict has been issued for his family to return home for the new year. Finally, they'll be back. Xin's eyes brightened. I've already had Steward Yang set up a heated greenhouse for vegetables and prepare 1,000 jin of grain. It might come in handy. Uncle Wang is also preparing a heated greenhouse at the Xin residence. The gardener from the manor will stay there. If the jasmine blooms for the new year, it'll be wonderful. Even if not, at least a few well-grown pots will be ready. Tang Mo smiled, pouring himself a cup of tea. We'll do our best. No need to force it. Don't set your hopes too high. Xin An, curious, asked, "What do you mean?" "I don't want you to be disappointed if things don't work out." Tang Mo held her hand as they sat together. "I understand your thoughts and don't want you getting stuck in a rut. Remember, nothing is more important than enjoying the life we have right now." "I know." Xin An's lips curved slightly. "I understand the reasoning, but sometimes emotions get the better of me. It'll settle down gradually. In a few days, I'll take a short leave and accompany you to the manor for a couple of days, just the two of us this time." Tang Mo truly feared Xin and might feel unsettled. "If you don't like the manor, we can visit the Marquis Qing's estate and see the stables. You might enjoy it." "No way," Xin said, not liking horses, especially when many crowded together. "It smells. And the manor isn't particularly appealing in winter, just fields and bare trees. Plus, it's inconvenient there." Tang Mo understood. She preferred bustling places. "There's a small riverside villa, tastefully decorated. The food is excellent, the scenery superb. Only slightly expensive, but almost perfect. Shall I take you there for one night?" Xin laughed. "We're staying at the Marquis' estate. It's spacious and comfortable. Why go to an inn? Don't worry about me, I'm fine." Knowing he worried for her, Xin held his hand. "These days are more relaxing than anything I've ever experienced. Haven't you noticed I've gained a bit of weight? Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for myself. If I get stuck in a rut, it would waste my chance to return." Speaking of chances reminded her of one thing. "Next leave, let's go to Nandu Temple to offer incense together. When we receive such a great opportunity, we should do something for peace of mind." "Whatever you wish." Tang Mo handed her a pastry. "The neighbors are still stirring trouble over the house swap. It seems they want to blame your mother. Their intentions are wicked. I heard mother mention that father thought our estate was better than theirs. They were unhappy. Although mother calmed them for now, they might bring it up again." Xin's lips curved slightly. "I like this estate. If anyone moves, it should be them, not us. Otherwise, if father drives us out, we'll stay at the Xin residence. By then, the estate will be ready. We'll leave a few things here and make it seem like a thief from outside took them. How does that sound?" Tang Mo's expression darkened. "If the whole capital knows we were forced out to make room for the neighbors and your dowry is stolen, I can't imagine what people will say. Then his father and Tang Rong would be at the center of public scorn. Xin and Tang Mo wouldn't have to do anything, just portray themselves as victims, and countless people would criticize the father and son. Officials would censure them, and perhaps the emperor would rebuke them, costing them their positions." Chapter 244. The Matriarch's Favoritism. Xin had always known that Tang Mo, though he appeared cunning, was actually very sentimental. Especially when it came to Tang Gang, his feelings were complicated. Xin's suggestion could easily shatter the already fragile relationship between father and son. She worried, yet Tang Mo seemed unbothered. "Let's put it this way, I don't think it crosses any lines," he said. He believed that Tang Gang, for the sake of appearances, wouldn't act so recklessly. Xin smiled, but said nothing. Tang Mo chatted with her about amusing events outside. Although she seemed calm, Tang Mo still felt uneasy. No matter what Xin said, he felt that staying cooped up in the estate was unhealthy. Being alone could lead to overthinking. "From now on, I'll take you out more often. Don't let yourself turn into an old lady again. Let's go now, we won't have dinner at the estate tonight." Reluctantly, Xin allowed him to lead her outside. Before they even reached the door, they ran into Tang Gang leaving. "Where are you going?" "Out to eat." Tang Mo said frankly, "We won't be having dinner at the estate tonight." Tang Gang's expression darkened. He thought, a rotten log is still a rotten log. No matter how good the face, inside it's useless. All he thinks about is eating and drinking. Yet even a jade, lightly polished, shines brilliantly like his eldest son. Thinking of his eldest son's recent performance lifted his spirits. He recalled Madame Wang's words. It seemed the child in Tao Iran's womb had arrived at just the right time, a blessing indeed. With Tang Mo and Xin absent, Tang Gang and Tang Rong had dinner alone, father and son together, cordial and harmonious. My son has been careless before, causing your father worry. Apologize to me. You and I, father and son, don't need such words. Since your birth, I have placed great hopes on you. You've always been remarkable. I've always been proud of you. Tang Gang felt gratified and proud. Tang Rong smiled lightly and set down his cup. From now on, I will be more diligent, so as not to bring shame to the marquis. Good, good, good. Tang Gang exhaled and wanted to say more, but glanced at Madame Wang. She pretended not to see, continuing her meal. Only after finishing did she excuse herself to check on the private space left by the matriarch in Chuanrong Hall for father and son. Mainly, she didn't want to witness the father and son's hypocritical faces, and now understood why her son no longer wished to please Tang Gang. Pleasing him was useless. Her eldest son's mood could be swayed by a few careless words. Once she left, Tang Rong furrowed his brows, looking troubled. Father, have you heard the recent rumors about the estate and outside? Lately, rumors had been circulating. Tang Gang asked which ones. Tang Rong sighed. Someone is gossiping that mother intentionally switched the estates with my second brother. I don't believe it. Mother treats me as her own. She wouldn't do such a thing. Please verify the truth, father, so as not to chill mother's heart. Tang Gang had doubted Madame Wang before, but he found her reasoning reasonable. It's just idle chatter from outsiders. No need to mind it. And you, how's your estate? Still comfortable? Tang Rong quickly replied that it was spacious enough. Though slightly smaller than Qiushi estate, it's more than adequate. Father needn't worry. Tang Gang nodded and did not continue. Tang Rong raised his cup and said no more, continuing to drink. In Chuanrong Hall, the matriarch was examining several large boxes in front of Gan Lu. When Madame Wang arrived, her face briefly showed discomfort before returning to normal. Curious, she asked, Mother, is there a use for these? The matriarch smiled. Today we received a letter from the clan. Those sent to deliver it to the capital are already on the way. In a few days, they'll arrive, and they must receive a small gift upon meeting us. That seems excessively expensive. Madame Wang couldn't believe it. Gifts of porcelain and jade just for a meeting? The matriarch explained, the gifts are secondary. The main point is that at year's end, everyone must make visits. This year hasn't been peaceful for the estate. Unfinished matters should be settled before the new year, so we may welcome it with a fresh start. I've divided these into 3 portions, one for each of the 3 sons. How they use them is entirely up to them. Madame Wang became even more curious. The matriarch rarely took these items out. Last time it had been only because Tang Gang pressed her urgently. Now she was taking the initiative. Looking at the 3 boxes Gan Lu divided, Madame Wang realized the gifts were truly for Tang Gang and Tang Rong. The one for his son was merely incidental. One box held several large porcelain vases, seemingly full, yet compared to the other 2 stuffed boxes, it was clearly inferior. These vases are quite beautiful. Gan Lu smiled broadly. The matriarch said the second young master and second young mistress like porcelain, and specially instructed these be given to the second young master. Madame Wang's heart went numb. How had her son and daughter-in-law treated the matriarch? Couldn't she see it? Her son and daughter-in-law preferred gold and jade, not porcelain. Had the matriarch begun to openly show favoritism, even to the point of not disguising it? She smiled casually. Such valuable items for the second young master? With his rough manners, can he even appreciate them? Better to give them to the eldest. The eldest and his wife prefer simple, elegant pieces. Celadon porcelain, pomegranate red, white, or yellow jade, they like them all. Besides, the second young master doesn't have friends or colleagues who would need such valuable gifts. It's more useful for them to go to the marquis or the eldest. The matriarch's smile stiffened slightly. Gan Lu quickly smoothed things over. Both the second young master and the heir are your grandchildren. No one will question why the heir gets something while the second young master does not. Outsiders who don't know will just say you're showing favoritism. Remember, the matriarch has always doted on the second young master and second young mistress. If the second young mistress likes something, she will never be denied. This was a subtle jab at Madame Wang, reminding her that Xin An had already received many fine things from the matriarch. Madame Wang smiled and said, "Good things should be put to practical use. Giving them to the second young master would just see them stored away. Better they serve their purpose. You've convinced me I was short-sighted. In that case, I shamelessly thank Mother for the second young master's favor." The matriarch laughed, lifting her teacup. "Everything in this estate will belong to these brothers. As long as they get along and support the Marquis together, I can rest assured before their grandfather." She then shifted her attention to Madame Wang. "Why did you come alone at this time?" Madame Wang smiled. "The second young master and his wife went out for dinner. Tang Gang and Tang Rong are having a small drink. I thought they haven't relaxed like this in a while. If I stayed there, they wouldn't loosen up. Better to come here, chat a bit, and help them reconcile any lingering tensions." The matriarch was pleased. Madame Wang was always thoughtful on the surface. She even realized she might have been partially biased herself, trusting the estate's servants' gossip. During the original estate swap, Madame Wang personally explained things to her, and she had nodded. Today, hearing about it again, she subconsciously thought that if the estate swap hadn't happened, the new bride wouldn't have come, and there wouldn't have been so many subsequent embarrassments. She felt a twinge of disapproval toward Madame Wang. She intended to provide some compensation for Tang Rong's misfortunes, but had forgotten the devotion shown to her by the second young master and his wife. Chapter 245. Pregnancies Keep Coming Next Door. Madame Wang sat talking with the matriarch, feeling extremely bored and somewhat disheartened. No sooner had she left than the matriarch had gone Lu repackage a box for Tang Mo. "Today's plan wasn't well thought out. It's probably me being overcautious." Gan Lu found the matriarch's actions contradictory. When the heir was doing well, she would think of the second young master. When the second young master did well, she would think of the heir. Previously, in front of the heir and the eldest young mistress, she often gave the second young mistress fine things. Now she leaned toward the heir, feeling sorry for him. No matter how much she fussed, she ended up offending one side or the other. The key point was that except for the second young mistress, no one else in the estate received anything from the matriarch. Even the Marquis often tried to get something from her. The matriarch didn't have endless riches, just the items left by the old Marquis. If the elders didn't keep some good things, the sons wouldn't be motivated to show filial piety. In my opinion, just redistribute these 3 boxes. The matriarch should keep more for herself. In the future, as the estate grows, she'll need to give rewards, dowries, and subsidies for marriages. The matriarch thought this made sense. Besides, she had just given gifts 2 months ago. She'd been impulsive today thinking of giving more, but since she hadn't received anything herself, she decided, send them back to the storage. We'll give them out closer to year's end. That way we won't have to do it again. Thus, the matriarch, who had intended to give freely, abandoned the idea after seeing Madame Wang. Gan Lu quickly returned the 3 boxes to the storage, then came back to serve tea to the matriarch, reassuring her that the sons and grandchildren had their own luck, no need to worry. The second young mistress mentioned there's a new play outside. She wanted to invite you along. You, just enjoy yourself, the matriarch laughed. The second young mistress likes beautiful, expensive ornaments. Pick some nice ones and put them on the cabinet. When she comes, she'll be happy to see them. Gan Lu sighed. You've already given quite a few fine things to the second young mistress. Why only a few vases for the second young master today? Madame Wang would see them and think the matriarch favored one over the other. If she got upset, the Marquis would be in trouble again. Truly. The matriarch said, I give good things to the second young mistress simply because I like her. Who else in the estate puts thought into me like she does? Occasionally giving her 1 or 2 items makes both her and me happy. As for the second young master, he has a father-in-law helping him. He's not short of money. Compared to his elder brother, well, the older I get, the more forgetful I become. Gan Lu could only nod silently. She didn't understand. Though the matriarch seemed stingy, she was generous. As long as someone made her happy, she loosened her hand. Why didn't the Marquis or the heir bother to please her? If it weren't for the formalities of morning and evening checks, they might not have come at all in days. The second young mistress deserved her gifts. That night, Madame Wang couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, she went to the secret room in her chamber, took out a box of pearls, and decided to give them to Xin An the next day. She thought that if the matriarch truly gave out the items, she could take some from the estate storage to supplement her son. Luckily, the next morning, when greeting the matriarch, she mentioned she would recount the storage items and temporarily wouldn't supplement the 3 sons. Madame Wang was appeased, but still gave the box of pearls to Xin An to adorn her jewelry. What's happening next door? That afternoon, Xin An was about to take a nap when she heard laughter from next door. Nanfeng came to report, Shuiyu has returned. She just had the concubine's tea. She's now Aunt Yu, and Chunhua courtyard people have come to congratulate her. Her belly is quite round and she looks well. Clearly, she hasn't suffered at the estate. Aunt Kai said her pointed belly surely means she'll give birth to a little prince. Xin An found it amusing. Wang Aunt, pick 2 pieces of jewelry as my congratulatory gift. Praise her belly and say it's definitely a boy. Make the child sound important. After all, he's the first grandchild of this generation in the marquise. It was fun to irritate Tao Iran a bit. Wang Aunt took 2 modest hairpins, placed them in a box, and went over to next door. She praised Shuiyu's belly, called her blessed, and chatted with Aunt Kai about how lively Chunhua courtyard would be in the future. She paid no attention to Aunt Lu's strained expression. Unfortunately, Tao Iran was inside and didn't hear, so her reaction was unknown. What's going on next door now? Drowsy, Xin An heard more laughter. Nanfeng came back with news. Madame Yu gagged a couple times and then said she's pregnant. By coincidence, the estate doctor was checking Aunt Yu's pulse and examined Madame Yu too. Both are 2 months along. Xin An thought, is Tang Rong a stud pig? How can he spread so effectively? Hadn't he been recovering all this time? Is he performing while injured? Second young mistress, by this time next year, there will be 3 little ones next door. All their crying will make our courtyard seem so quiet. Not only Xin An, but even Nanfeng was unsettled. Wang Aunt returned and heard this, sighing deeply. Xin An's glance carried a subtle meaning, you know what I mean. Xin An spread her hands. What can we do? Maybe we should move estates, out of sight, out of mind. Or get a dog to liven things up? Second young mistress. Chun Yang stomped his foot. It's already this late. How can you be so calm? Rushing won't help. Xin An instructed Wang Aunt, tell the people in our estate not to wander near the next door gate or provoke them. If they complain about a stomachache, don't respond. Right now, they're the masters, understand. Chun LV looked dejected. We want to be masters too. Patience is needed here. I'm not in a rush. Why are you? Also, Xin An remembered something. Don't gossip in front of the young master. Don't make him worry. He'll think someone is sick when they aren't. It wasn't us, it was Lai Lai. Yes, Lai Lai talks too much. The group immediately blamed Lai Lai. Xin An laughed. What did Lai Lai say in front of the young master? Chun LV spoke first. She mentioned the young master. Chun Yang quickly covered her mouth, embarrassed. We don't know. We really don't know what she said. Chun LV nodded repeatedly. We truly don't know. Xin An rolled her eyes. No matter who said it or guessed it, not a word shall be spoken in the future. If I catch anyone, I'll have them married off cruelly, beaten 8 times a day. The group looked terrified, but secretly knew their eldest lady wouldn't actually do that. However, the young master would no longer be misled. It was truly exasperating. Xin An stretched her back. How many births next door didn't affect her much. 3 pregnant women together were bound to cause trouble. But this would probably make things move faster next door, right? She was getting impatient. So much time had passed with only rumors and no concrete progress. Why was it so slow? Chapter 246. Xin An, will they make me move? The big news next door quickly reached Madame Wang and the matriarch. Especially the matriarch, her wrinkles deepened with 2 more creases from smiling. It didn't matter whether the children in Chunhua courtyard were distinguished. Just by sheer numbers, they already had the advantage. 3 children at once, surely at least one would be a boy. Just thinking of this, how could the matriarch remain calm? With 3 pregnant women gathered together, the matriarch kept praising them, her gaze shifting from one belly to another with satisfaction. She immediately ordered Madame Wang to increase the monthly allowance for Chunhua Courtyard, send a few more people to serve them. Don't slack on the kitchen either. Madame Wang was equally pleased. Mother is always so thoughtful. The eldest daughter-in-law's rooms have enough staff, so let's add 2 people to each of the other 2 ladies' rooms. As for tending the pregnant women, Aunt Kai will have to work harder. Aunt Kai felt her spine straighten with pride. She thought Chunhua Courtyard was indeed fortunate. She solemnly accepted the duty, though she said awkwardly, "This old servant will serve the young ladies to the best of her ability." But Chunhua Courtyard isn't as spacious as Qiushi Courtyard. Adding more people to the 2 ladies' rooms might make it crowded. Perhaps we can add one now and, when the back courtyard is expanded, add more. Madame Wang inwardly smirked, cleverly trying to curry favor in front of the matriarch. She knew exactly how big Chunhua Courtyard was. All the girls have always shared rooms. If each insisted on her own room, no matter how many rooms there are, it would never be enough. The 2 ladies are pregnant. This is serious. The number of attendants must not be reduced. You are a senior of the estate. Remind the staff not to use their status to push aside newcomers. They are all here to serve the young ladies, no hierarchy. Aunt Kai showed respectful deference. She explained that currently, 4 girls already shared one room, which was very crowded. Madame Wang frowned slightly, thinking of something but still needing to discuss it with the matriarch. Then let's add one for now. The matriarch didn't say more, only reminding Aunt Kai to serve the young ladies well and keep the staff in line. Exiting Chunhua Courtyard, the matriarch's happiness was slightly tempered. If there wasn't someone capable to keep order among all these pregnant women, who knew how much trouble could arise? What about Cui Ping? Madame Wang said, she's indeed competent. The second young mistress plans to have Wang Aunt from her side go to Xin An house to handle some matters. These past days, some tasks have gradually been handed over to Cui Ping. The matriarch felt some regret. Chunhua Courtyard was chaotic, and she had wanted Cui Ping to preside there for a few months. Madame Wang deftly changed the subject. Mother, did you want to invite Cui Ping to Chunhua Courtyard? Just asking. You've seen the people here. Too many women can cause trouble, especially with 3 pregnant women together. Madame Wang supported her. Though I helped invite Cui Ping, her monthly salary is paid by the second young mistress herself. She isn't dispatched by the marquis, technically. Aunt Kai is trusted by the eldest. Adding a housekeeper to Chunhua Courtyard now could make the eldest overthink. It might stir even more trouble. The matriarch nodded, walking a few steps until they reached the gate of Qiushi Courtyard. From the entrance, the laughter and barking inside were audible. She sighed silently and said to Madame Wang, "This one is easygoing." Madame Wang smiled. Offspring are a matter of fate. Perhaps the time hasn't come yet. The eldest will inherit the marquis. His children are the most important. As for the second couple, let them be. The matriarch disagreed. They are brothers of the same household, married on the same day. How can one not be anxious? Don't say what's important and what isn't. You're their mother. If the children hear you, it will chill their hearts. Madame Wang guided her inside, feeling increasingly unsure about the matriarch. Occasionally, she thought the matriarch was still somewhat fond of Tang Mo. No use for us to be anxious. If the 2 little ones aren't, there's nothing we can do. Speaking of which, if the eldest married early, his child would already be receiving lessons, right? Tang Rong was 5 or 6 years older than Tang Mo. Delaying his marriage to coincide with Tang Mo's day was to wait for Xin and to reach the proper age. Thinking this, the matriarch said no more. Inside, she saw Xin and playing with the dog. She looked resigned. Xin smiled and stepped forward to greet them. "Grandmother, mother." Madame Wang nodded approvingly at the dog tied up. "I told you to remind it. You went ahead and tied it yourself." Xin laughed. "This dog likes to run around, always going to the next door yard. With the situation now, it must be tied up. We can only let it loose after closing the gate tonight." It was only the day after Xin An's marriage that the matriarch visited Qiushi courtyard. Hearing the rumors, she couldn't help but look around. She joked, "You manage this courtyard so well. Spacious and beautiful. No wonder you don't like coming to grandmother's." Xin pouted playfully. "Grandmother spoils me, always giving me rare, valuable things. Mother says I should go to your storage more often. If I keep taking things, people will say I'm being sycophantic. I do want to go to Chunrong Hall. I like grandmother's meals best. I like eating with you. Eating alone isn't as enjoyable." The matriarch looked at Madame Wang, who explained, "She just overheard gossip below and was reminded. She's young and doesn't understand. You spoil her. It's inevitable for the staff to chatter. Let's see who dares to be so bold." The matriarch didn't need to guess who was unhappy. She believed Xin and deserved everything. She spoiled her to keep her happy. After all, it was only a few items in total. "Don't mind the gossip. If anyone wrongs you, come to grandmother. I'll have your back. Eating without you here isn't as enjoyable." Xin hugged her arm with a smile. "I knew grandmother loved me most." Madame Wang also smiled, her heart growing complicated. The three of them sat under the eaves, talking and brewing tea. Xin lowered her voice and leaned toward the matriarch. "Grandmother, recently people have said my brother's courtyard isn't spacious enough. He should have been living in Qiushi courtyard. Now with 2 more pregnant women, will they make me move out? I'm used to living here." Who could have expected her to be so direct? The matriarch instinctively said, "Who dares make you move? You can stay comfortably. The estate has other courtyards. Anyone spreading rumors will be punished severely." Xin looked moved. "Grandmother is so good to me." The matriarch smiled, patting her hand. "Don't listen to gossip. With grandmother here, no one can bully you." Xin hurriedly poured tea for her. "Grandmother, have some tea." Chapter 247, Xin, I have strength and means. That night, Tang Gang and Tang Rong returned together. Upon hearing the good news, Tang Gang laughed out loud, clearly very pleased with Tang Rong. This is truly a joyful event. In this generation of the Marquis, there are only you 2 brothers. Our family line is thin. Now, with your courtyard producing one happy event after another, prosperity is right before our eyes. Good, good, Tang Rong forced a smile but couldn't feel genuinely happy. Everyone knew that the past 2 months had been rough for him. He'd been recuperating at the estate, leaving his official duties with the Ministry of Rights unfinished. Now, with the wives and concubines consecutively pregnant, despite the timing differences, it was easy for people to read more into the situation. Seeing Tang Gang so cheerful, he forced a smile. At this moment, Tang Mo returned. Curious, he came over and cheerfully cupped his hands toward Tang Rong. "Elder brother, congratulations. My younger brother says he wants to emulate you and bring glory to the Marquis. With this, he can only hope to keep up." Rarely in such a good mood, Tang Gang looked favorably at him. "You should learn more from your elder brother. Both inside and outside the estate, don't slack off." "You are right, father. But I fear I cannot compare to my elder brother. He works tirelessly for the Marquis, tending to all matters without rest, even while his wounds have not fully healed. His efforts are truly admirable. I fall far short." Tang Gang, happy and unbothered, didn't detect anything wrong in Tang Mo's words and nodded in agreement. "No need to match your elder brother, just maintain yourself as you are now." "I shall not disappoint, father." "With such a joyous occasion, shall we have a drink tonight?" Tang Gang thought it fine, but Tang Rong, who caught the hidden meaning in Tang Mo's words, was deeply annoyed. Yet he could not voice his displeasure at this moment, so he only cupped his hands politely. "I'll return first and check on things." "Go ahead." Tang Gang laughed and turned away. Tang Mo followed Tang Rong with a smile. "Elder brother, you truly have skill. Isn't this the first of its kind in the capital? My younger brother is truly envious. I heard some official wants to marry his daughter to you. When will she arrive?" Tang Rong didn't intend to answer, and Tang Mo didn't mind, chatting all the way to the gate of Qiushi courtyard. "Elder brother, walk slowly. Shall we have a drink together tonight?" Tang Rong took a deep breath. Tang Emo really was infuriatingly shameless. His mood, already sour, grew worse. In Chunhua courtyard, Tao Iran gnawed on a silver tooth. Snow Yu had followed Tang Rong for so long and was heavily pregnant, yet under her own watch, Yuanyang had also become pregnant. Compared to them, her child seemed less valuable. Aunt Lu consoled her for some time before Tao Iran's mood calmed. In a family like the Marquisate, these things were inevitable. In a household with strict rules, a concubine would never be allowed to bear a child before the primary wife. Tao Iran's situation was now difficult. After all that had happened, she had no room to speak. She could only swallow her resentment. The two concubines gathered and spoke for a while, seeming determined to unite. One had just returned today, another just discovered her pregnancy. They had assumed that Tang Rong would first visit them upon his return. But to their surprise, he went straight to the study. None of the three pregnant women saw him, which oddly eased Tao Iran's heart. Yuanyang accompanied Yuanyang to see Tang Rong, but only received a perfunctory, "Take care of yourself during pregnancy," leaving her slightly disappointed. "He just can't be happy," said Xin An from her rocking chair, sipping tea. There was no hint of envy in her voice. To produce 2 children while still recuperating, he does have skill. Inside the estate, it's a happy occasion. Outside, it's a different story. "I'll fan the flames a bit," she added while snacking on the pastries he had brought. She recounted the matriarch's visit and told him, today, Enkai told both the matriarch and mother that Chunhua courtyard isn't spacious enough. Adding more attendants isn't feasible. The suggestion has already reached grandmother. Seems the next step is coming soon. Tang Emo set down his teacup. He didn't truly believe his father would order him to move out of Chiosher courtyard. If his father actually demanded it, what would he be? Nothing like this had ever happened in the capital. Xin An thought carefully. She had many ways to act against the neighboring courtyard, but she had done nothing yet. She wanted to see Tang Gang's stance, because Tang Emo wasn't ready to give up. She spoke seriously. "I shouldn't have suggested that. After all, he is your father. If we move, he will be very upset. You two would have completely torn your relationship apart. I cannot make the decision for you. If you agree today, perhaps one day in the future you will recall the small kindnesses he once showed and resent me, even take revenge. But I have my own vendetta. Even knowing it's improper, I will act. If one day you regret it, then we part ways amicably." Tang Emo was slightly taken aback, then grasped her hands. "What are you saying?" He knelt on one knee, meeting her gaze. "If the love of a father or the bond between brothers had truly been real, I wouldn't have agreed to your proposal. We could never be as cold and heartless as the neighbors. But I never felt it. Even if it once existed, it was false, gained through scheming. Fragile as a mirage, it disappears with the wind. There's no one to blame but fate, not you. If I blamed you, it would have wasted my life." Xin An had her grudges, but he had his own resentment. Xin An had loving parents and a respected younger brother, while before her, he only had a mother who worried over him. But even she had her own reservations and could not overtly favor him. That sense of being overlooked by the closest person was suffocating. Without experiencing it, one couldn't understand. Xin An's lips curved. She took a deep breath. "You know we are inseparable, husband and wife as one. I've been betrayed once. There won't be a second time. If you gain benefit and turn your back on me, unless you end me outright, I won't let you off." Tang Emo laughed and cried at the same time. "Can't you think better of me? I am a realist. The greatest leverage of my life is in your hands. If I ended you, who else could I say these things to? I'd live in constant fear of someone discovering my secrets." Xin An turned toward him, holding his face. "These are your own words. You can't deny them later. Remember, I have strength and means." Hearing this, both Tang Emo and Xin An laughed. Tang Emo leaned closer. "I wonder how many of those means and strength will be used on your husband. Want to find out?" Tang Emo leaned even closer. "I do. Shall we try?" Tang Emo suddenly stood. "Really? Scared me there." Chapter 248, Burning Incense at Night? "Master, it's time for your soup." Chunyang carried a bowl of soup into the room. Tang Emo lifted his eyes. What kind of soup is this? Lately, he had been feeling off after drinking whatever medicinal concoctions Dr. Xin prepared. Half the night he would feel restless and feverish, though fortunately, he still felt fairly energetic the next day. Chunyang tried to maintain a calm expression. Your aunt said you've been working hard every day and need some nourishment. She specifically asked Dr. Xin to prepare this formula to strengthen your body and improve your health. Xin An quickly found an excuse to leave, worried she might reveal something. In truth, she didn't know exactly what the soup would do, but anything prescribed by Elder Xin was surely safe. Go ahead and drink it. Tang Emo picked up the bowl and drank it slowly, still teasing Xian and Grandma. Scared now? Where's your strength and skill? She shot back, smiling. You'll find out soon enough, he replied with a grin. After finishing the soup, the two of them went together to the dining hall. The matriarch was in high spirits today and had come along, her smile never leaving her face. Tang Emo suggested having a drink, but Tang Rong found an excuse to refuse, saying he wasn't feeling well and the household doctor had advised him to abstain temporarily. Tang Emo didn't insist. He was starting to feel a little restless himself. After the meal, Madame Wang spoke with the matriarch. Today, she had again gone around the empty courtyards of the mansion with the household craftsmen. The officially recognized concubines should have their own separate courtyards. The two mistresses in Chanhua courtyard originally served the eldest son, so I overlooked this matter. Having the wife and concubines all in one courtyard is improper. But both concubines are pregnant, so moving them abruptly could be inappropriate. I leave this matter to mother's decision. Before the matriarch could reply, she continued with another concern. Now that the wife and two concubines are all expecting, the eldest son has no one attending to him. Normally, his wife should take care of this, but I see she has no such intention. So as his mother, I have to meddle and think for him. She was a good stepmother, never letting Tang Rong lack attendance. More people needed to be arranged for him, and even Tang Gang needed attendance. She had heard someone was sending beauties to Tang Gang and hoped they would be capable, not like the other mistresses who didn't understand the proper ways. More people meant a livelier household. The matriarch wasn't entirely satisfied with the courtyard Tang Rong currently occupied. It was a bit cramped, but she couldn't abruptly force the brothers to switch courtyards. They were already upset over the marriage arrangements. Moving them again would be adding fuel to the fire. That would look terrible if word got out. Madame Wang's suggestion pleased her. If the two concubines move out, it's not appropriate for them to stay in the courtyard while heavily pregnant. We'll pick two more modest and upright attendants to take care of them. No need to make them official mistresses yet, let them just serve for now. Madame Wang nodded. With the preparations addressed, she shifted the topic to Tang Mo's courtyard. It seems the Taoist's prediction was correct. Chanhua courtyard indeed benefits the children. But that courtyard is not as spacious as Qiushi courtyard. Not only is the eldest son the heir of a marquis, but he is also older and deserves a larger, better courtyard. Perhaps I should speak to the second son myself and have him move. We could remove the wall between the two courtyards and combine them. That way, even if there are two more children, they'll have space to run and play. Alternatively, we could find another courtyard for the second son. He doesn't wish to take a concubine anyway, he will stay with his wife. Regarding children, he will never surpass the eldest. The matriarch refused outright. She had just told Xin An to stay comfortably in her courtyard. The Taoist's words have come true, so there's no mistake. They've been living there for so long, moving them around now would be troublesome. As long as the concubines move out, the courtyard will be empty. Let's not bring this up again. It might upset the second son and his wife. Though he isn't the eldest, he should not be treated poorly. Once the eldest inherits the title, he will move to the courtyard you now occupy. For now, let them stay as they are. This courtyard is excellent for the children. She had made Madame Wang uncomfortable just last night. If she were unclear again today, it might disturb the household. She feared Madame Wang might overthink matters. Being older, she relied on Madame Wang to manage the household. Thinking back to the recent period when Madame Wang had been angry and the household became tense, she was unwilling to provoke her. If Madame Wang acted rashly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Madame Wang smiled lightly. Since this is Mother's decision, I'll have the chosen courtyard prepared so the 2 pregnant mistresses can move in. The matriarch nodded with a smile. Thank you for handling it. My pleasure. As Madame Wang left, Ping Qiu whispered, Madam, I feel like the matriarch is a little afraid of you. You noticed? Madame Wang found it amusing. Since her quarrel with Tang Gang, the matriarch had been somewhat wary of her. The matriarch had never been harsh before, but now she was easier to deal with. As for Tang Gang, if he dared suggest moving her son's courtyard, he would regret it. Under the night sky, Tang Mo and Xin An walked hand in hand in the courtyard, the dog happily frolicking while they laughed. Chunyang and Chuanlu followed leisurely, sensing that the young couple's happiness was approaching. That night, Tang Mo bathed with exceptional care. He brushed his teeth with fine salt, scraped off the stubble that had just started growing, and scented his undergarments with incense. After dressing, he sniffed left and right, checked himself in the mirror, and felt very satisfied. Xin An carried out her usual routine, tidied up her modest space, got under the covers, and shortly smelled a faint, sweet fragrance. She turned her head to see Tang Mo smiling at her. Burning incense at night? Tang Mo smiled, bringing over 2 wine cups tied with red thread. He handed one to Xin An. We haven't had our wedding wine yet. So formal. Xin An took it, kneeling before Tang Mo, raising her cup. Then may 2nd Master Tang continue to take good care of me. And may 2nd Madam also support me well, he replied. They both laughed as they drank. Tang Mo took back her cup and asked, grinning, shall we also perform the couple's vow? After drinking the wine? He put the cup back on the table, took off his shoes, got into bed, drew the canopy, lay on his side with one hand propping his head, and played with Xin An's hair. A smile tugged at his lips. Madam, let me experience your strength and skill. Whatever strength and skill you have, direct it at me. I can handle it, she said. His playful teasing about her strength made Xin An laugh, pulling the covers over her face. Tang Mo yanked them off, grabbed her arm, and with a roll, she ended up on top of him. His broad hands rested on her waist as he asked with a smile, how's this position? Does it please you? Xin An blushed, the laughter still in her eyes. She leaned down and kissed him, letting their breaths mingle. Chapter 249, If you don't get up, you'll be ridiculed. Both of them weren't shy or hesitant people. Once they decided on something, they rarely wavered. Faced with Xin An's initiative, Tang Mo was momentarily stunned. Then he slowly folded his arms around her. After a brief pause, they parted slightly, their breaths still mingling. Tang Mo pulled the covers over them and leaned down to kiss her again. Everything fell naturally into place. 2 hearts, once riddled with cracks, gradually drew close. They drew strength from each other, slowly mending, and eventually came to life anew. The candle had gone out at some unknown time. In the darkness of the bed canopy, Tang Mo happily held her close, whispering, looks fierce, but you're made of water. At this moment, Xin An's eyelids couldn't even lift. You look so weak, yet how do you have so much strength? Tang Mo replied, nonsense. Who doesn't know I have plenty of strength? And don't forget, I also have skill. Xin An closed her eyes and smiled. Stop saying that. I'm sleepy. Go to bed. All right, I'll take half a day off tomorrow. I'm tired tonight, and I'll rest tomorrow. Xin An opened her eyes, surprised. That's so feeble? Tang Mo smirked. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll have to make you feel my strength and skill again. Xin An gave up, realizing even a simple statement could be twisted, so she stayed silent to avoid provoking him. The next morning, Tang Mo actually sent someone to report his half-day leave. He wasn't really weak, he just wanted Xin An to wake up and find someone beside her, instead of feeling lonely in an empty bed. Holding her in his arms, he had originally intended to wait for her to wake on her own. But forgetting himself as a young, passionate man, how could he remain idle with beauty in his arms? His palm rested on her back, slowly tracing it. It felt delicate, like exquisite jade, smooth and translucent. After a while, He no longer satisfied himself with just fingertip strokes. He tugged the covers upward while shifting slightly downward. In the morning, after a night of rest, people were most relaxed and easily aroused. Her body began to respond before she even woke, and soon soft, hum sounds escaped from under the covers. By the time she opened her eyes, the sun was rising. Facing Tang Mo's joyful gaze, reason slowly returned. I think I just had a dream. Tang Mo held her waist. What dream? I dreamed of you and me. The words caught in her throat as she remembered something. The lingering pleasure in her body confirmed the dream's reality. Her cheeks flushed as she realized, in a half-awake, half-dreaming state, she had been with Tang Mo. Had she truly desired it so much? Tang Mo teased her with a smile. What's wrong with dreaming about me and you? Leaning close to her ear, he lowered his voice. Did your husband serve you well? Her response was 2 light punches to his chest. Get up. If you don't, you'll be laughed at. Tang Mo yawned lazily, wishing he could sleep forever. Xin An was even more reluctant to rise. The colder it got, the harder it was to get out of bed, but rules still applied. They couldn't indulge their whims. They stayed a little longer, then finally got up. Tang Mo chuckled as he picked up clothes and draped them over her, still smiling foolishly. Xin An couldn't stand it. You're acting like a fool. Happy, he said. Tang Mo hastily dressed himself, then swung his long arms to push Xin An back under the covers, planting a deep kiss before finally getting up. The door opened. Tang Mo went next door to wash up. Aunt Wang brought Chunyang and Chuanlu in to attend them, all 3 smiling brightly. One commented that the weather was especially good today, refreshing the spirit. Another said magpies were chirping early in the morning, a sign of good news. Aunt Wang lifted the bed canopy and, seeing Xin An, confirmed her suspicion. Congratulations, second madam. Chunyang and Chuanlu stepped forward with customary bows, smiling. Congratulations, second madam. Xin An's face flushed. At this moment, she couldn't exactly ask for rewards, it would seem too eager, so she merely murmured an to feign indifference. Aunt Wang smiled and instructed, bring more hot water. The bird's nest has finished steaming, so serve it. At noon, we'll stew some pigeon soup. The 2 girls giggled as they went to prepare it, leaving Xin An a little flustered and embarrassed. Eat more of this. This is tasty too, try it. At the table, Tang Mo kept serving Xin An snacks, sometimes crystal cakes, sometimes golden thread rolls. Xin An claimed she couldn't eat more, but Tang Mo insisted, eat more, it's nourishing. Spring Yang and Spring Lu, serving nearby, hid their laughter. Xin An returned the snacks Tang Mo had given her. Eat yours, I'll drink the bird's nest. Aunt Wang had added milk to the bird's nest, giving it a slightly odd taste. Xin An frowned, drank 2 big mouthfuls, and then leaned back on the beauty couch, yawning, sleepiness still lingering. They spent the entire morning in the room. One slept, one read, time passed unnoticed. Near noon, Tang Mo went to the front courtyard to find his mother and ask her opinion about the courtyard situation. I already have it under control. It's been taken care of, you don't need to worry. Tang Mo was grateful for the change in courtyard arrangements and the daughter-in-law he had gained. Even now, he felt no regret or guilt. Your grandmother seems impartial, but she does treat Tang Rong differently. After all, he's the eldest grandson and has performed admirably over the years. Don't overthink it. Every family is like this. There's always some difference for the eldest. She worried about Tang Mo's state of mind and usually avoided criticizing elders in front of him. Sometimes she even softened the truth to make him feel better. Tang Mo smiled. Compared to before, grandmother has improved a lot. Your father. A trace of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. He spent 20 years on Tang Rong, investing countless resources. He wouldn't give up unless absolutely necessary. Seeing him like this, Madame Wang felt uneasy. She couldn't soothe him like a child, so she hesitated. Tang Mo forced a crooked smile. I'm his son, his blood flows in me. I know what he's like. Because I am too. Tang Rong resembles him even more. We are extremely selfish, always prioritizing our own interests and refusing to suffer loss. Only Tang Rong is better at pretending. You mustn't speak of yourself like that. Madame Wang stepped forward. Mother forbids it. You are different. If it had been Tang Rong that night, today would have been your father's 7th-day memorial. She feared he might misunderstand or act rashly. Listen to Mother. You are not alone now. I can see you truly care for Xin An. You have obligations and cannot act foolishly. Many people in this world are unloved by their fathers. You're not the only one. With Mother in that position, it belongs only to you. If you can't handle it, Mother will intervene personally. If his son could inherit the marquise honorably, that would be ideal. If not, ending Tang Rong quietly wouldn't be so difficult. Chapter 250. Tang Mo gains merit. Tang Mo had only spoken a casual thought, but unexpectedly, his mother got anxious because of it. He hurried to reassure her, Mother, don't worry. I'm just talking. I know what I'm doing. I'm fine now, there's no way I'd act recklessly. Don't be impulsive. Let's take it slowly, she replied. He worried that his mother might act like Xin An, handing a whole packet of medicine straight to Tang Rong and sending him off permanently. Tang Rong should actually be grateful to him. If Tang Mo and his men hadn't restrained themselves, Tang Rong's grave would be overgrown with weeds by now. While his passing wouldn't have been regrettable, any violent action would inevitably leave traces. If discovered, Tang Rong would be punished, and that wouldn't be worth it. Tang Rong doesn't even deserve to lose his life. Seeing Tang Mo so anxious, Madame Wang couldn't help but smile. Tang Mo continued fretting. Mother, did you hear everything I said? Yes, I heard. Madame Wang's tone was deliberately casual. Tang Mo felt helpless, thinking that he could never again blurt things out in front of her, lest she get worked up along with him. After lunch, Xin An went back to sleep for her afternoon nap. Lately, she could sleep deeply, as if making up for all the lost rest from her previous life. Whenever her body demanded it, she would simply sleep. Tang Mo envied her immensely, wishing he could abandon all responsibilities and nap comfortably alongside her. But he gritted his teeth and set out, burdened by duty. These days, whenever he went on duty, Tang Mo chose to ride a horse. He didn't even need to be escorted. His 2 bodyguards were now entirely free and effectively became Xin An's personal runners. On horseback, he looked somewhat heroic, striking even. Combined with his handsome face and fit figure, he drew attention from young girls and married women along the way, though he didn't know it and didn't think he had such charm. Second brother Tang. Riding down Linquan Street, he encountered Zhuang Shi just exiting a restaurant. Why are you here? Everything fine at home. Tang Mo didn't dismount. He smiled. My wife wasn't feeling well, but it's fine now. I'll head back to Xin An and catch up later, Zhuang Shi said, then rode off gracefully. Tang Mo followed behind him. After a short distance, Tang Mo suddenly stopped. Wu San'er, what are you carrying? A thin man clutched a large package wrapped in oiled paper, eyes darting nervously. Seeing Tang Mo, he nearly tripped. Second master, small trouble. Some relatives came over, so I bought some food. I won't disturb you on patrol, second master. Zhuang Shi caught up. Wu San'er was a small-time troublemaker on this street. He lived alone. When idle, he wandered around causing mischief, either harassing girls or scouting houses to steal. He was one of their key targets. Didn't you just buy a basket of vegetables this morning? Wu San'er visibly trembled. Tang Mo dismounted, stepped forward, and lifted a corner of the oiled paper. Inside were coarse steamed buns. How many relatives? Three people. That's enough to eat. Zhuang Shi dismounted too. He was more solidly built, square-faced, with thick eyebrows. When serious, he had a commanding presence. Tell the truth, did you kidnap a respectable girl? 2 children have gone missing in the city recently. Did you harbor them? Wu San'er's legs shook violently. Sirs, I wouldn't dare. I didn't. Tang Mo cast a sidelong glance at him. If you didn't, why are you so nervous? Lead the way. Let's see your relatives. Wu San'er, clearly guilty, was terrified. Zhuang Shi advanced, threatening and exaggerating rewards for reporting. Wu San'er, fond of petty theft but not yet a serious criminal, trembled and knelt. "I confess. Please, sirs, forgive me. I'm weak-minded and tempted by money." Tang Mo and Zhuang Shi had only intended to intimidate him, but it turned out there was indeed something serious. Tang Mo felt excited. The opportunity to gain merit had finally arrived. He sent Zhuang Shi riding back to fetch reinforcements while he dealt with Wu San'er. Once Zhuang Shi left, Tang Mo grabbed Wu San'er and headed to the man's home, threatening him further. "Use all your strength. If you handle this properly, I'll give you 20 taels of silver afterward, enough to marry a wife. I could even keep you as an informant. If you fail, I'll make you spend the rest of your life eating spoiled food in prison." Wu San'er ignored the last threat, his mind focused on the 20 taels. He immediately agreed, even securing another lowlife to obtain a knockout drug. They sprinkled it on the buns and hurried back, leaving Tang Mo outside to wait for news. Half an hour later, the commotion in the street drew a crowd. Over 20 soldiers from the northern precinct escorted 7 or 8 bandits out of Wu San'er's house. These men trafficked and kidnapped people and had no fixed base in the city. They would always find someone like Wu San'er a solitary household with a decent house. With a bribe and a threat, the house could be used as a temporary base without raising suspicion, often justified with distant relative excuses. Unexpectedly, Wu San'er had been willing to betray everyone for 20 taels. Rumor has it these men kidnapped several girls and children. Absolutely ruthless. Luckily, they were caught. Just thinking about it gives me chills. Thank goodness the soldiers are sharp-eyed. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? The crowd whispered nervously. Soon, cries of relief and grief came from families searching for missing girls and children. Liaoji had already handed the matter over to the Jingzhou prefecture officials. Once the handover was complete, their duty was finished, leaving the recovery of the missing people to the authorities. Thanks to the brothers of the northern precinct. Once this matter is settled, we'll hold a banquet in your honor. These bandits couldn't be easily captured, and without the missing children being found, the Jingzhou government officials would have had sleepless days. Some of the missing included nephews from the Prime Minister Ouyang's family. "You're welcome. Just happened to be here. You go ahead with your duties." Tang Mo remained calm in expression, though inwardly thrilled. The northern precinct usually just patrolled and maintained order, with little chance to accomplish anything substantial. Who would have thought today he would encounter such a significant case? This was his moment to gain merit. Luck had arrived. It could not be stopped. Liaoji patted his arm. "You should have gone back to rest and have your wound treated, but there's still work to be done. Bear with it." 2 men who weren't fully drugged resisted violently, hitting Tang Mo's hand with a chair and tearing the skin. To Liaoji, it was minor. Tang Mo wasn't delicate. The northern precinct had doctors. Once back, a simple dressing would suffice. His energy was brimming. At the Marquise, no one yet knew what was happening outside. The household artisans had begun renovating the courtyards for the 2 pregnant concubines. Aunt Kai and Aunt Lu whispered amongst themselves until Consort Yu complained of stomach pain. The household doctor almost wished he could live in Chunhua courtyard himself. In the mid-afternoon, Consort Yu went for a walk and sprained her ankle. The doctor had to run again. Before he even left, Tao Iran vomited violently, prompting Aunt Kai to rush out in distress. Chapter 251. The Teacup Flies at Xin An. No originality. Xin An felt helpless. Truly, a single trick seems enough to cover everything, just like Tang Rong getting beaten repeatedly. TSK. Keep an eye on Aunt Kai and Aunt Lu. In the next couple of days, they'll likely try to stir up trouble. Nan Feng nodded and went to handle it, thinking the neighboring house was constantly up to mischief. It was better to move away quickly. What rotten luck to end up so close to them. Since it was still early, Xin An went out. She wanted to check on the flower house at the Xin residence. She brought Deng Fong and Xiao Gui along, ostensibly as her bodyguards. The 2 idle guards followed happily. They were so bored they accepted any assignment without complaint. At the Xin residence, the heated flower house had already been built. The head gardener from the manor was busy. Xianan didn't know much about planting flowers. She had no idea when they were supposed to bloom or when to encourage growth. She only focused on funding and observing the results. Even with a heated house, Yuxiang, jade fragrance, won't bloom in winter. But with careful cultivation, after the next Qiming, pruning the branches will make the new shoots grow quickly. The old gardener worried that Xianan might demand to see winter-blooming Yuxiang flowers. Aristocratic masters were hard to please. Xianan hadn't expected winter blooms anyway. Take good care of them. Make them as beautiful as possible. When they bloom, I want to give them as gifts. What's on the row of shelves above? That's Narcissus, the gardener replied. Mistress, in the capital, Narcissus is prized in winter, and its symbolism is auspicious. Hearing this, Xianan recalled the tradition. During the new year, it was customary to gift Narcissus. While the flower and bird market sold them, the quality varied. It was better to cultivate her own batch. In that case, please grow extra. It will be useful when visiting households in winter. Seeing she was easy to get along with, the gardener relaxed. He added that he had also cultivated some green chrysanthemums. The previously delivered pink chrysanthemums were about to bloom, and there were peonies, crimson peaches, and several spring flowers, all capable of blooming in a heated greenhouse. Xianan was pleased and had Wang Jin reward him with a tael or two of silver to encourage careful care. Thanks to the old gardener, Xianan's garden was well maintained, though in winter, there were no vibrant blooms. This courtyard needs to be made even more magnificent. Next spring, I will host guests here. Originally, she had planned to use it this year, but newly planted flowers might not survive, so she had to wait. Exiting the Xian residence, Xianan headed to the northern precinct to wait for Tang Mo to return with her. By now, the sky had darkened, cold winds cutting sharply. Upon arriving, she learned that Tang Mo had gone out of the city with Liao Ji and she didn't know when he'd return. Xianan then turned her horse toward Inghui Street. Tomorrow was the grand opening of the general store, and she wanted to check it out. The store, now called Wanuan Xing, had been repainted. Just from looking at the exterior, its quality was apparent. Fangda was directing people to stock the shelves, with a sign announcing that all items would be discounted for 3 days. Several large baskets of eggs were also placed nearby. Did they bring the Huai River setup here? Fangda had the egg baskets moved to the back and smiled. It's effective. Also, the steward from the Su family suggested making a flower card box. Customers who spend over 500 when can draw a card and win meat or Linzhou scented cakes. Many shops in Linzhou do this for their openings. I heard some shops in the capital have similar 3-day celebrations for openings. Xianan inspected the shelves, then checked the back warehouse, which was even more full. Well prepared. Fangda remarked this was the largest, most stocked general store he had ever seen. Otherwise, it wouldn't deserve the name Wanuan Xing. After wandering around and finding nothing more to attend to, Xianan returned home. Fangda was so capable it made her feel a bit useless. By the time the carriage reached the marquee gates, night had fallen. Lanterns lit the courtyard, but the atmosphere felt strange. Second madam, you've finally returned. Steward Zhang ran up. The marquis wife and the old madam are waiting in Chunhua courtyard. Please hurry. What happened? Zhang dared not explain in detail and just urged her forward. Xianan paused. Zhang, if convenient, could you give me a hint? Sighing, Zhang had others step back and explained. This afternoon, Aunt Kai went out and brought a Taoist priest back. Before even entering the courtyard gate, the priest said that although Chunhua courtyard appeared auspicious, hidden dangers lurked. He muttered incantations, shaking his head in dismay as he entered. Xianan understood. So the priest said someone was harming elder brother and eldest sister-in-law, and all signs pointed to me and second master? Yes. Combining astrology and geomancy, he said Chunhua courtyard had hidden dangers and was suppressed by Qiushi courtyard, which caused all sorts of misfortune for your eldest brother. Zhang said, nothing escapes the second madam. The old madam and marquis are still waiting in Chunhua courtyard for you. Walking a few steps, Zhang, remembering Xianan's usual generosity, whispered that Aunt Kai had found evidence to prove Chioshir Courtyard had ill intentions toward Chunhua Courtyard. A faint smile tugged at Xin An's lips. If this were her previous life, she would have been in a panic, only thinking of defending her innocence. Now, inside Chunhua Courtyard, cries of pain echoed. The household doctor rushed about. Even Xin Bai was present. In the main hall, Tang Gang's face was grim, and Madame Wang's eyes showed worry. Just as Xin stepped in, a teacup flew and splashed at her feet, startling her. What's wrong with father? Where's that bastard Tang Mo? Xin stepped aside. He went out of the city on official business with Commander Liao. Did father need him urgently? Second Madam, you and Second Master have truly hard hearts. Aunt Kai clutched two dolls. Xin immediately guessed her plan, thinking she might try something clever. Aunt Kai, are you feeling unwell again? Coming here to make things difficult for me? Aunt Kai fell to her knees, wailing to Tang Gang. Marquis, since the Second Madam became pregnant, she rarely leaves the house. The two aunts also follow the rules. I don't know what angered the Second Madam and Second Master, but now they've harmed a few unborn little masters. Please, Marquis, make a decision. Before Tang Gang could speak, Xin interrupted. You claim that we, as a couple, harmed your little masters. Then tell me, how exactly did we harm them? Aunt Kai held several dirty dolls, claiming that when they were placed in flower pots in Chunhua Courtyard, the dolls had the birth dates of the 3 pregnant women there. 3 days ago, Chioshir Courtyard swapped the flowers. After the flowers were delivered, pruned, and sent back to Chunhua Courtyard, no one touched the pots in between. It couldn't have been Second Master or Second Madam. Who else could it have been? Xin laughed on the spot. Ridiculous. You mean to say the flowers that Chioshir Courtyard didn't want are the only ones that could end up in Chunhua Courtyard? Chapter 252, Xin versus Tang Gang. In the Marquis residence, the placement of flowers was managed both by each courtyard adding their own and by the house gardeners, ensuring that every flower remained fresh and vibrant. The flowers that were replaced weren't entirely discarded. After trimming and nurturing, they were either sent to other courtyards or displayed in the garden. Only particularly valuable or specially favored flowers were treated with extra care, otherwise, it wasn't a big deal. Aunt Kai seized on this. Every 7 days, the gardeners deliver flowers to Chioshir Courtyard. The replaced flowers are of good quality, and the household gardeners wouldn't just throw them away, they sent them to Chunhua Garden. What's so unusual about that? Xin felt exasperated at how foolish Aunt Kai was. Aunt Kai relied on Tang Rong's influence to act arrogantly, but using her brain was clearly not her strong suit. Even so, with all that moving of flower pots, are you sure it was me? If I wanted to harm your 3 little masters, would I go through all that trouble? Do you think I'm as brainless as you? This clumsy scheme left Xin with nothing to respond to. She felt irritated and thought she might as well angrily move to the Xin residence, though that would make her seem petty. Aunt Kai panicked. Originally, she had time to make a more delicate plan, but she had learned that the neighboring Second Master had just earned merit. This meant his influence in the residence had grown. To make matters worse, Shuiyu suddenly cried out with severe stomach pain. Aunt Kai had acted hastily, thinking that since the 2 next door were absent, she could say whatever she wanted. If Shuiyu's stomach problem worsened, given the Marquis' long-standing dislike of the Second Master, no one would listen to him. Moreover, the Second Master had a temper. If father and son argued directly, no matter how much merit he had earned, it would be useless. Aunt Kai's careful plotting was spoiled. Tang Gang, upon hearing the news, was furious, cursing Tang Mo. Madame Wang, however, ignored this and sent for Xin Bai, even alerting the old madam. Aunt Kai was now in a passive position. Second Madam, your thoughts aside, what the Taoist said this afternoon is factual. Someone intentionally altered Chunhua Garden's feng shui and secretly performed witchcraft to curse the 3 unborn little masters. If that's true, why did the 2 aunts and madam have consecutive stomach pains? That's on you. How did you take care of them? Xin turned slightly. What Taoist? Who invited this Taoist? Did anyone seek my grandmother's or father's permission, or did my eldest sister-in-law approve? The true Taoists live in deep mountains. These fake Taoists wander the streets. According to him, Mother intended to harm her own sons. Originally, Chunhua Garden was prepared for the second master. Aunt Kai grew desperate. No, someone later altered Chunhua Garden's feng shui. How was it altered? Where's the change? Xin An was calm. In the past 6 months, did Chunhua Garden's layout change, or did Qiushi Courtyard move the soil? Even the 3 dolls in your hands were found in the flower pots. Have evidence before you speak. She looked toward Madame Wang. Wang slightly shook her head. Xin An's lips curled in a cold smile. You brought an outsider into the inner courtyard without permission. You call him a Taoist, he is a Taoist? How do I know you didn't bribe him in advance? Even if he is legitimate, you're daring. Aunt Kai panicked. If she hadn't invited him, would the second madam have allowed it? Seeing Tang Gang's expression, she grew even more fearful. Xin An wasn't letting her off easily. Even in ordinary households, an outsider doesn't enter the backyard just because he says so. Today you brought one Taoist back, tomorrow a band of thugs. This is Tang's marquee, not your Kai family. What's your intention? Do you think our family's reputation isn't illustrious enough? Or that your family's heir isn't bright enough? Silence. Tang Gang roared. Stop talking nonsense. Xin An faced Tang Gang. Father, this was not done by us. We had no reason. If you think we resented eldest brother and sister-in-law, consider this. From the day we married until now, their days have been miserable. If we wanted to act, could we have waited until now? That night, with the charcoal poisoning, my husband could have ignored it. Remember, when he brought the house doctor to the ancestral hall, father and eldest brother had already fainted. To speak bluntly, if we had intentions, now that father and eldest brother's 7 days after death have passed, I am the marquis wife. Facing Tang Gang's murderous gaze, Xin An remained unmoved. Why target the children still in the womb? Wouldn't that be laborious and unrewarding? Charcoal poisoning? This matter was somewhat shameful. Few knew of it, not even the old madam. Wang only now told her. The old madam shuddered in relief, realizing Tang Mo was innocent. Xin An was correct. If he had any ill intent, he could simply pretend not to know, showing his inner goodness. Aunt Kai was also stunned, unaware of the matter. It must be second madam jealous. On the same day of marriage, she delayed action, while Chunhua Garden repeatedly had good news. She was resentful and acted. Saving the marquis and the heir was just for reputation. At this, Wang scolded Aunt Kai. Tang Gang still didn't speak, perhaps thinking along similar lines. Xin An was speechless. Seeing Tang Gang's face, she found his bias loathsome. Not only was he unfair, he praised one while punishing another. She lashed out verbally. Grandmother, father, mother, I won't say more. If you think we are guilty, if you think my husband's saving you and eldest brother was scheming, if you believe we are as unworthy as the gossiping Taoists say, just say so. We are honorable, we won't cling here. Since my eldest sister-in-law became pregnant, I have been extremely careful. In Chunhua Garden, someone always has a stomach ache or feels uneasy. Gossip always targets us. If you claim mother deliberately swapped courtyards, or that we bring misfortune to eldest brother's children, what's next? This pregnancy is only a few months along. Are we to wait until it grows large to live in fear? Once the children are born, if anything happens, we'll be blamed again for misfortune. For the harmony of the marquis, my husband and I will move out first thing tomorrow. Once eldest brother's children are married and have offspring, we will return. Just stop saying we bring misfortune. Tang Gang's eyes widened in anger. He wanted to scold Xin An but hesitated due to his fatherly role. He hoped Wang would discipline her, but Wang had already teared up. The old madam's expression was also grim, glaring at Aunt Kai. Steward Zhang had interrogated all the servants in the 2 courtyards. Everyone claimed ignorance. The gardeners protested their innocence. Before the matter was sorted, a young servant ran in. Marquis, something's wrong, something's wrong. Tang Gang was about to lose his temper when the servant shouted again, the heir has had an accident. Chapter 252, Xin An versus Tang Gang. In the marquee residence, the placement of flowers was managed both by each courtyard adding their own and by the house gardeners, ensuring that every flower remained fresh and vibrant. The flowers that were replaced weren't entirely discarded. After trimming and nurturing, they were either sent to other courtyards or displayed in the garden. Only particularly valuable or specially favored flowers were treated with extra care, otherwise, it wasn't a big deal. Aunt Kai seized on this. Every 7 days, the gardeners deliver flowers to Chiosher Courtyard. The replaced flowers are of good quality, and the household gardeners wouldn't just throw them away, they sent them to Chunhua Garden. What's so unusual about that? Xin An felt exasperated at how foolish Aunt Kai was. Aunt Kai relied on Tang Rong's influence to act arrogantly, but using her brain was clearly not her strong suit. Even so, with all that moving of flower pots, are you sure it was me? If I wanted to harm your 3 little masters, would I go through all that trouble? Do you think I'm as brainless as you? This clumsy scheme left Xin An with nothing to respond to. She felt irritated and thought she might as well angrily move to the Xin residence, though that would make her seem petty. Aunt Kai panicked. Originally, she had time to make a more delicate plan, but she had learned that the neighboring second master had just earned merit. This meant his influence in the residence had grown. To make matters worse, Shuiyu suddenly cried out with severe stomach pain. Aunt Kai had acted hastily, thinking that since the 2 next door were absent, she could say whatever she wanted. If Shuiyu's stomach problem worsened, given the Marquis' long-standing dislike of the second master, no one would listen to him. Moreover, the second master had a temper. If father and son argued directly, no matter how much merit he had earned, it would be useless. Aunt Kai's careful plotting was spoiled. Tang Gang, upon hearing the news, was furious, cursing Tang Mo Madame Wang, however, ignored this and sent for Qin Bai, even alerting the old madam. Aunt Kai was now in a passive position. Second madam, your thoughts aside, what the Taoist said this afternoon is factual. Someone intentionally altered Chunhua Garden's feng shui and secretly performed witchcraft to curse the 3 unborn little masters. If that's true, why did the 2 aunts and madam have consecutive stomach pains? That's on you. How did you take care of them? Xin An turned slightly. What Taoist? Who invited this Taoist? Did anyone seek my grandmother's or father's permission, or did my eldest sister-in-law approve? The true Taoists live in deep mountains. These fake Taoists wander the streets. According to him, Mother intended to harm her own sons. Originally, Chunhua Garden was prepared for the second master. Aunt Kai grew desperate. No, someone later altered Chunhua Garden's feng shui. How was it altered? Where's the change? Xin An was calm. In the past 6 months, did Chunhua Garden's layout change, or did Chiosher Courtyard move the soil? Even the 3 dolls in your hands were found in the flower pots. Have evidence before you speak. She looked toward Madame Wang. Wang slightly shook her head. Xin An's lips curled in a cold smile. You brought an outsider into the inner courtyard without permission. You call him a Taoist, he is a Taoist? How do I know you didn't bribe him in advance? Even if he is legitimate, you're daring. Aunt Kai panicked. If she hadn't invited him, would the second madam have allowed it? Seeing Tang Gang's expression, she grew even more fearful. Xin An wasn't letting her off easily. Even in ordinary households, an outsider doesn't enter the backyard just because he says so. Today you brought 1 Taoist back, tomorrow a band of thugs. This is Tang's Marquis, not your Kai family. What's your intention? Do you think our family's reputation isn't illustrious enough? Or that your family's heir isn't bright enough? Silence. Tang Gang roared. Stop talking nonsense. Xin An faced Tang Gang. Father, this was not done by us. We had no reason. If you think we resented eldest brother and sister-in-law, consider this. From the day we married until now, their days have been miserable. If we wanted to act, could we have waited until now? That night, with the charcoal poisoning, my husband could have ignored it. Remember, when he brought the house doctor to the ancestral hall, father and eldest brother had already fainted. To speak bluntly, if we had intentions, now that father and eldest brother's 7 days after death have passed, I am the Marquis wife. Facing Tang Gang's murderous gaze, Xin An remained unmoved. Why target the children still in the womb? Wouldn't that be laborious and unrewarding? Charcoal poisoning? This matter was somewhat shameful. Few knew of it, not even the old madam. Wang only now told her. The old madam shuddered in relief, realizing Tang Mo was innocent. Xin An was correct. If he had any ill intent, he could simply pretend not to know, showing his inner goodness. Aunt Kai was also stunned, unaware of the matter. It must be second madam jealous. On the same day of marriage, she delayed action, while Chunhua Garden repeatedly had good news. She was resentful and acted. Saving the marquis and the heir was just for reputation. At this, Wang scolded Aunt Kai. Tang Gang still didn't speak, perhaps thinking along similar lines. Xin An was speechless. Seeing Tang Gang's face, she found his bias loathsome. Not only was he unfair, he praised one while punishing another. She lashed out verbally. Grandmother, father, mother, I won't say more. If you think we are guilty, if you think my husband's saving you and eldest brother was scheming, if you believe we are as unworthy as the gossiping Taoists say, just say so. We are honorable, we won't cling here. Since my eldest sister-in-law became pregnant, I have been extremely careful. In Chunhua Garden, someone always has a stomach ache or feels uneasy. Gossip always targets us. If you claim mother deliberately swapped courtyards, or that we bring misfortune to eldest brother's children, what's next? This pregnancy is only a few months along. Are we to wait until it grows large to live in fear? Once the children are born, if anything happens, we'll be blamed again for misfortune. For the harmony of the marquise, my husband and I will move out first thing tomorrow. Once eldest brother's children are married and have offspring, we will return. Just stop saying we bring misfortune. Tang Gang's eyes widened in anger. He wanted to scold Xin An but hesitated due to his fatherly role. He hoped Wang would discipline her, but Wang had already teared up. The old madam's expression was also grim, glaring at Aunt Kai. Steward Zhang had interrogated all the servants in the 2 courtyards. Everyone claimed ignorance. The gardeners protested their innocence. Before the matter was sorted, a young servant ran in. Marquis, something's wrong, something's wrong. Tang Gang was about to lose his temper when the servant shouted again, the heir has had an accident. Chapter 254, Wang Shi's full presence. Next door in Chunhua Garden, people were in a state of panic. Tang Rong, the household's pillar of strength, was now bedridden. The house doctor's diagnosis was strict. He must remain in bed for 3 months, as his rib had cracked slightly and carelessness could worsen the injury. For the next 3 months, he was also forbidden from intimate contact with women. The attack had landed a kick on a sensitive area, so proper recovery was essential. This news brought relief to the 3 pregnant women. They couldn't be close to tend to Tang Rong anyway, and this prevented any other woman from taking advantage. The timing was perfect. By the time all matters were settled, it was already midnight. Tang Gang, with no outlet for his anger, glared at Madame Wang, who was already irritable. She glanced sideways at him. Why, Marquis, do you want me to move out too? Enough. Why argue in the middle of the night? The old madam took a deep breath, thinking all of this was unjust. She rose and approached Madame Wang. Mother, please help persuade the second daughter-in-law. If she really moves out of the marquis, it will be a laughingstock. The imperial censors might jump to conclusions. We're all one family. Some words spoken clearly will resolve the matter. I cannot agree with that, Madame Wang said. The old madam wished to minimize the incident, but Madame Wang was unwilling to yield. She pointed out that Aunt Kai still had the 3 dolls. This matter cannot be settled until we find out where these 3 dolls came from. You can't have one day a doll in hand, the next a piece of cloth, and let people freely accuse the masters. Later, just a few words and it's forgotten. Such a situation would make the Marquis of Wei Yuan a joke. Ping Qiu, she called. The attendant Ping Qiu came out. Madam, he greeted. Bring all the servants of Chunhua Garden and Qiushi Garden. Interrogate them individually. Any reports of information will be rewarded 10 taels of silver. Anyone who hides knowledge or attempts to protect the guilty, regardless of age, will be sold to the brothel. Immediately tonight. Ping Qiu hurried to carry out the order. Madame Wang softened her tone. Mother, I'll send you back. The house doctor is tending day and night. Nothing serious will happen. You need not worry. Whoever did this will eventually be discovered. Over the years, the marquise has remained clean. Now that such a thing has occurred, we must uncover it. The marquise cannot allow people to manipulate heirs behind the scenes. The old madam nodded. This matter is in your hands, but you must also persuade the second daughter-in-law. Gan Lu helped the old madam out of Chunhua Garden. Ping Qiu was already interrogating the servants. Compared to the relaxed, yawning servants in Qiushi Garden, those in Chunhua Garden were terrified, like birds startled from a trap. The old madam gazed at the dark night sky, heavy-hearted. She had long foreseen this day, and despite all efforts to prevent it, she was still overwhelmed by helplessness. She looked toward Chunhua Garden's gate, then to Qiushi Garden's gate. The feud between the two grandsons seemed irreconcilable. Xin An welcomed Madame Wang into the house, smiling. I knew you'd come, mother, so I had golden rice with sea cucumber brought. Perfect timing. With all the courtyard staff taken for questioning, the spacious courtyard was now just the two women. Madame Wang didn't hold back, eating carefully in small bites. Once finished, she set the bowl down. Tell me what you're thinking. Xin An didn't hide anything. She had anticipated today's events. Just didn't expect Aunt Kai to be so foolish. Thought she had some clever trick. That doll can only be her crying thief after being caught red-handed, Madame Wang remarked. She snorted coldly. It only exposed your father's favoritism. I removed his ability to freely withdraw silver from the accounts. I expected he would make a move. Xin An didn't believe tonight's chaos was Tang Rong's doing, at least not personally. If he had orchestrated it, the plan wouldn't have had such glaring loopholes. It must have been Aunt Kai's decision. Aunt Kai has been secretly taking items from the neighboring storeroom to pawn. I've had Lulong report this to Mother first thing tomorrow. Madame Wang didn't respond immediately. After a moment, she overruled Xin An's plan. Don't move against Aunt Kai yet. Why? She's foolish but accustomed to showing off. To us, her annoyance is beneficial. Remove her and she'll be replaced, most likely by someone from the palace. The old madam had already considered sweeping. Though she wouldn't harm sweeping now, finding another person similar to her would not be difficult. Xin An realized this too. Then I'll have Lu hold off for now, continue to observe. Mother will handle Aunt Kai gently. Especially since the eldest son has just suffered another mishap, taking action against her now could lead to bad rumors, no matter the reason. Madame Wang sighed. You'll bear some inconvenience. Xin An smiled. It's fine. My actions toward father tonight were because he is far too biased. I've seen my husband honor his father, yet father can't bear him. I felt it was unfair. Father won't hold a grudge? There was no worry in her tone. Madame Wang scoffed. What grudge could he hold? A father-in-law wouldn't physically harm a daughter-in-law, would he? Still, mother, you must navigate this carefully. We, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, need not talk. But you cannot move out. Even if outsiders see father's favoritism and your grievance, moving out would place the marquise in a disadvantageous position. Outsiders would see you as petty and ignoring the greater good, both sides would lose. Madame Wang remarked, harming the enemy 1,000 while self-harming 800? Not worth it. Xin An thought for a moment, then smiled. You're thorough as always, mother. Earlier, she had been narrow-minded. As more interrogated servants returned, Madame Wang rose. Learning that Tang Mo wouldn't return for 3 days, she was worried, but she could not act rashly. Taking a deep breath, she left, her face full of determination. Xin An instructed Nan Feng to find Lu Long and continue to hold off. Give him 10 taels of silver. Make sure he observes the entire household carefully. Nan Feng felt guilty for not noticing tonight's events earlier. Xin An did not blame her. Considering the sudden attack from next door, Qing Mo was also left uninformed. It seems they acted on their own. Just keep observing. Nan Feng went to execute her orders. Chun Yang and Chun Lu returned. When asked, we simply answer. Nothing shameful to hide. Both agreed the neighbors were unreasonable. Being neighbors with such people was truly unlucky. Being pregnant, of all things, shouldn't have caused such a fuss. Xin yawned. Rest now. Any further matters will wait till morning. Qiushi Garden quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, Tang Gang had vented his frustration on Madame Wang, criticizing Xin An as disrespectful, imitating Tang Mo, challenging him, and behaving arrogantly with money. Next time, let her return to the Xin family. Madame Wang asked, if the Marquis feels such dissatisfaction, why didn't he show his authority in front of her? He was too cowardly to confront her openly, only gossiping in private. The daughter-in-law hadn't yet spoken when the teacup was thrown at her foot. Did the Marquis immediately assume the second couple was responsible? Just a servant said a few words, and the Marquis convicted his own son and daughter-in-law without inquiry? Sending her back to her natal family would look like the father-in-law colluded with the servants to wrong her. She refused to admit guilt due to prudence, so the father-in-law couldn't tolerate her. Xin An realized clearly, no matter how respectful you are, one act of defiance will be remembered forever. Such a person is not worth your kindness. Chapter 255. Who would have thought this good fortune? Tang Gang was being pressed from all sides by Madame Wang, unable to utter a word, yet she didn't let up. The Marquis' heart is biased. He believes the second couple are not virtuous, so naturally he thinks everything they do is malicious. It's like being poisoned by charcoal. Even if he knows lighting the fire wasn't your intention, and closing the windows wasn't his command, he still sees malice in it, correct? Tang Gang felt guilty but refused to admit it. Even if it wasn't him, he must have discovered it early. That's why he returned early, then pretended to be the good one. Madame Wang suddenly found talking to him exhausting. If the Marquis wants to think that, so be it. No one can interfere. Since you think they're guilty, do you want to drive them out of the Marquisate or report them to the authorities? Tang Gang was speechless, caught between a rock and a hard place. Madame Wang rose. I suppose the Marquis hasn't decided yet. No rush, decide before daylight. A father wanting his son dead doesn't really need a reason. Ping Qiu came briskly, reporting that the interrogations had concluded. A maid in Chunhua Garden saw Aunt Kai sewing the dolls herself. A senior servant also saw her handing the dolls to Kai Quan. Aunt Kai begged forgiveness at the gate, claiming she was just too anxious about the heir's 3 children. She guessed the second son and daughter-in-law might hinder the heir's lineage, so she acted on her own. Her goal was to force the second son to leave Qiushi Garden. Madam, would you like to see her? Madame Wang glanced at Tang Gang, full of scorn. I imagine the Marquis doesn't believe her. Shall we interrogate her personally again? That sly dog servant, handle it as you see fit. Tang Gang's pride couldn't hold. He swept his sleeves and left. Madame Wang's lips curled in a cold smile. Bind Aunt Kai and lock her in the wood storage. Bring her first thing tomorrow. She finished her orders, returned to her room, closed the door, and briskly went to the bedside. She retrieved the small hidden compartment containing medicinal powders, stared at the bottle for a long time, and reluctantly put it back. The next day, Xin An slept until late morning. After being mentally and emotionally drained from yesterday, it was unreasonable to rise early. Nanfeng waited at the door, reporting the morning's developments once she was ready. The heir woke up. Madame closed the door and spoke with him for the length of a joss stick. When she came out, Aunt Kai was released, but fined a year's monthly salary. Lu became the manager of Chunhua Garden, and everyone else serving there was fined 3 months' salary for letting outside men enter. The 2 concubines knelt before Madame, explaining their stomachaches were due to overeating soup, not an attempt to harm the second son and daughter-in-law. Madame ordered them to move out of Chunhua Garden in 3 days. She also warned that if they could not maintain their pregnancies, they would be sold out of the mansion. Madame also replaced several staff in Chunhua Garden. The newcomers have already begun work. Several people in the front courtyard were disciplined, including manager Zheng. Madame Wang truly had skill. In the previous life, Xin An had easily succeeded largely because Tang Mo had died early, weakening Madame Wang's resolve. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Xin An raised an eyebrow, calmly eating breakfast. Has the Marquis gone to court? Nanfeng nodded, no other news. Xin An leisurely stood. Prepare things, I'm going out. The young mistress is moving out of the Marquis? After last night's stern words, everyone was waiting to see how she would handle it. Tang Gang had not made any moves yet. Today is the opening of Wanyuan store. I'm going to take a look. Chun Yang and Chun Lu weren't sure whether to be relieved or regretful and busied themselves preparing. Before leaving, Ping Qiu arrived with a large box, smiling. Last night, the young mistress was frightened. Madam, with the Marquis' consent, selected some items from the treasury to comfort her. This action publicly declared Xin An's innocence. She smiled. Mother, that's too polite. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, there's no need for such extravagance. Madam said as long as the young mistress is happy, giving more is worthwhile. As soon as Ping Qiu spoke, Gan Lu also arrived with a box. Although yesterday's matter has been clarified, the old madam still felt the young mistress suffered. She personally selected a few toys to comfort her. Xin An raised her eyebrows. She hadn't expected such a fortune. If being wronged could yield this result, she might as well be wronged a few more times, hitting the opponent's arrogance while benefiting herself. The old madam is fair and just. With her around, I have nothing to fear from being wronged. Please convey my thanks to her for her concern and care. She then instructed Wang Gugu. Prepare tea for the two ladies. Wang Gugu understood immediately. She handed 2 embroidered pouches to Ping Qiu and Gan Lu and distributed the rest to those carrying the boxes. A gentle squeeze revealed a generous reward, and everyone happily thanked her. After they left, Wang Gugu inspected the items and catalogued them for storage. The old madam sent the finest jade and gold pieces. Madam sent painted vases and textiles, all top quality. Xin An casually glanced through the 2 boxes and instructed Nanfeng to make sure the neighboring household knew, especially Tang Rong. Aunt Gugu, I might not be back at noon. Use some of the money to buy pork ribs, stew them, and share with the courtyard staff. Make the stew fragrant enough so neighbors can smell it. If anyone asks, describe it appetizingly and emphasize ribs loudly. Tang Rong's rib was cracked ribs. Serve him ribs to irritate him. Wang Gugu didn't understand, but Nanfeng caught on and smiled. I'll have Lu Long handle it. The thought of the courtyard enjoying the stew while the neighbors fretted delighted Xin An. I'm off. Take good care of the house. At the Marquis gate, Tang Gang watched the departing carriage, brow furrowed. Though verbally tough, he feared Xin An might leave anyway. Already exhausted, he had earlier submitted Tang Rong's resignation at the Ministry of Rights due to health and had seen the relief on Deputy Minister Wang's face. If Xin An really moved out, he couldn't imagine the censor's tongues at tomorrow's court. Marquis Madam already advised the young mistress. She said the young mistress is young and hot-headed, but has never suffered much hardship. A moment of anger can explain some foolish words. She is sensible and should not cause you difficulty. Early this morning, both Madam and the old Madam sent her generous gifts to comfort her. Manager Zhang knew how to speak tactfully, but Tang Gang hadn't even relaxed before feeling frustrated. So the young mistress could scold him openly, then he had to deliver gifts to appease her? What world is this? Chapter 256, The Exhausted Old Madam. Xin An left with elegance and composure, leaving Tang Gang frustrated. After only a few steps, a shout came from behind. Turning, he saw the guards who had made the arrests last night returning, escorting a man in black. Marquis, we've captured one. We'll begin the interrogation immediately. I'll interrogate him myself. The black-clad man was brought in, and the Marquis gates slowly closed. The events of last night, Tang Rong being beaten, had not been reported, neither by the guards nor anyone in the household, so no news had spread. Compared to the fear-stricken silence within the Marquis, today Inghui Street was lively. Early in the morning, Wanyuan store's entrance was bustling with gongs, drums, and firecrackers. The clerks called out loudly, and passers-by stopped to watch the commotion. Xin An's carriage was parked at the corner of a 3-way intersection, giving her a clear view of the shop. Many people were already browsing, Clerks were busy smiling and moving quickly, and a long line had formed at the lottery station, while egg-giving clerks were busy nonstop. Quick! I heard Yuan's goods come from Linzhou. Good quality and affordable. Mrs. Zhang just drew a fragrant incense brick with 5 eggs. It's really fragrant. 2 women passed by the carriage, laughing, and hurried toward the store. Young mistress, that's Madame Liao's carriage across the way. Xin An glanced up and saw Madame Liao waving. She then stepped down from the carriage to greet her. Su Jia, come up. Madame Liao climbed into the carriage, smiling. The opening day was well chosen, very lively. I think this business will do well. Right? Xin An smiled, noting that profits were good, the stock plentiful, and customers plenty, sure signs of a profitable venture. This festival season will surely bring in a big profit. Madame Liao praised Feng De, the store manager. Such a capable manager isn't easy to find. Your father must value you greatly to entrust him to you. My father has no complaints about me, Xin An said with satisfaction. I've already been looking for a new shop. It's hard to find one this big, and in such a good location. No rush, we'll take our time. Their moods were excellent. Madame Liao saw Xin An as a worthy business partner, and they discussed collaborating on more ventures. Even before having powerful backing, they could earn well. There was no reason to earn less now with resources behind them. Both wanted some ventures outside the Liao family's holdings. They found a quiet and pleasant place to discuss matters in detail, and their conversation lasted until afternoon. They agreed to have dinner together before returning. Today, Madame Wang was very busy. She had disciplined many staff over last night's events, then went to Tang Rong to smooth things over, leaving Aunt Kai for him to handle. She also visited Taoyuan to comfort her and expressed trust and expectations to Lu Gugu. For Lu Gugu, this was a bright spot. She had participated in last night's events and expected consequences. Not only was she not punished, she was empowered to restrain Aunt Kai. Before Madame Wang even left Chunhua Garden, the joy in her eyes was evident, unaware of the cold smile on Madame Wang's lips. After finishing these tasks, Madame Wang was in fairly good spirits. She wiped away a few tears before the old madam and, skilled in the art of yielding to gain, even suggested separating Tang Mo and his wife. A big tree has many branches. The second son is married and has duties he's established himself. It wouldn't be improper to let them open a separate household. There may be temporary gossip outside, but it's better than letting unrest continue inside the mansion. Stepmother, this is truly difficult. I'm really worried. If Tang Rong had not been behind it, what servant dared to harm the master of the house? The old madam truly felt a headache coming on. Though she had suspected Chunhua Garden scheming, seeing the truth was still disheartening. She understood Madame Wang's purpose. No one is to speak of moving or dividing households. If the household were divided, how would outsiders judge the marquis? Tang Mo is the legitimate son, not some insignificant concubine's child. This matter, your old mother will give you and the second son a proper explanation. Wait a little longer. Mother, you overstate. Madame Wang rose slowly. Your daughter-in-law is dizzy and wishes to lie down. Mother's complexion isn't good either. You must rest more. As soon as she left, the old madam sighed, a picture of exhaustion. As the elder, she hoped one of the 2 brothers would step forward to ease the matter, apologize, or show generosity. Someone must give way to allow the other to descend the step. But now one was resentful, the other bedridden, leaving the problem entirely on her shoulders. If Tang Rong were forced to confess, it would confirm he had instructed servants to harm his stepmother and brother, a great blemish. If the matter was ignored, with the mother and daughter-in-law in conflict, it would obviously be untenable. Go fetch the marquis. Tang Gang, dark-faced, said nothing. The black-clad man had been interrogated for a long time, but revealed nothing. He was a paid hand, following orders for money, indifferent to the identity of his employer. Manager Zhang reported. The man said the employer has a grudge against the heir and mentioned the 1st and 15th days of the month. Perhaps the heir can guess who it is. Tang Gang went to Chunhua Garden, face grim. Tang Rong had woken early but said nothing, refusing to see anyone, his gaze icy. Considering Tang Gang's words, he suspected Tang Mo, but in the end, only Zhu Yu was punished. So it might be Duke Xian? Tang Gang increasingly thought it likely. Duke Xiang had always believed Zhu Yu's mishaps were connected to the Marquis guard's beating and might be seeking revenge. Tang Rong didn't want to speak further, words were useless. Seeing him dejected, Tang Gang grew even more frustrated, pouring oil on the fire. He immediately sent the black-clad man to Duke Xiang's residence. He barely drank a sip of tea before storming to the old madam. Already in a foul mood, her words inflamed his anger further. Must you take things so seriously and make matters so humiliating? The old madam looked at him with a complicated gaze. When you threw the teacup, did you consider how embarrassed your daughter-in-law would feel? If the teacup incident spreads outside, what will people think of her? In all of the capital, she's prominent. What unforgivable crime has she committed? Men manage the external affairs, women the household. Even if the father-in-law is displeased with his daughter-in-law, there's no precedent for a direct attack. Tasks are handled by the housekeeper. Yet Tang Gang refused to see his own fault, believing Xin An was insufficiently virtuous and narrow-minded. Chapter 257. The Old Madam Comforts Xin An. Tang Gang often felt powerless in front of the old madam. Children grow up and cannot always be controlled by their mother. If words are repeated too often, they lose effect. I do not know how you conduct yourself outside, but over the years, you've made no mistakes. This shows you are capable and careful. Why then are you muddled in the affairs of your two sons? If both children were born of Madame Wang, she would not quarrel with you. Yet you favor one and slight the other. How do you think that makes her feel? The old madam tried to warn him not to wound Madame Wang's heart. As head matron, if she harbored resentment, Tang Gang would be the one to suffer in the end. But the more the old madam spoke, the more Tang Gang bristled. Recently, he had begun to sense disappointment in his mother's eyes, as if he were inherently inadequate. Before she could finish, he interrupted, I was raised carefully, and I would never forget the honor of the Marquis. I favor my eldest because he has always been exceptional. From his early lessons, he received constant praise from his teachers. Handsome, polite, dignified, measured in speech and action, a son like him would thrive in any household. I see no wrongdoing in my actions. As for the second son, he must accept reality. Do not desire what is not yours. If blame is to be cast, it lies in the fact he was not born first. Everything that has happened today is due to the second son not keeping to his place. Tang Gang refused to admit fault. The old madam slammed her hand onto the tea table with a crack. Even if the eldest is more outstanding, the second son is no less. Both are your children. How can you not tolerate him? Mother doesn't know. 10 years ago, a master of physiognomy said of my son that there would be a child who overcomes me. If not him, then who? Tang Gang's expression darkened. I have neglected him, but he has never lacked food or clothing in the house. Now he is married and has responsibilities. I think it best he, like my second brother back then, separates early. He was already agitated. Now, to deal with Xin An's matters and receive reproaches from the old madam, his anger burned hotter. He saw Tang Mo and his wife as troublemakers. If he erred, it was justified. Why should their fussing matter? What nonsense are you speaking? The old madam could hardly believe her ears. She suddenly stood and went up to Tang Gang. Do you know the consequences of this? The censor's words alone could ruin you. You neglected teaching your son, and now you blame him. Is this how you act as a father? Tang Gang could not retort. He sat silently, while the old madam shed tears, seeing the decline of the Marquis. Raising you to this point is my shame before the ancestors of the Tang family. I have failed your father. Mother. Tang Gang was startled. Mother, why say such things? Are you not stabbing your son's heart? And yet, you stabbed the heart of your son, she said. A wave of dizziness came over her, but she gritted her teeth and continued, Where has the second son wronged you that you treat him this way? Gradually, Tang Gang calmed his anger and helped the old madam sit. He has never wronged me. In truth, he did not fully believe the master's words. His resentment toward Tang Mo had become habitual. After all the events, too much frustration had accumulated in his heart, and Tang Mo, long disliked, naturally became the outlet. He knew his son's temperament well. Tang Mo had always craved his father's affection. Even a small compliment could bring him joy for a long time. No matter the severity of the offense, even if it hurt his heart, he would never truly resent his father. He was simply fearless because of this. The old madam, however, had never fully understood Tang Mo. She did not know his truest feelings. She described how obedient, sensible, and filial he was. No matter how unruly before, his filial piety is genuine. I remember a month or two ago, you liked him very much, praising him wherever you went. Why no? Naturally, Tang Rong no longer required discipline, but Tang Gang did not dare speak the truth. He only claimed that affairs at court troubled him, which caused him to vent his frustrations on Tang Mo. Another wave of dizziness hit the old madam. Seeing her complexion worsen, Tang Gang and Gan Lu quickly helped her lie down and gave her a restorative pill. After a short while, she felt better. As evening approached, those in the marquee began to worry that Xin An had not returned. Neither the generous gifts from the wife nor the old madam could keep her from leaving. The old madam asked several times, anxious enough to consider sending someone to Xin An's residence. Tang Gang secretly inquired 2 or 3 times, his heart uneasy. As night fell, the old madam repeatedly looked outside. That girl still hasn't returned. Gan Lu, send someone to Xin An's residence to check. Tang Gang also glanced out the window, a cloud of worry and misery surrounding him. He fretted over whether Tang Rong would be ruined by the incident and the desperate position he himself now faced. Finally, under the cover of night, Xin An returned leisurely after a full day's outing. Manager Zhang, seeing her, rushed forward, excited. "Second madam, you're back. With the year's end approaching, it's not safe outside. Next time, please take guards. Both the wife and the old madam have been asking about you repeatedly." "I know." Xin An adopted a look of hurt and grievance. "I made the old madam worry. I'll go see her." Seeing her calm and composed, Manager Zhang couldn't help but think that today's chaos in the marquee might be due to this second madam. If not, she was indeed remarkably shrewd. After last night's events, most would have cried or refused to eat, demanding justice. Yet she had been out all day, appearing weary but otherwise fine. The old madam in Chuanrong Hall looked exhausted, but upon seeing Xin An return, she exhaled deeply, relief flooding her face. Her eyes brightened with a little excitement. "My good child, where have you been? You've made your grandmother worry all day." Xin An stepped forward to pay her respects. "I went to Manager Fong's place for some matters, making grandmother worry." "That's fine. Grandmother only worries that you might face danger alone. Come, sit by grandmother's side and talk." The old madam, forcing herself, comforted Xin An. She repeatedly said Tang Gang meant no ill will, though sharp-tongued, he was not cruel-hearted. Whether the old madam believed it or not, Xin An's eyes reddened. "I was not born into a distinguished family. My marriage into the marquis relied entirely on my grandfather's assistance and the household's integrity. Upon entering, I was uneasy, even considering a change of match. My elder brother is such an exceptional man, how could I possibly be worthy? Even marrying my husband feels like a reach. I have always been cautious, striving not to err, to be thorough. Grandmother, I truly have never done wrong. I did not curse my elder brother's children." Chapter 258, Tang Gang's Big Loss. Xin An could cry in a soft, pitiful way. She had unconsciously learned a bit of Tao Iran's minor techniques, and combined with her usual cheerful demeanor, seeing her upset was rare. Right now, her crying seemed far more aggrieved than Tao Iran's. "Father dislikes my husband to the point of hatred. No matter what we do, he assumes the worst of us. And now he accuses me of jealousy toward my sister-in-law and plotting against my nephew. Grandmother, why don't you just let me move out? How am I to live in this household?" The old madam, resentful of Kai Gugu stirring trouble and angry at Tang Gang's harshness, patted Xin An's hand. Good child, grandmother trusts you. I have never doubted you or your second son. Your mother has already investigated this. It has nothing to do with you. Those who deserved punishment have already been punished. No one dares speak against you, and the matter will not spread outside the household. Anyone who gossips will be punished immediately. Regarding your father, grandmother will talk to him. He knows he acted inappropriately, but he is proud and won't admit it. Don't worry, grandmother will handle everything. The old madam knew that only by comforting Xin An could the household settle. Wang Shi, as Xin An's biological mother-in-law, would naturally cooperate. So by pacifying Xin An, Wang Shi would be pacified as well. Seeing this, Xin An stopped crying, wiped her tears, and rose to perform a deep bow. Thank you, grandmother, for trusting and protecting me. With you here, I feel some peace of mind. Last night, my husband was away, and such an incident occurred. Though I spoke disrespectfully to father in anger, I was truly frightened. Come, sit. Tang Gang, who had withdrawn earlier, emerged. Only today did he realize that this usually smiling, cheerful second daughter-in-law was actually a formidable character. Tao Iran may have been mischievous, but she was obedient in the marquise, never speaking harshly to him. But Xin An? She directly confronted him, even dared to threaten him, yet reasoned her points carefully, each word striking painfully. Father, Xin An began, her eyes red. Tang Gang simply grunted and ignored her. The old madam spoke on her behalf, explaining that Xin An regretted her behavior from last night. Xin An descended the steps. Last night, I acted rashly. Please forgive me, father. What could Tang Gang say? Also, I acted hastily without inquiring. Let's put this matter aside. That was his greatest concession. He believed himself magnanimous, yet privately he smirked, while outwardly maintaining a respectful demeanor. The old madam, visibly pleased, had gone looping out a pot decorated with precious gems and agate, dazzlingly beautiful. This is your father's treasure, his most prized possession, to calm your nerves. In truth, the old madam had instructed Gan Lu to take it from Tang Gang's study. Offending a daughter-in-law deserved a financial bleeding for the father. Gan Lu knew Xin An's tastes and brought the most valuable piece, ignoring paintings and calligraphy. Tang Gang's heart ached. This treasure had been a gift from a grateful official, made of gold, jade, and gems, one of his most cherished possessions, always on display in his study. Xin An naturally appreciated it, and seeing Tang Gang's discomfort only pleased her more. She politely said, since it is father's favorite, how can I accept it? Let's clarify the misunderstanding. You are the head of the household, and the matter outside the house has already caused you concern. Any misstep is only due to Kaigugu's scheming, not father. Indeed a considerate and understanding girl, said the old madam. She looked at Tang Gang. Do you agree? What could he say? Seeing his beloved treasure almost given away and hearing Xin An's cheerful tone, his hatred for Kaigugu reached its peak. If she hadn't caused all this trouble, he wouldn't have suffered such a loss. It's just a trinket. Take it and enjoy it, he said stiffly. Thank you, father. Xin An pushed further. I heard father also has 100 treasures Rui. If father would part with it, could I exchange something with you? The Rui scepter was made entirely of gold, inlaid with gemstones, and could open like a little chest containing a jade Rui inside. Extremely rare. Tang Gang stared at her warily. What are you planning? Xin An explained, my brother is marrying in the first half of next year. I thought of sending him a congratulatory gift. Ordinary gold or jade is too common. I want something rare and impressive. Oh, I see. The old madam saw this as a perfect chance to repair relations and maintain the family's dignity. We are all one family. Don't be formal about exchanging gifts. For such a happy occasion, the marquise should send a gift. Let's send the Rui, dignified, impressive, and it shows our respect to the in-laws. Is that all right? Xin An looked anxious. I only heard about it by chance, and I wouldn't dare take it without asking. The old madam laughed. You are too polite. Such a happy occasion should have been told to us sooner. The Tang and Xin families have long been close. Isn't a Rui scepter worth it? Seeing how easily they had won his treasure, Tang Gang felt dizzy, nearly fainting. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Mother is right. It is proper. We need someone to deliver New Year's gifts to Huai River anyway, so send the Rui along." "Thank you, father." Tang Gang resolved not to think of Xin An for the rest of the evening. After smashing a teacup and giving away 2 rare treasures, almost enough to buy all the teacups in the capital, he was furious. Kai Gugu in Chunhua courtyard had better pray she didn't cause trouble again, or else. Using the excuse of other business, he left, leaving Xin An with the old madam. Seeing that the old madam had not eaten dinner, Xin An could not mention her own meal outside. She said she was hungry and dined with her. Seeing the old madam eat only half, she sighed inwardly, imagining her still troubled. Seeing the old madam's half-empty bowl, Xin An said, "Grandmother, you should relax. You are the anchor of the Marquis. As long as you are here, the Marquis will not descend into chaos. I brought a box of sea cucumbers. Later, I'll send some so Gan Lu can cook them with golden rice for you." The old madam did not refuse, smiling in agreement. After dinner, Xin An stayed a while longer, comforting the old madam. Her happiness meant that Wang Shi would also maintain peace. Once Tang Emo returned, Xin An would advise him, ensuring no further trouble arose. Thinking of Xin An, she couldn't help but sigh. The old master had such keen insight. If he had lived a few more years, the Marquis's mansion wouldn't be in such a chaotic state today. Chapter 259. Tang Gang caught off guard. The old madam sighed, speaking her heartfelt thoughts. Gan Lu stepped forward to support her back to her chamber. Once she was settled, Gan Lu spoke softly. "Second young madam is right. Please do not worry. She can handle all matters in the household. Over the years, I've seen her manage things fairly and thoroughly. Even when Kai Gugu caused trouble, Madam punished her. But she is still the heir's wet nurse, and as a stepmother, Madam cannot be overly harsh. Second young Madam should understand this and not resent her." The old Madam naturally understood, but this incident gave her a renewed appreciation for Xin, and the old master could not have chosen wrongly. After an incident, she had remained calm, logically defending herself, identifying her opponent's weaknesses, showing she was not to be bullied, and knowing when to stop. This was how the heir's wife of the Marquis should act. As for seizing Tang Gang's 100 treasures Rui, the old madam could only think that he deserved it. Over the years, in front of the Xin family, he had always received without giving. This was his turn to bleed a little. Thinking further, it seemed that the second son had, by chance, married such a capable wife. Perhaps the old master could not bear to see how his father had favored the first son all these years and intended this as compensation. "Next spring, I'll accompany you to stay outside for a while. Leave household matters to Madam and the Marquis," Gan Lu suggested. The old madam loved the idea. The two talked as the candlelight flickered. "Second young madam, you don't know, everyone next door was fuming today." Xin An returned to Chiosher courtyard, smiling, and came up to report. This morning, Madam and second young Madam sent lavish gifts in succession. The neighbors didn't say a word, but when the heir awoke and learned the truth, he was furious, even causing his wound to split. At noon, when we were stewing ribs, the neighbors just closed their door, pretending they didn't see or smell anything. Although Chunhua courtyard had closed its doors, the fragrance escaped. The wind blew the scent over there. Heaven itself is on our side. They may as well have thrown a stone at their own foot deserved. The feud between the two courtyards deepened. Chiosher courtyard had the upper hand this time, leaving Chunhua courtyard powerless. Earlier, with 3 pregnant women in the courtyard, they showed off so much. Now, seeing ours, they can only sulk. Let's see how arrogant they dare be in the future. Xin An sipped her hawthorn water quietly, plotting her next move. On a cold winter night, the gatekeepers of the Xiangwu Duke's mansion saw a few men claiming to be from the Weiyuan Marquis carrying a large hemp sack. They said the Marquis had a gift for the Duke. The Duke raised an eyebrow at the half-conscious man in black inside the sack. "What's this supposed to mean? Trying to threaten me?" Jiu, working on his estate, had been slowly recovering and could now eat a full bowl of rice. Though the Duke was pleased with this, it didn't mean the feud with Tang Gang was over. Now he only found Tang Emo somewhat acceptable. Tang Rong, in contrast, always appeared virtuous, but was full of hidden schemes, not a decent person. He immediately filed a complaint. Though he was the victim, he didn't pursue Tang Rong. But Tang Gang dared to send a corpse to threaten him. It was outrageous. The man had been alive when delivered. Though severely injured, the wounds were superficial. Whatever the Duke did, the black-clad man soon died. This made it appear as though Tang Gang had deliberately sent a dead man to the Duke's mansion in retaliation. The next morning at court, the Duke openly confronted Tang Gang, catching him completely off guard. Tang Gang never expected the Duke to cry thief. He argued with the Duke, both turning red-faced. Only when the Emperor lost patience did they stop. Afterwards, in the imperial study, they continued to quarrel until the Emperor threw down the memorials. Finally, they were given 3 days to investigate, with strict punishment promised if unresolved. Tang Rong's previous misfortune had been hidden. But now their quarrel put him in the spotlight. Whether he would think his father's efforts was unknown, but outsiders were left speechless about his plight. How unlucky can one person be? How many times has this happened? Did he offend someone? This is too extreme to be coincidence. Could it be some kind of ill fate? Otherwise, how to explain it? Once or twice might be accidents, but repeated misfortunes suggested something serious. Some even speculated that Tang Rong and Tao Iran's birth charts were incompatible. Otherwise, how could two seemingly smooth couples experience such disaster? I think the Tao girl is just too stubborn. Maybe a broken marriage fate. I heard the old Marquis had chosen a Xin family girl at first sight. After returning from campaigns, the old madam even brought her birth chart to the Astronomical Bureau. It was excellent. Seems so. Look at Tang's second son post-marriage. His life seems to flourish. According to my father, his assignments have gone well. He even recently earned merit. With the year-end approaching, the capital was already lively. Tang Rong's misfortunes became fodder for gossip. Fortunately, under Wang Shi's management, the Marquis remained calm, keeping rumors at the gate. Xin An was unconcerned about Tang Gang investigating. First, the incidents with Zhao Wen and Ma Qi had already passed. Second, the arrangements had originally been made under Tang Mo's name, so any investigation would only implicate Tang Rong. I don't even know what to say, just unlucky, I guess. Lin Yao invited Xin An to view chrysanthemums, hoping to learn more. Xin An did not hide anything, venting all her grievances. And, as luck would have it, my husband hasn't been home these past 2 days. If I had any guilt, I surely would have been wrongly accused. Lin Yao could hardly believe her ears. She never imagined Tang Gang's favoritism could be so extreme. She patted Xin An's arm in comfort. Listen, those excessively favored by their family rarely end well. Look around, be it nobles or commoners, the one always doted on seldom succeeds. Often, the one less favored fares better. Xin An joked, "What do I do? I'm the one my father favors." Lin Yao laughed and tapped her. "Your father favors you, but he isn't unfair to your brother." Feeling sorry for a daughter who marries out is natural. She pretended to calculate with her fingers. "According to my reckoning, you have great fortune." Xin An played along. "Oh, divine lady, it's true. To show my gratitude, I humbly offer a box of sea cucumbers, prime quality. They nourish essence and kidney, and for men, enhance virility. Please accept this humble offering." "Cheeky girl," Lin Yao said, scratching her lightly. "Dare mock me? I'll make Tang's second brother eat a pound of these and see if he can handle it." "Ha ha ha. Spare me, kind sister. Ha ha ha. Divine lady, have mercy." Chapter 260. Tang Rong's Schemes. The two of them laughed and joked for a while, and eventually, the box of sea cucumbers was delivered to Lin Yao. She didn't hold back, saying she had received 2 boxes of blood swallows' nests recently, gifts from the Empress. "I'll have someone send some to you later. I've never tried blood swallows' nests. They're rare and nearly impossible to find in the market. I've really benefited from your generosity, Sister Lin." In social exchanges, reciprocity mattered. Both understood this, which made their interactions even more pleasant. After a while, Xian's previous gloom had been completely lifted, leaving her much lighter at heart. Lin Yao set down her teacup and brought up the news of Prince Jin's family returning to the capital. Have you heard about this? I know, Xian replied. She mentioned that they had a manor previously belonging to Prince Jin's household. Now that he's back, do I have to return it? No need, Lin Yao assured her. The court would make new arrangements, and anything already granted would not be reclaimed. You can rest easy, this is guaranteed. Xian smiled, saying she had received 2 pots of pink chrysanthemums. I'll have someone send one to you. Pink. Normal chrysanthemums fade to a pale purple after blooming, tinged with pink, but pure pink ones were rare. These bloom pure pink, spherical in shape, bowl-sized, incredibly gorgeous. Sister Su gave me the seedlings. The gardener put a lot of effort into cultivating them. Now I really want to see them, Lin Yao said, her interest piqued. She loved chrysanthemums, and Xian's description made her eager to go to the Xian residence. While Xian enjoyed a light mood, Chunhua courtyard was shrouded in gloom. Since Tang Rong had been bedridden for 3 months, the 3 heavily pregnant women had seemingly lost their backbone. By the time he could move freely, the year would already be over, too late for them. Tang Rong was already in a foul mood, and having the 3 cursed women whining in his ears like flies only added to his irritation. Get out! Shuiyu, the first of Tang Rong's followers and also the first to be pregnant, had expected her child to secure her position. She had returned from the manor with high hopes, only to find everything far from expectations. Crying at Tang Rong's injury, she also lamented her own misfortune. In the midst of her wailing, a pillow flew toward her. She stumbled back in shock, meeting Tang Rong's furious gaze before he even spoke. Get out, you cursed thing. Shui, you couldn't believe her ears. She was heavily pregnant. How could he speak to her this way? Seeing her hesitation, Tang Rong's eyes blazed with anger. Kai Gugu. At the door, Kai Gugu hurried in. Is the young master feeling unwell? Throw this wretch out of Chunhua courtyard. She's unbearable. Shuiyu and Yingyu had been appointed by Wang Shi. Before, it hadn't seemed inappropriate, but now, looking at them irritated Tang Rong. He was certain they were Wang Shi's spies. Kai Gugu dragged Shuiyu out, warning, Madam's courtyard won't be ready for 3 more days. Stay inside and don't bother the young master. Gugu. Ever since being chosen by Wang Shi, Shuiyu thought she was in Wang Shi's favor. But Wang Shi never secretly checked on her or Yingyu. Even during her pregnancy, Wang Shi didn't pay special attention, instead sending her to the manor. These months, Kai Gugu had been the one caring for her. Shuiyu thought Kai Gugu was genuine. Gugu, I don't know what I did to upset the young master. Can you explain for me? Kai Gugu's face was full of impatience. Anyone with sense could understand the young master's mood now. Even the second madam didn't approach him. Don't think you're special just because you're carrying a child. Even if you give birth to a son, it won't matter if the young master despises you. Shuiyu temporarily lost value in Kai Gugu's eyes, so she didn't bother explaining further. Stay calm, don't cause trouble. Remember what madam said. Having sent her back, Kai Gugu returned to Tang Rong and kowtowed an apology. In Tang Rong's eyes, she had been inefficient. But with few reliable people left, he had to continue using Kai Gugu. Keep an eye on the neighbors. Report everything, big or small. Have Kai Quan come here. Regardless of whether Tang Mo had anything to do with his recent misfortune, Tang Rong wanted a note in Tang Mo's account. As the heir of the marquisate, Tang Mo was his only rival. Once Tang Mo was out of the way, no one would compete with him. Then, even the matter of inheriting the marquisate would be trivial. Without Tang Mo, Xin was merely a widow. What could a childless widow do? Soon, everything would be under Tang Rong's control, not just trinkets, but Xin's dowry and even the entire Xin family. Kai Gugu dared not delay and went to find her man. Wang Shi quickly learned of the Chunhua courtyard incident. She smiled subtly, sipping tea. As the most kind stepmother, Shuiyu and Yingyu had been carefully chosen by her. Attractive yet ambitious, but naive, worthless for action, but enough to stir unrest in the inner court. As for the Kai family, keep watch. Report anyone entering Chunhua courtyard immediately. Ping Qiu acknowledged and added that the old madam would go to Nandu Temple to offer incense. This time, no one will accompany her. Wang Shi put down her teacup. Everything follows the old madam's wishes. Indeed, with so much misfortune, a prayer was warranted. Xin An returned home at dusk. Lin Yao, impatient, had already taken the pink chrysanthemum home. Upon entering, Xin An encountered Tang Gang, who had returned earlier. Father's back. You. Tang Gang's expression was sour. Out again. Yes. Sister Lin invited me for tea. I went out to sit a bit and relax. Xin An's bright mood made her smile at him. Father is busy every day. You should rest more. Tang Gang felt a pang in his chest. How could he rest when the investigation wasn't done? Was she mocking him? After dinner, have Tang Mo come to the study. Xin An raised an eyebrow. Father, don't you realize my husband hasn't been home these past 2 days? Tang Gang was momentarily stunned. He had been out early and returned late, with no time to check on Tang Mo. He hasn't returned? Where did he go? I don't know. Xin An's tone was fearless. She now dared to challenge Tang Gang, unable to suppress it. Commander Liao only sent a message. He'll be out of the capital for a few days. I wanted to ask Father, since you are out daily and know many people, could you know where he's gone? Your daughter-in-law is truly worried. Tang Gang, faced with his fearless daughter-in-law, avoided the topic. It's official business. Don't inquire. Once done, he'll return. He turned and left. Zhang, watching from afar, shook his head. The second young madam, meeting the marquis eyes, seemed ready to spar. She actually wanted to compete with him? Chapter 261, Debts of the Past, Repaid in This Life. The investigation into Tang Rong being attacked had dragged on for 2 days without much result. The Xianguogong residents had some leads, and it looked like the truth was about to be uncovered, but halfway through, the trail went cold. Moreover, since the previous day, both the Marquis residence and Xianguogong's household had suffered repeated assaults. That day, even Chief Steward Zhang met with an accident. He was tied up in a sack and beaten severely. Xianguogong's wife, going to the temple to offer incense, was ambushed in her carriage. If it weren't for her guard skills, the assailants could have dragged her out. By this point, Tang Gang had no choice but to meet with Xianguogong in person. One swore that it wasn't anyone from his side, the other insisted he already had clues pointing to Tang Gang. Fortunately, both were reasonably sensible, and after restraining their anger, they began to exchange opinions. The conclusion: the bandits were acting in deliberate revenge. I delivered him alive. He only had some superficial injuries. How did he die in your hands, Gong? You should bear the greatest responsibility. Xianguogong's face was dark. Indeed, he had ordered the man killed, hoping to strike at Tang Gang. Now he felt some regret. Yet regret aside, his words were harder than stone. He insisted the incident had nothing to do with his household, and even said, Marquis, it's not that I speak gossip like a woman, but your daughter-in-law was wronged and sent my son half dead. Who's to say some other naive fool wouldn't be just as obsessed, buying assassins to punish your son? One unhappy person hiring killers to teach him a lesson isn't implausible. I swear on the honor of Xianguogong's house, this matter has nothing to do with my family. If you want to find the real culprit, start with your daughter-in-law. Tang Gang's face visibly darkened. Xianguogong's words felt like a slap in the face, leaving him speechless. He could only leave in anger. With no way to catch the mastermind, the families were on edge. Even Xin An didn't go out, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. She called in Dr. Zhao to take care of her hair and skin, passing the days in ease. The old madam, fortunately, had gone to Nandu Temple and successfully obtained a talisman for Tang Rong's safety, hoping for his smooth recovery. Returning to Chunhua courtyard, the oppressive atmosphere hit her immediately. Tang Rong had lost more weight and lay on the bed with a lifeless expression, bringing tears to her eyes. Good child, don't be sad. This year's fortune is unlucky, but once the new year comes, everything will improve. Tang Rong forced a grim smile, deepening the old madam's heartache. She comforted him, The master at Nandu Temple said your luck this year is poor, but next year will surely turn for the better. The abbot told her, debts from past lives are repaid in this life. Everything happening now is repayment. This frightened the old madam. She asked when the debts would be cleared. The abbot replied, if not in this life, then in the next. It depends on whether the suffering person is willing to let go. He spoke in obscure terms. Only after additional incense donations did he say, one must be virtuous, make choices wisely, and act kindly to others to repay karmic debts sooner. In short, Tang Rong's current misfortunes were the result of actions from past lives. Heaven's cycle demands that in this life, he do good deeds and refrain from evil to reach completion. Otherwise, the debt carries into the next life. The old madam thought about it. If true, this would mean Tang Rong could suffer misfortune for life. She believed it but couldn't say it in front of him. Telling her grandson, your suffering is due to sins of a past life, would be absurd. Grandmother has gone to so much trouble for me, yet I am unfilial, Tang Rong said. As long as you're safe, that's enough. Good child, listen to grandmother and don't be despondent. Think, you will soon be the father of 3 children. That is a great blessing. Once this year passes, next year will surely be smooth. Hearing about 3 children, Tang Rong felt uneasy, especially regarding the one Shuiyu was carrying. Before she returned, his life had been smooth, everything going well. Now, after just a few days back, he faced such calamity. Clearly, these children weren't meant to bring him luck. He turned and called Kai Gugu in. Kneel. Kai Gugu knelt respectfully. Tang Rong then spoke to the old madam. Grandmother, I know about Kai Gugu's actions. I feel I have wronged my second brother. I didn't expect her to be so reckless and foolish. Though not full brothers, we are still close. Regarding marriage matters, I have wronged my second brother, and I could never commit another wrong against him. The women in the courtyard are ignorant. Minor mishaps were blown out of proportion. That my second brother's wife suffered grievances, I am deeply guilty. Originally, I wanted to hand Kai Gugu over to my second brother's wife for punishment. Yet I considered she is someone my mother left behind, and over the years, she has served diligently. In my heart, I could not punish her. Instead, I have kept her under strict supervision to observe the outcome. This is the mercy of your grandson. Once I recover, I will personally apologize to my second brother's wife. The old madam felt a sense of relief. Even with evident flaws, and despite her suspicions, she was unwilling to admit her grandson had a dual face. She could only attribute all mistakes to Kai Gugu. If the master erred, it was due to imperfect service and lack of guidance. This woman's courage is too great. To falsely accuse and bite at the master, she should have been sold off or expelled. Your mercy gives her a chance. May she remember your grace and serve better in the future. Kai Gugu kowtowed. Thank you, young master, for your benevolence. Thank you, old madam, for your magnanimity. I was blinded by my foolishness, all because I cared too much for the 3 unborn young masters. I will kneel before the second young madam and accept her judgment. I have no complaints, and I hope neither the second young master nor the second young madam blame you, young master. All of this was done behind the young master and madam's backs, unrelated to you. The young master knew nothing. Tang Rong struggled to rise, but the old madam told him not to. He said, though this matter is unrelated to me, Kai Gugu is my courtyard's person. I must take responsibility. Then he looked at Kai Gugu. Do not try to defend me. Even if my mother did not order punishment, I cannot treat wrongdoing lightly. Wrong is wrong. Enough, enough, the old madam said, urging him to lie down. You are still injured, no more talking. Tang Rong lay down slowly, a thin sweat covering his forehead, his face pale, which worried the old madam. Xin An was equally disgusted. Days had passed, and now Kai Gugu knelt before her, pleading for forgiveness in a manner almost coercive, forcing her not to begrudge her. Just as Xin An pondered whether to faint on the spot to shake the old woman, a commotion came from outside. Soon, Nan Feng ran in. Second madam, the second young master has returned. Chapter 262, Liaoji recommends Tang Mo. Tang Mo had returned, carried all the way through the marquee main gate. Just from the effort it took to bring him back, it was clear his injuries were severe. The second young master was hurt. Lu Chang has already gone to fetch Dr. Xin, Nanfeng said. Before Xin An could respond, several dusty, exhausted men carried Tang Mo into the house. Xin An immediately stepped aside, letting them pass. Tang Mo, gritting his teeth in pain, said, "I'm dirty. Take me to the adjacent bedroom." He really was covered in blood and dirt, with dried grass tangled in his hair, an utterly disheveled sight. Xin An felt a pang in her nose. At a time like this, you still care about that? No, the next room, Tang Mo insisted. Xin An had no choice. They carried him to the nearby bedroom. The men delivering him were under Liao Ji. After a brief explanation and declining Xin An's offer of a meal, they left. Wang Shi came in after hearing the news. Tang Mo's eyelids were already swollen. "How is my son? Where is the residence doctor?" Quickly. Seeing him on the bed clutching a cloth, she broke down in tears. "My heavens, how did he get hurt like this?" Tang Mo muttered something inaudible to Xin and Wang Shi froze for a moment and then cried harder, telling the bystanders, "Go prepare water and fresh clothes. Everyone else, step outside, don't crowd here." Wang Gugu led the others away. Once alone, Wang Shi examined Tang Mo quietly, whispering, "Is what you said really true?" Xin An leaned in as well, scrutinizing him, and asked with near certainty, "Are you faking it?" Tang Mo grinned. "Not entirely. He was indeed injured, but not as severely as it appeared. It's a long story. When Dr. Xin arrives, you can tell him to treat it as serious, but not life-threatening." There was no time for questions. Fortunately, Xin An and Tang Mo had an understanding. When Xin Bai arrived, Xin An explained the situation. Xin Bai reassured her, then quickly began treating Tang Mo. Xin An initially thought the injuries were minor. But when the damaged clothing was cut away, a 2-inch gash appeared, skin and flesh curling, dried blood sticking to the fabric, enough to make one tense up. Hot water was brought in repeatedly to clean the wound. The old madam, arriving on the scene, nearly fainted. Wang Shi, with red, swollen eyes, came out, reassuring her, "The doctor is treating him. The wound is deep, skin and flesh curling, I can barely breathe seeing it." Even knowing the wound wasn't fatal, she worried intensely. After all, this was her own son. He must be in terrible pain. The old madam felt unsteady. "I'll go see him." "Mother, don't." Wang Shi stopped her. "Let the doctor focus." Dr. Xin said the wound is serious-looking, but not life-threatening. "Thank the ancestors for this." The old madam seemed older by the minute, sensing a heavy shadow over the marquee residence. Half an hour later, Dr. Xin finished bandaging Tang Mo. Xin and personally cleaned and dressed him in fresh clothes. His hair would be washed later, after he had recovered enough. The entire process was done while Tang Mo remained asleep, utterly exhausted. "Old madam, the second young master has 3 wounds. The one on his arm is more serious, another is a cracked palm, likely from a fight. Fortunately, none are life-threatening. A few days of rest will suffice. I'll prepare some decoctions." "The second young master also has some wind cold," said the doctor. Wang Shi breathed a deep sigh of relief. "Thank you, Dr. Xin." "My duty," he replied. Xin Bai went to prepare medicines. Wang Shi and the old madam checked on Tang Mo, assuming he was weak from blood loss. Xin An persuaded them gently, then helped the old madam back to her room. Wang Shi, wiping her tears, returned to handle matters in the front yard, entrusting Xin An with Tang Mo's care. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, a dusty Liao Ji was reporting to the emperor on his recent mission outside the city. Decades ago, some 200 li from the capital, there had been a Flying Hawk manor involved in clandestine and imperial-related dealings. During a rebellion, soldiers surrounded the manor, and many died that night. By dawn, 2 key figures had disappeared. Now, recent intelligence indicated those who had escaped the manor had returned, spreading tales of the royal family's ruthlessness. Liao Ji had been secretly ordered to eliminate the remnants. All 19 behind-the-scenes conspirators have been executed. We recovered their credentials. Please review, Your Majesty. The Emperor inspected and nodded with satisfaction. I've always trusted your work. I heard you took Tang Mo along? Kneeling, Liaoji clasped his fists. Your Majesty, I received the secret order the same day Tang Mo captured a group of human traffickers on Linquan Street. Seeing his diligence and skill, I brought him along. He is disciplined. Before leaving, he asked once about the mission, then trusted me. Though initially frightened and inexperienced with blood, he quickly steadied himself. He helped significantly. The Emperor placed the credentials down. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor raised his eyes. What do you think of Tang Mo? Liaoji considered carefully. Among noble-born youths, few can stay calm under pressure. The Emperor smiled. Are you saying this because he lent you 10,000 taels? Liaoji bowed. I owe him silver, but I would never risk my life or career for money. He is the old Marquis grandson. Many in court remember the old Marquis valor. Using him now may prove useful in the future. The Emperor pondered. Tang Gang was principled to a fault. The old Marquis had prevented him from joining the military, and Tang Gang had abstained completely. Many current generals had been trained by the old Marquis, but Tang Gang was unsuitable for such roles. Liaoji added, Your Majesty, I have good news to share. Upon returning, I learned the young madam is 1 month pregnant. Oh. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. Yes. Good. A child meant a soft spot in Tang Mo's otherwise untouchable position, giving the Emperor leverage. When you return, bring nourishing herbs and summon palace physicians for a careful examination. It's the first pregnancy, take care. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor smiled slightly. Since you wish to employ Tang Mo, do so. The old Marquis military achievements were remarkable, and no heirs followed. Truly a pity. Where is Tang Mo now? Liaoji reported he was injured. The Emperor said, he still needs experience. Once healed, bring him to me. Chapter 263, Tang Mo's Promotion. Tang Gang was called back by manager Zhang. The second young master of the residence had been gravely injured. It was only proper that his father be informed. How is he? Is his life in danger? Manager Zhang stepped forward. Not life-threatening. Dr. Qin treated the wounds. The second young master also has some wind cold and is still unconscious due to blood loss. Hearing this, Tang Gang slowed his pace. He also asked about Tang Rong's condition, and Zhang manager reported in detail. The second master and second madam have arrived upon hearing the news, and your maternal uncle's family is here as well. They're all in Qiushi courtyard. The implication was clear. Relatives and others rushed over to check on Tang Mo, highlighting that the father should hurry too. Tang Gang furrowed his brows slightly, showing mild dissatisfaction. So many visitors. Tang Rong had been in trouble multiple times before without seeing anyone come to visit. Now Tang Mo was injured, and everyone appeared. Zhang manager, as if still unsatisfied, added, the Marquis of Qing and Marquis of Cheng sent representatives with medicinal supplies. Some members of the Northern Bureau also brought remedies and came to pay their respects. Tang Mo's popularity exceeded Tang Rong's by far. Tang Gang said nothing, merely quickening his pace toward Qiushi courtyard. The crowd of visitors and gifts filled the large courtyard. Everyone gathered to discuss Tang Mo's injuries. Wang Mian and Tang Yong lamented, while Wang Madam and Yushi, eyes red, prayed for ancestral blessings. Xin wiped her tears as well, showing indifference now would have seemed cold. The old madam, seeing that Tang Mo was not in mortal danger, relaxed. The number of visitors only made her happier for her grandson. Tang Rong's injuries had been caused by a beating, an ignoble affair. Neither the old madam nor Tang Gang wanted anyone to know, let alone visit. But Tang Mo's wounds were earned in the line of duty. Bravery made the injury honorable, and the multitude of visitors was a source of pride. When Tang Mo was brought back, Kaigugu, who had been making Xin An uncomfortable, saw him in his disheveled state. Amid the crowd, she returned to Chunhua courtyard to report what she had seen to Tang Rong, dramatically emphasizing Tang Mo's near-fatal condition. Tang Rong was secretly delighted. regretting that he hadn't seen him outright killed. The Northern Bureau's tasks were never satisfying to him. They were dirty work, often interacting with lowly people and dangerous. Especially under Liao Ji, things were even more unsuitable. Yet Tang Mo took pride in these tasks, enduring hardship willingly. He's only suited for dirty, exhausting work, Tang Rong thought. He also realized that when he got injured, hardly anyone visited him. Even if they did, it was to gather information. Now, the Tao family didn't come at all, showing how fickle the world could be. Marquis, someone from the palace is here. Tang Gang had just reached Xiaoshi courtyard and greeted Wang Mian and Tang Yong. Before he could go see Tang Mo, a hurried messenger arrived. He thought the emperor had sent someone to inquire about the Black Cloud assailants. The doorman clarified, it's an imperial envoy, bringing many gifts. Everyone's spirits lifted. Wang Shi quickly organized the group to receive the imperial edict formally. Tang Gang dared not delay. By the time the group arrived, Zhao Gonggong, eunuch Zhao, stood at the main hall of the Marquis residence. Zhao Gonggong, Marquis. Zhao held the edict, followed by 7 or 8 men each carrying items. Tang Gang was curious. Marquis, is the second young master present? Tang Gang replied, the young master is injured and unconscious from blood loss. Very well. Marquis received the edict. Everyone knelt as Zhao Gonggong began reading the imperial decree. It praised Tang Mo's diligence and bravery in apprehending human traffickers and following Liao Ji on a dangerous mission. It noted that he inherited the spirit of the late Marquis and promoted him to deputy commander of the Northern Bureau. Liao Ji had 12 deputy commanders, each overseeing different regions. 2 had been promoted last month and Tang Mo now filled a vacancy. Another position went to Zhuang Shi. Marquis, accept the edict and give thanks. Tang Gang's mind buzzed. Tang Yong and Wang Mian looked pleased. After receiving the edict, Wang Shi invited Zhao Gonggong for tea, but he politely declined. The emperor wishes to meet the second young master personally. Madam, please guide me. Those carrying the gifts naturally followed. Tang Gang, as a father, had no choice but to accompany them. In Xiaoshi courtyard, Zhao Gonggong entered smiling. Xin An greeted him and received the gifts, then followed him to Tang Mo's bedside. Is the second young master's injury serious? Xin An explained as before. His wounds were under control, and he could resume duty in a month. Zhao nodded. The emperor intends for the second young master to recover fully, then return to duty at the Northern Bureau. The end of the year will be demanding. Xin An replied, please convey to your majesty that my husband's injuries have been properly treated. The doctor says rest for 7 to 8 days is enough. As he must perform duties for the public, we anticipated such risks. I'm grateful for his majesty's concern. Zhao Gonggong looked closely at Tang Mo. The second young master is blessed. With the late Marquis spirit watching over him, misfortune will turn to fortune. Thank you for your kind words. Zhao spoke briefly more with Xin An, confirming she knew nothing of Tang Mo's affairs, then departed with a smile. Please wait, Gonggong. Chunyang brought a box of Huai River local items. Xin An said they were small gifts for novelty and urged him to keep them. The second young madam is too polite. I will accept them, he said. Tang Gang personally escorted him out, asking details along the way. Learning that Liao Ji had recommended Tang Mo, his feelings were mixed. Liao Ji was usually strict and impersonal, yet here Tang Mo had gained such favor. At the gate, Zhao Gonggong paused. The emperor said the late Marquis military achievements are unmatched, and with no heirs, it is regrettable. If Commander Liao wishes to promote the second young master, the emperor approves. He also instructed Commander Liao to bring the second young master to court once healed, for an audience with his majesty. Tang Gang was slightly stunned, but respectfully acknowledged the message. Zhang manager had prepared tea and silver. Zhao Gonggong accepted them and left. On the carriage, he opened the box Xin An had sent. Inside were silver ingots, Huai River tea, and 2 exquisite small items. Zhao examined them before closing the lid, tossing Zhang manager's money pouch to the attendants for distribution. Chapter 264. You said you like this kind of thing. The deputy commander sounds impressive, but there are 12 of them at the same rank. Normally, such matters wouldn't even catch the emperor's eye, let alone have him personally send a eunuch to read the imperial edict. The deeper meaning behind this was easy to guess with a little thought. As soon as eunuch Zhao left, Xiushi courtyard was filled with joy. The previous somber atmosphere completely disappeared, and even the air seemed more cheerful. Madame Wang and Madame Yu held Madame Wang's hand, praising her for having such a good son and looking forward to enjoying a life of luxury. Wang Mian even made an appointment with Tang Yong to go out for a banquet that evening, saying he wanted to celebrate Tang Mo's good fortune first. The servants in the courtyard were busier than ever. Their second young master had been injured, but not seriously, and now he had been promoted. The emperor himself had sent an edict and bestowed so many rewards. What an honor. Quickly boil some more water so the second young master can drink it when he wakes up. Stew bird's nest for the second young master. No, take out the soaked sea cucumber and stew it with golden rice. Everyone in the courtyard smiled as they rushed to work, laughter ringing out continuously. It was rare to see them so happy, so Xin An didn't restrain them. She even promised that if their second young master woke up and wasn't seriously injured, she would give them lucky money. Madame Wang, supporting the old lady, arrived with a beaming smile. The Marquis's mansion hadn't seen such a joyous occasion in a long time. They greeted the Wang and Tang families warmly, even telling Tang Yong that they were all family and he should come back to visit often, showing great kindness and friendliness. Next door, Tang Rong almost ground his teeth to powder upon hearing the news. Both were injured, but he was lying there ignored, and the culprit still hadn't been caught. He didn't even need to ask around to know that everyone outside was laughing at him. Meanwhile, Tang Mo had been promoted and showered with honors. How could he be so lucky? After much thought, it all came down to Xin An. With her help, if she hadn't won over Madame Liao and generously lent her money, how could Liaoji have taken a liking to Tang Mo? What did Tang Mo have? How could he compare to Tang Rong? Xin An and Tang Rong's eyes were terrifying at this moment. They repeatedly chanted Xin An's name in their hearts, further solidifying their determination to eliminate Tang Mo. Tang Mo didn't know how long he had slept. When he woke the next morning, he was hungry. Lai Lai, on night watch, was the first to notice and rushed to Xin and young madam, the second young master is awake. Xin quickly went to Tang Mo, who was still half asleep. Who are you? Lai Lai, thinking he was still drowsy, said, Second young master, are you awake? And who are you? Lai Lai almost cried. Young madam, what's wrong with the second young master? Xin breathed a sigh of relief and rolled her eyes. She sat on the edge of the bed and cleared her throat. I'm the pawn shop owner's wife. You borrowed 100,000 taels and couldn't repay it on time, so you've already pawned yourself to me. Have you forgotten? Tang Mo almost lost his composure. It really was his vicious wife. She just asked for 100,000 taels. Xin raised an eyebrow. Tell me, do you want to be my slave for life, or do you want to go to a black coal mine? Lai Lai blinked and quickly understood. She quietly slipped out. Her young master was no match for the young madam. Tang Mo forced an awkward smile and reached out to hook Xin An's fingers. How about warming the bed? Worth 100,000 taels? Xin An lifted her chin. Do you know that 100,000 taels can get you the best of the best? I was wrong, Tang Mo admitted quickly. I shouldn't have tried to fake amnesia to scare you, just to joke with you. He hadn't expected to shoot himself in the foot. It hurts. Uncle Qin said the wound is too deep, it will hurt for a few days. You'll just have to bear it. Tang Mo looked pitiful, hooking his fingers to Xin An's little finger, his voice hoarse. They called me out right after we consummated our marriage, without even giving me a heads up. You have no idea how I've been these past few days. I was just thinking of coming back to show off my prowess, and look what happened. Why does it hurt so much? It didn't hurt this much when I was first cut. It hurts so much. Xin An scoffed. It's just that the injury wasn't severe enough. You woke up with a whole bunch of tricks up your sleeve. The words had barely left her lips when Tang Mo felt a wave of dizziness. I'm so hungry. Hungry. Xian got up to leave, but Tang Mo grabbed her arm, pulling hard and making her wince in pain. Are you just going to watch your dear husband starve to death? You're more pleasing to the eye when you're being cheeky. Tang Mo's eyes widened in anger. You fierce woman, I want to eat. I'll beat you to death. You said you like this kind of thing? The two bickered for a while, and Tang Mo just kept grinning foolishly. When Chun Lu brought in the bird's nest porridge, she pursed her lips and suppressed her laughter. Feed me, Tang Mo said helplessly. Eat it yourself. Do you think I get hurt all the time? It's not like I get injured all the time. Can you please take care of me a little? Please. Xian said helplessly, feeding him spoonful by spoonful. Tang Mo's eyes sparkled as he ate, looking like he was enjoying some heavenly delicacy. When Wang Shi arrived, she saw the scene and couldn't have been happier. Look how good her son and daughter-in-law's relationship was. After dinner, Tang Mo regained his energy and, when questioned by Wang Shi, explained that he had gone with her to suppress bandits. He said the bandits were ruthless and injuries were normal. Didn't you prepare beforehand for suppressing bandits? Speed is of the essence, and besides, everyone else who went with me was experienced and took good care of me. He knew Liaoji intended to promote him, otherwise, why would he take him on such a mission? Wang Shi asked again, then why did you pretend to be so serious? She felt like he was deceiving the emperor and was very flustered when eunuch Zhao arrived. Tang Mo said it was also Liaoji's arrangement. He hadn't asked why and wasn't foolish, he just did as he was told. Given their relationship, would Liaoji harm him? Wang Shi sighed. Commander Liao has really been good to you. Did you know you got promoted? Tang Mo really didn't know. He had been away for several days and missed his wife terribly. He had only wanted to tease Xian and after waking up and hadn't even mentioned anything serious. Wang Shi explained the situation in a few words. Take good care of yourself and get well soon. Go back to work. I'm so happy you've made something of yourself and I feel much more confident now. Before Tang Mo could even feel happy, the old lady entered with a smile. Are you feeling better? Xian and Wang made way for him, and Tang Mo pitifully took the old lady's hand. Grandmother, I was in so much pain I almost died. Amitba, you scared your grandmother to death too. Seeing that Tang Mo's complexion was not good, but his spirits were high, the old lady was relieved. She asked him carefully what else was bothering him besides the wound and asked Xian and what time Dr. Qin came every day. She told her that if she needed anything, she should just ask, and as long as it was in the manner, she would not refuse. Even if it wasn't there, she would go out and find it. Although it's a promotion, it was earned with your life. You must be extra careful next time. Merit is one thing, but your life is the most important. Your grandfather always said there is hope as long as you are alive. When you feel better, go to your grandfather's armory and pick out a couple of handy weapons. I remember there are also a few hidden weapons, but I don't know much about them. Go and see for yourself and carry them with you for self-defense. The old lady always treasured the old man's things. Even Tang Rong didn't have such an honor. At this moment, Wang Shi thought the old lady was quite good. Tang Mo flattered her, and the old lady smiled broadly, sweeping away the gloom of the past 2 days, making even breathing feel exceptionally smooth. After seeing the old lady off, Wang Shi turned back, her eyes somewhat complicated. You're getting better, and your mother is also benefiting from it. Your grandmother is treating you differently now. Chapter 265, Waiting for you to avenge me. Wang Shi had mixed feelings about the old lady. Sometimes she felt she was a loving grandmother who genuinely cared for Tang Mo. Other times, she seemed just as despicable as Tang Gang, making her utterly unlikable. Tang Mo was still preoccupied with his promotion, and his complexion looked better than before. He casually remarked, grandmother as well. Wang Shi smiled, and Xian handed her tea. Mother, do you think grandmother's words just now were all because of her husband's promotion? Wang Shi nodded, and Xian instantly understood why her smile had been so forced. Mother, have you heard the story about a woman with 2 sons, one sold umbrellas, the other cloth? When it rained, she worried the younger son wouldn't sell his cloth. When it was sunny, she worried the older son wouldn't sell his umbrellas. She worried all day until she became seriously ill, and in the end, both her sons resented her. Wang Shi put down her teacup, understanding Xin An's meaning. Was your grandmother like that too? Anyway, that's how I see it. The old lady said she wanted to enjoy life and have a peaceful time, but in reality, she had never truly given up. Grandmother hopes everyone in the household will be well, but things in life rarely go as planned. She's happy when things are good, but even more worried when things go badly. Wang Shi thought about it and realized there was some truth to that. She also thought the old lady was actually quite good. Some grandmothers don't even like their good-for-nothing grandsons and won't say a word. She should be content. Pinchio came to report that someone had arrived with gifts for Tang Mo. Wang Shi got up to greet them, while Xin An sat back on the edge of the bed. Want to sleep a little longer? No, I'm not sleeping anymore. Tang Mo took Xin An's hand. I've been promoted just like that. How can I not believe it? So easily? How is it easy? Xin An said, you've been working day and night these past few months. You've changed so much, you should at least have left a good impression on Liaoji. Besides, there's my relationship with Sister Su. The 10,000 taels of silver certainly helped. And now that I'm doing business with Sister Su, our relationship is solid. How could her words not have an effect? Tang Mo grinned foolishly, holding Xin An's hand tightly. It's amazing. From now on, I'll be a deputy commander with people under my command. Just thinking about it makes me feel so powerful. No wonder everyone wants to marry a good wife. I'm really lucky in this life. Do you think it's because my grandfather in heaven couldn't accept the ending of the Marquis' mansion in my previous life, so he specially sent you and me back? Xin suppressed a laugh. It's all possible. I think so, he said, pleased with himself for a while before asking Xin and if anything had happened while he was away. Did the neighbors make a move? He worried they would take advantage of his absence from the capital and leave Xin and to deal with things alone. Even though he knew she could handle it, he was still concerned. They've made their move. Xin and recounted the events of the past 2 days, including Tang Gang throwing a teacup at her. It was probably hasty and full of loopholes, but I can handle them. There's nothing to worry about. Tang Mo's expression grew grim. It's only because you're in your current state that you've seen the storms and know their tricks. If it were the old you, wouldn't you have suffered a great loss? The moment he entered, he saw the other party adopting a 3-court interrogation stance. Someone inexperienced would probably have been terrified on the spot. In cases of false accusation, you have to seize the initiative, overwhelm them with your presence, prevent them from figuring out the intricacies, and let them follow your lead. Once the case is settled, how hard is it to overturn? They certainly know how to choose their timing. He wasn't surprised by his father's attitude. Although grandmother occasionally shows favoritism, she's generally fair. I'm truly afraid. What good is your ability if mother can't withstand it? The word filial piety is enough to keep you in check. Besides, there are only a few of you in this mansion. How many people can the old man secretly call to deal with you behind closed doors? Xin spoke casually, but Tang Mo was genuinely frightened. She had to comfort him. He quietly held her hand. Don't confront him directly in the future. He's narrow-minded. Who knows what he might do? Tang Mo was very frustrated. I really just want to move out and avoid all this trouble. Why didn't you leave? He had promised to leave, to put his old father on the hot seat of his anger. Because my mother persuaded me, Xin said, admitting he hadn't thought things through. My mother is good to me, I can't ignore her. Leaving without a second thought would have serious consequences. Grandmother wouldn't agree either. I went out to check on the opening of the general store the next day and came back late. Grandmother even sent someone to the Xin residence to look for me. If I had really moved out, wouldn't grandmother have personally come to invite me back? What kind of rumors would people spread about me if that happened? If we leave, will we leave mother alone in the mansion facing so many people? We misunderstood before. If anyone should leave, it should be the neighbor. Why should I leave? I'm still waiting for you to come back and avenge me. I don't intend to just let it go. Tang Mo felt aggrieved. Filial piety was paramount. He couldn't do anything directly to the old man, but he could still act against Tang Rome. Let me think about it. I will definitely get revenge for you. At this moment, Xin Bai arrived. The two stopped talking. After examining the wound for a while, he said to observe it for another 3 days. If the wound didn't fester or swell, it would be fine. He still needs to take his medicine. Don't lie in bed all the time. He's young. Injuring his arm shouldn't make him bedridden. Xin An suppressed a smile. It's rare for him to have a chance to lie down. Let him rest a couple of days. Xin Bai snorted twice, wrote a new prescription, explained everything, and hurriedly left. The medicinal cuisine restaurant had new dishes today, and he wanted to try them. Xin An sat back down on the edge of the bed. Was he really going to suppress bandits? Tang Mo didn't know how to answer. It was a bandit suppression mission, but there's definitely something going on inside. Liaoji didn't tell me. Then don't ask. Being too curious isn't a good thing. It'll be easier for you to fake being seriously injured and come back to claim credit from him. No matter his purpose, this will be owing him a favor. I'll prepare some nice things and we'll go thank him together. I'll do whatever you say. Tang Mo felt particularly at ease seeing Xin An upon his return. I left in such a hurry that day I didn't even have time to come back and tell you. Sister Su sent someone to tell me, Xin An replied. If you want to accomplish great things, you can't just stay at home all the time. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want a good future, you always have to make choices. I'm prepared. How realistic, he said. Tang Mo felt a lump in his throat. They had just consummated their marriage and their relationship was at its best. He didn't want to go anywhere. He just wanted to stay in the courtyard with her every day. This woman didn't seem to care about him at all. You didn't miss me at all. Xin An laughed. So what? Crying and begging you not to leave. I'll put on a show for you right now. She pinched a handkerchief to cover her eyes and, in a high-pitched voice, said, My husband, you're so pitiful, Wah. My husband, you scared me to death. How can I live without you? Wah. Tomorrow I'll tell Mother that the job in the Northern Army is too dangerous. How can my husband go to such a place? I have plenty of money. From now on, we'll stay home and not go anywhere else, he. Chapter 266, The Couple's Double Act. The whimpering, chirping sounds were terrifying, like a mouse forcibly crawling into his brain. Tang Mo was dumbfounded. For a moment, he seemed to see Tao Iran from his past life, and a chill ran down his spine. Please, just be yourself, okay? I'm still used to your fierce look. I'm getting goosebumps, Xin An teased. I don't want to. You must be disgusted with me, Wah. Xin An sobbed and laughed at the same time, making Tang Mo sit up in a panic. Please, Xin, my dear lady, are you trying to kill me? Unable to hold it in any longer, Xin An shook the handkerchief in her hand and laughed so hard she bent over. Helpless, Tang Mo laughed along with her, and the room was filled with warmth and cheer. Those in the courtyard, hearing the laughter from inside, exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Lai Lai and Chun Yang stood together, Lai Lai smiling as he held the little dumpling. I told you the second young master is perfectly healthy, just shy and embarrassed. But you all kept talking nonsense. Look how well he and the young madam get along now. Chun Yang glanced at him. You've been talking nonsense the whole time. We didn't say anything. Chun Lu, who had come over, nodded. It was you who was talking nonsense. Don't try to frame us. Lai Lai was about to retort when Chun Lu called Nan Feng over. Nan Feng also said that Lai Lai had spoken. Faced with 3 witnesses, Lai Lai was on the verge of tears. You all ganged up on me. The 3 girls turned away triumphantly, leaving Lai Lai bewildered in the wind. He couldn't explain himself. The weather was nice today. After several days of gloom, the sun shone and the sky was blue. The only problem was that the wind was stronger than the previous 2 days. Tang Gang, his previous gloom gone, wore a constant smile. Tang Mo's promotion was clearly due to Liaoji's favor, and many felt that Tang Mo's opportunity had arrived, predicting future glory. Naturally, people linked Liaoji and Tang Gang together. Those unaware of the situation thought Tang Gang was incredibly capable, able to win over even the aloof Liaoji, and flattered him endlessly. Tang Gang seemed to have returned to the days of Tang Rong's brilliance a couple of years ago, feeling triumphant. Therefore, upon returning home, He inquired about Tang Mo's situation and personally visited him at Qiushi courtyard. Of course, he couldn't get any pleasantries. His main concern was what task Tang Mo had undertaken with Liaoji to earn such a reward. Tang Mo's answer was standard. He was going to suppress bandits, but he didn't know what kind of bandits they were. They all obey Commander Liao's orders. Whatever he says goes. Tang Gang didn't doubt that Tang Mo would lie to him. Liaoji obeyed the emperor, so naturally, he was handling the emperor's affairs. Some of his duties couldn't be known to outsiders. It's good fortune that you've gained Liaoji's favor. You still need to be careful in your duties. Always put the Marquis's mansion first and think things through carefully. You should know that the Marquis's mansion is your greatest support. As long as you're in the Marquis's mansion, its glory will shine upon you. Tang Mo almost rolled his eyes. He thought his father was offering guidance, but it turned out he was just warning him because he was afraid Tang Mo would become too powerful. What kind of person was he? I will keep your instructions in mind, Tang Mo said. Tang Gang slowly got up. You rest. I'll go see your older brother. Do you know about your older brother's injury? Xin An had only mentioned it briefly, saying he deserved it, but hadn't gone into details because Tang Mo was a little sleepy. Tang Mo subconsciously looked at Xin An, who instinctively shook her head, indicating she hadn't had time to tell him yet, but it was the same to tell him now. My elder brother was beaten by a group of men in black again. This time, they were particularly brutal. His ribs are fractured. It will take 100 days to recover from such a serious injury. Father has been investigating the murderer these past 2 days. Perhaps my brother angered them, but people from the Duke of Xiang's mansion and our own household have been attacked one after another. Even Steward Zhang was injured. Speaking of which, you must be careful. Always bring guards when you go out, and have them follow you at a respectful distance while on duty, just in case those people target you. Tang Mo seemed quite surprised. How could he be so unlucky? Did he encounter a ghost? Xin sighed. Grandmother went to Nanda Temple to pray for blessings and even brought back a peace charm. Hopefully it will work. Tang Mo remarked, they say pregnant women are blessed with good fortune. There are 3 pregnant women in my brother's courtyard. That's like 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. What kind of unlucky person is so powerful? Xin corrected him. It's not my brother who's pregnant. He's the father, so it's the same, Tang Mo said with a grin. The two got more and more excited as they talked. Tang Gang, standing to the side, darkened his face, muttered, take good care of yourself, and turned to leave. The two watched him go. Xin plopped down on the edge of the bed and laughed with Tang Mo, then talked about Tang Rong's disheveled state at the time. His face was covered in blood. He was as disheveled as could be. He won't be able to leave until after the new year. To be honest, Ma Qi and his companion were quite ruthless. They almost beat him to death. I wonder if they'll be found out. Difficult, Xin replied. Tang Mo said that hiring someone to do such a thing would never be done by Ma Qi and his companion, nor by anyone close to them. They would find someone completely unrelated to do it, and those desperate criminals don't care who the employer is. Even if they catch someone, they won't get any information out of them. So, what's the situation now? Steward Zhang had been beaten up. They must be targeting the Marquis's mansion. Tang Mo pondered for a moment. The person who died was probably an important member of that group, which is why they were targeted for revenge. But I'm sure the Duke of Xiangwa silenced him. The old man wouldn't dare. Tang Mo understood Tang Gang and guessed the inside story after only a little thought. As for what happens next, don't worry. If things get out of hand, someone will naturally take action. After all, one is a duke's mansion and the other is a marquis's mansion. It will definitely attract attention. As they were talking, Nan Feng arrived quickly, reporting that a man named Wu San'er had come to see Tang Mo. Lu Chang led him to the back door, and only after she arrived did he deliver his message. A 12-year-old boy from the Duke of Xiangwa's mansion had been kidnapped on his way home from school. The kidnappers demanded the Duke of Xiangwa's mansion exchange the body of the man in black and prepared a ransom of 20,000 taels of silver. They said there were few people on that road. After kidnapping the boy, the kidnappers also beat up a servant from the Duke's mansion and told the servant to deliver a message. Two beggars saw this and told Wu Sanner, Nan Feng added. Tang Mo asked where the boy was. He's still at the side gate. They couldn't get rid of him. It seems they're waiting for the reward. Tang Mo instructed her to take 5 taels of silver. Have him take the silver and search around to see if he can find any trace of that group. Nan Feng turned to do it. Tang Mo frowned, wondering where Ma Chi and the others had found this group of bandits. In broad daylight, they're incredibly audacious. Xin An helped him lie down. Things have calmed down at this point at the Marquis's residence. Now it depends on whether the government can find these people. This also serves as a reminder. We need to be more cautious in the future to avoid hidden dangers. Tang Mo couldn't lie still. He wanted to see Tang Rong make a fool of himself, and he was even happier to see the old man in distress. But now it was his duty, not the time to dwell on personal grudges. He told Xin An to send someone to fetch Zhuang Shi. My injury doesn't affect my mobility, but I can't use a knife. I'll have to get Brother Zhuang to handle it. Chapter 267. Coming to find father for an explanation. Zhuang Shi arrived half an hour later. He, too, had been promoted after returning from his trip, which was naturally a joyous occasion. He had already drunk 2 large bowls of wine. Is your injury any better? The brothers are still waiting to throw you a banquet to celebrate your recovery, he asked. Previously, he had thought Tang Mo was just an ambitious young master from a Marquis family. But this trip had impressed him. On his first mission handling important matters, Tang Mo had not been a hindrance. Despite trembling with fear, he had not backed down and had even been helpful. He was a real man. Tang Mo laughed. Brothers, please wait. It should be almost over in 3 to 5 days. The injury is on the arm, so it won't affect our drinking. After chatting and laughing for a while, Tang Mo told Zhuang Shi the latest news. I've already sent Wu Sanner to investigate. You should also send Lao Gai Sanren to search. Whether it's to rescue someone or gain merit, we need to resolve this matter quickly. Next month, all the merchants need to start selling New Year's goods, so we can't delay. Zhuang Shi was somewhat surprised. As a man on duty, he hadn't heard about this matter. Tang Mo, lying in his mansion, had obtained first-hand information. It seemed that the silver he had spent earlier had played a significant role. Tang Mo was wealthy, a fact known to the brothers of the Northern Army. When they encountered thugs while on duty with him, they would first threaten them, and if that didn't work, they'd beat them up. Then Tang Mo would throw out a piece of silver and have someone report any suspicious people. At the time, the brothers had thought the silver was mostly wasted, but now it seemed the money had not been wasted. I know about this matter, Zhuang Shi said. Tang Mo clearly wanted to give him credit, and Zhuang Shi readily agreed. We brothers are now bound by life and death, so no need for formalities. You take care of yourself, I'll handle matters outside. Once it's done, I'll host a banquet to thank you. He knew men like the Tang brothers were easy to get along with. Nanfeng led Zhuang Shi out the door, and Xin An was about to leave as well, but Tang Mo stopped her. I'm like this. Why are you going out? I have an appointment with Sister Su to discuss something. Tang Mo frowned. What is it? He thought she was going to thank her, but Xin An explained, I'm planning to continue doing business with Sister Su. We discussed the general outline last time and agreed to meet today to go over it further. You should lie down. I'll be back in 2 hours. Seeing that she really wanted to leave, he held her hand tightly. Your man is already in bed. Can't you stay home and keep me company? I'm so pitiful. Sweetie, I'll bring you something delicious when I come back, Xin An said, ruffling his hair. You keep chattering while I'm here. I'll let you sleep better once I leave. Are you disgusted with me? Xin An laughed. I'm not used to second young master Tang being so clingy. So you really do dislike me, he teased. Her mournful expression successfully amused Xin, and I'm leaving. I'll be back soon. There are so many people in the courtyard. Just ask if you need anything. Seeing that she was really gone, Tang Mo felt empty inside. Lai moved closer. Young master, you should go to sleep. Once you've recovered, you can go out with the young madam. What could Tang Mo do? Go boil some water for me to wash my hair later. It stinks, he muttered. He still wanted to go back to his room to sleep that night. How could he get into bed without washing himself first? Young master, you can't be in such a hurry, Lai said. He added that there was no point in sleeping together in this state. If this wound reopens, Dr. Xin won't be happy, and you won't sleep well either. You can sleep here. Go back when your wound is better, and you can use your arm again. Tang Mo glared at him, growing increasingly fussy. Help me up and walk around. At the tea house, Madame Liao had brought Xin An some medicine. You might not know, but getting injured is commonplace for my husband. He's experienced with all effective medicines. Take this, it'll work. Xin An accepted it with a smile. I'll use it on him later. Commander Liao, you weren't injured this time, were you? No, Madame Liao replied. She said apologetically, I already told him off. Taking someone out so rashly, does he think everyone's as thick-skinned as him? He didn't even let anyone go home to tell you, making you worry for days. Taking him out is one thing, but not protecting him properly, and he got such a serious injury. I feel embarrassed seeing you today. I'm so sorry. Oh dear, Sister Sue, please don't say that. Xin An carefully put away the medicine. Anyone with eyes can see that Commander Liao is trying to promote us. You know our situation. Even though we're in the Marquis's mansion, we don't get much support. We have to rely on ourselves. My husband isn't very talented, nor does he have exceptional martial arts skills. It's so hard for him to make a name for himself. Don't be fooled by his injury. He's actually very happy. He even told me that once he's healed, he wants to practice martial arts more and learn from Brother Liao. He's afraid that if something happens in the future, Brother Liao might look down on him. He also told me to prepare a generous gift so he can personally visit and thank him when he's better. Sister Sue and Commander Liao are our benefactors, Madame Liao said. You can't say that, Xin An replied. Seeing that Madame Liao didn't seem to blame her, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Xin An's concern for Tang Mo would strain their relationship. Having such a good friend in the capital was rare. It would be a pity to lose him. It's rare that we've gotten along so well. Naturally, we should help each other when the opportunity arises. I just wanted to say that your brother-in-law's job is somewhat dangerous, so you should be aware. If there are other better opportunities, take them. Just bear in mind he has a bad temper, so please be patient, second brother. The change in address shifted the relationship, and Xin An naturally agreed happily. It was like a godsend for them, a truly wonderful opportunity. Having strengthened the relationship between the two families, they turned to business, chatting congenially. That night, in the stillness, a cold wind swept across the land. Lai, carrying a lantern, tiptoed to Tang Mo's bedroom. Young master. Awake, Tang Mo replied. Having slept too much during the day, he couldn't sleep at night and decided to confront Tang Gang. Young master, why don't you go tomorrow? The Marquis is sleeping soundly. Won't he be angry if you go now? That's exactly what I want. Quick, find me a cloak. He could sleep during the day if he didn't sleep at night. Of course, he'd do whatever it took to displease the old man. It was truly cold outside, almost like snow was coming. The master and servant braved the wind to find Tang Gang. Tang Gang was sleeping soundly in his concubine's room, his dreams filled with the congratulations of court officials. Father! Father! The voices in his dream were so real that Tang Gang turned over, but the calls of father kept echoing. The concubine opened her eyes, listened intently, and then woke Tang Gang. What are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Of course, I'm here to get an explanation from my father. Chapter 268. Tang Gang, betrayed by all. Inside the room, Tang Gang stared intently at Tang Mo, trying to figure out whether Tang Mo dared to challenge him because he had Liao Ji as his backer, or because he had just become a deputy commander and thought himself untouchable. Tang Mo was completely unaffected by his gaze. Without waiting for permission, he picked a comfortable-looking chair and sat down, showing no respect whatsoever. Father, I only went out for a short while, and something like this happened in the manor. Your actions have truly broken my heart. You scoundrel! Is this how you speak to me? Being woken up in the middle of the night was already unpleasant. Being questioned like this by his own son made it even worse. Where did you learn such manners? Father knows, Tang Mo replied calmly. I didn't learn much in my early years, so naturally I didn't learn proper manners either. He had already seen through everything. Respect and filial piety toward his father were meaningless now. Instead, provoking him and watching him fume brought a strange sense of satisfaction. At this moment, he spoke without restraint. My wife is thin-skinned, gentle, and easy to talk to. Because of grandmother and mother's persuasion, she chose to endure such a huge grievance in silence. But I cannot. If I don't stand up for my own wife, what kind of man am I? Tang Gang snorted. A gentlewoman? That Xian woman is sharp-tongued and unforgiving. She has no virtue or kindness. And you call her weak? So what? Tang Mo spread his hands. She was wronged. Should she just kneel there and let you throw teacups at her? Is that what you call filial piety and kindness? Father, you're being naive. How dare you? Tang Gang rushed forward and raised his hand to slap him. But Tang Mo didn't dodge. Instead, he lifted his chin, deliberately positioning himself for the blow. If father wants to teach his son a lesson, go ahead. The harder, the better. His eyes were full of defiance, even leaning forward slightly. Tang Gang's hand trembled in the air, his chest heaving with anger. You wretched child. In the end, he lowered his hand. There was no respect in Tang Mo's eyes, no trace of filial devotion. For the first time, Tang Gang felt a flicker of unease. You came here in the middle of the night just for this? Tang Mo scoffed. Isn't this a big deal? Father should know I've never liked being taken advantage of. Before, I only pretended to endure it to gain your attention. Now I understand, you never liked me at all. So why should I keep pretending? Father, you've been in court for so many years. Don't tell me you really believe my elder brother is innocent, that he knows nothing. Tang Gang said nothing. Tang Mo shifted into a more comfortable position. It's one thing to deceive outsiders. But deceiving yourself? That's foolish. My elder brother never says what he wants directly. He gives hints, lets others act for him, and when he benefits, he acts modest, as if he doesn't care at all. If things go wrong, he distances himself completely. He let out a cold laugh. Father, don't tell me you haven't noticed. You're his sharpest weapon, you always do exactly what he wants. Without your approval, would that old woman have dared to act? Do you really think finding her a little money is enough to resolve this? Tang Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Father, I am your son, your own flesh and blood. If I am wronged, can it really be settled with a few coins? What does that make you as a father? Tang Gang felt as if he would be driven to his grave by this rebellious son sooner or later. He suddenly recalled how Tang Rong had once hinted that he wanted the old lady's treasures and had pushed him to act. His expression turned extremely ugly. Your mother handled this matter. If you have complaints, go to her. I did wrong your wife, but I also lost 2 ornaments, one of them a rare 100 treasures ruby. His tone had noticeably weakened. Tang Mo smiled faintly. My mother is a stepmother. What can she really do? Aren't you afraid people will call her unkind? Father must have heard the rumors from Chunhua courtyard. Honestly, if my elder brother had come to me openly and asked to exchange courtyards, I might have agreed for brotherhood and for mother's sake. But instead, he tried to force mother through manipulation and gossip. That's despicable. He's nothing like grandfather's grandson, just a scheming, treacherous man. Everything he's suffering now is his own doing. He deserves to be scorned. Tang Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long wanted to say all this in front of his father. Watching Tang Gang's face darken only made it better. Didn't father say that when I saved you and my elder brother, it was premeditated? You are the father who gave me life. I would never harm you. But as for my elder brother, that's another matter. I don't want his apology. I want revenge. Tang Gang felt as if Tang Mo had gone mad. Do you think that because you've been promoted and have Liaoji behind you, you can do whatever you want? Father, you're overthinking it. I know my limits. But your elder brother is already injured. Did I hit him? Tang Mo stood up. Didn't he say I was responsible for his misfortune? I've borne that blame long enough, it's time to settle it. I came here tonight to vent my grievances. I feel much better now. He paused, then added coldly, I also came to tell you, I'm going to take action against him. I won't kill him, and I won't damage the dignity of the Marquis's mansion. I guarantee this won't leave the manor. Father, just watch. As he turned to leave, Tang Gang grabbed him, but accidentally touched his wound. Tang Mo sucked in a sharp breath of pain. Tang Gang quickly released him. You are brothers, you can't do this. Father. Cold sweat beaded on Tang Mo's forehead as he gritted his teeth. When he was dealing with me, did he ever think we were brothers? He's the heir. The mansion will belong to him in the future. What more does he want? You favor him blindly. But outsiders won't. If you continue like this, I don't mind giving them more to laugh at. For a moment, Tang Gang couldn't meet his gaze. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Shi rushed in. The first thing she did was check Tang Mo's injury. Seeing his clothes soaked in blood, she shoved Tang Gang aside. He's your son. How could you do this? Even tigers don't eat their cubs. You've gone too far. Tang Gang staggered back, hitting his waist with a dull thud. Before he could react, Wang Shi hurriedly helped Tang Mo leave. Watching them go, Tang Gang suddenly felt dizzy. If he hadn't braced himself against the table, he would have collapsed. At that moment, only 4 words echoed in his mind. Betrayed by everyone. Chapter 269. Xin An's dowry. Madame Wang sent someone to drag the physician out of bed. The poor man was on the verge of tears, and when he saw Tang Mo's wound, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think that the Marquis's mansion must have been cursed this year, one heir after another getting into trouble, and now even the perfectly healthy second young master hadn't escaped. After treating the wound, the physician didn't dare ask any questions and hurriedly left. He had once thought being a physician was an easy profession, but now, sigh. How could you be so careless? Why didn't you dodge when he raised his hand? Madame Wang poured Tang Mo a cup of hot water. You're not in a hurry to settle scores with him, yet you act so recklessly. This isn't prudent at all. Tang Mo replied, I slept enough during the day and couldn't sleep anyway. I just wanted to see him get angry and jump around. You. Madame Wang warned him not to be too arrogant, lest he stir up more trouble. He's petty to begin with. If you provoke him, who knows what he might do. Be careful he doesn't punish you. Tang Mo smiled. I'm not afraid. Since filial piety and fatherly affection aren't meant for me, I'll find another way for us to get along. With that, he got up. I'm going back. I'm sleepy. Madame Wang shook her head helplessly and sent someone to escort him back. For several days afterward, Tang Gang visited Tang Rong at Chunhua Courtyard without fail, worried that Tang Mo might do something to humiliate him. Tang Rong's injuries would take a long time to heal, and he still couldn't get out of bed. If Tang Mo barged in and beat him again, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. To be safe, Tang Gang even stationed additional guards at the courtyard gate. Unfortunately for him, Tang Mo did nothing during those days. Dr. Qin quickly discovered that his wound had reopened, and Xin An kept a close watch on him in the courtyard, preventing him from getting up and causing trouble again. Time passed quickly, and the weather grew colder. After several days of rest, Tang Mo's wound began to scab over. With Dr. Qin's approval, he returned to duty in a new uniform. Now, as a deputy commander, he had more responsibilities and more men under his command, and everything seemed to be going smoothly. This made Tang Gang lower his guard. He began to convince himself that Tang Mo's harsh words that night had merely been spoken in anger, and that he wouldn't actually do anything extreme. Still, he didn't withdraw the guards at Chunhua Courtyard, just in case. With some free time on her hands, Xin An opened the storeroom and personally selected a highly valuable white jade statue of the longevity immortal. Her father had obtained it by chance, it was extremely rare, and later included it in her dowry. She also found a box containing 3 enormous pearls, larger and more lustrous than the ones her mother-in-law had given her. They were rare treasures from overseas. She specially invited Madame Wang over. Mother, please take a look. How about this longevity immortal statue for the Empress Dowager, and these pearls for the Empress? Madame Wang picked up one of the pearls. Under the light, its brilliance was unmistakable, and she couldn't hide her amazement. My goodness! People say salt merchants are incredibly wealthy, but I've never seen pearls of this quality before. She had always thought the pearls in her own collection were top grade, even keeping them hidden away carefully. Compared to these, however, they seemed inferior. Presenting them to the Empress would be appropriate. We are not of high enough status to wear such things, but they're too precious. Tang Mo's promotion was a great honor, and Madame Wang had been considering visiting the palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and the Empress, bringing suitable gifts. However, after searching through the storeroom, she hadn't found anything worthy and had even considered purchasing something outside. Xin An's treasures were a timely solution, but they were part of her dowry. Tang Gang had already used some of her dowry, which made Madame Wang deeply uncomfortable. She didn't want her son to be looked down upon by his wife's family. A pearl of this quality must be set into a crown, and only one can be used. Only the Empress Dowager and the Empress are worthy of it. But this is your dowry, how can you just take it out like that? What would they say if her parents found out? How could her son hold his head high before his father-in-law in the future? I understand your intentions, Madame Wang continued, but this is far too valuable. I'll find another way to prepare gifts. Xin An naturally knew how precious these items were, but that was precisely why she was willing to give them away. Many wealthy merchants collected rare treasures to present to powerful figures, yet without the right connections, those treasures would only gather dust. Who could be more valuable than the Empress Dowager and the Empress? If her father knew, he would probably think what he had given wasn't valuable enough. These things will only sit in a box if I keep them. I can't use them, and neither can my future children. Over time, they'll just lose their luster. What a waste. It's better to make proper use of them. Madame Wang hesitated, still unsure how to explain it to Xin An's family. Xin An understood her concerns. In her previous life, she had stood opposed to her mother-in-law from the very beginning and had never truly tried to understand her. She had always thought Madame Wang was scheming and harsh. But in this life, after spending more time together, she realized that Madame Wang was actually very protective of her own people, and being cared for by her felt surprisingly good. Xin An was the kind of person who repaid sincerity with sincerity. Above all, she wanted peace of mind. Mother, the Xin family can only prosper if my husband prospers. We don't have scholars in the family, and sooner or later, we'll have to rely on him to maintain our standing. Helping him is helping me, and helping the entire Xin family. My father also considered this when preparing my dowry. Half of it was meant for my future husband's use, so you don't need to feel reluctant. Madame Wang was taken aback. She had only seen the dowry list before and assumed the Xin family was simply wealthy and doted on their daughter. Now she finally understood why Tang Gang and the old lady had once shown such regret. That regret must not have been just about Xin and herself, but also about her dowry. If it had gone to Tang Rong, how much more glorious it would have been. That may be so, Madame Wang said, but you should still use it sparingly. There are many days ahead. If you need anything, just ask. Don't always rely on your dowry. Now that you're part of the Marquis's mansion, its affairs and its expenses should be handled by the household. I understand, Xin An replied. In the end, Madame Wang had Xin and put the treasures away. She then sent a letter to the palace in her own name. This time, she would personally take Xin and along, rather than troubling the old lady. Aunt Wang placed the items back into the cabinet and said, Madame is truly insightful. If the household's resources weren't given to Tang Mo, Tang Rong would monopolize them. If both were her own sons, perhaps she wouldn't be so open and generous. Xin smiled faintly. That's only human nature. Who would truly neglect their own child to favor another's? Other people's children are always harder to care for. Young madam, a letter has arrived from Huijiang.